Chapter 2204, I'll say you all yielded. The face of the head of the intelligence department was distorted in anger. He looked at Ji Yuning in annoyance, but said nothing. I gave you the chance to kill me, but I won't hesitate to kill those who want to kill me, said Ji Yuning coldly, putting great pressure on them. The other people shivered and felt stressed. After that, those who had the idea of killing Ji Yuning changed their minds. Most of them were amazed by Ji Yuning's skills, but they were still reluctant to regard her as their leader. However, they couldn't defeat her. They remained silent for now, but it didn't mean that they gave up the idea of killing Ji Yuning. They simply needed a longer time to make a plan. If they lost control of themselves, they would have the same result as the head of the intelligence department. I know many of you are still unwilling to take me as your leader, so I'm ready to face your challenges anytime, as long as you're not afraid to suffer the same result as him, said Ji Yuning, pointing at the head of the intelligence department on the ground. Hearing her words and witnessing the condition of the head of the intelligence department, they were scared. Amazed by Ji Yuning's abilities, they didn't dare to attack her for the time being. Ji Yuning then continued, what I need to tell you right now is that I'm the real boss of the Tianying gang, but I won't manage it in person. I don't have that much time. Now, Huang Haihao is safe, and he will be able to leave the hospital in a few days. What? Their leader was already safe and could leave the hospital in a few days. How was it possible? Wasn't his life in danger earlier? Who is our leader really? They turned to ask Hu. Right, our leader is much better now. His life is out of danger, and he's quickly recovering. It's all because of Miss Tang, said Hu. When Hu said it was Ji Yuning who saved Huang Haihao, he showed obvious admiration and respect for her. To be honest, it was the most amazing thing he had ever seen. Miss Tang was an incredible figure in his opinion. Hearing that, people turned to look at Ji Yuning and couldn't believe their ears. She had saved their gang leader. Their gang leader's life was out of danger and he was quickly recovering. Jesus, it was unbelievable. Who, are you joking? Our gang leader was so seriously injured. Even the doctor said his life is still in danger. Only an hour has passed, how could he be out of danger so quickly and be recovering now? Everyone doubted it, because it was too unbelievable and it was beyond their imagination. It's indeed amazing, so I understand that you're doubtful, but it's the truth. You'll know after you go to the hospital, said Hu. Who had also been unable to believe it. Even if he witnessed Huang Haihao recovering, he still couldn't believe it. Because Hu made it very clear, it was hard for them not to believe it. Therefore, they decided to go to the hospital later. As for the news that Huang Haihao was getting better, some were happy to know that, some felt they were lucky, while others were worried. Those who felt happy for him were people who were loyal to Huang Haihao since Huang Haihao was actually a good gang leader. Those who felt they were lucky were people who hesitated to unseat Huang Haihao, because they were slightly afraid of him. If Huang Haihao was really injured, they could have an excuse to replace him. However, Huang Haihao was recovering now, so they couldn't replace him. Those who were worried were people who wanted to replace Huang Haihao, especially the head of the intelligence department. He hated Ji Yuning to death at this moment. If Ji Yuning had told them that Huang Haihao was recovering earlier on, he wouldn't have tried to replace him. Because Huang Haihao was safe, he would win or die trying if he stood out now. In fact, after he tried to kill Ji Yuning earlier, he was already doomed. Now, who else disagrees? Tell me your opinions. I can help you understand the situation, said Ji Yuning. They definitely disagreed with her, but none of them dared to say it aloud, or they would be taught a lesson as well. They were unwilling to get in trouble. Seeing them staying silent, Ji Yuning said, well, if you don't say anything, I'll assume you all yielded. In that case, if any of you dares to harm the Tianying gang, I'll punish you without hesitation, just like Ji Yuning warned them. She knew not all of them were willing to accept her as their leader, but she didn't care. She only needed them to do their work well. In order to scare them, Ji Yuning picked up an iron rod from the side, then directly bent it with her hands. It looked effortless, and everyone was stunned. To their surprise, she was extremely strong. After bending the iron rod, Ji Yuning went on to say what she hadn't finished before, in a more serious tone, just like this stick. As soon as she finished, Ji Yuning heard them gasp in fear. She knew they were all shocked. She didn't know whether they would listen to her in the future, but she would see what she could do at that time. Seeing them calm down, Ji Yuning left. As for the head of the intelligence department, she told the Tianying gang to deal with him. He had tried to kill the real boss of the Tianying gang in public, so he certainly couldn't survive. Ji Yuning hadn't eaten yet, but Gao Yi and Chao Ya were already waiting for her in the hotel, so Ji Yuning went straight to the hotel after leaving the Tianying gang. Because she was going to see Gao Yi and Chao Ya, Ji Yuning put on her original clothes. Once Ji Yuning was gone, several senior members went to the hospital to see Huang Haihao. What they saw was exactly what Hu and Ji Yuning had told them. Huang Haihao was already out of danger, and he started breathing normally. It seemed he was fine now. Seeing that, those who were worried felt relieved, while those who still hesitated to replace Huang Haihao gave the idea up. However, it was still hard for them to accept the fact that the real boss of the Tianying gang was someone else, and was even a woman. Even though this woman was very strong, she was still a woman and they felt embarrassed about that. After having a meal, Ji Yuning and the others left to search for Long Yichao. After K's investigation, it was found that Long Yichao escaped to a wilderness in the suburbs and disappeared. After all, surveillance cameras were only installed in the city and on both sides of the roads. In the wilderness and mountains, there were no surveillance cameras. In that case, the probability of finding Long Yichao was even lower, because the mountains occupied a large area, and nobody knew where he went. Chapter 2205, Found Long Yichao anyway. Ji Yuning still needed to search for him. With the help of her jade eyes, she could see further, so there was hope. Moreover, no matter where they left from the mountains, it was still within the boundaries of City C. It was either within the city, roads, or villages on all sides, and there were rivers on another side. Surveillance cameras were installed on the edges of these places, so they could find Long Yichao by guarding the places with surveillance cameras. However, there were too many surveillance cameras, and it was difficult to watch all of them. They couldn't let go of Long Yichao either, because he was a time bomb. He could cause them trouble at any time. Huang Haihao had survived under the protection of his brothers, but what if it happened again? Therefore, Ji Yuning could only tell K and the others to spend more time watching the surveillance videos. Ji Yuning and the others went to the place where Long Yichao got out of the car, then looked in the direction he left in. As soon as they entered the mountains, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to observe the surroundings. In the hospital, 3 hours after Ji Yuning finished the treatment, Huang Haihao woke up. Even though Ji Yuning had told them that Huang Haihao would wake up within a few hours, she didn't give them an exact number. As a result, they thought Huang Haihao might wake up after about 7 hours, but he opened his eyes much earlier, which surprised Huan Yang. "Leader Huang, you're finally awake." Huang Haihao woke up, but his body was quite weak. He said in a very hoarse voice, "Water. Water. Let me pour it for you." Yang immediately ran to pour water for Huang Haihao. "Oh, I need to ring the bell and let the doctor give you a medical check-up," said Hu and went to ring the bell. After that, he said to Huang Haihao, "Leader Huang, it's Miss Tang who saved your life. She came here and suppressed the disturbance caused by those senior members." The head of the intelligence department shot at Miss Tang because he was unwilling to take her as our leader. He's been locked up now. Once Huang Haihao heard the name Miss Tang, his eyes lit up. He was relieved to know that she had already controlled those senior members. What he worried about most was that the gang might fall into chaos when he was injured. When Huang Haihao heard that the head of the intelligence department had shot at Ji Yuning in public, he was mad, but it was acceptable that the head of the intelligence department was already locked up. He actually had the idea of punishing the head of the intelligence department, but didn't have a good excuse. Gangsters cared about their brotherhood most, so he couldn't kill his brothers before they really did something to betray him. Yang poured some water and helped Huang Haihao drink it. Huang Haihao's throat felt much better and he could speak now, but his voice was still a little hoarse. "Where is Miss Tang?" Huang Haihao asked. "She went to look for Long Yichao," said Hu. Although it was hard to find Long Yichao, Huang Haihao and the others somehow believed that Ji Yuning could do it. After they rang the bell, a nurse came. Hu told the nurse the situation, then the nurse went to call Huang Haihao's attending physician over. The attending physician was greatly surprised to know that Huang Haihao woke up so soon. However, he wasn't as surprised as when he learned that Huang Haihao's life was already out of danger and he was quickly recovering. When he heard that Huang Haihao's life was already out of danger and was quickly recovering, he was shocked. After all, they just finished the operation and Huang Haihao's life had been in danger, but he got much better after a short time. It was hard for people not to be surprised. The doctor also knew it had nothing to do with their treatment, so he asked Hu for the reason. Hu told him that one of Huang Haihao's friends came and gave him a pill. Huang Haihao got much better after taking the pill. It sounded very unbelievable, but Huang Haihao was indeed getting better. Even if it was a miracle, it was too amazing, so the doctor had to believe his explanation. However, as a doctor, he wanted to know what medicine it was. If it was possible, he hoped that the hospital could have some. Therefore, Huang Haihao's attending physician reported it to the dean, and the dean came to ask Hu about the pill. Hu refused to tell them more details. The dean knew they were from an illegal gang, so he didn't dare to force them to tell the truth and had to give up reluctantly. After the medical check, Hu told the senior members of the gang that Huang Haihao was fine and had woken up so they should behave themselves. At the same time, Hu also shared the news with Ji Yuning. It wasn't a surprise for her, so she stayed calm. After 3 hours, Ji Yuning still hadn't found Long Yichao, and they had almost finished climbing half of the mountain. Because Ji Yuning had a pair of jade eyes, she didn't need to search every part of the mountain, which would take days. Although she still couldn't find Long Yichao, it didn't mean he was hiding somewhere in the rest of the mountain. It was possible that he wasn't here, but she had to finish searching the mountain no matter what. Another hour later, Ji Yuning's phone rang and it was K. He must have found where Long Yichao was, so Ji Yuning picked it up at once. Without surprise, K indeed found Long Yichao. He had boarded a small white yacht on a certain section of the river, and left. At exactly this time, Ji Yuning and the others were not very far from the section of the river, however, it would take 10 minutes to run there. When they arrived, Long Yichao would have already gone far. Besides, it was difficult to find a boat. Therefore, Ji Yuning could only go there first, because as a cultivator, her speed was very fast, and Gao Yi along with Chao Ya wouldn't be able to keep up. It was late at night, and they couldn't see a long distance, so Ji Yuning could only go there before them. As for the fact that there were no boats or yachts, Ji Yuning didn't have to worry at all, because she could directly dive into the river and chase after him. I'll go there first. Contact Hu, and tell them to go to the XX gate downstream to wait to catch Long Yichao, Ji Yuning said to Gao Yi and Chao Ya, then sent the screenshot of the yacht that Kei sent to her to Gao Yi, and asked Gao Yi to send it to Hu so that they could recognize which one it was. Although it was in the middle of the night, and the screenshot of the surveillance video wasn't very clear, it was good to know what it looked like vaguely. Although it couldn't be easier for Ji Yuning to catch Long Yichao, she didn't plan to do it in person. She only needed to follow him and let the Tianying gang do it. Chapter 2206, Is There a Ghost? If she acted, she could only act in the river. Once she did that, they would definitely die, but they could see her in the water as well, which would cause unnecessary trouble. Gao Yi and Chao Ya understood that Ji Yuning was much faster than them, and they couldn't catch up with her, so she would go there before them. After that, Ji Yuning's figure immediately turned into a shadow, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared in front of Gao Yi and Chao Ya's eyes. Although Gao Yi and Chao Ya didn't know that Ji Yuning was a cultivator, they already knew that she was a person with magical skills, so they weren't surprised that Ji Yuning possessed abilities that were different from ordinary people. Gao Yi called Hu at once and told him what Ji Yuning wanted them to do. Once Hu received the message, he took a few of his brothers to prepare to catch Long Yichao. Given Gao Yi and Chao Ya's speed of running, it only took them about a dozen minutes to get to the destination, but Ji Yuning reached there in just 3 minutes. At this time, the yacht Long Yichao was on had already moved a long distance away, but it was still in Ji Yuning's sight. There happened to be no one in the place where Ji Yuning was, so she jumped directly into the river. After jumping into the river, she released magical power and formed a barrier to surround herself and shut the water out. Afterwards, she hurried to the yacht where Long Yichao was sitting. Because she relied on the magical energy to push her forward, the speed was very fast, and she soon reached the bottom of the yacht Long Yichao was sitting on. However, because of the magical power, many animals in the water were attracted to and surrounded her. Although Ji Yuning used magical energy to shake them away, groups of them still kept on bothering her one after another. Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to see if the person on the yacht was really Long Yichao. There were only 3 people on the boat, one was Long Yichao, and the other 2 were his henchmen. In this moment of escaping, smart people wouldn't bring outsiders, just in case the whereabouts were exposed. Ji Yuning didn't know when members of the Tianying gang would arrive, so she used her magical energy to control the speed of the yacht to stop it from going too fast and passing the XX section before members of the Tianying gang arrived. The speed of the yacht suddenly slowed by 1/3, which made Long Yichao and the others feel very confused. They went to check the engine, but there was no problem with it. Since they couldn't see the problem, they could do nothing about it. Anyway, they felt that they had escaped the Tianying gang's tracking, so they weren't very worried. Because Ji Yuning was controlling its speed, when they were about to reach the XX section, Hu and the others had just arrived. They also arranged 2 groups of people to board 2 yachts. They seemed to be having fun on the river, but in fact, they were preparing to catch Long Yichao. Although it was very late now, there were still many boats and yachts traveling on the river, so the 2 yachts arranged by Hu didn't attract much attention. Ji Yuning was able to see Hu with the help of her jade eyes and was relieved. She used her magical energy to push Long Yichao's boat to the shore. Hu led a group of people to observe in the dark. Although it was at night, because there were street lights on the riverside and the yachts were also ablaze with lights, they could see clearly. It was just that Long Yichao's yacht was uncertain for the time being. Hu was looking through a telescope. When the yacht got a little closer, Hu determined that it was Long Yichao's yacht, because people could be seen through the glass. As a result, Hu immediately asked his people to be ready to take action. When Long Yichao saw that the yacht was leaning toward the shore, he immediately scolded his subordinates angrily, "What's wrong with you? Why are you going to the shore?" "Boss, I don't know what's going on here either. The yacht isn't being controlled by me and is going to the shore by itself. I've turned the steering wheel vigorously, but this yacht just isn't turning," a young gangster who was sailing the boat suddenly said with a sad expression. He didn't know what was going on, and he was also very anxious. "Let me try." Long Yichao refused to believe it, so he told the young gangster to leave and he would go to control the steering wheel. However, the situation remained the same. No matter how he turned the steering wheel, it was useless. The yacht still moved toward the shore, and Long Yichao was so angry that he slammed the steering wheel and shouted, "Damn it, what's going on here? It's really strange. Is there a ghost?" One young gangster said, appearing afraid, as if he really believed in ghosts. "Nonsense. There are no ghosts in this world." The other young gangster immediately scolded when he heard that, for fear of angering Long Yichao. "I don't want to believe it either, but it's really creepy right now. And actually, ghosts may really exist. When I was a kid in a village, I encountered a strange thing that science couldn't explain," the young gangster argued. "Shut up," Long Yichao yelled angrily. They were escaping right now. How could they be in the mood to talk about ghosts? In fact, Long Yichao also wondered whether it was a ghost because it was really creepy and strange. And precisely because he had the same doubt, he panicked a little. Was there really a ghost? After Long Yichao snapped at them, the 2 young gangsters closed their mouths, but they couldn't remain calm after seeing the yacht continuing to move to the shore. "Boss, what should we do now?" Young Gangster A asked. "How would I know? Fuck. Let's get to the shore then. We'll figure out a way. What if we really encounter a ghost after we jump into the river?" Long Yichao said irritably. He was good at swimming, but at this moment, he didn't dare to jump into the river. After such a creepy thing happened, they were worried that there could really be a ghost in the river. After all, many people died in this river. And every year, there were more than 10 people who died in it, either from shipwreck, or suicide, or murder. The two young gangsters didn't dare to say anything after hearing Long Yichao's words. Hu and his people, however, were a little confused when they saw Long Yichao's yacht approaching the shore, but they didn't think about anything creepy. They didn't know that Long Yichao's yacht was forced to approach the shore. Therefore, they thought that Long Yichao was coming to the port. Anyway, since Long Yichao and his people came to the shore on their own, Hu told the two groups of people on the two yachts to stay and wait patiently for now. They would wait and take action after Long Yichao and his people came down from the yacht. The yacht Long Yichao was sitting on was finally ashore. Because of its creepy movement, they didn't dare to stay on it any longer, so they immediately got off it. However, as soon as the three of them got off the yacht, Hu and his people rushed out from all directions and quickly surrounded them. The sudden appearance of Hu and his people shocked Long Yichao and his two henchmen. They couldn't imagine that members of the Tianying gang were waiting for them here. Chapter 2207, Humanoid Tree Vines. If he hadn't taken over the steering wheel just now and felt that the yacht was indeed moving to the shore no matter how he tried, he would definitely wonder whether his people had betrayed him. Long Yichao and his people immediately took out their guns, and wanted to shoot at Hu. Given the current situation, if they didn't fight back and kill them, they would be killed if they were caught. Hu was already prepared, so when Long Yichao and his people had just pulled out their guns and were raising their hands, Hu and his two companions shot at them first. Their marksmanship was fairly accurate, and they directly hit the arms of Long Yichao and his people, making their hands numb, so they couldn't hold the guns. As a result, the guns fell to the ground, and they took the opportunity to catch them without delay. Because Hu and his people's guns were equipped with silencers, they didn't make much noise. Although there were some people around who saw the situation here, they were scared and ran away when they saw the battle. Nobody dared to come near. When Ji Yuning saw Hu and his people arrested by Long Yichao, she also went back. It wasn't because she wouldn't come out here. Without doubt, she shouldn't come out right away, but that wasn't the main reason. The most important thing was that when she came over, she saw many sunken ships under the river, and there were some merchant ships from years ago. Ji Yuning wasn't interested in ancient merchant ships, but she felt the magical power from them, and she was interested in the treasures with magical power. Those sunken treasures in the bottom of the river had no owner, so she could take them for free. After she dived inside, she indeed found a lot of treasures, from different eras. She also encountered some minor troubles. Because these treasures contained magical power, they attracted many creatures in the river. Over time, these creatures gained senses and regarded these treasures as their own. Therefore, once they saw that Ji Yuning was about to take the treasures away, they attacked her. Although these creatures couldn't hurt Ji Yuning, there were too many of them, so it took Ji Yuning several minutes to deal with these creatures. Besides, not only were these creatures aggressive, but the plants were also attacking her. Those boxes containing treasures were entangled by clusters of tree vines, and these tree vines were slightly more difficult to deal with than those creatures. Ji Yuning took out a dagger and cut off the vines. However, to her surprise, once they were cut off, they went back to normal within just 3 seconds. It was impossible to completely cut off all the vines, and they finally wrapped the boxes all over. What kind of plant was this vine? Ji Yuning didn't know what kind of plant this tree vine was, but these tree vines were definitely affected by magical power, so they became humanoid. Since she couldn't get rid of them with the dagger, Ji Yuning simply stopped and directly used her magical energy to fight them. Without surprise, as soon as her magical energy was released, the vines were shaken and scattered in the water, but within a few seconds, the vines returned to their original appearance. Ji Yuning squinted slightly, and suddenly had the idea of taking this tree vine back to study it. Perhaps it would be of great use to her in the future. Since she had the idea, Ji Yuning didn't hesitate and took action right away. To take this vine away, she needed to uproot it. Therefore, Ji Yuning first used her jade eyes to look at the roots of the vine. The roots of tree vines were also intricate, and it wasn't easy to uproot them, but no matter how difficult it was, Ji Yuning needed to try. She wasn't the kind of person who gave up before trying, or gave up halfway. Therefore, Ji Yuning took out a shovel from her telepathic eye space. At this moment, the tree vine shook a little because it could see Ji Yuning's intention. When Ji Yuning appeared here, the tree vine knew that she wasn't simple, especially when she released magical energy just now. The tree vine could feel the danger and was already afraid. Now, it was really afraid of being uprooted by Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning didn't know that the tree vine had reached the level of human consciousness, so she didn't know what it was thinking. Anyway, with the shovel, she began to shovel the dirt around the tree vine. The tree vine surely wouldn't watch its roots dug out by Ji Yuning, so it immediately attacked her. Although the tree vines couldn't be cut off, Ji Yuning could have a break of 3 seconds every time she cut them. During that break, she could remove a shovel of dirt. It was complicated and strength-consuming, but it was useful. Therefore, Ji Yuning carried out her plan. When the tree vines attacked her, Ji Yuning cut them once. After that, she took advantage of the tree vines breaking for a few seconds and shoveled away some dirt, then repeated it again and again. As a result, the soil was shoveled away little by little, and the roots of the vines began to show. Because there were many roots, it was inevitable that some roots were shoveled off when Ji Yuning was removing the soil. Finally, the tree vine couldn't stand it and said, "Stop, stop, stop." It was a childlike voice and Ji Yuning couldn't tell its gender. Ji Yuning was startled when she heard its voice and subconsciously stopped. She knew that the sound was made by the tree vine, so she was a little surprised. However, she was only surprised and wasn't scared. After all, she had seen too many monsters and ghosts before, and it wasn't a big deal that a tree vine became humanoid. She was just surprised because the tree vine suddenly made a noise, and she didn't expect the tree vine to speak like a human. After the surprise, Ji Yuning looked at the tree vine with great interest, and said with a vague smile, "I can stop, but you must remove all your vines. I want those things that are wrapped up by you." "No, no, if you take them away, what shall I use for cultivation?" The tree vine said pitifully. If it weren't for its need for the magical power of these things for cultivation, it wouldn't protect them and let Ji Yuning cut it violently. Although it could recover on its own, it took its energy. If she continued to cut it, it would die soon, especially after its roots were destroyed, it would die faster. Although it was already humanoid now, it couldn't take a human shape yet. If it could take a human shape, it could leave the soil. Therefore, if Ji Yuning took away these treasures, it would have no magical power to absorb and it might never be able to achieve a human shape. If it couldn't have a human shape, it wouldn't be able to leave the bottom of the river and couldn't find the source of magical power or cultivate. Hearing that, Ji Yuning had an idea and sweet-talked. "It's easy. I have many things with magical power. If you're willing to leave with me, you can continue to cultivate. And my magical power is much purer than the power here." "Really?" The tree vine showed excitement. Chapter 2208. It can soon achieve a human form, of course it's true. Can you see that my cover is formed by magical power? I'm staying inside the magical power cover so I won't get wet. And you should also be able to feel that my level isn't low, right? Precisely because I have a lot of magical power for cultivation, I could become this strong. Seeing that the tree vine was attracted to her idea, Ji Yuning acted serious. Although Ji Yuning wanted to lure the tree vine into leaving with her, what she said was also true. She would help the tree vine cultivate. If it was used well, the tea vine could also be a very useful weapon. Hearing Ji Yuning's words, the tree vine realized it was the truth. "You aren't lying to me, right?" The tree vine suddenly became alert, in case Ji Yuning fooled it. "Why should I lie to you? You have your skills. If I have you with me, you can help me when I encounter trouble, right? We can be teammates. Do you still think I'll hurt you?" Ji Yuning said. "Right, well, I can trust you, but you must give me a lot of magical power for cultivation so that I can achieve a human shape soon," said the tree vine. A human shape. Hearing that, Ji Yuning was greatly surprised and grew more interested in the tree vine. There were a lot of humanoid plants, but few of them could take a human form, so Ji Yuning was excited. "Sure, I will," said Ji Yuning. The tree vine was only as smart as a 5-year-old child now. It was simple-minded and wasn't calculating. It easily trusted people. Therefore, after getting Ji Yuning's promise, the tree vine immediately removed its branches and exposed the boxes. Seeing that, Ji Yuning walked over and put the several boxes into her telepathic eye space. How about me now? How will you take me away? Suddenly, the tree vine realized this important issue, and became upset, because it couldn't leave the soil at all. What will happen to you if you leave the soil? Ji Yuning asked. Without magical power, I can only live 1 hour away from the soil, the tree vine said. Its voice sounded even more upset, because it was afraid that it couldn't leave with Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Ji Yuning was relieved and said to comfort it, "Don't worry, as long as you don't die as soon as you leave the soil, you'll be fine. Get out of the soil first. I'll soon move you to a place full of magical power." Great. After hearing that, the tree vine was delighted. Perhaps because it was too naive, or because it felt that Ji Yuning was trustworthy, the tree vine had a certain sense of trust in Ji Yuning. At least it didn't doubt Ji Yuning's words, and immediately pulled itself out of the soil. After the tree vine came out of the soil, a large cluster of the vine branches became one after they were unearthed. In other words, the tree vine could turn its branches into many or just a few, completely controlled by its own needs. After the tree vine was unearthed, Ji Yuning put it into her telepathic eye space. No matter how long the tree vine was out of the soil, as long as it entered the telepathic eye space, time would stop, so it would be fine inside. In addition, there was magical power in the telepathic eye space, and the tree vine could absorb it, which would be of great benefit to it. After taking away all the things she could take with her, Ji Yuning left. There were a lot of treasures of low value, so Ji Yuning had gained a fortune again. Ji Yuning didn't return to the place where she jumped into the water, but instead went to the shore where no one else was around. Because of the cover formed by magical power, Ji Yuning wasn't wet. Once she got on the shore, she called Gao Yi and set the place where they would meet, then she went to meet him. Ji Yuning didn't care how long Yi Chao would be punished after he was brought back to the Tianying gang. So after meeting Gao Yi, she went to rest in the hotel. Many senior managers of the Tianying gang were amazed by Ji Yuning's abilities after she found Long Yichao. She must have great skills, otherwise she wouldn't have found Long Yichao within such a short time. Some people had to admit that she was very outstanding, but they still refused to admit that a woman was their real boss. Gao Yi and Chao Ya didn't ask Ji Yuning how she managed to appear here from the other side. They would see Huang Haihao the next morning. And if there was nothing to deal with, they would go back to the capital. As for the tree vine, Ji Yuning waited to bring it back to the Sihewan in the capital, then she would release and plant it in the backyard. It could stay there and absorb magical power to cultivate. After it successfully achieved a human shape, Ji Yuning would bring it with her. Although the tree vine would have a human shape, it could still enter the telepathic eye space because it was a monster. At 9 a.m. the next morning, Ji Yuning disguised herself as Tang Aining again to see Huang Haihao alone. As soon as Ji Yuning walked in the inpatient department, she was stopped by a middle-aged female doctor, but when she faced Ji Yuning, she was excited and had no bad intentions. "Miss, are you the one who saved Mr. Huang yesterday?" asked the female doctor. She knew Ji Yuning had visited Huang Haihao yesterday, but wasn't sure whether she had saved Huang Haihao. Hearing the question, Ji Yuning understood her purpose. The doctor saw Huang Haihao suddenly get better and wanted to know how it happened. After all, it was a miracle in the medicine field. "Sorry, I'm not." Ji Yuning denied it because she was unwilling to cause unnecessary trouble. "Oh, I'm sorry." Hearing that, the female doctor showed disappointment at once. She actually wasn't fully convinced by Ji Yuning, but she couldn't say anything about that since Ji Yuning already denied it. Even if she was the one who saved Huang Haihao, her denial proved that she was unwilling to admit it. When Ji Yuning reached Huang Haihao's ward, the security guards at the door respectfully called her Miss Tang, although she didn't inform them earlier. In fact, they didn't know Miss Tang was their real boss. After all, only the senior management of the Tianying gang knew that Miss Tang was its real boss. Ji Yuning was unwilling to overshadow Huang Haihao, so she told them not to tell the other members. Anyway, who had told those security guards not to stop her and that they should be polite to her if she came. The security guards didn't stop her, but Ji Yuning didn't go in right away, because she was afraid it would cause an inconvenience. She also respected Huang Haihao, because he was the leader of the Tianying gang. Even though she was the real boss, not many people were aware of it, so she must protect Huang Haihao's status in front of those who didn't know about it. Ji Yuning asked a security guard to tell Huang Haihao that she came, and the security guard went in without delay. Hearing that Ji Yuning was here, Huang Haihao told the security guard to invite her to come in at once. Chapter 2209, Who Has Framed Song Wenxuan? Now, Huang Haihao was much better. Although he couldn't walk, his limbs could move and he was able to talk. In a few days, he would be mostly recovered. In that case, he could leave the hospital. "Hi, boss." Huang Haihao greeted Ji Yuning excitedly. "Hi, Miss Tang." Huan Yang also greeted her respectfully, because Ji Yuning had told them to call her Miss Tang. "How do you feel now?" Ji Yuning asked with concern. "I'm much better. Thank you so much, boss," said Huang Haihao. He was very grateful to Ji Yuning. "Glad to know that." Ji Yuning said, "Is there anything I can do to help with the gang?" "There is one thing I feel I need to talk about with you." Huang Haihao said, "Well, the thing is that someone contacted us the other day. He offered 1,000,000 yuan and wanted us to frame the deputy secretary of a provincial party committee, Song Wenxuan, with the excuse that he has illegal deals with the Tianying gang. The person didn't tell us the reason, but we collected some information. It might have something to do with the secretary's transfer to the capital." Hearing that, Ji Yuning was mad. To her surprise, someone dared to frame Leng Xiaoting's uncle. Song Wenxuan was the deputy secretary of a provincial party committee. If the secretary was transferred, the seat would be vacant. If there was no one who was appointed to that seat, it would be selected from the senior officials in City C. As the deputy secretary of a provincial party committee, Song Wenxuan was outstanding on his own and his family also had influence. The Song family was one of the most powerful families in City C, so it had a deep influence in the city. Song Wenxuan also married into the Leng family in the capital, which was a great advantage. Therefore, most people believed it would be his seat. As a result, someone wanted to frame him. Although Song Wenxuan had a powerful family as his support, it didn't mean he had no enemies. There were people who dared to do anything for power. Nothing good came without risk, and those who dared to frame Song Wenxuan were no less influential than him. Besides, once his enemy took action, his enemy had to be fully prepared. The person wouldn't do it with his own hands, but would pay other people. If the dirty trick was exposed, the person wouldn't be affected. However, accidents happened. If the person had bad luck, he could lose his life after the dirty secret was exposed. Huang Haihao also felt Ji Yuning's anger. The first idea in his mind wasn't that Ji Yuning might have a relationship with Song Wenxuan and that they might be relatives. Instead, he thought Ji Yuning was mad at them for taking this job. Ji Yuning had told them not to hurt the innocent or break the law. If they took the job and really framed Song Wenxuan, he would hurt the innocent, because Song Wenxuan was a well-known and upright official. Therefore, Huang Haihao explained at once. "Boss, we didn't take the job." He had agreed with Ji Yuning not to hurt the innocent, and he didn't dare to take the job either. After all, Song Wenxuan was from a very powerful family, while the Tianying gang was just a small gang. It was no match for the Song family. Moreover, behind Song Wenxuan, there was one of the top families of their country, the Leng family. "Do you know who the person that wants to frame Song Wenxuan is?" Ji Yuning asked. Although she asked that question, she guessed that Huang Haihao had no idea about that. The person wasn't dumb, and would hide his identity when he contacted Huang Haihao. "I don't know." The person called with an unidentified phone, and he obviously used a voice changer, and I refused, Huang Haihao said. "What's the phone number?" Ji Yuning asked. "Wait a minute." Huang Haihao immediately took out his phone when he heard that. He read his call records, and found the number. Ji Yuning directly took over Huang Haihao's phone and called it back. Huang Haihao didn't know what Ji Yuning wanted to do, but he didn't bother to ask about it. Unfortunately, the phone was turned off, and Ji Yuning had to hang it up. After that, she said to Huang Haihao, if he calls you again, accept his offer first. We can take his money, then you can do as he tells you. Leave the rest to me. The Tianying gang won't do anything to harm Song Wenxuan and the Song family. Sure, said Huang Haihao. He realized that Ji Yuning wanted to cheat the person of his money to protect Song Wenxuan. At this moment, Huang Haihao figured out that their boss had a relationship with Song Wenxuan and the Song family. As for what relationship it was, he didn't know, nor did he dare to ask. Because there was nothing else to deal with, Ji Yuning left. However, she couldn't leave City C because of what would happen to Song Wenxuan, and she had to meet Song Wenxuan today. Ji Yuning went to a place and removed her disguise, then went to see Gao Yi and Chao Ya. She also called Leng Yuanjun and told her that she was in City C now. She asked Leng Yuanjun whether she was free this afternoon. If Leng Yuanjun had time, she would go to visit her. It was safer for her to talk about it at home. Leng Yuanjun was excited to know that Ji Yuning was in City C, so she decided to ask for leave and meet Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning turned her down. Ji Yuning told her she came to City C to inspect her stores, so she would only be free in the afternoon. If so, Leng Yuanjun respected Ji Yuning and didn't ask for leave to come over. She told Ji Yuning where the Song family's place was and told her to come at 6 p.m. Because the Song family was a large family, it didn't split. All the family members lived together and she wouldn't be off work until 6 p.m. She was worried that Ji Yuning might feel uneasy if Ji Yuning arrived earlier and didn't know anyone. Ji Yuning agreed and mentioned Song Wenxuan. She asked whether he would be home since she needed to talk about something with him. Leng Yuanjun didn't think much about it and just thought Ji Yuning might have encountered some trouble at her stores in City C and needed Song Wenxuan's help. If that was the situation, she alone couldn't handle it, so she didn't ask further about that and told Ji Yuning that she would ask Song Wenxuan first. Because Song Wenxuan was busy recently, she wasn't sure whether he had time. Anyway, since it was about Ji Yuning, as long as Song Wenxuan could squeeze time to come home, he would do so. Since Ji Yuning came, Leng Yuanjun planned to keep her for a night at the Song family's place. Therefore, even if Song Wenxuan couldn't come home for dinner, he would be back at night and Ji Yuning would see him sooner or later. Leng Yuanjun only felt that Song Wenxuan should come home as early as he could because it was about Ji Yuning. Once Leng Yuanjun finished the call with Ji Yuning, she called Song Wenxuan. Chapter 2210, Mrs. Zhao, you can't leave unfortunately. Song Wenxuan had an important meal this afternoon and had to go, so he could only meet Ji Yuning later. After that, Leng Yuanjun called Ji Yuning back and told her the answer. Ji Yuning didn't mind. She only wanted to meet Song Wenxuan today. It was an emergency, so it was better to talk about it earlier. Afterwards, Ji Yuning brought Gao Yi and Chao Ya for a meal before going to inspect her stores in City C. In City C, there was a branch of Jade Beauty Jewelry, 3 branches of Kalain, 3 branches of Gufen, and 4 branches of Kuzi for the time being. They were newly opened, and there would be more of them in the future. City C wasn't a small city, it was a first-tier large city with several districts. It had a successful economy. In City C, the biggest shopping mall wasn't the Tang family's Fengsheng shopping mall, but it ranked second and was located in the city center. The only branch of Jade Beauty Jewelry in City C was in Fengsheng shopping mall. In Fengsheng shopping mall, there was also a branch of Kalain, Gufen, and Kuzi. The other branches were opened in other shopping malls in other districts. Although the sales of these products in City C wasn't as good as in the capital and City B, the products were all extremely popular and highly profitable. At this time, Ji Yuning and the others visited Fengsheng shopping mall in the city center of City C first. They were in the city center now, and it was very close. After a few minutes, Ji Yuning and the others arrived at Fengsheng shopping mall. Ji Yuning went there as a customer and she mainly wanted to see the staff's attitude when they provided service. Ji Yuning and the others didn't know the exact location of the store, so they looked around for it. The first floor of the mall was the exclusive area for cosmetics and pharmacies. Both Kuzi and Kulain were on the first floor, and the two stores were together. Ji Yuning would first look around in the beauty store and the pharmacy. There were many beauty shops and counters, but the staff in Kuzi were slightly busier than those in other beauty shops and beauty counters. The saleswomen were barely free for a second, and they were always busy working. It was very normal, because the store wasn't large and 5 saleswomen were just enough. No one would pay a lot to hire too many saleswomen. Although the saleswomen were busy working, they maintained a good attitude, so Ji Yuning was very happy to see that. After looking around, they left and no one recognized Ji Yuning. It was a good thing, because Ji Yuning didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Then, they went to the clothes area on the second and third floor. On the second floor, there were middle-level clothes brands, and the prices were about hundreds or several thousand yuan. On the third floor, there were luxurious brands, and the clothing cost dozens or hundreds of thousands of yuan. Although Gufen wasn't a luxurious brand, it was also expensive and the clothes cost thousands of yuan too, so it was on the third floor. There weren't many customers in luxurious stores, because there were a lot more poor people than rich people, but they made a lot of money by just selling one thing. In fact, people bought luxury goods for their fame, even though their quality might not be better than other expensive brands. When they walked by a luxury store, Ji Yuning glanced at the sound of a quarrel coming from inside and witnessed a rich lady pushing a saleswoman away. Then the saleswoman immediately lost her balance and fell backwards. At her back was the coffee table. If the saleswoman fell and her head hit the edge of the coffee table, it would cause a disastrous result. Without further thinking, Ji Yuning rushed over and moved away several onlookers to support the saleswoman. Ji Yuning didn't know whose fault it was, but she thought that she should save the saleswoman first. 2 rich ladies who were pushed away by Ji Yuning were angry, but their anger went away the moment they saw Ji Yuning support the saleswoman. They were stunned and realized that Ji Yuning pushed them away in order to save the saleswoman. In fact, they were scared when they saw the saleswoman fall after being pushed, because it was a heavy fall, but they lacked the ability to save the saleswoman. Everyone thought that the saleswoman would be injured. Even the saleswoman herself closed her eyes and was ready to be hurt. She knew that there was a coffee table at her back, and it was unavoidable for her to be injured after falling and hitting it. She only hoped it wouldn't be serious. Unexpectedly, at the key moment, a person rushed in and supported her. Moreover, this person who saved her was a young girl. Everyone in the store was shocked. The saleswoman opened her eyes once she felt someone support her. As soon as she saw Ji Yuning, her eyes rounded in shock and she didn't know what happened. Ji Yuning helped her get back to her feet and the saleswoman finally came back to her senses, but she asked before thanking Ji Yuning, "Are you goddess Ji Yu?" Obviously, this saleswoman recognized Ji Yuning, but she was too excited at seeing her in real life and couldn't believe her eyes. "Yes, I'm Ji Yuning." Ji Yuning smiled and admitted it. Hearing Ji Yuning's affirmative answer, the saleswoman was excited. Why you're really goddess Ji Yu. Oh, my, I'm so excited. Oh, thank you so much for saving me. If it hadn't been for you, thinking of what had happened just now, the saleswoman was still scared in retrospect. If it hadn't been for Ji Yuning, she honestly didn't know how serious it would have been. At this time, other people also got their senses back, but they didn't hear Ji Yuning's conversation with the saleswoman because they were too shocked. The rich lady who pushed the saleswoman felt relieved when she saw the saleswoman was fine. Although she pushed her, she didn't do it on purpose. If the saleswoman really hit the coffee table, she would feel sorry. "Tianmei, are you all right?" Another saleswoman came over at once, but only she came while other saleswomen just stood aside and watched the drama. They didn't seem worried at all. Instead, they were gloating over Zhuang Tianmei's bad luck. "Thanks, I'm fine," said Zhuang Tianmei and shook her head at once. The rich lady became arrogant again once she saw that Zhuang Tianmei was fine. "Humph, since you're fine, I can leave now." "Mrs. Zhao, you can't leave." Zhuang Tianmei stopped Mrs. Zhao at once. "You've damaged this piece of clothing, so you must buy it, or I'll have to pay for it." Chapter 2211, Call the police. This dress cost 68,000 yuan, and she couldn't pay for it. She didn't damage the dress either, so she refused to take the blame. Mrs. Zhao seemed a little guilty, but then retorted arrogantly. What did you say? How come it's me who damaged this clothing? It's you who did that. You can't hurl the blame at me. Are you trying to force me to pay for it? Nobody had seen her damaging the clothing, except for Zhuang Tianmei. As long as she refused to admit it, Zhuang Tianmei couldn't do anything about it. Precisely because no one else had seen that, they weren't sure whether it was really Mrs. Zhao who damaged it. As a result, no one stood out for Zhuang Tianmei. Even if Zhuang Tianmei's colleagues trusted her, without evidence and since they were also competitors, none of them defended her. However, from Mrs. Zhao's reaction, Ji Yuning could tell it was Mrs. Zhao who damaged the clothing. Couldn't you check the surveillance cameras? Ji Yuning asked. Hearing that, Mrs. Zhao showed pleasure, while Zhuang Tianmei looked upset. The surveillance cameras were broken in the morning, and the repairman hasn't come yet. It was said by the store manager. When she said that, she didn't show any concern, and instead seemed pleased. It's better to call the police now. Let the police perform fingerprint verification on the damaged clothes. We'll know who touched that place first, Ji Yuning said. The fingerprint check might not be so accurate, but she was just playing psychological tricks, trying to scare her. Although she didn't know how mentally strong Mrs. Zhao was and how much she knew about fingerprint verification, she had to give it a try. She was right. Once Mrs. Zhao heard that they were going to call the police and do a fingerprint verification, she panicked and obviously had a guilty conscience. Zhuang Tianmei appeared happy instead. Right, we can call the police and let the police handle it. Given Mrs. Zhao's reaction and Zhuang Tianmei's reaction, everyone could see who told the truth and who was lying. Therefore, people began to look at Mrs. Zhao differently. Feeling everyone's accusatory looks, Mrs. Zhao understood that everyone believed that she had damaged the clothing and she was immediately angry. She wanted to vent her anger, but didn't know what to do or say because of her guilty conscience. The situation completely changed because of Ji Yuning, so Mrs. Zhao glared at Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning calmly met her angry eyes. Since Mrs. Zhao and this saleswoman both refused to admit that you've damaged the clothing, I think we should listen to this girl and call the police. A rich lady said. She wasn't mocking Mrs. Zhao. Right, I also think it's the best choice to call the police, said another rich lady. Mrs. Zhao, you don't lack money at all. Why don't you buy this clothing? After it's darned, you can wear it. If you don't want it, you can give it to other people, said a rich lady who came with Mrs. Zhao. She actually gave Mrs. Zhao an out. They had already caused a sensation and embarrassed themselves. If she accepted that she had damaged this clothing by buying it, the drama would be over and it wasn't too humiliating. However, if they called the police, they would be greatly humiliated. Mrs. Zhao wasn't dumb, so she felt it was acceptable. Therefore, Mrs. Zhao seized the chance and said, "Humph, any piece of my clothes cost at least dozens of thousands of yuan. It just cost 68,000 yuan. I can afford it. I'll just buy it and give it to my nanny." As Mrs. Zhao said that she appeared very generous, but she was actually reluctant to pay so much money for this clothing. Although she could afford a piece of clothing which cost 68,000 yuan, she couldn't spend money so casually. Besides, although many pieces of her clothing cost at least dozens of thousands of yuan, they were normally about 10 or 20,000 yuan. She barely had more than 10 clothes which cost more than 40,000 yuan. However, in order to save her face now, she had to pay 68,000 yuan. Since Mrs. Zhao was willing to buy the clothing, Zhuang Tianmei stopped arguing with her. She only wanted Mrs. Zhao to admit that she had damaged the clothing and buy it. Mrs. Zhao didn't admit it plainly, but she accepted the result by buying it. Other people were unwilling to be dragged into trouble, so they said nothing after Mrs. Zhao bought the clothing. The store manager and other saleswomen, however, felt a little uncomfortable when Zhuang Tianmei easily got out of trouble. Anyway, the problem was solved, so they could say nothing about it now. They wanted Zhuang Tianmei to have bad luck not only because Zhuang Tianmei was prettier than them, but also because Zhuang Tianmei was a better saleswoman than all of them. Even the manager of this shopping mall paid special attention to her. It was hard for them not to be jealous and dislike her. In fact, they all hoped that Zhuang Tianmei could be fired and leave. The manager of this shopping mall was their dream man. He was handsome, gentle, rich and most importantly single, so they could hardly not be attracted to him. Actually, they dreamed of marrying him. After paying the bill, Mrs. Zhao walked away, but she gave Zhuang Tianmei and Ji Yuning a glare before she left the store. Once Mrs. Zhao was gone, Ji Yuning also turned around and left. After solving the problem caused by Mrs. Zhao, Zhuang Tianmei was completely relieved. Seeing Ji Yuning walk out of the store, she immediately caught up and said, "Please wait a second, Goddess Ji Yu." This time, other saleswomen also noticed that Zhuang Tianmei called Ji Yuning Goddess Ji Yu, and they turned to focus on Ji Yuning afterwards. Ji Yuning was indeed very pretty, and she might be many people's dream girl, but they were confused about the reason why Zhuang Tianmei called her Goddess Ji Yu. It was very normal for men to call a woman that, but it was a little exaggerated for women to do that. Ji Yuning wasn't a star after all. In their eyes, whether a woman was pretty or not, as long as she was a star, it was normal to call her a goddess. Goddess Ji Yu, thank you so much. If it hadn't been for you, it could be a very difficult problem. Goddess Ji Yu, if you're not busy, can I buy you a cup of coffee? I need to thank you, said Zhuang Tianmei. In order to show her gratitude, Zhuang Tianmei wanted to invite Ji Yuning to share coffee, but felt there was a huge gap between them, so she didn't think Ji Yuning would agree. As a result, Zhuang Tianmei was very timid when she said that. Thanks, but don't you need to work? Chapter 2212, where a family. Ji Yuning saw Zhuang Tianmei's sincerity. She had helped her and did her a big favor, and Zhuang Tianmei might be upset if she turned her down. Therefore, Ji Yuning didn't refuse. She wasn't busy now anyway. Although Ji Yuning usually kept a distance from other people, she was very considerate most of the time. I can ask for leave for an hour. Zhuang Tianmei showed excitement when Ji Yuning agreed. Great, but I have 2 friends with me. If you want to buy me coffee, you might need to buy 3 cups, said Ji Yuning with a smile. She said that not because she was afraid Zhuang Tianmei might be mean and unwilling to pay for 3 cups of coffee. She said that simply to tell her that she came with 2 friends. It's fine. It's just a few cups of coffee. It won't cost much, said Zhuang Tianmei airily. In fact, she was willing to pay for 10 cups of coffee, let alone just 3 cups. Ji Yuning had helped her out, and she could barely return Ji Yuning's kindness by buying several cups of coffee. If she had enough time and could buy Ji Yuning a meal, she wouldn't hesitate to invite Ji Yuning to share a meal. Sure. Ji Yuning agreed, then Zhuang Tianmei happily went back to ask for leave for an hour from the store manager. Although the store manager was unwilling to let her go, it wasn't busy in the store now, so she couldn't force Zhuang Tianmei to stay. In addition, it was very normal for them to ask for leave for an hour or half an hour. If she didn't let Zhuang Tianmei go right now, Zhuang Tianmei might report it to their boss, which wasn't something she wanted. The store manager didn't get along with Zhuang Tianmei, but she didn't dare to find fault with her publicly. After that, Zhuang Tianmei brought Ji Yuning and the others to a nearby cafe. They didn't stay there for a long time, and separated in half an hour. Although Zhuang Tianmei had bad luck today, she met Ji Yuning and let go of her worries. When she was back in the store, she was still extremely happy. Tianmei, what makes you so happy? Her colleague asked. Given what had just happened, she didn't think Zhuang Tianmei would be in a good mood. I shared coffee with Goddess Ji Yu, said Zhuang Tianmei with excitement. Goddess Ji Yu, is she a star? Asked her colleague. They had been confused for a long time and wanted to ask about it earlier on. She isn't a star, but she's even more successful than a star. She's only 19 but she's already the owner of a large business group. Have you heard of the Shengning organization? It's just been established, but it has 20 billion yuan in assets, said Zhuang Tianmei. As she said that, she was becoming excited and showed obvious admiration for Ji Yuning. What? She has 20 billion yuan in wealth. Hearing that, everyone was surprised. Although they didn't know about the Shengning organization, they were all amazed by the amount of money. Right, the clothing store, Gufen, over there is owned by the Shengning organization. And the kuzi you all like to use is also owned by the Shengning organization, said Zhuang Tianmei. At this moment, everyone was stunned. It turned out that Ji Yuning was so successful at such a young age. She was only 19, but she already had 20 billion yuan in wealth. All of a sudden, they became more jealous of Zhuang Tianmei. How could Zhuang Tianmei be so lucky? Their boss picked her. The manager of this shopping mall also paid special attention to her. Even the owner of the Shengning organization knew her. After Ji Yuning and the others left, they went to look around in Gufen. Everything went on smoothly, so because it was still early, they went to other shopping malls afterwards. At 5:30 p.m., Ji Yuning set off alone to the Song family's place, and told Gao Yi and Chao Ya to do their own things. When it was only several minutes away from 6 p.m., she arrived at the area where the Song family was located. The Song family lived in a luxurious residential area, and people living inside were either rich or powerful. Ji Yuning didn't go in right after she arrived at the residential area, because cars and people from outside couldn't get in easily. She could only wait till Leng Yuanjun was back and could go in with her. Before she came, Ji Yuning had already called Leng Yuanjun and told her that she would wait for her outside. As a result, once Leng Yuanjun was back, she called Ji Yuning and they met. Leng Yuanjun had only met Ji Yuning twice before, but she really liked Ji Yuning, so she was very happy to see her. In fact, Ji Yuning had helped the Leng family a lot. After she appeared, Leng Xiaoting was finally in love and they were no longer worried that he might die alone. Moreover, because of Ji Yuning, they found Jing Yunyao, or Leng Xiaoting would never have been able to see his mother again. Although no one knew whether they might have met one day in the future, without Ji Yuning, it wouldn't have happened so soon. Therefore, it was Ji Yuning who made it happen. With Leng Yuanjun's help, Ji Yuning could drive inside along with her. As a guest, Ji Yuning brought gifts with her when she visited the Song family. However, she didn't know how many members were there in the Song family, so she only brought some fruits and flowers. She didn't prepare special gifts for each of them. Seeing Ji Yuning come with so many gifts, Leng Yuanjun said resignedly, "You don't need to do that. We're a family after all." Although it was the truth, it was still manners which she shouldn't forget. If she didn't bring gifts with her, other people might think she was impolite. Nevertheless, this time, she indeed brought too many gifts with her, which wasn't necessary. Ji Yuning was already here, and it was impossible for her to take it back. There aren't many. After all, it's very rude if I come without any gifts. I don't want others to think I'm impolite, said Ji Yuning, half joking. Ha ha, fine. Leng Yuanjun put on a resigned smile and said nothing further about that, because Ji Yuning was right. Chen, come and help take these things inside. Leng Yuanjun said to two security guards who were not far from them. She wouldn't let Ji Yuning carry them in alone. Ji Yuning didn't refuse and listened to Leng Yuanjun. After they brought the gifts in, Leng Yuanjun invited Ji Yuning inside as well. Only Yinyu and her grandparents are home. Yinyu's uncles and aunts come home a while later than me, so we'll have a late dinner. Are you hungry? Leng Yuanjun asked. Song Wenxuan was the second son of the Song family. He was involved in politics, while the Song family's eldest son, Song Wenchang, took over his grandmother's family business and was a businessman now. The Song family's third son, Song Wenshou, was also in politics, and he now was the director of a department in the government. Not yet. I ate a lot when I inspected the stores, said Ji Yuning. She hadn't eaten much, but she wasn't hungry. Chapter 2213. Lie down right now. After Leng Yuanjun took Ji Yuning into the house, it was clear that only Song Yinyu and her grandparents were watching TV in the living room. Seeing Ji Yuning walk in, Song Yinyu was surprised. Obviously, she didn't know that Ji Yuning would come. When Ji Yuning suddenly appeared in City C, Song Yinyu couldn't believe her eyes. However, she was very sure that it was true. All of a sudden, Song Yinyu threw the remote control away and jumped out of the sofa. She ran towards Ji Yuning and said excitedly, "Hi, Ji Yuning, long time no see." Both Grandpa Song and Grandma Song had heard about Ji Yuning and they knew a lot about her, but they hadn't seen her yet. Even if they failed to recognize Ji Yuning at the beginning, they realized it was Ji Yuning after Song Yinyu's shout. Speaking of Ji Yuning, both Grandpa Song and Grandma Song really appreciated her. She wasn't only very beautiful, she was also very successful at such a young age. It was hard for them not to like her. "Hi, Yinyu, been a long time." Ji Yuning beamed at Song Yinyu. After that, she turned to look at Grandpa Song and Grandma Song on the sofa. "Nice to see you, Grandpa Song, Grandma Song. I'm sorry for my sudden visit. You're always welcome here. Come, let me have a closer look at you." Grandma Song nicely smiled at her and beckoned to her. Hearing that, Ji Yuning held Song Yinyu's hand and they went over together. Song Yinyu ran to greet her, so she couldn't leave her aside. After Ji Yuning and Song Yinyu went to sit next to Grandma Song held her hand and sized her up. "Wow, what a beautiful girl. You're not only pretty, but are also very outstanding and successful at such a young age. It's really hard for people not to like you." Although Ji Yuning felt a little uneasy when Grandma Song grabbed her hand, she didn't get rid of it. Facing Grandma Song's compliment, Ji Yuning replied with a smile. "Thank you for your praise." Grandpa Song was a serious man with few words, but he also talked a lot with Ji Yuning today. When Grandpa Song talked with Ji Yuning, he involuntarily ignored her age. Before long, Song Yinyu's uncle and aunt were back along with their 12-year-old son, Song Zile. All the Song family members were aware of Ji Yuning's background and achievements, but this was also their first meeting with Ji Yuning. They didn't recognize her until Leng Yuanjun introduced her to them. After knowing who Ji Yuning was, they were very kind to her too. The Song family was a harmonious family. Although they argued with each other, they soon forgave and accepted each other again. It wasn't a serious problem. After a short while, Song Wencheng's 23-year-old son, Song Mingzuo, was home. Song Mingzuo was a handsome playboy, so his eyes lit up once he saw Ji Yuning and he didn't bother to hide it. He directly ignored the other members of the Song family and greeted Ji Yuning. "Hi, beauty. Nice to see you. What's your name? Are you a relative of our family? I've never seen you before." Mingzuo. Seeing that, Song Wencheng gave Song Mingzuo a glare to warn him to behave himself. Song Wencheng was very smart and had a good memory, so he recognized Ji Yuning the moment he saw her. Song Wencheng was a shrewd businessman, but he wouldn't play tricks with his family members. Humph. Song Mingzuo was a little annoying, but he was afraid of his father, so he said nothing after his father warned him to behave himself. However, he still boldly sized up Ji Yuning and gave her the eye. "Miss Ji Yu, I'm sorry. My son is a little annoying. Please forgive him." Song Wencheng apologized to Ji Yuning. He didn't slight Ji Yuning just because she was younger than him. Besides, Ji Yuning wasn't a normal junior, she was Lady Ning of the Tang family in City B, the future granddaughter-in-law of the Leng family, and the chairman of a large business group. Given the above titles, he knew he should be respectful, instead of looking down on her. "You must be Ji Yuning, right? Elder Mrs. Song didn't recognize Ji Yuning at the beginning. She only felt that she looked familiar, but she suddenly remembered Ji Yuning after Song Wencheng greeted her. "It's very nice to see you, Uncle Song, Aunt Song. I'm Ji Yuning." Ji Yuning smiled at all of them. "Ji Yuning. You're Ji Yuning." At this moment, Song Mingzuo was shocked. To his surprise, this beauty in front of him was the girl named Ji Yuning that his uncle and aunt had talked about. In an instant, Song Mingzuo felt so embarrassed that he wished he hadn't been so stupid earlier. "Yes, nice to see you." Ji Yuning felt amused upon seeing Song Mingzuo, then greeted him. Hi, my name's Song Mingzuo." Song Mingzuo greeted her too, but didn't dare to meet Ji Yuning's eyes, because he was so embarrassed. Ji Yuning couldn't care less about that. Other than Song Wenchuan, who was on a business meal, and Song Wencheng's eldest son, Song Mingqing, all the Song family members were back home, so they were about to have the meal. However, right after they sat around the table, Ji Yuning had foreknowledge, which was about Song Wenxuan. Ji Yuning saw that when Song Wenxuan got out of the car in front of a restaurant, a bullet shot out from the dark, hitting Song Wenxuan's chest. Ji Yuning suddenly became nervous, and she immediately said to Leng Yuanjun, "Aunt Yuanjun, please call Uncle Wenxuan right now. I have something to tell him right away." Everyone was confused by Ji Yuning's request. Why did she have to talk to Song Wenxuan right now? Apart from the young generation, other people saw Ji Yuning was very serious, so Leng Yuanjun took out her phone to call Song Wenxuan at once. At this time, Song Wenxuan just reached the hotel and his car was about to stop at the gate. His phone rang and Song Wenxuan picked it up. When he answered the phone, Song Wenxuan opened the car door and stepped out. Once her phone was answered, Ji Yuning used her consciousness to feel the sounds on the other side of the phone. "Uncle Wenxuan, this is Ji Yuning. Don't leave the car," Ji Yuning said in a serious tone, because she was very anxious. "I'm all ready." Song Wenxuan was surprised to hear Ji Yuning's voice, but he didn't think much about it. He knew Ji Yuning was in the Song family's place now, but he was confused why Ji Yuning told him not to leave the car when he was about to do that. "Someone is going to shoot you. Lie down right now." Before Song Wenxuan finished speaking, Ji Yuning's consciousness heard the sound of a bullet being loaded, and she immediately shouted at Song Wenxuan. She shouted at him in order to scare him and make him react faster. Song Wenxuan was indeed frightened and immediately lay down as he was told. At this time, a boom gunshot sounded as Song Wenxuan got down, but because Song Wenxuan lowered his body, the bullet happened to pass in the air above him and failed to hit him. Chapter 2214, How did you know someone would shoot? On the other side of the phone, it fell into a mess because of the abrupt gunshot. Song Wenxuan was protected by his security guards at once. Because the person who secretly shot Song Wenxuan failed, he didn't fire again and immediately ran away, or he might be caught. The Song family members, however, were amazed by Ji Yuning's words. "Ji Yuning, what did you say?" Song Wencheng was the first who came back to his senses and asked. Ji Yuning didn't reply to him and instead put the phone on speaker, then asked Song Wenxuan, "Uncle Wenxuan, how are you?" Hearing Ji Yuning's voice, Song Wenxuan calmed down and said, I'm fine. Ji Yuning, thank you so much. If it hadn't been for you, I would." Song Wenxuan didn't finish, because it was a little inconvenient to talk about that right now. He didn't know how Ji Yuning managed to know that someone would shoot him, but he knew he couldn't mention it now, so he said, "Let's talk about it when I'm home. I'm afraid it's a treacherous plot. I have a feeling it's not over yet, so I'm worried about you." "Uncle Wenxuan, which private room are you in right now?" "I'll go to have a look," said Ji Yuning. Even if Song Wenxuan felt it was a little inappropriate, he also knew it was a treacherous plot. He wouldn't have come if he had a choice. Therefore, since Ji Yuning said it wasn't over yet and he also felt it was dangerous, he didn't turn her down. He knew Ji Yuning was a strong girl, so he felt relieved that she was here. The Song family was sure that someone had shot at him after hearing Song Wenxuan's reply. They were scared and began to look at Ji Yuning in surprise. How did she know someone would shoot Song Wenxuan? Did she call him to protect him? Could she foresee the future? They didn't think it was possible, and felt it was too unbelievable. However, what they didn't know was that it was the truth. "Ji Yuning, how did you know someone would shoot Wenxuan?" "You're with us now?" asked Song Wencheng once Ji Yuning finished her call with Song Wenxuan. He was quite curious about it. Ji Yuning then explained it to them. "In fact, I came to visit you today because I received a message after I arrived at City C. Someone is going to hurt Uncle Wenxuan. So I planned to talk about that with Uncle Wenxuan, but unexpectedly, the person took action so soon. I knew because I had a premonition, so I called Uncle Wenxuan without delay. It might sound strange to you, but after I woke up from a coma caused by a car accident a year ago, the premonitions I've had are 80% accurate." Hearing the purpose of Ji Yuning's visit today, the Song family felt quite grateful to her. However, they were all astonished after hearing her explanation. If they hadn't witnessed it, they wouldn't believe it, but now they had to believe it after witnessing what Ji Yuning could do. Wow, it's so incredible. Song Mingzuo looked at Ji Yuning with great admiration. He took Ji Yuning as his idol now. It's indeed unbelievable. Other people chimed in. It was too unbelievable to be true. All right, I think I should stop eating and go to meet Uncle Wenxuan now, said Ji Yuning, then she stood up. She was unwilling to waste time. Although Song Wenxuan might not be in danger again, she still needed to go there as quickly as possible in case any accidents happened. Fortunately, she was in City C now, or Song Wenxuan might have been injured. At least it meant Song Wenxuan had good luck. Thank you so much, Ji Yuning, said Leng Yuanjun. She looked anxious and worried. She knew Ji Yuning was strong, but Ji Yuning was just a girl, so Leng Yuanjun couldn't help but feel worried. She was worried about Song Wenxuan and Ji Yuning. However, no matter how worried she was, she could do nothing now and could only rely on Ji Yuning. Do you need some people to go with you? Said Master Song. He was afraid Ji Yuning might not be able to handle it alone if anything bad happened. No need. It'll be inconvenient if there are too many people. Don't worry, I promise Uncle Wenxuan will be fine with my help, said Ji Yuning with great confidence. Since she said that, the others said nothing further. They didn't dare to waste Ji Yuning's time either, because Song Wenxuan was still in a very dangerous situation. Therefore, they watched Ji Yuning walk away. Once Ji Yuning left, she called Kay and gave him the address of the restaurant that Song Wenxuan was dining at. She told Kay to watch the surveillance cameras to see whether he could find the criminal. She wouldn't let the criminal get away with it. The person didn't succeed this time, but his actions already broke the law and he might try again. Song Wenxuan was in a complete panic after the accident happened, although he did his best to calm down. At the same time, he also pondered who wanted to kill him. Although he didn't have an exact name, he knew there were several people who wanted to kill him at this time. As for the purpose, he easily figured it out without an investigation. They did it for the position of the secretary of the provincial party committee. After the accident happened, Song Wenxuan walked into the hall of the hotel, but he didn't rush upstairs because he had already called the police. He needed to wait till the police came and he would leave after giving his account. Because Song Wenxuan was the deputy secretary of the provincial party committee, the police came very quickly. The director of the Public Security Bureau came in person. After hearing the whole story, the director of the Public Security Bureau carried out an investigation at once. Although the director of the Public Security Bureau wasn't in the same faction as Song Wenxuan, he didn't dare to take it lightly. After all, he wasn't in the same faction as Song Wenxuan, but he could still be in trouble if Song Wenxuan had anything on him. Those who went to the same meal with Song Wenxuan were nearly all present before he showed up. Therefore, they soon learned the news after it happened, and they all asked Song Wenxuan about the situation with concern. When Song Wenxuan thanked them for their concern, he also carefully observed their expressions. He was suspicious that the mastermind might be one of them. However, they all had been involved in politics for years and they knew how to hide their emotions, so Song Wenxuan saw nothing from their faces. In fact, the mastermind was indeed among them. Chapter 2215, You can leave early. After learning that the assassination failed, the mastermind behind the scenes was very disappointed and angry, but he didn't show it on his face, because everyone here was highly sophisticated. As long as he showed his real feelings even slightly, they would find out. It was a great skill to hide one's feelings. Ji Yuning drove as fast as possible and finished the route which normally took 20 minutes in just 10 minutes. At this time, Song Wenxuan and the others were already in the private room and were about to enjoy the meal. After Ji Yuning parked her car well, she went to the private room that Song Wenxuan was in, but she didn't go in. Instead, she stayed outside and used her jade eyes to see the situation inside. Seeing Ji Yuning just standing out there, a waiter came to chase her away. After all, this private room was filled with important figures. If she interrupted them, it would cause trouble. When the waiter came to chase her away, Ji Yuning said, "My uncle is inside. Can't I wait for him outside? I won't go in and interrupt them." Once the waiter heard that, he softened. He was unwilling to offend any member of the powerful families, but he was afraid that Ji Yuning lied to him, so he asked, "Who's your uncle?" "Song Wenxuan," said Ji Yuning. Upon hearing that, the waiter took a long breath in. To his surprise, she was the niece of the deputy secretary of the provincial party committee. "Do you need me to help you tell them you're here?" asked the waiter. He did that for two reasons. First, if Ji Yuning was really the niece of the deputy secretary of the provincial party committee, he couldn't mess with her and must please her instead. Second, if Ji Yuning lied to him, she should be scared away after he said that. "Sure, please tell my uncle I need to see him. If it isn't convenient for me to go in, I'll just wait for him outside. Or he might blame me for being impolite," said Ji Yuning. She actually didn't have to go in, and simply wanted to tell Song Wenxuan that she was already here and that he could relax. "No problem." Seeing that Ji Yuning agreed, the waiter believed that she was the niece of the deputy secretary of the provincial party committee, so he was nicer to her now. After that, the waiter knocked on the door and walked in. The atmosphere in the private room wasn't enjoyable. After all, they were enemies in politics, and they had this meal merely to treat the officials sent from the capital for inspection. However, these officials obviously weren't in the same faction of the Leng family, so they picked on Song Wenxuan a little. However, Song Wenxuan wasn't weak, so they didn't dare to go too far. In fact, they didn't enjoy a higher status in the government. They were sent here by the capital and were the guests, so Song Wenxuan needed to treat them politely. They had support, but Song Wenxuan also had support, and Song Wenxuan had a more powerful family background than them, so they still had to be careful. The waiter came in after he had the permission. Facing the group of senior officials, he was quite nervous and even trembled a little. "Secretary Song, there is a girl outside. She claims to be your niece and needs to see you. If it's inconvenient for her to come in, she said she can wait outside." Once Song Wenxuan heard that, he knew it was Ji Yuning and felt much relaxed. He also understood that Ji Yuning didn't mean to come in by letting the waiter tell him she was already here. She simply wanted to set his mind at rest. Anyway, it was indeed inconvenient for Ji Yuning to come in and join them for today's meal. "Go tell her I can't see her right now. Let her wait for me for a while. We'll go home together later," said Song Wenxuan. "Sure," said the waiter and walked out. After he was out, he conveyed Song Wenxuan's answer to Ji Yuning, and Ji Yuning nodded. The waiter asked to take Ji Yuning to a lounge, because it would take a while for them to finish the meal, but Ji Yuning declined. She would just wait here. If anything really happened, she would immediately take action and help Song Wenxuan. Because she said that, the waiter didn't insist. In the private room, when people heard that Song Wenxuan would leave after having this meal, some of them were dissatisfied. "Secretary Song, we'll adjourn to another place afterwards. How can you leave first?" "Right, committee member Fang is a rare visitor, and we must treat him well." Facing their criticisms, Song Wenxuan wasn't mad, but explained in a resigned tone, "I'm sorry, but I have to leave earlier. The girl is actually the future wife of my nephew. She came to deal with something from the capital today. If I don't go with her, the old man in my family will be mad at me. It's not a secret that my father-in-law really cherishes this girl." Knowing that, several of them seemed unhappy. If Song Wenxuan was absent, they wouldn't be able to carry out their scheme. "Do you mean she's the future granddaughter-in-law of the Leng family?" an official asked. "Right, the future wife of the Leng family's eldest grandson who has the title of a major general," said Song Wenxuan on purpose to stop them from causing him more trouble. None of them were comparable to Leng Xiaoting's status in this country, and Leng Xiaoting was also the Leng family's eldest grandson. Perhaps they didn't take him, the Leng family's son-in-law, seriously, but they had to be careful not to mess with the Leng family's immediate family members. Without surprise, once Song Wenxuan said that, nobody dared to stop him from leaving. If Leng Xiaoting or Master Leng learned about their behavior, they could be in real trouble. They knew little about Leng Xiaoting, but they had heard about his achievements. And even if he hadn't achieved a lot, his family background was influential enough. "If so, we can't keep you here. Why don't we invite General Leng's wife to come in and join us? It's not polite to keep her waiting outside," said an official. There are only men in this room. She's a young girl. I don't think it's a good idea. Just let her wait for a while. She won't mind, said Song Wenxuan. He indeed felt it was inappropriate for a girl to dine with a group of men. Right, Secretary Song, you can leave as you want when you finish later. Governor Wang can stay with us, said an official from the capital. Sure, I'll leave in a while. After I help my nephew's wife solve the problem, I'll buy you all a meal as an apology, said Song Wenxuan, as a courtesy. He didn't really mean to buy them a meal. They were all smart people, so none of them would take it seriously. Chapter 2216. Not conservative. In half an hour, Song Wenxuan finished the meal and excused himself from the other people. Song Wenxuan's secretary needed to drive the car, so he left along with Song Wenxuan. Once Song Wenxuan came out, he saw Ji Yuning and apologized. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. Song Wenxuan's secretary was surprised to see Ji Yuning, not because he knew her, but because he realized that the Leng family's future granddaughter-in-law was very young. It's fine. Let's go now. Ji Yuning didn't care about it. It wasn't convenient for them to have a conversation here, so Ji Yuning didn't bother to say much. Although Song Wenxuan was gone, people in the private room didn't change their topic. They didn't talk much about Song Wenxuan either, because they weren't in the same faction and it might cause trouble if they said something they shouldn't have said. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Ji Yuning and the others walked out of the door of the hotel, then told a valet parker to help them bring their car over. Ji Yuning told Song Wenxuan to get in her car, while his secretary drove his car. To avoid accidents, Ji Yuning had used her jade eyes to check Song Wenxuan's car. She saw nothing wrong with it, so she let Song Wenxuan's secretary drive it away. After they were away from the hotel, Song Wenxuan asked, Ji Yuning, how did you know someone would shoot me? Ji Yuning then gave him the same explanation she had given the Song family. Song Wenxuan was greatly surprised and couldn't believe his ears, but it was the truth no matter how unbelievable it was. After all, it was impossible that Ji Yuning caused it. There was no reason for her to do that. Song Wenxuan wasn't suspicious of Ji Yuning, because she was family. I bet you must have a name in your mind after it happened, but we are not sure who did that yet. I've already arranged for someone to investigate it, but it might take some time, said Ji Yuning. K's abilities were also limited, so Ji Yuning couldn't be sure of it before he found anything useful. Ji Yuning continued, I think it won't end just like that, so I'll stay in City C for a while in case any accidents happen again. I can be helpful here too. And I also want to send someone to protect you if you don't mind. Song Wenxuan had bodyguards to protect him, but they were hardly comparable to Gao Yi. Gao Yi alone was stronger than 10 of his bodyguards. Therefore, Ji Yuning planned to stay with Song Wenxuan these days. Of course not. But will it interrupt your schedule if you stay here with me? Song Wenxuan felt touched that Ji Yuning was so protective of him, but he was worried that it might affect Ji Yuning's plans. In fact, he knew that Ji Yuning was much stronger than he thought, so he didn't think she was bragging. No, it won't. I'm free these days. If I need to deal with something, I'll leave then, said Ji Yuning. Great. If so, Song Wenxuan accepted her kindness. Oh, Uncle Wenxuan, I need to tell you something, but you must keep it a secret, said Ji Yuning seriously. Sure, I'll never tell anyone else, said Song Wenxuan. I have a relationship with the leader of the Tianying gang. I learned from him that someone tried to frame you. The Tianying gang has been through something not long ago, and now it won't be involved in illegal activities anymore. So, please avoid having conflicts with the Tianying gang. If you think it needs more changes, just tell me and I'll let them know. If you want them to do anything, as long as it's legal, I can help you with that as well. Please don't worry, they won't hurt you, said Ji Yuning. She told Song Wenxuan that because she hoped that there wouldn't be conflicts between them. After all, Song Wenxuan was an official in the government, while the Tianying gang was an illegal gang. It was hard for them not to have conflicts. Hearing that, Song Wenxuan was astonished. He didn't expect that Ji Yuning had a relationship with the Tianying gang. Ji Yuning continued, actually, I also have a relationship with the Qing gang, and the Kirin gang, so you can turn to me for help if you need to deal with them in the future. Xiaoting is aware of all that. At this moment, Song Wenxuan was stunned. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuning also had a relationship with the Qing gang, and the Kirin gang, which were the two major gangs in the country. Song Wenxuan wasn't conservative, and he knew the existence of illegal gangs couldn't be totally removed. Illegal gangs could control some crimes, so he wasn't biased against them, but neither was he in favor of them. After all, they were illegal gangs. In fact, not every official in the government was upright. Some officials were even worse than the illegal gangs. All of a sudden, Song Wenxuan felt Ji Yuning was much more complicated than he thought. She wasn't like a 19-year-old girl, she was more like a wily old fox about 40 years old. Uncle Wenxuan, you might have a bad impression of me for that, but you should know the use of illegal gangs better than me. It's better to have a good relationship with them than to be their enemies, said Ji Yuning. I'm surprised by your relationship with those illegal gangs, but I'm not conservative. I understand why those illegal gangs have to exist. It's very dangerous to deal with them, but it's not a completely bad thing, so I don't have a bad impression of you at all, said Song Wenxuan sincerely. Whether these illegal gangs had broken the law, it wasn't a big deal as long as Ji Yuning obeyed the law. Actually, even if Song Wenxuan disapproved of her, Ji Yuning didn't care, but she felt happy to know that Song Wenxuan didn't have a bad impression of her. When they were back in the Song family's home, the others immediately asked them whether they were fine. Seeing they were safe, the others were relieved. After staying in the Song family's place for a while, Ji Yuning left. The Song family wanted her to stay for a night, but she declined. So because Ji Yuning insisted on leaving, they didn't force her to stay. When Ji Yuning left, she went directly back to the hotel, which was the Xianxia Hotel situated in the city center. Ji Yuning always stayed either in the Xianxia Hotel or the Wangdang Hotel. They were both free after all, so she didn't need to stay somewhere else. Ji Yuning booked a presidential suite with 3 bedrooms, since because of Ji Yuning's presence, Gaoyi and Chaoya felt embarrassed to sleep in the same room. Back in the hotel, Ji Yuning asked Gaoyi to be Song Wenxuan's bodyguard for a few days. Chapter 2217. You can lose your life. When it was nearly 11 a.m., Ji Yuning received a message from K. He told her that he found the location of the gunman. He was in No. 3, Building 12, X Unit, XX Residential Area. It took K a longer time, because the gunman deliberately took a complicated route and spent some time in another place. The owner of the house was an unmarried woman, while the man who shot Song Wenxuan was a man, so K failed to find the gunman at the beginning. Since they learned the gunman's address, Ji Yuning needed to go there. She didn't bring Gaoyi and Chaoya with her this time, and went there alone. However, Ji Yuning wasn't familiar with City C, so she used the GPS. About 20 minutes later, she arrived at the residential area. After parking her car nearby, she walked there, because she had to be fully prepared to do bad things. Because it was a normal residential area, the security wasn't very tight, so Ji Yuning directly went up from the underground parking lot in an elevator. On the 12th floor, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to see the situation in the room. There was only a man in it. He was about 30, and was lying on the bed, listening to music with his headphones. There was a gun on the bedside table. Ji Yuning turned her jade eyes to see what other people were doing in the other apartments. There were 4 apartments on each floor. One wasn't furnished yet, one was empty, while a man and a woman were having passionate sex to loud music in the other one. Seeing that amorous picture, Ji Yuning withdrew her gaze at once. It was very loud there, so they couldn't hear what happened outside, so Ji Yuning could do whatever she needed to do. Because this was a tall building, the windows were all equipped with burglar bars. As a result, if she wanted to get in, she would need to either break the door or cut off those burglar bars to go in through the windows. Whether she chose to break the door or cut off the burglar bars, it would make noises, so Ji Yuning decided to observe the surroundings before taking action. Ji Yuning didn't forget to look at the floor beneath room No. 3. The floor wasn't furnished yet, so there was nobody. Without delay, Ji Yuning took action. It would make more noise if she broke the door, so Ji Yuning chose to cut off the burglar bars. She first damaged the surveillance cameras in the corridor, then took out a dagger to cut off the burglar bars. With the help of her magical energy, she easily broke them. Although she made some noise, it didn't attract attention. After that, Ji Yuning crawled out of the window of the aisle and went to the window of the bathroom of number 3 room. Because the bathroom was next to the entryway, it was very close to the window near the aisle. Ji Yuning cut off the burglar bars of the bathroom, then went in through the bathroom. When she did that, she made some loud noises and attracted the attention of the man in the master bedroom. He immediately walked over to have a look. The man didn't know where the sound came from, so after he walked out of the bedroom, he looked around to search for it. As soon as he walked to the balcony of the living room and stepped back after a glance, he saw Ji Yuning standing in the living room. He was frightened and moved a few steps backwards in fear. With a look of shock, he pointed to Ji Yuning and asked nervously, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" For a moment, the man had a ridiculous idea that Ji Yuning might be a ghost because she showed up from nowhere. He remembered that he had closed and locked the door. Even if there was a key, no one should be able to come in. Besides, there were burglar bars, and it was impossible for a human to get in. Even if anyone wanted to get in, he or she had to break the burglar bars, which would make loud noises, but he had heard nothing. It had just been a little movement over there, so he didn't think the burglar bars were already broken. However, he didn't believe in ghosts, so he thought that he might have forgotten to lock the door and Ji Yuning might have a key to his apartment and directly walked in by opening the door. "It's not important who I am, but I came to see you for a reason," said Ji Yuning in a flat voice, looking at him. "What is it?" the man asked. He knew that Ji Yuning showed up for nothing good, so he stayed alert. Although Ji Yuning was just a woman, she couldn't be weak since she could show up here without anyone noticing her. "Did you shoot Song Wenxuan about 6:30 p.m. outside XX Hotel?" Ji Yuning asked. Although she asked that question, she already had the answer. Hearing that, the man panicked and showed obvious surprise, because he couldn't believe it was exposed. Even though Ji Yuning already knew it, the man still refused to admit it. "I don't understand what you're talking about." "You don't understand. Stop lying. I can see you're guilty." Ji Yuning said mockingly, "Tell you what, I've witnessed everything, otherwise I wouldn't come to see you. Do you want to know why Song Wenxuan suddenly lowered his body and avoided the bullet?" "Because I was secretly talking to him on the phone. I saw you point a gun at him, so I told him to duck." The man couldn't stay calm any longer. Back then, he thought Song Wenxuan reacted quickly and successfully avoided the bullet. He was even amazed by Song Wenxuan's agility. However, it turned out that someone was spying on him the entire time. How was it possible? In an instant, the man looked dangerous, staring at Ji Yuning. If what she said was true, he had to kill her now. Whether anyone else was aware of it, he had to kill all the witnesses since his secret was already exposed, otherwise he would be in trouble. "So, tell me, who paid you to kill Song Wenxuan?" Ji Yuning asked coldly as she stared at the man. "You can lose your life. Do you know that?" Ji Yuning became colder. "Can I survive after I tell you? I'm afraid I won't live after trying to shoot the secretary of the provincial party committee," said the man. He didn't bother to deny the fact that he had tried to murder Song Wenxuan now, because Ji Yuning had witnessed it. It was useless for him to deny it now. Once the assassination was exposed, he clearly knew what would happen to him, but he refused to be caught without struggling. "You're not dumb, but you don't have to pay with your life for it. If you can tell me who the mastermind is, I can help you get a lighter sentence," said Ji Yuning. Chapter 2218. He's caught. The man laughed at himself for a moment. He knew he didn't have to lose his life if he had only committed that single crime, but he had actually broken the law several times. Once he was caught, the other crimes he had committed would be exposed too and he would be sentenced to death. "What? You're not willing to tell me?" Ji Yuning asked when the man still refused to open his mouth, but she could also see that the man was hesitating. He wasn't determined. However, he still kept his mouth shut. "Well, it seems you don't care about your life at all." If so, I don't need to bother to waste more time on you. You won't be honest anyway. It must be one of Song Wenxuan's competitors. He'll come out sooner or later. Since the man was reluctant to tell her, Ji Yuning wouldn't force him to do so, since it would be a total waste of time. As she said, even if the man told her a name, it might not be true, because there were several people who had the motive. He could tell her a random name to fool her. The man didn't expect Ji Yuning to stop asking him so soon, and he suddenly didn't know what to do. What do you want to do? He stayed alert, looking at Ji Yuning. The man felt that if Ji Yuning really wanted to know who was the mastermind, he would be safe for the time being. After all, she couldn't hurt him in order to find out who the mastermind was. However, it seemed that she didn't care about it at all. What do I want to do? You're not afraid of death. Why do you even care about what I want to do? Since you're not afraid of death, I'll just kill you, Ji Yuning sneered and went to attack the man at once. Ji Yuning wouldn't really kill him, because she didn't want to kill people and this man couldn't die right now. Even if he refused to tell her who the mastermind was, she still needed to put him in jail. She did that in order to tell the person who paid this man and other people who had the idea of murdering Song Wenxuan that Song Wenxuan wasn't vulnerable. The mastermind would also be nervous after this man was caught, because this man might betray him. The mastermind wouldn't live comfortably from now on. However, it was also possible that the mastermind wasn't afraid of being exposed. He shouldn't be an idiot, and might have ordered someone else to pay this man to kill Song Wenxuan. Seeing Ji Yuning attacking him, the man fought back right away. Although he knew Ji Yuning wasn't weak, it didn't mean he was scared of her and didn't dare to fight back. On the contrary, in order to survive, he had to do his best. The man wasn't weak among ordinary people, but compared to Ji Yuning, he was no match and Ji Yuning easily caught him in a few moments. No matter how he struggled, the man couldn't get rid of Ji Yuning's hands. It shocked and scared him, because Ji Yuning was much stronger than he imagined. Afterwards, the man felt despair. It seemed he was doomed to be caught by Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning then knocked the man unconscious before calling Song Wenxuan and telling him that the gunman was already caught. She was going to hand the man to him. It wasn't early now, but Song Wenxuan couldn't sleep, because he had just been through a terrible experience today. He hadn't recovered from it yet. When Song Wenxuan received Ji Yuning's call and heard the news, he directly sat up on the bed in shock. What? You caught the gunman? It was unbelievable. Even the police had no clue yet, but Ji Yuning already caught the gunman. Yeah, but he refused to tell me who the mastermind is. Even if he told me, it might not be true, so I didn't continue to question him. After all, there are a few suspects, so it's possible for any of them to be guilty. I'll hand it over to you now, and I'll carry out a further investigation using this man's identity, said Ji Yuning. She didn't know who the man was, so she couldn't get more information earlier on, but now that she learned the man's name, ID number, and bank account, she could conduct a further investigation. Sure, I'll send people to take him, said Song Wenxuan. Before the police came, Ji Yuning collected the man's ID card and bank cards, then took a picture of them so that Kay could investigate further. In addition, in case the gunman didn't use his own ID card to apply for the phone number, Ji Yuning used his phone to call her number and added his number to her contacts. Half an hour later, 2 police cars showed up downstairs. Song Wenxuan didn't come, because it wasn't convenient for him to go around now. Only his secretary and the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau came. The deputy director of the Public Security Bureau was in the same faction as Song Wenxuan, so he was reliable. In front of Song Wenxuan's secretary and other people, Ji Yuning didn't bother to disguise herself any longer, so she removed her mask. Because Ji Yuning caught the murderer, they all admired her very much. Once they arrived, Ji Yuning left, in case they asked her all kinds of questions. And because of Ji Yuning's special status, nobody dared to stop her from leaving. It was already 1 a.m. when Ji Yuning got back to the hotel, so she washed herself and went to sleep. Early the next morning, Ji Yuning sent Kay the man's ID number, bank account and phone number, then asked him to conduct a further investigation. Because it was too late yesterday and it wasn't an emergency, she didn't bother Kay and waited till this morning. After that, Ji Yuning brought Gao Yi to the Song family and met Song Wenxuan. The Song family was very grateful to Ji Yuning, because she had saved Song Wenxuan's life and even caught the criminal. Is the Leng family aware of it? Ji Yuning asked Song Wenxuan. Not yet, but I'll call Master Leng later. They'll be worried if they hear the news, but I think they need to know, said Song Wenxuan. Sure, it's necessary for them to know that, said Ji Yuning. Therefore, on Song Wenxuan's way to work, he called Master Leng. When Master Leng heard the news, he was angry, but he wasn't surprised. After all, he had been involved in politics for years, so it wasn't surprising. In fact, he had encountered assassination attempts countless times before, especially when he was the chairman of the country. It wasn't surprising, but they had to catch the mastermind, or their enemies might think they were easy to bully. Song Wenxuan also told Master Leng that Ji Yuning had helped him a lot, otherwise he would have been seriously injured even if he could survive. It was also Ji Yuning who caught the criminal so quickly. Hearing that, Master Leng felt very proud of his future granddaughter-in-law, but he was worried about Ji Yuning's safety as well. Chapter 2219. Zhou Litao is serving the Yuan family. No matter how strong Ji Yuning was, people who cared about her would still be worried about her safety. Therefore, after the call with Song Wenxuan, Master Leng called Ji Yuning and reminded her to be careful. That morning, the news that the murderer who tried to assassinate Song Wenxuan was caught spread abroad, and it shocked many people, especially the senior official who sent the gunman. Although he didn't pay the gunman to kill Song Wenxuan in person, he had made the arrangement. Therefore, even if the gunman didn't know that he was the mastermind, if the gunman betrayed the person who paid him, Song Wenxuan could still easily find him using the clues. Although the person sent by him was reliable, accidents could happen. Therefore, the senior official was quite nervous. He had done a bad thing after all, and it was hard to stay calm as if nothing had happened. However, no matter how anxious he was now, he couldn't lose control of himself. Perhaps he could stay out of the case. In order to not attract a lot of attention, he didn't dare to send his people to collect more information for him. He could only watch carefully how it would develop afterwards. He would see what he could do according to the situation then. While he was surprised and anxious, he was also angry, because the gunman was caught so soon. He couldn't directly collect more information about the gunman, but he could ask the person who was sent by him. He wanted to know whether the gunman was reliable and whether he would be betrayed. The person didn't think it was very likely, because the gunman was a fugitive and he would be sentenced to death or life imprisonment once he was caught. In addition, the gunman was a filial son, and the person had used his parents to threaten him. If the gunman betrayed them, they would punish his parents. Therefore, the person didn't think the gunman would betray them, but it was a possibility. After the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau took the gunman away last night, he interrogated him overnight, but the gunman refused to say anything. Afterwards, they found out that this gunman was also a criminal suspect at large, and he was even a major criminal suspect. Ji Yuning learned more information about the gunman 2 hours after she asked Kay to investigate it, and she learned that the gunman was actually a criminal suspect at large. He didn't apply for his bank card with his ID card, but through a relative of his, so was his phone number. Because he was a criminal suspect at large, he couldn't use his ID card at all. Once he used it, he would be noticed by the police. As for his bank card, there had been no large deposits since the beginning of the account opening. He only had occasional amounts of tens of thousands of yuan coming into his account, and there was only dozens of thousands of yuan in it now. Obviously, they made the deal in cash. Kay had checked all of his call records, and found nothing abnormal. Therefore, he could only conduct the investigation from places the gunman had visited and the people he had contacted through the surveillance videos. After watching the surveillance videos, Kay indeed found something abnormal. 2 days ago, the gunman was followed by a man, but the man was wearing a peaked cap and a mask so no one could see his appearance. The gunman soon noticed the man who was following him, then the two met and talked for a while. Because the surveillance videos had no sound, nobody knew what they had talked about. Anyway, since that man was wearing a peaked cap and a mask, he had to be hiding himself. Therefore, Ji Yuning felt he must be the middleman. At night, the gunman met the man again in a bar. After the meeting, the man gave the gunman a bag. Although no one could see what was inside, Ji Yuning guessed that it was probably money. With the bag, the gunman left and returned to his residence, while the man walked away after the gunman was gone. The investigation about the gunman was nearly done, so Kay carried out a further investigation through the man wearing a cap and mask. The man also went around for a long time before returning to his residence. After a further investigation, it turned out that the man was related to a certain senior official. This senior official was the deputy governor of Province C, Zhou Litao, and Zhou Litao was serving the Yuan family. That was all the information they could collect from the investigation. At least they failed to find evidence to prove that Zhou Litao was the man who paid the gunman to kill Song Wenxuan. Therefore, even though they knew who the mastermind was, they lacked evidence and it was impossible to punish Zhou Litao with what they had found till now. It was obvious that the man had closely contacted the gunman, and it could be determined that he paid a gunman to kill Song Wenxuan. However, as long as he didn't admit the crime, Zhou Litao could still get away with it. In that case, Ji Yuning decided to unseat Zhou Litao for Song Wenxuan because it wasn't difficult for her to unseat him. Ji Yuning asked Kay to do an investigation about Zhou Litao to see whether they could find anything on him. Even if they couldn't completely remove him from his position, they had to teach him a lesson. If there was no solid proof, she would make him guilty through some tricks. It was evil for her to deliberately frame him, but it was his fault that he had tried to kill Song Wenxuan. Ji Yuning simply did it to take revenge. Afterwards, Ji Yuning called Song Wenxuan and shared the result with him. Song Wenxuan wasn't surprised after he learned who the mastermind was. It wasn't beyond his expectation. As for Ji Yuning's plan, Song Wenxuan didn't feel that it wasn't right. They belonged to different factions, so they were fated to be bitter enemies. Therefore, even if the assassination hadn't happened this time, they would still pay special attention to teach the other and were always ready to put one another in jail. From a human nature point of view, Song Wenxuan wasn't a kind person, at least not to his enemies. As a result, since his enemy took action first this time, there was no reason for him not to take revenge. It was just that it wasn't convenient for him to do something himself. Ji Yuning now had a plan, and Song Wenxuan wouldn't disagree. Instead, he supported her, because he relied on Ji Yuning to do a quick investigation. The police hadn't found any useful information about the mastermind yet, and they were still in the process of interrogating the suspect, so he didn't have much hope for the police. No matter how busy they were, they needed to eat, so Ji Yuning and Xiaoya went to have a meal when it was time for lunch. Although the news of the assassination of Song Wenxuan was soon removed, only the public couldn't see it and the top officials were all aware of that. Chapter 2220. Frame him. Therefore, senior officials in the capital also heard the news and called Song Wenxuan to ask him about it. As for the reason why Song Wenxuan was almost assassinated, none of them was dumb, so they easily figured out the reason. People in the same faction as the Leng family asked whether he had found out who the gunman was, while other people in other factions didn't bother to ask about that. Because of the attempted assassination of Song Wenxuan, leaders of the officials who had the motive called them and asked them whether they had done that. They didn't forbid them to attack Song Wenxuan, and it was actually their leader's order at this moment, but they had to be careful and not expose their scheme. If it was exposed and became serious, their leaders would choose to abandon them for the sake of their own safety. After the Yuan family found out that it was done by their people, they told Zhou Litao to be cautious and not be dragged into the trouble. Even if he was found guilty, he could find himself a scapegoat. After Ji Yuning finished the meal with Xiaoya, she received Kay's reply, but he failed to get the goods on Zhou Litao. He had only conducted an investigation through surveillance videos and their family members' bank accounts. As long as they were very careful, there would be no useful information left. In that case, Ji Yuning could only carry out her plan. She needed to carefully think about it first, so Ji Yuning disguised herself as Tang Aining after having the meal, then went to look around near Zhou Litao's home. Zhou Litao lived in a high-end residential area, but his salary couldn't afford a house in it. However, his wife was a businesswoman and her family was rich, so it was reasonable that they had an expensive house. Therefore, even if Zhou Litao was a corrupt official, nobody could see that from his life on the surface. Ji Yuning sat on a chair in the forest path near Zhou Litao's home, then used her jade eyes to see the situation inside to see if there were any secret rooms or the like with hidden things that shouldn't be there. If there were, Ji Yuning wouldn't need to put anything illegal in his home. It could cause her loss after all. If there weren't, she would put something illegal in his house. After looking around with her jade eyes, she found a secret room, but there was nothing illegal inside. It seemed that Zhou Litao was really an upright official, or he must be very skilled at hiding his illicit income. Ji Yuning didn't leap to conclusions that Zhou Litao must be a corrupt official just because he was serving the Yuan family and had tried to kill Song Wenxuan. However, even if she didn't see any evidence to prove he was a corrupt official, it didn't mean he wasn't corrupt. Some officials didn't accept much bribery, and knew how to hide it, so it would be difficult to discover it. Ji Yuning didn't have much time to conduct a thorough investigation now, so she decided to frame Zhou Litao. She aimed to drag Zhou Litao into serious trouble, so she didn't care about losing some money. Anyway, she needed to do that at night, because it wasn't convenient to carry out her plan during the day. Therefore, Ji Yuning left and would come again at night. In the afternoon, Song Wenxuan asked Ji Yuning whether she was free. If she was, she could go to have a meal at the Song family's place. Ji Yuning was free, so she brought Xiaoya over. Because Gao Yi stayed with Song Wenxuan now, Ji Yuning couldn't leave Xiaoya alone and let her eat alone. The Song family was very polite to Gao Yi. They didn't slight him just because he was a bodyguard. After all, Song Wenxuan relied on Gao Yi to make sure of his safety. Song Wenxuan didn't encounter any trouble today. Ji Yuning arranged for Gao Yi to be with him, not because she foresaw something terrible might happen to him, but to avoid accidents. Other members of the Song family were unaware of Ji Yuning's plan to frame Zhou Litao, because Ji Yuning had told Song Wenxuan to keep it a secret between them. It wasn't because they didn't trust other people, but because it wasn't an honorable thing, and it was better if fewer people knew about it. Ji Yuning didn't tell Song Wenxuan how exactly she was going to frame Zhou Litao. He only needed to know that she would frame Zhou Litao. After the meal, it was dark, so Ji Yuning and Xiaoya left. Gao Yi, on the other hand, was Song Wenxuan's bodyguard for the time being, so he stayed in the Song family's place. After Ji Yuning and Xiaoya left, Ji Yuning told Xiaoya to drive her to the residential area where Zhou Litao lived. Then she got out of the car and told Xiaoya to leave before her. Afterwards, Ji Yuning disguised herself as Tang Aining, then carried out her plan. Even though there were surveillance cameras, there would still be blind spots, so Ji Yuning avoided the surveillance cameras and went to the backyard of Zhou Litao's house. There weren't many people in the Zhou family. At this moment, only 7 people were at home, namely Zhou Litao, his wife, a son, a daughter, a nanny, and 2 security guards. Because the security guards were in the front yard, Ji Yuning got in from the backyard. Zhou Litao's family was watching TV in the living room, so there was no one on the second floor. The window wasn't closed, so Ji Yuning could do whatever she wanted. She found the position of the study and glanced around. Although there were burglar bars, the window was open and Ji Yuning would be able to put down what she needed to leave there. After a jump, Ji Yuning reached the window of the study, then she reached out and let the monster fox out of her telepathic eye space. Afterwards, she took out what she wanted to leave in Zhou Litao's study and told the monster fox to put it inside. They were 6 gold bars, a small box of jewelry, 2 guns, and 1 kilogram of drugs. She got the gold bars and jewelry from an ancient grave. Some of them were placed in her antique store, and some were kept in her telepathic eye space. As for the guns, she got them from the Tianying gang and hadn't handed them to Leng Xiaoting yet. As for the drugs, she had given Leng Xiaoting all the drugs she had found in the Tianying gang's base. She only kept a box of drugs which was used to frame her before, because she thought it might be useful one day. Now, it indeed came to use. If all the above stuff was exposed, Zhou Litao would be in serious trouble. Ji Yuning didn't put all the above stuff together, but left them in different cabinets. Because she couldn't open the safe, she couldn't put them in it. Once it was done, Ji Yuning left Zhou Litao's house and went to an unobtrusive small wood. She then used Tang Yining's number to call Song Wenxuan and told him that everything was done. He could send people to come over with the excuse that he had received a report. Song Wenxuan trusted Ji Yuning, so he immediately called the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau and ordered him to search Zhou Litao's house. The deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, Shang Xingyi, sided with Song Wenxuan, so he obeyed Song Wenxuan's orders. Although it was an abuse of his power, he knew Song Wenxuan's character very well. Song Wenxuan never wronged other people. Therefore, Song Wenxuan must be doing it for a reason, and he also guessed it might be because Zhou Litao had something to do with his attempted assassination. Chapter 2221. They are not mine. If it was really done by Zhou Litao, he wouldn't be surprised at all because he was highly likely to be the mastermind among the suspects. Although it could easily arouse suspicion that he attacked Song Wenxuan at this key moment because of his position in the government and his obvious motive, they didn't care much about it. As long as there was no evidence, they would be fine. They were willing to do anything for power, and they were confident that they would be safe. However, it didn't just depend on them whether they would end up in trouble. Their luck and fate also played a role in this case. Without delay, Shang Xingyi did his job with his people. He went there in person, because Zhou Litao was a senior official after all, and common policemen might not be able to deal with him. Although his status was much lower than Zhou Litao's, he had the power to do a search, and Song Wenxuan supported him, so he wouldn't be weak. Before they came, Ji Yuning didn't leave. She needed to stay to see whether Zhou Litao would go to the study room during this time. If he found the illegal stuff, he might get rid of it before the police came. In that case, the police might find nothing after they came, and Zhou Litao would be mad and alert. It would cause Song Wenxuan trouble. In the meanwhile, Ji Yuning told Kay to watch the surveillance cameras in case she was caught by them. Luckily, she wasn't, and Zhou Litao didn't go to the study before Shang Xingyi and the others came, so the illegal stuff was still there. When Shang Xingyi suddenly visited his home, Zhou Litao was surprised. The first idea that appeared in Zhou Litao's mind was that the fact that he had paid the gunman to kill Song Wenxuan was exposed, and Song Wenxuan sent Shang Xingyi to arrest him. However, Zhou Litao didn't think it was possible. He refused to believe that he was betrayed so soon. However, if that wasn't the reason, what could the reason be? Zhou Litao didn't think he had other dirty secrets that would attract the police's attention. After all, he was very careful, and he had confidence in himself. Even if it was because of the attempted assassination of Song Wenxuan, he wouldn't admit it. Shang Xingyi, why did you suddenly show up at my place with so many people? Zhou Litao called his full name angrily, trying to put pressure on Shang Xingyi. In fact, Shang Xingyi didn't have much confidence. He wasn't scared of Zhou Litao, but was afraid the illegal stuff Song Wenxuan told him about wasn't actually there. He trusted Song Wenxuan, but was worried that Song Wenxuan might be deceived. After all, Song Wenxuan didn't see it himself, so it was risky. Anyway, since he already came, he had to do his job. Mr. Zhou, I received a report that you've kept some jewelry, guns, and drugs from unknown sources, so we need to do a search. Please be cooperative. What? Hearing that, Zhou Litao rounded his eyes in shock. He thought they came because they found out about his involvement in the attempted assassination of Song Wenxuan, but he was wrong. However, he didn't keep all the illegal stuff at his home. It is slander. It's impossible that I've kept illegal stuff in my house. I know it's illegal, said Zhou Litao angrily without a guilty conscience. He didn't panic now, because he didn't have illegal stuff. He must have been framed. If so, I'm sure you won't stop us from doing a search, right? Shang Xingyi said, but he didn't have much confidence. I don't have any illegal stuff in my house, but you can't search my home. If other people hear about it, my reputation will be damaged. Zhou Litao angrily retorted. Although he indeed didn't have any illegal stuff in his house, he wouldn't let the police in, or other people might think he was guilty. Mr. Joe, it's our duty. This is the search warrant. Please let us finish our work. Why do you have to stop us? Do you feel guilty? If not, please let us in, or I'll report it to my leader, said Xianxia, appearing tough. Zhou Litao was mad when he heard that. Why did Xianxia think he was guilty just because he stopped them from going into his house? He didn't have any illegal stuff in his house. Anyway, since Xianxia had a search warrant, he couldn't stop him or it would be an obstruction of official duties and he would be arrested for that afterwards. The police would still search his house in the end. He didn't think there was any illegal stuff in his house, so he finally gave in. Fine, you can do a search, but if you can't find anything illegal, I promise you can't bear the result. Zhou Litao glared at Xianxia and threatened him. He thought to himself that he must teach Xianxia a lesson after tonight, because Xianxia hurt his pride. Xianxia didn't care about it and took his people into Zhou Litao's home at once. Zhou Litao followed him at the side. In order to prove they were just doing their work, a policeman took a camera with them when they did the search. As soon as Xianxia went inside, he searched the study first, because illegal stuff was normally kept in the study. Zhou Litao looked displeased, but he didn't have any worries because he was sure he was innocent. Unexpectedly, someone framed him and succeeded. Therefore, when Xianxia's people found a box with jewelry and gold bars in the cabinet, Zhou Litao was stunned while Xianxia was relieved. Xianxia was really afraid that they might fail. No, it's impossible. These aren't mine. Once Zhou Litao came back to his senses, he denied it emotionally just to prove the jewelry and gold bars didn't belong to him. We found them in your study. Do you think we'll believe that they are not yours? Said Xianxia. He knew the jewelry and gold bars weren't owned by Zhou Litao and that someone had framed him. However, they found the jewelry and gold bars in Zhou Litao's study and Zhou Litao couldn't deny it unless he found the person who put the stuff in his study. Speaking of that, Xianxia was slightly worried. No matter how worried he was or whether Zhou Litao could find the person who framed him, he needed to continue to search the study. After a while, Xianxia and his people found 2 guns and 2 kilograms of drugs. Zhou Litao almost went crazy when he saw them. How could they have appeared in his study? Chapter 2222, Why do you admit it now? No, I don't have these things. I never keep illegal stuff in my house. Zhou Litao kept on denying it. How was it possible? How could these things appear in his study? I'm sorry, but we found these things in your study. Whether they're yours or not, you need to go to the Public Security Bureau with us. Do you want to go on your own, or do you want to be dragged out by my people? Xianxia said. He didn't sound polite at all now. No, I won't go. These things don't belong to me at all. I've been framed. Yes, it's a setup. Xianxia, did you reach an agreement with someone and frame me on purpose? Zhou Litao questioned. He was implying Song Wenxuan, because Xianxia was in the same faction as Song Wenxuan. Right after Song Wenxuan encountered the attempted assassination, he got in trouble and Xianxia took people to visit his home in person. It must have something to do with Song Wenxuan. It seemed that they still believed that he was involved in the attempted assassination of Song Wenxuan, but they lacked solid proof, so they framed him. Frame you? Why should I help anyone to frame you? Xianxia understood what Zhou Litao was implying, but he played dumb. He refused to admit that it was a setup and said it was just his duty. Zhou Litao didn't know what to say, because he couldn't confess to the crime and tell them what he had done to Song Wenxuan, or he would fall into the trap set by them. I've been framed. I didn't have these things in my house. Zhou Litao argued. He believed he was innocent and felt quite aggrieved. Don't worry. If you're really being framed, we promise we'll clear your name, but now you must go to the Public Security Bureau with us, said Xianxia. In fact, it was impossible for them to clear his name. If they really wanted to do that, they wouldn't have bothered to frame him. No, I won't go. I won't. It's obviously a setup. Zhou Litao struggled. Since it was a setup, he wouldn't be able to come home again after leaving with them, unless he found evidence to prove that it was a setup. And he felt it would be hard to find the evidence, because Song Wenxuan was always meticulous. However, no matter how Zhou Litao struggled, he was finally taken away by Xianxia and Ji Yuning left too. When Zhou Litao was taken away, other members of the Zhou family were full of anxiety but didn't know what to do. Mrs. Zhou could only call Zhou Litao's friends for help. After Zhou Litao's friends learned about what had happened, they were shocked as well. Because they were on the same boat as Zhou Litao and had a good relationship with him, they believed that Zhou Litao wouldn't keep illegal stuff in his house. It had to be a setup. Actually, although they didn't keep illegal stuff in their places, none of them were incorruptible, but no matter how corrupt they wouldn't keep the bribes in the study because they were afraid of being caught. However, Shang Xingyi searched Zhou Litao's house at this time and took him away. It had to be Song Wenxuan's order. After all, Shang Xingyi was in the same faction as Song Wenxuan. If it was really Song Wenxuan's order, did Song Wenxuan plan to remove Zhou Litao, or was it because of Zhou Litao's involvement in the attempted assassination? Although Zhou Litao's friends didn't know who ordered the attempted assassinate of Song Wenxuan, there were limited suspects and Zhou Litao was quite likely to be guilty. After all, it was not only Zhou Litao who wanted the promotion, their leaders also hoped Zhou Litao could be promoted. So if Zhou Litao wanted to have that position, he had to get rid of the stumbling block. Anyway, it was just a guess. Most importantly, they had to help Zhou Litao out now. Therefore, Zhou Litao's friends told Mrs. Zhou to check the surveillance videos around their house to see whether there were suspects. They would report to their leaders. It was obviously a setup, because their leaders were aware that Zhou Litao had ordered Song Wenxuan's assassination. They also believed it was revenge from Song Wenxuan. However, even if they knew it, they needed evidence to prove it, so their leaders told them to collect evidence first, or it would be very difficult. It wasn't a big problem to keep jewelry and gold in the house, but it was serious trouble to have guns and drugs. Mrs. Zhou watched the surveillance videos around her house, but found no suspects. It was a really serious problem now. In that case, Zhou Litao's friends advised her to find a scapegoat, and the best scapegoat was the security guard. Only the security guards could walk around freely in the house, so it was convenient for them to set him up. Knowing that, Mrs. Zhou immediately went to see the two security guards and made one of them the scapegoat. Neither of them was willing to do that, so Mrs. Zhou used coercion and bribery. Finally, a security guard agreed. However, the security guard didn't go to confess the crime right now. It needed more than just a few words to be the scapegoat. He would have to tell the whole process of the crime, so he had to figure out a reasonable account tonight. After Zhou Litao was taken to the Public Security Bureau, he faced interrogation at once. He kept on denying that he had kept the illegal stuff in his house, and insisted on saying that it was a setup. In fact, Zhou Litao clearly knew who did it and why the person did it, but he couldn't say it aloud. Or he would be found guilty of attempting to assassinate Song Wenxuan. It was impossible to get away with that crime. Although it was a setup, they still needed to do the investigation, so Shang Xingyi went to watch the surveillance videos around Zhou Litao's house to see whether there were suspects going in and coming out of it. Without surprise, they found no evidence to prove it was a setup and Zhou Litao felt more hopeless. He then tried to make his security guards the scapegoat and said one of them must have been bribed and helped someone frame him. Because he said that, Shang Xingyi told his people to bring the two security guards over for the interrogation. The security guard who was chosen to be the scapegoat was still making up his account, but the police met him before he could finish. Therefore it would be difficult, but no matter how difficult it was, he had to face it and went to the Public Security Bureau. Because the security guard had thought about the account, he managed to answer the questions during the interrogation. However, he didn't carefully think about it, so there were a lot of loopholes. "Why did you frame Zhou Litao?" asked the interrogator. "Someone threatened me with my mother. If I didn't obey the order, my mother would be injured, so I had to agree," said the security guard. "Then why are you admitting it now? Aren't you afraid your mother will be injured?" asked the interrogator. Chapter 2223. Too many loopholes in your answers. Deputy Governor Zhou treats me very well and I owe him a lot. I can't see him getting in trouble and do nothing. As for my mother, I know I'm not a filial son, said the security guard. Who ordered you to frame Deputy Governor Zhou? Asked the interrogator. I don't know. The person was wearing a baseball cap and a mask when he met me. I only know it's a man about 1.8 meters. He had the same build as me, said the security guard. Why did he choose you? Asked the interrogator. About 3 days ago, I had a day off. I went to my hometown to visit my mother. As soon as I arrived, a man with a baseball cap and a mask stopped me. He told me his intention and I agreed to prevent my mother from being injured. The security guard said, and I put the illegal stuff into Deputy Governor Zhou's study when everyone was asleep at midnight. The security guard indeed had a break 3 days ago and he went to visit his mother in his hometown, but it was a lie that a man with a baseball cap and a mask stopped him. There weren't surveillance cameras along the road, so nobody would know he was lying. Did you mean you secretly put the illegal stuff into Deputy Governor Zhou's study when everyone was asleep last night? The interrogator asked to make sure of it. Yes, said the security guard. Deputy Governor Zhou told us he just took out something from the cabinet this morning. He didn't see the illegal stuff then, said the interrogator. Hearing that, the security guard got nervous and suddenly didn't know what to say. Before long, he came back to his senses and said, perhaps Deputy Governor Zhou didn't notice it. Although he said that, he actually had no confidence. After all, it was a lie and he felt quite stressed. Since you said you put it into the cabinet, tell me which cabinet you put them in. Asked the interrogator. It was dark. I didn't dare to turn on the lights, so I used the flashlight of my phone. I randomly opened a cabinet and put the illegal stuff inside, then quickly left. I'm not sure which cabinet it was, said the security guard, but he was losing confidence. He didn't follow the police to do the search, so he had no idea which cabinet the illegal stuff was put in or whether the illegal stuff was put together. Do you mean you quickly left after you put the illegal stuff in a random cabinet? Asked the interrogator. Hearing the interrogator's question, the security guard grew more anxious. What should he say right now? Was the illegal stuff put together in the same cabinet? Or were they separated in different cabinets? What? You can't remember that? The interrogator actually already had the answer when he hesitated to reply to the question. The security guard didn't know whether the illegal stuff was put together or was separated. The security guard bit his teeth and decided to gamble on it. Yeah, I put them together in a random cabinet. Even if he said he put them separately, he still didn't know where they were separately put. Are you sure? Asked the interrogator. The security guard was nervous and had a premonition, because he had no idea whether the illegal stuff was put together or separated. Seeing him in silence, the interrogator stopped asking him more questions. All right, there are too many loopholes in your answers. You didn't put the illegal stuff in his study. You didn't even make up a good account. How could you make yourself a qualified scapegoat? It was obvious that this security guard was made a scapegoat for Zhou Litao, but he failed because he was ill-prepared. Therefore, the security guard was also detained because of the crime of shielding. The next morning, the news that Zhou Litao was caught because he had kept jewelry, gold bars, 2 guns and 2 kilograms of drugs in his own house went abroad. Most people chose to believe it, because they thought most officials were corrupt. Even if Zhou Litao wasn't, the police had found the illegal stuff in his house, so there was solid proof to prove he was guilty. Only a few senior officials remained doubtful and they thought Zhou Litao might have been framed. Although there wasn't evidence, it wasn't easy to collect evidence. It was just a guess, but they were all experienced and sophisticated officials, so they believed it was highly likely. Anyway, without the evidence, none of them dared to support Zhou Litao publicly, or they might be dragged into trouble too. Ji Yuning left the rest to Song Wenxuan to handle, and she felt comfortable to leave. In about 3 days, she had to go to Cityao, so now she was supposed to go back to the capital. Even if she didn't know whether Leng Xiaoting was done with his work and whether he could go to Cityao with her, she had to go there with or without him. If Leng Xiaoting could come back, he should be back in 2 days. Although Ji Yuning was about to leave, the case wasn't settled yet, so she told Gao Yi and Chao Ya to stay and protect Song Wenxuan. Chapter 2224. It's normal to be mysterious sometimes. Huang Haihao didn't receive any calls to pay him to frame Song Wenxuan again. Perhaps the person gave up after what had happened recently, or the mastermind might be Zhou Litao. Because Huang Haihao turned him down, they turned to other people. Ji Yuning went to the airport at 1 p.m., so she didn't say goodbye to the Song family. She only called Song Wenxuan and Leng Yuanjun and told them that she was leaving. They knew Ji Yuning needed to deal with her business, and the assassination of Song Wenxuan had already taken a lot of Ji Yuning's time, so they didn't keep her. They were very grateful to Ji Yuning for her help, and repeatedly thanked her. When Ji Yuning got back to the capital, it was about 5:30 p.m., so she called Jing Yunyao, asking where she was. Once she heard Jing Yunyao was in the Pavilion of Magic, she said she would go to meet them and they could have a meal together. She had a better appetite when she had a meal with more people. However, when Ji Yuning almost reached the Pavilion of Magic, she received a call from Jing Yunyao who told her there was a cultivator coming. She and Miao Jingjing had to leave first. Ji Yuning was only a few minutes away from the Flowers and Plants Trading Center, so she went to the Pavilion of Magic before meeting Jing Yunyao. The cultivator who went to the Pavilion of Magic was Jing Yunfei. After Jing Yunfei arrived, he directly asked who the owner was. Lin was told to say Ji Yuning owned the Pavilion of Magic no matter who asked her that question, because all the cultivators had heard of Ji Yuning, so they wouldn't think further if they were told the owner was Ji Yuning. Without surprise, when Jing Yunfei learned that this flower shop was owned by Ji Yuning, he didn't bother to ask more questions, but he felt displeased upon thinking of Ji Yuning. Anyway, since this shop was owned by Ji Yuning, there was no need for him to ask for more details. Before Ji Yuning came, Jing Yunfei walked out and they ran into each other on the road. "Oh, hi, Mr. Jing, what a coincidence." Ji Yuning greeted Jing Yunfei of her own accord with a vague smile on her lips, but she actually had an evil idea. She greeted Jing Yunfei not because she was polite, but because she wanted to scheme against him. Seeing Ji Yuning, Jing Yunfei looked unhappy, but he thought he should be nice when Ji Yuning greeted him of her own accord. "Hi, yeah, what a coincidence. Mr. Jing, did you come from my flower shop?" Ji Yuning asked with a faint smile, but she actually already had the answer. "Since you know, why do you bother to ask me?" said Jing Yunfei in annoyance. He felt Ji Yuning was making fun of him. "Mr. Jing, what if I tell you I'm willing to let you know who gave me that medicine?" said Ji Yuning. "What? Will you really let me know?" Jing Yunfei was greatly surprised, because he didn't expect Ji Yuning to say that. At the same time, he stayed doubtful. He wasn't sure whether Ji Yuning was being honest. "Yes, because I can't stand your stalking and spying any longer. If you want that medicine, go ask the person for it by yourself," said Ji Yuning, and showed impatience on purpose. "Who is that person?" Jing Yunfei asked in a hurry. Whether Ji Yuning was being honest or not, he wouldn't miss this chance. He wouldn't allow other people to get that medicine before him. He lives in a wooden room at the east side of the Phoenix Mountain. "Believe it or not, it's up to you whether you'll go there," said Ji Yuning. There was indeed a wooden room at the east side of the Phoenix Mountain, but no one was living inside. It was set up by a crew when they filmed there. At the beginning, it attracted many visitors, but nobody went there again after people lost interest in it. Ji Yuning told Jing Yunfei to go there, but didn't plan to let him down. She only wanted to teach him a lesson. It wasn't because Ji Yuning was deliberately causing trouble, but because the Jing family was Jing Yunyao's enemies. As Jing Yunyao's future daughter-in-law, she should naturally side with her. Even if Jing Yunfei was innocent, she wouldn't miss any chances to punish him and vent her anger on him. Jing Yunfei squinted at Ji Yuning. He wanted to see whether she was telling the truth from her expression, but Ji Yuning stayed calm. "Great, I hope it isn't a lie, or I'll pay you back." Jing Yunfei chose to trust Ji Yuning for now, but he felt he should warn her. If Ji Yuning really lied to him, he definitely wouldn't let her get away with it. Although cultivators usually couldn't hurt mortals, it didn't mean mortals could fool them. "Why should I lie to you? I don't see how I can get anything good from it. But I can't promise what you'll find there. Don't blame me if you can't find anything," said Ji Yuning. "I know. Whether I can find anything, I'll bear the result on my own," said Jing Yunfei. He admitted that he wasn't tolerant, but he wouldn't blame Ji Yuning if he found nothing. Great, then I should go now. Ji Yuning didn't waste more time talking with Jing Yunfei, and just walked into the flower shop. Jing Yunfei didn't want to waste more time on Ji Yuning either, so he left as well. However, once Jing Yunfei walked away, Ji Yuning turned around and followed him. She wanted to make sure Jing Yunfei would really go there. If he went there, she would go there too, or she wouldn't have the chance to teach him a lesson. Ji Yuning followed Jing Yunfei along the way. Because she could use her jade eyes to see where Jing Yunfei was going, she didn't need to be close to him and wasn't afraid of being discovered. Ji Yuning couldn't focus on Jing Yunfei all the time, because cultivators had acute senses. If she stared at him for a long time, he would surely feel it. When Ji Yuning made sure that Jing Yunfei was going to the Phoenix Mountain, she stopped following him and turned to drive quickly to the Phoenix Mountain. At the same time, Ji Yuning called Jing Yunyo and told her what she was going to do. She also asked Jing Yunyo whether she wanted to teach Jing Yunfei a lesson in person. Jing Yunyo could put on a baseball cap and a mask. No one could recognize her if she stayed quiet. Anyway, she would play the role of a senior cultivator. It was very normal to be mysterious. Right after Ji Yuning asked Jing Yunyo about that, she suddenly felt it was very childish, but it was too late to take her words back and she waited for Jing Yunyo's reply. Jing Yunyo remained silent for a few seconds, then said, "I'll be there in a while." Jing Yunyo didn't think it was childish to punish Jing Yunfei. Instead, she felt quite touched that Ji Yuning was so considerate. Chapter 2225, I just like people's fingers. Ji Yuning arrived at the Phoenix Mountain earlier than Jing Yunfei. Because Jing Yunfei didn't know the exact position of the wooden room, it took him some time to find it. However, Ji Yuning knew where it was and quickly found it. Once she found it, Ji Yuning disguised herself as Qinghe. Jing Yunyo arrived at the Phoenix Mountain later than Jing Yunfei, but she reached the wooden room before him. Because Ji Yuning told her the exact position, Jing Yunyo went straight there once she came. After Jing Yunyo came, she saw Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning had fun with her and greeted her with the appearance and voice after she disguised herself. She asked Jing Yunyo why she came here. Although Ji Yuning had a strange appearance and voice now, Jing Yunyo still recognized her in an instant. Ji Yuning also prepared a baseball cap and a mask for Jing Yunyo and told her to put them on. Because it was night, Ji Yuning placed a table lamp to light the wooden room. It wasn't bright, but it was much better than candles. Before Jing Yunfei came, Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyo talked about how to teach him a lesson. After a few minutes, Jing Yunfei arrived. When Jing Yunfei was about 20 meters away from the wooden room, both Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyo sensed his air of cultivation. At the same time, Jing Yunfei also felt the air of cultivators from Ji Yuning, because his level was much lower than Jing Yunyo's. Once Jing Yunfei sensed the air of cultivators, he knew that Ji Yuning didn't fool him. However, when he was only 5 meters away from the wooden room, Jing Yunfei felt the air of cultivation from another person, but it wasn't strong. Obviously the second person was at a higher level than him. Who's out there? Once Jing Yunfei was near, Jing Yunyo opened her mouth and asked him. She deliberately lowered her voice so that Jing Yunfei couldn't recognize her voice. "I'm Jing Yunfei from the cultivation world," said Jing Yunfei respectfully, because the person was at a higher level than him. He had to be polite. In addition, he came to ask the person for something, so he had to be respectful. Hearing Jing Yunfei's voice, Jing Yunyo looked angrier as the hatred grew stronger in her heart. She couldn't wait to rush outside and punch him. Her mood swung when she heard his voice and faced him in reality. "Why did you come here?" Jing Yunyo asked in a voice of authority. "Senior Master, a girl named Ji Yuning told me you have a special magical pill, so I came for it." "I'll pay for it, of course." "I won't take it for free," said Jing Yunfei. Jing Yunfei asked for magical pills because he believed the master was an ancient pharmacist and she must have many more precious pills than just power crystals. That was the reason why Jing Yunfei ached to know who gave Ji Yuning the medicine. Other cultivators had the same idea. It was hard to find an ancient pharmacist nowadays, so it was very hard to get magical pills. Oh, you want my magical pills, but I won't give them to other people easily. I don't need money, said Jing Yunniao. Then what do you want? Jing Yunfei asked. I prefer blood and flesh. As long as you cut a finger of yours, I'll give you a bone magical pill. If you cut 2, I'll give you an energy accumulating magical pill. If you cut 3, you can have an energy gathering magical pill, said Jing Yunniao. Upon hearing that, Jing Yunfei was mad. To his astonishment, this master had such a creepy hobby and asked for people's fingers. However, it didn't sound to be a bad deal, although it wasn't a good one. Senior Master, may I know why you want fingers? Jing Yunfei asked, showing slight anger. He didn't want to offend the master, so he curbed most of his anger. I like them, said Jing Yunniao. Do we have to make a deal on that condition? Jing Yunfei was reluctant to do that, but he wanted the magical pills more. Without 3 fingers, he wouldn't be a complete man, and no one liked incomplete men. It would be inconvenient for him to live and work afterwards. Yes, because I just like people's fingers, said Jing Yunniao. Her fingers had almost been disabled by them. They had heavily stepped on her hand back then and she was going to faint from the pain. If Jing Jinning hadn't shown up at the key moment and saved her, she could have lost her fingers. Although her fingers hadn't been broken, they had been seriously injured. It took her a long time to make a full recovery. Once Jing Yunniao remembered how they had cruelly bullied her, she couldn't stay calm. She would never forgive them and she was determined to pay them back. Therefore, she wanted to start with their fingers. Jing Yunfei suddenly didn't know what to say. He was unwilling to cut his fingers, but was reluctant to leave with nothing. Jing Yunfei also doubted whether the master was fooling him, but he didn't think it was necessary. There was no grudge between them after all. Why would the master deceive him? Therefore, Jing Yunfei didn't take his doubts seriously. He thought that the master must have encountered something and became so strangely stubborn now. And there is another choice, said Jing Yunniao. She understood it wasn't easy for Jing Yunfei to cut his fingers, so she decided to do it on her own. What is it? Jing Yunfei's face lit up at once, and he asked in a hurry. Although he knew it wouldn't be a better choice, he was willing to try it as long as he didn't have to injure himself. Have a fight with me. As long as you can take 10 of my attacks, I'll give you an energy-gathering magical pill, said Jing Yunniao. No problem. Jing Yunfei agreed without hesitation. Although she seemed to be at a higher level than him, he wanted to have a try. Nothing good came without risk, and it was unknown whether he could take 10 of her attacks. After Jing Yunfei agreed, Ji Yuning and Jing Yunniao walked out. Because Ji Yuning was unwilling to show her face, she also put on a baseball cap and a mask, although she had the appearance of Qinghe now. Jing Yunniao was going to injure Jing Yunfei. So if Jing Yunfei found out she was involved in it, Sheng Guanyang might be affected. Chapter 2226, Obey my rules. She wasn't afraid of trouble, but would avoid unnecessary trouble. Therefore, Ji Yuning now acted as Jing Yunniao's disciple and followed her side. Jing Yunfei didn't think it was a big deal that both Ji Yuning and Jing Yunniao hid their faces. After all, they weren't ordinary people, and it was understandable that they didn't want other people to recognize them. Ji Yuning stood outside the door, while Jing Yunniao walked into the yard. Seeing Jing Yunniao, Jing Yunfei didn't feel she was familiar. After all, he hadn't seen her for over a dozen years, so he could barely remember her face. Looking at Jing Yunfei, Jing Yunniao seemed calm, but she actually couldn't wait to hurt him. Now, let's begin, said Jing Yunniao. Sorry if I hurt you. Jing Yunfei held his fists and bowed to Jing Yunniao, then went to attack her. Jing Yunfei was at a much lower level than Jing Yunniao, and Jing Yunniao didn't bother to be gentle as long as Jing Yunfei wouldn't be killed. Therefore, Jing Yunfei could hardly take her first attack and was forced back a few meters by her unbelievable magical energy. He was immediately injured a little. Jing Yunfei rounded his eyes in shock. He knew she was at a higher level than him, but unexpectedly she could easily injure him with a single move. How strong was this woman as a cultivator? Although Jing Yunfei was immediately injured after the first attack, he had no intention of giving up, but he became more careful. Jing Yunfei prepared himself and ran to attack Jing Yunyo again, but unfortunately was injured by her once more. By the sixth attack, Jing Yunfei was already seriously injured. He realized that he would only be more seriously injured if he continued to fight with this master. Since he was injured and he was doomed to lose in the end, there was no need for him to continue to have the fight because he wouldn't get the energy-gathering magical pill anyway. Therefore, Jing Yunfei stopped. "Senior Master, please stop. I give up." Hearing that, Jing Yunyo stopped beating Jing Yunfei. Looking at him, she said mockingly, "You give up. Great, but I'll cut off your 3 fingers if you give up halfway. Do you still want to give up?" Jing Yunfei was mad. He already gave up, but she still wanted to cut his fingers. It was totally unacceptable. "You're so cruel." "Cruel?" Jing Yunyo sneered. "Since you accepted the condition, you must obey my rules. You gave up halfway and wasted my time, so I can't forgive you." Jing Yunfei was stunned and didn't know what to say all of a sudden, because what Jing Yunyo said made sense. However, he was reluctant to be bullied by her like that. "All right, let's continue." Jing Yunfei clenched his teeth. He would rather take the next 4 attacks than lose 3 fingers. He didn't think this master would kill him, because he could see that she had no intention of killing him. He would merely be seriously injured and would be fine after resting for a period of time. He had bad luck this time and fell into trouble now. It seemed that Ji Yuning knew there wouldn't be a good result, so she told him not to blame her no matter what happened. Although he had a bad result now, he didn't want to blame Ji Yuning for it. Nobody forced him to come here after all, and he had agreed not to blame Ji Yuning for it. Because Jing Yunfei was already injured, he couldn't use his full strength in the following fight and his injuries got more and more serious. After Jing Yunyo finished her 10 attacks, Jing Yunfei passed out from pain. He was badly injured, but his life was out of danger. However, it would take months for him to recover. Jing Yunyo didn't want to kill Jing Yunfei. Actually, it couldn't be easier for her to do that if she wanted him dead. After Jing Yunfei passed out, Jing Yunyo took out a dagger from her chenkin bag. Without hesitation, she directly cut the fingers of his right hand. Seeing that scene, Ji Yuning didn't think it was wrong. Even if Jing Yunyo killed Jing Yunfei, she wouldn't stop her or think it was inappropriate. She wasn't Jing Yunyo, so she couldn't feel her hatred towards the Jing family. Jing Yunyo must be that determined to cut Jing Yunfei's fingers for a reason. In a second, Jing Yunfei's 3 fingers were cut off. Although he had already fainted, his body still trembled a little in pain. Once it was done, Jing Yunyo suddenly became much more relaxed. She wouldn't need to pay Jing Yunfei back afterwards. She didn't need Jing Yunfei to die to forgive him, but it would be different if Jing Yunfei found out she had injured him and cut off his 3 fingers and wanted to take revenge. In fact, Jing Yunfei was no match for her. "Let's go now," Jing Yunyo said to Ji Yuning. "Ningning, thank you, I feel much better now." Jing Yunyo thanked Ji Yuning. She didn't take it for granted just because Jing Yunyo was her future daughter-in-law. No matter how close they were, it wasn't their duty to help each other. "We're a family. You don't need to say that. I'm glad that you're much better now," said Ji Yuning. "Actually, I cut off his 3 fingers because I almost lost mine under his foot that year." Jing Yunyo explained, even though Ji Yuning didn't ask about it. Ji Yuning wasn't surprised and understood why Jing Yunyo did that. Because neither of them had eaten, they went to eat first after going back to the city center. After having the meal, they went to Mountain River Garden together. Ji Yuning would stay there tonight. When Jing Yunfei woke up, it was already past 2 a.m. As soon as he woke up, he saw his cut-off fingers and almost passed out again from the pain and anger. That woman was too cruel. She had seriously injured him and even cut off 3 of his fingers. It was a great humiliation to him. The next second, Jing Yunfei found he was still outside the wooden room, but the wooden room was already empty. In an instant, he felt he had been trapped. It might not be what he thought, and they could be left because he was unconscious. Anyway, Jing Yunfei really regretted coming here, but it was too late. Now he was too injured to leave on his own, so he had to call someone to pick him up. Jing Yunfei wanted to take revenge, and wanted to kill that woman, but he felt a little timid upon thinking of her level and her status as an ancient pharmacist. Even if he told his mother might not help him. Chapter 2227, Stay Beautiful. In the cold. Within an hour, Jing Yunfei's people came and directly took him back to the cultivation world. Back in the Jing family's house, the sky started to become bright, so members of the Jing family were awake. Seeing that Jing Yunfei was injured, his family were mad and shouted to take revenge for him, but most of their anger went away after finding out about the whole process. They also hesitated to take revenge now. After all, the person who injured Jing Yunfei wasn't only a senior cultivator at a high level, but was also an ancient pharmacist. No cultivator was willing to mess with an ancient pharmacist. Instead, they competed against each other to please pharmacists. They could get magical pills from ancient pharmacists after all, and they could greatly improve themselves afterwards. However, it was actually Jing Yunfei's misunderstanding. I know you're aggrieved, but we can't offend an ancient pharmacist. Stay home to recover. I think we can talk about it afterwards, said Jing Yarong to comfort him. Jing Yunfei was seriously injured after only 10 attacks, which proved the person was at a very high level. The person might be at the same level as him. Therefore, Jing Yarong was unwilling to mess with such a strong cultivator who was also an ancient pharmacist. Jing Yunfei wasn't surprised by this result, and he was mentally prepared, so it wasn't unacceptable that Jing Yarong didn't take revenge for him. Father, should we report it to Tiandaozong? Asked Jing Yunfei. Of course we should. Since Ji Yuning told you about the existence of the master, she could tell other people as well. Even if you don't report it to Tiandaozong, others might do that. Tiandaozong will know sooner or later, so we should do that before other people. Perhaps Tiandaozong will give you some magical pills to help you recover, said Jing Yarong. Hearing that, Jing Yunfei agreed. Therefore, once the sky was bright, Jing Yarong visited Tiandaozong and met its head. He told the head what had happened to Jing Yunfei. Knowing that there was an ancient pharmacist outside the cultivation world, Bai Lingtian was shocked, but he didn't know whether the ancient pharmacist was from the outside world, or the cultivation world. Whether the pharmacist was from the outside world or the cultivation world, since they already learned about it, Tiandaozong had to draw the ancient pharmacist over to their side. It was rare to see masters nowadays. Therefore, once they heard about the existence of ancient pharmacists and masters, Tiandaozong would try to draw them over to their side. As for what had happened to Jing Yunfei, although he was seriously injured, Jing Yunfei agreed to have the fight on his own. Neither Jing Yunfei nor the master was guilty. It was a deal both sides agreed on, so they had to pay for their decisions. Moreover, the master didn't kill Jing Yunfei. She only cut off his fingers. Therefore, Bai Lingtian gave Jing Yarong a magical pill for recovery for sharing the news and told him to give it to Jing Yunfei. After taking the magical pill for recovery, Jing Yunfei's injuries might not heal right away, but he could have a quicker recovery. However, it was impossible to get his fingers back. When Jing Yarong was gone, Bai Lingtian told the news to other elders and they decided to send out someone to search for the ancient pharmacist. Because ancient pharmacists enjoyed a very high status in the cultivation world, Bai Lingtian needed to send out an important cultivator to meet the ancient pharmacist to show their respect for the ancient pharmacist. Because Ji Yuning would go to Sidiao in a few days and would be absent for a week, she went back to school the next morning. It was already mid-December in the middle of winter, so it was extremely cold. The temperature in the capital, in particular, was much lower than that in many other places. Now it was several degrees below zero, so everyone was wrapped in thick cotton padded down jackets. It wasn't beautiful at all, and it was difficult to move around in it. Some people put on little clothing in order to look beautiful, but their teeth were shaking from the cold. Actually, they were doing their best to keep their image, or their bodies would be shaking too. Ji Yuning, however, only wore thin clothing because she was a cultivator. She only had a pair of black jeans, a sweater and a coat that was neither thin nor thick on the outside, so she didn't look thick at all. On the contrary, it accentuated her attractive body. Most importantly, she didn't feel cold at all. When she walked on the campus, she attracted a lot of attention from passers-by. Jesus, Ji Yuning wears so little. Isn't she cold? She doesn't look cold at all. How is it possible? She is merely trying to look beautiful even in the cold. Right, but doesn't she already have a fiancé? Why does she have to look beautiful all the time? Girls love to be beautiful. It has nothing to do with whether she has a boyfriend or fiancé. In fact, I'd choose to look beautiful if I can't feel the coldness. Well, I think she's crazy to wear so little in such cold weather. It has nothing to do with you. Why did you say that? Right, some people just don't feel cold, and Ji Yuning is a kung fu master. I think she's much stronger than us. Right, soldiers don't wear many clothes either. Many people believed that Ji Yuning was trying to look beautiful even in the cold, so she wore less clothes, but there were a lot of people who thought Ji Yuning was strong and didn't feel cold. Baili Zhongshe was also criticized, because she put on as little clothing as Ji Yuning. Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai were so envious of them, because both of them put on thick winter clothes. Aren't you cold at all? Song Miaoge asked, feeling it was unfair. Not at all. Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe replied together. They seemed very relaxed and didn't take it seriously, which made Song Miaoge feel more displeased. Oh, I'm so jealous of you too. You seem to be in spring or autumn, while I'm in the midst of winter. It's so unfair, Song Miaoge complained, feeling unhappy. She was very slim, but now she looked quite fat. So, you can't wear as little clothing as us, said Ji Yuning without hesitation. You, Song Miaoge felt heavily hit, and pretended to be sad. Fine, you don't comfort me and even hurt me. I can't eat anything now. You can't eat anything. Great, I have a good appetite today. I can eat more if you can't eat, said Zhang Zikai. Although she put on as many thick clothes as Song Miaoge, she didn't feel it was unfair. Instead, she couldn't care less about it. Chapter 2228, I have self-knowledge. Song Miaoge instantly got mad. Because she expected better from Zhang Zikai, she criticized. You're such a coward. Don't you feel it's unfair? It turned out that she was the only one who felt it was unfair here, which was quite annoying. I have self-knowledge, so I don't lose my balance, said Zhang Zikai, correcting her. Precisely because she had clear self-knowledge, it was impossible for her to care. You, Song Miaoge was mad and felt upset all of a sudden. Fine, she also had self-knowledge, but she still felt envious. She had no hatred for them, but they were very familiar with each other, so she didn't bother to hide her real feelings. It was their way of getting along with each other. Halfway through the meal, Ku Hanzhao came. After looking around, she saw Ji Yuning and walked over. Standing in front of Ji Yuning, Ku Hanzhao sincerely thanked her, then left. Ji Yuning had helped her teach Yuan Yiyang a lesson. Although she had paid for it, she felt it was necessary to thank Ji Yuning. If Ji Yuning was unwilling to help her, no matter how much money she paid, Ji Yuning wouldn't do her the favor. Ji Yuning didn't lack money, and she didn't take Ku Hanzhao's money. She told Ku Hanzhao to give it to charity instead. It proved that Ji Yuning really just did her a favor. Song Miaoge and the others knew that Ji Yuning had helped Ku Hanzhao, so they weren't surprised when Ku Hanzhao came to thank Ji Yuning. Ku Hanzhao now looked much friendlier. In the past, they really wanted to punch her. They believed Ku Hanzhao changed because of what had happened to her father. Song Miaoge also gloated over Yuan Yiyang's bad luck after knowing what he had suffered. She gloated because of Ji Wenna. Although Ji Wenna didn't cause her trouble again after she had defeated her last time, there was a long-standing and bitter grudge between them. Therefore, she felt happy whenever she heard that Ji Wenna was unhappy. Yuan Yiyang's family denied that Yuan Yiyang was on drugs and was permanently injured at his pen, but Song Miaoge didn't believe it. The day before yesterday, she went to have a meal with her family in a hotel and met Ji Wenna by accident. She didn't miss that chance to make fun of Ji Wenna. It was unkind, but they were enemies. Ji Wenna looked quite humiliated at that time. Her fiancé was on drugs and couldn't have an erection again. If she still married him, she would have to live a life without sex. If it was the truth, Ji Wenna absolutely wouldn't marry Yuan Yiyang, so her father called Yuan Yiyang's father without delay and asked about the situation. Yuan Yiyang's father strongly denied that Yuan Yiyang was on drugs. He said that Yuan Yiyang was just paid back by his enemies. Yuan Yiyang's father also denied that he couldn't have an erection again. His father insisted on saying that he was just slightly injured and would be fine in a few months. Hearing that, the Ji family believed it and gave up the idea of ending their marriage alliance for the time being. It had been days since Yuan Yiyang was injured, and he was in a stable condition now, so Ji Yuning thought it was time to make his criminal evidence public. Ji Yuning wouldn't really let him go, not because of Ku Hanzhao, but because she had a sense of justice. After knowing the crimes Yuan Yiyang had committed, she felt she had to do something. Therefore, Ji Yuning told Kay to expose Yuan Yiyang's dirty secrets on the internet. Because Kay was a skilled hacker, nobody could find him. He could also make it impossible for the social media platforms to delete the information. Ji Yuning didn't hand the evidence to the Public Security Bureau in case the Public Security Bureau sided with the Yuan family. After all, the Yuan family was exceptionally powerful. Although Yuan Yiyang was just a collateral member, his family was influential and the direct descendants would help his family. Therefore, if the Public Security Bureau got the evidence, the police would tell the Yuan family first. Ji Yuning was unwilling to bother people in the same faction as the Leng family. She knew they would take it seriously if she gave them the evidence, but it would make people think that the Leng family was making things difficult for the Yuan family. Although they never stopped competing against each other and often deliberately embarrassed one another, Ji Yuning didn't want the Leng family to publicly act against the Yuan family for her. As a result, Ji Yuning thought it was best to directly make it public on the internet. By then, it might not be people who were in the same faction as the Leng family in the Public Security Bureau who handled this case. As long as it caused a sensation, neither the Yuan family nor the police could remove it from the internet. Because of Kay's help, the evidence went public and many people saw it. Within a short time, it went viral on the internet. Even though the police learned about it very soon and people in the same faction as the Yuan family soon told them the news, the police couldn't find the person who sent the posts out. Because they failed to find the person who sent out the posts, they could only contact those who were managing the social media platforms. Facing the pressure from the police, staff of the social media platforms had to delete those posts, but unfortunately they found it was impossible to delete them. Once they tried, their computers were attacked by a virus. Now neither the social media platforms nor the police could do anything about it. They could only watch it attract more and more public attention. Even senior officials in the government heard about it afterwards. The Yuan family was busy doing everything to remove the news, but the police had to arrest Yuan Yiyang and the other rich heirs. Yuan Yiyang and the other rich heirs were still in the hospital, but they were much better now, so they could leave the hospital for the interrogation. Ku Hanzhao soon heard about it and she was thrilled to know that Yuan Yiyang's dirty secrets were public now. It was a huge surprise to her. At this time, Ku Hanzhao was in the washroom, and she cried with joy. It was the best news she had ever heard. No need to guess. Ku Hanzhao believed it must be done by Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning just punished Yuan Yiyang and the other rich heirs and she also promised to collect criminal evidence. She said she would put them in jail once she had solid proof. Although Ku Hanzhao knew it was done by Ji Yuning, she wouldn't tell other people, because it would cause Ji Yuning trouble. Now she was still jealous of Ji Yuning, because Ji Yuning was so outstanding among peers, but she had no hostility towards her. After what had happened to Yuan Yiyang, she actually felt grateful to Ji Yuning. In fact, she was grateful to Ji Yuning because she didn't know it was also Ji Yuning who ruined her father's career. If she knew it was Ji Yuning, she might be in a different mood. Sometimes, it was better not to know everything. After all, it was Ku Hanzhao who caused Ji Yuning trouble first and Ku Yifei even paid gangsters to hurt Ji Yuning. Most importantly, Ku Linen had broken the law, so he deserved the result. If Ku Linen were a good, upright man, Ji Yuning wouldn't have punished him. She could have only taught Ku Yifei a lesson. Chapter 2229, New Drama. Produced by Fenghua Entertainment. Because Yuan Shuyan was Yuan Yiyang's cousin and they lived under the same roof, Yuan Shuyan was surrounded by her classmates and asked about the shocking news. Yuan Shuyan knew this cousin of hers wasn't a good guy, but she was also surprised by the crimes he had committed. However, the evidence was everywhere on the internet now, and she couldn't avoid it. Whether Yuan Yiyang really had done those terrible things, Yuan Shuyan refused to admit it was true. She kept on saying that it was just a setup, because it could seriously damage the Yuan family's reputation. However, all the evidence was public, so nobody believed Yuan Shuyan's words. They chose to ask Yuan Shuyan about it after the evidence was public simply because they wanted to hear the answer from her mouth, but obviously they failed. Not many people asked Yuan Yilin about it, because Yuan Yilin was the Yuan family's direct descendant, while Yuan Yiyang was her collateral relative. They didn't live together, so Yuan Yilin might not be aware of what Yuan Yiyang had done. Besides, nobody dared to ask her. It soon caused a great sensation, and the Ji family read the news too. Ji Wen's father called Yuan Yiyang's father again and asked whether the news was true. If it was true, they must end their marriage agreement between Ji Wen and Yuan Yiyang. Although the Yuan family was a powerful family, they didn't have to climb up the social ladder using a rotten, big family. In addition, the Ji family didn't have a much lower status than the Yuan family. Ji Wen was pretty too, and she could marry another good family of power. Yuan Yiyang's father denied it strongly, not to comfort the Ji family, but for the Yuan family's reputation. He couldn't admit it. He still insisted on saying that it was a setup done by Yuan Yiyang's enemies. Yuan Yiyang's family was now busy collecting evidence to prove that it was just a setup. Ji Wen's father wasn't dumb. He had believed Yuan Yiyang's father once before when it wasn't a serious problem, but now he wasn't fully convinced after it became a great sensation. Although he didn't know much about Yuan Yiyang because he had spent many years in the military and he hadn't heard much about Yuan Yiyang's reputation either, he was clearly aware of the bad deeds of those heirs of wealth and power. However, before the final result came out, he couldn't end the marriage alliance between their two families. He didn't want to take the risk of offending the Yuan family and suffering a loss. Therefore, he decided to wait till the final result was out. If Yuan Yiyang really had committed those crimes, but the Yuan family helped him get away with them and Yuan Yiyang was safe, he might accept it. There were few men who didn't love playing around. Ji Wen's father had that opinion not because he approved of that behavior or he did the same thing. He was a soldier after all, and it wasn't allowed in the military. If he broke the law, his career in the government would come to an end. He had that opinion simply because he knew the reality of this society. Ji Yuning didn't bother to pay much attention to what would happen afterwards. She only needed to know how it unfolded. In the canteen in the afternoon. I'm so surprised that Yuan Yiyang has committed so many terrible crimes. Now I have sympathy for Ji Wen. I wonder whether she'll end her marriage agreement with Yuan Yiyang after knowing what he has done, said Song Miaoge. She was really shocked this time and suddenly sympathized with Ji Wen. She didn't really sympathize with Ji Wen and would soon go back to normal and hate Ji Wen as usual. They were bitter enemies after all. She had sympathy for Ji Wen only because she was a kind girl. I bet she'll end the marriage agreement. No woman is willing to marry such a horrible man. It's disgusting, said Zhang Zikai with hatred for Yuan Yiyang. Hard to say. The Ji family aches to form a close relationship with the Yuan family. I think the Ji family will accept it if the Yuan family can help Yuan Yiyang get away with those crimes. They won't end the marriage agreement. Song Miaoge snorted. Although her family wasn't close to the Ji family, they were very familiar with each other. Song Miaoge clearly knew how snobbish the Ji family was. They would trade marriage for power. In fact, Ji Wen's engagement with Yuan Yiyang was just a deal of power. Ji Wen agreed only because she wanted to have a higher status and she actually liked Yuan Yiyang's beautiful appearance. Hearing that, Zhang Zikai didn't know what to say. As a member in high society, she knew it wasn't uncommon. There indeed were people who were willing to sell themselves or their dignity for money or power. Anyway, the Yuan family is a super powerful family. Even though the scandal caused a great sensation now, I'm afraid that people will soon forget it. He won't be punished as he should be. Song Miaoge sighed, and said in disappointment. She didn't think Yuan Yiyang would be punished, because the Yuan family wasn't an ordinary family. It was super powerful in this country and it wasn't difficult for Yuan Yiyang to get away with the crimes. As long as those victims' families were willing to settle it out of court, Yuan Yiyang would be fine after paying the compensation. Ji Yuning had thought about that too, so she didn't plan to let Yuan Yiyang stay in jail for too long. It was enough if he was sentenced to a few months or half a year in prison. If the police did nothing, she would tell Kay to spread the news to a broader range. In order to alleviate the situation, Yuan Yiyang had to be sentenced to a few months in jail. After all, he really had broken the law. A few days ago, Chu Peihen went to do an audition for a new drama produced by Fenghua Entertainment. She had the result today, so she shared the news with her friend in the WeChat group. Chu Peihen had a very close relationship with Ji Yuning, but she won the role relying on her acting skills, so she was very excited about it. Although it wasn't a major role, she could show her face before the cameras. She would play the role of the leading actress's companion, so she was an important role in the new drama. The next day, the list of the main actors of the new drama produced by Fenghua Entertainment was released and it quickly became big news. It was a fantasy drama called Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower. It was adapted from a popular web novel. Although Fenghua Entertainment had its own scriptwriters, there were many good novels on the internet as well, so they wouldn't miss any chances to make money. Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower, told a story of the female main character who was a demon flower in her first incarnation, but she fell in love with a cultivator, Bai Wuchen. Unfortunately, Bai Wuchen didn't like her. What was worse, they were bitter enemies and he wanted to kill the demon flower. Because the demon flower loved Bai Wuchen, she killed herself in order to not put him in a dilemma. Chapter 2230, the new drama. Before the demon flower died, she made a promise. Bai Wuchen, I don't want to put you in a dilemma this incarnation, so I choose to die under your sword. The next incarnation, I won't be a demon again. I'll be immortal. I'll be together with you. You can't betray me. If you betray me, I'll become a demon again and I certainly will pay you back. It was the demon flower's ability. Once she made a promise, it could become reality. At this last moment, Bai Wuchen was touched. Although he still disliked her, he felt guilty because she died for him. He also promised that he would protect her throughout their life if she became immortal in the next incarnation. Therefore, the demon flower became a mortal named Wa-Ling in the next incarnation. However, she lived a terrible life. Her parents died when she was only 10 and she was adopted by her uncle and aunt. However, her uncle and aunt treated her badly and stole her family wealth. They made her a domestic servant and always hurled abuse at her. She didn't have friends, so she could only talk with a rainbow flower in the yard. The rainbow flower showed up in the yard out of the blue when Wa-Ling was born. It never withered and only Wa-Ling could see it. It was actually made of a drop of her blood when she was incarnated, so this rainbow flower came to protect Wa-Ling. Therefore, this rainbow flower had senses. In order not to scare Wa-Ling, it would go into her dreams and talk with her once in a while. Every time Wa-Ling was injured and in pain, the rainbow flower would cure her with its magical power but didn't remove the scars in case her uncle and aunt found out. One day, Wa-Ling broke a vase by chance and her aunt punished her by forcing her to run in the heavy rain. Wa-Ling had a fever afterwards and her life was in danger. At this key moment, the rainbow flower stopped hiding itself and appeared in a human form to save Wa-Ling. Under the rainbow flower's encouragement, Wa-Ling left home and stayed away from their bullying. The rainbow flower also stayed with her in its human form. Because the rainbow flower wasn't at a high level, it could only be a human for 2 hours every day, but it could talk with Wa-Ling all the time. After that, a lot of things happened, and she met Bai Wuchen. At first glance, Bai Wuchen recognized her. He also remembered his promise, so he wanted to take her with him. However, Wa-Ling took him as a lecher and ran away once she saw him. It didn't change until Wa-Ling ran into a wolf monster and even the rainbow flower couldn't defeat it, and Bai Wuchen rescued them in the end. Wa-Ling then followed Bai Wuchen and became his disciple. He only took her as his disciple and didn't marry her. He only felt he owed her, but there was no love between them. He was unwilling to be her husband for this life. At this time, Bai Wuchen already became the head of their martial arts sect and he needed to manage a lot of things. He was in no mood for a family. As time went by, Wao Ling fell in love with Bai Wuchen and Bai Wuchen also changed his attitude towards Wao Ling, but he still couldn't accept her for all kinds of reasons. During this process, Wao Ling was disappointed, sad, and even heartbroken. She felt quite aggrieved and refused to accept the result. Gradually, Wao Ling was no longer innocent and kind and memories of the demon flower began to come back. Finally, Wao Ling asked Bai Wuchen whether he was willing to marry her, but Bai Wuchen rejected her. In despair, Wao Ling turned into the demon again and once again stood opposite Bai Wuchen. Back in her domain, the demon flower spoiled her subordinates and let them torture common people as they wanted. Bai Wuchen came to see her and hoped that she would stop. The demon flower said, "Bai Wuchen, in the previous incarnation, I didn't want to put you in a dilemma, so I chose to die under your sword. I wanted to become immortal to be together with you. You can't betray me. If you betray me, I'll become a demon again and I certainly will pay you back. Now you've betrayed me, so this is how we ended up." The demon flower blamed Bai Wuchen for it. Bai Wuchen's teacher also blamed him for it. Even other martial arts sects and common people blamed Bai Wuchen for it, so he was removed from the position of the head. Afterwards, Bai Wuchen met the demon flower again and said he wanted to marry her. However, the demon flower wasn't happy to hear that. Instead, she was annoyed and said, "Bai Wuchen, I know you want to marry me for the sake of the common people. Don't you think it's ironic? You don't care about me at all. Why didn't you say that to me earlier on? You can ignore my feelings for other people. Why couldn't you do something for me and for me only?" Filled with fury, the demon flower chased Bai Wuchen away. Afterwards, Bai Wuchen fell into a dangerous situation. The demon flower didn't have the heart to see him die, so she still stood out and risked her life to save him. Bai Wuchen finally realized that other members of their martial arts sect and the common people only respected and complimented him when he did things for their good. Once something bad happened because of him, they would only criticize and blame him as if he owed them. Only the demon flower really cared about him. Even if he had deeply hurt her, she still wouldn't hesitate to risk her life to save him. This time, the demon flower made a promise again. "Bai Wuchen, I have 3 incarnations in all. I've died twice for you, and I'll only live for myself in the last incarnation. I don't want to see you again. I won't fall in love with you once more." At this moment, Bai Wuchen felt heartbroken. He knew he had deeply hurt the demon flower, so she was reluctant to see him or love him again. However, he only wanted her in the next incarnation. He wanted to love and marry her for a lifetime. After the demon flower disappeared, Bai Wuchen began to search for her after she was reincarnated. During this time, many members of his martial arts sect came to see him for help, but he refused because he was totally disappointed with their martial arts sect. It had nothing to do with him now. Bai Wuchen had waited and searched around for 18 years and finally found the demon flower after she was reincarnated. During this incarnation, Bai Wuchen started chasing his love. Although it wasn't easy, they were finally together in the end. Although the demon flower has lost her memories of the last 2 incarnations, she still fell in love with Bai Wuchen. This new drama was a little tormenting, but there was a happy ending. Chu Peihen would play the role of the rainbow flower, who was Wao Linga's companion. Although it only existed in her second incarnation, the story of the second incarnation was about 70% of this new drama. There was only a brief introduction of the first incarnation and the story of the third incarnation wasn't long. Only the second incarnation was detailed. Chapter 2231, Chu Peihen is defamed. Most importantly, the rainbow flower was the most favorable role in the new drama. It was loyal and protective of its owner, and it also died for its owner in the end. It would arouse a lot of people's sympathy and the audience would easily remember it. When the project of Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower just carried out, Fenghua Entertainment didn't do much publicity, so not many people knew about it. The major roles were played by actors signed by Fenghua Entertainment. The leading actress wasn't Tang Xiaoxiao, because Tang Xiaoxiao was in another crew. Su Tongnuo would be the leading actress this time. Su Tongnuo was very suitable for the role of Hua Ling, because she was pure, attractive, sexy, and strong. As Hua Ling, she needed to be pure and lovely, while she had to be strong and attractive as the demon flower. The leading actor was Chao Hanchen. He was mature and stable, and was perfect to play the role of Bai Wuchen. Han Lungxuan and Bai Lin were supporting actors in the new drama. As for the rest of the important roles, a few parts were played by actors signed by Fenghua Entertainment, while most were played by actors signed by other companies. There were about a dozen actors in Fenghua Entertainment now. Some of them were completely new faces. Although they were outstanding in appearance and acting since they could be signed by Fenghua Entertainment, they couldn't play leading roles right away. They needed to begin their career from supporting roles. Anyway, Fenghua Entertainment treated its artists very well, so it helped its artists get good chances. If they played the supporting roles well, they could leave a deep impression on the audience too. After the major actors were settled, they made an announcement on their official website, and it soon went abroad. The name of the rainbow flower in Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower, was Qi. Most of Chu Peihen's schoolmates believed she got the role through Jiyu Guangmiao's connections. She was just a student and she had only played an unimportant role in a film before, so there was no reason for her to get a supporting role right away. Although it had happened before that an actor played the supporting role right after he or she joined the entertainment industry, it hadn't happened in their circle, so they weren't really surprised. However, Chu Peihen studied in the same school as them, so it was hard for them not to be jealous of her. Most importantly, it had already aroused their jealousy when Jiyu Guangmiao accepted Chu Peihen as his student. Now that Chu Peihen had gotten such a good chance, they grew more jealous of her. Therefore, many people attacked Chu Peihen behind her back, and some even spread rumors about her on the internet and said that she had a sugar daddy. The entertainment industry was notorious for unspoken rules, so most people believed that Chu Peihen had a sugar daddy because she had a smooth career. Although no one dared to challenge Chu Peihen face to face because she was good at kung fu, they weren't afraid to badmouth her behind her back. Rumors about Chu Peihen didn't gain much attention, but many people read the posts and began to doubt whether she got the chance because of her abilities. At the same time, some people still chose to trust her. Hearing rumors about her, Chu Peihen wasn't mad. She clearly knew that she would have to face criticism and attacks after she chose to join the entertainment industry. She was mentally prepared, so she stayed calm. Shi Xiaoyu, however, was furious, because she went to have the audition along with Chu Peihen. She could prove that Chu Peihen had excellent acting and she was the best actor among the candidates. Shi Xiaoyu believed that Chu Peihen deserved the chance. Speaking of Shi Xiaoyu, she also had an audition for a role in Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower. And she got the role too. Shi Xiaoyu originally went there with Chu Peihen for fun, but Luzon had a good impression of her. She was pretty and her major was also performing arts, so he asked whether she had interest in the new drama. Because Shi Xiaoyu was majoring in performing arts, she was definitely interested in the new drama, so she tried and Luzon accepted her. Although it wasn't an important role, she had some lines. The role played by Shi Xiaoyu was a little unpleasant. She would play a spoiled rich heiress. Because the man this rich heiress admired liked the leading actress, this rich heiress hated and bullied the leading actress. She didn't have a good ending. Anyway, it wasn't a hateful role, and was actually a little pitiful. After Shi Xiaoyu heard the rumors about Chu Peihen, she told Chu Peihen right away, but Chu Peihen looked very calm. Shi Xiaoyu was displeased with her response. Why aren't you mad? They are defaming you. They're spreading rumors about you. Chu Peihen felt touched that Shi Xiaoyu was so mad because she cared about her, but she rolled her eyes at Shi Xiaoyu at this time. Is this the first time you've heard about the entertainment industry? I don't think you should join it because you have a quick temper. Although we're both just interested in acting and we don't work for fame or wealth, we should get used to it since we chose to be actors. Whether you're innocent or not, there will always be people who like to defame you. As long as it isn't the truth, the public's opinion won't affect you. They'll soon get bored and forget it. I know, but I'm just mad at them. Shi Xiaoyu complained, feeling upset. She knew the rules, but she just couldn't control her emotions. All right, calm down. Let's go to have hot pot this afternoon. In winter, it's best to have hot pot, said Chu Peihan to comfort her. Hearing that, Shi Xiaoyu didn't know what to say. There were rumors about Chu Peihan on the internet, but she was still in the mood for hot pot. However, they had to eat even though they were mad, so Shi Xiaoyu agreed to have hot pot with Chu Peihan that afternoon. She didn't know whether her cousin was aware of it or not, so Shi Xiaoyu sent Han Chengelin a message when Chu Peihan didn't pay attention to her. Han Chengelin was at the shooting set, so he didn't notice the rumors about Chu Peihan on the internet until he read Shi Xiaoyu's message. As a celebrity, he knew rumors were very common in their industry. In fact, if the rumors were about him, he wouldn't be annoyed, but now he felt quite displeased because Chu Peihan was amid criticisms. Therefore, Han Chengelin immediately arranged for someone to do an investigation and find those people who spread the rumors. He also ordered them to delete the posts. Then he asked Shi Xiaoyu about Chu Peihan's mood. Shi Xiaoyu told him that Chu Peihan couldn't care less about it, but that she was furious. It wasn't surprising to Han Chengelin that Chu Peihan wasn't affected, because he knew Chu Peihan didn't care about that. However, even though Chu Peihan wasn't mad, she couldn't tolerate those rumors, so she sent out a post on Weibo. Chapter 2232, Yunhongqing comes. Chu Peihan made a public explanation that she didn't have a sugar daddy and she didn't rely on anyone else but herself to win the role. She also asked those who defamed her to show the evidence or she would sue them. Chu Peihan didn't have many followers on Weibo, but she had a few thousand fans, so many of them saw it once she sent out the post. Since they were Chu Peihan's fans, most of them defended her and they all stood out to support her one after another. Because of that, there were fewer people who continued to criticize Chu Peihan, but some didn't stop. There were always haters on the internet, and they refused to believe that Chu Peihan didn't have a sugar daddy. After a while, the crew of Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower, heard about it. Because Chu Peihan joined them, they should defend her and the crew as well. Therefore, the crew of Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower posted the audition video of Chu Peihan and publicly said, "We only want skilled actors." After this post was sent out, Fenghua Entertainment and its artists all reposted it, Ji Yuning included. Ji Yuning had a lot of fans. She rarely sent out a post, so her followers immediately supported her once she sent out a post. Chu Peihan is Goddess Gu's friend. She doesn't need a sugar daddy at all. Right, although Chu Peihan is Goddess Gu's friend, I still believe she won that role with her acting skills. Even if Chu Peihan won the role through Goddess Gu's connections, she's excellent at acting. She's also beautiful. There is no reason for the director not to choose her. If Chu Peihan isn't good at acting, Professor Ji Yu of the Capital Film Academy wouldn't have taken her as his student. Connections aren't everything. Professor Ji Yu has turned down many children who are born in influential families. Right, I believe Chu Peihan won the chance with her own abilities. Everyone can see that from the video. I agree. Chu Peihan is indeed very good at acting. More and more people stood out to defend Chu Peihan, so nobody paid attention to the unkind comments. There were still a few unkind comments, but they attracted less and less attention now. At the same time, everyone learned that Chu Peihan was a close friend of Ji Yuning. Even if Chu Peihan won that role through Ji Yuning's connections, it was obvious that she was excellent at acting. In addition, even if Chu Peihan relied on her relationship with Ji Yuning to win the role, it was much more acceptable than if she had a sugar daddy. In fact, it was a totally different situation. It wasn't shameful to rely on friends after all. One relied on parents at home, and needed friends' help outside. That was quite normal. Before Han Chengelin could do anything, the topic lost its popularity, so he felt a little upset. It was good to know that Chu Peihan was fine now, but it wasn't he who helped her out, which made him feel a bit useless. However, even though it was losing public attention, it still had a bad effect, so Han Chengelin thought that there was still something he could do. He reposted the post sent out by the crew of Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower, and said, "Cream rises to the top." Shi Xiaoyu focused on the news from the beginning to the end, so she witnessed the whole process and felt satisfied. Chu Peihan didn't care much about the news, but she still felt touched that Ji Yuning helped her out. She sent Ji Yuning a message on WeChat at once to thank her. Although everyone knew her relationship with Ji Yuning now and said she relied on Ji Yuning to win that role, her mood wasn't affected. She indeed met Lu Zhan because of Ji Yuning and was chosen by him afterwards. Then she had the chance to have an audition. In that case, it wasn't wrong to say that she relied on her relationship with Ji Yuning to win the role. Shi Xiaoyu, however, was slightly worried about her cousin. He was slower than Ji Yuning and lost this chance to prove himself before Chu Peihan. Right at this moment, Han Chenggelin's people found the person who spread rumors about Chu Peihan, so he took action right away. At 5 p.m., the person who spread rumors about Chu Peihan made a public apology. She said she was just jealous of Chu Peihan, so she made up rumors about her. It wasn't true, and she said sorry to Chu Peihan. It was done by Han Chenggelin, but everyone gave the credit to Ji Yuning, which made him feel even more upset. Anyway, since the person already apologized, Chu Peihan chose to forgive her and let it go. That afternoon, Leng Xiaoting came back, so Ji Yuning left the school after the classes were over. However, before she walked out of the school, Ji Yuning sensed the air of cultivators, and she immediately used her jade eyes to search for the cultivator. This time, it wasn't those who always followed her, but the second elder of Tiandaozong, Yun Hongqing. Ji Yuning was surprised. She didn't expect that the elder of Tiandaozong would come in person. No need to guess, Ji Yuning knew why Yun Hongqing came here. It must have something to do with the magical power or what had happened to Jing Yunfei. While Ji Yuning was shocked, her phone rang and it was a strange number. "Nice to see you, Miss Ji Yu. My surname is Yun, and I'm Mo Qilin's elder. I need to ask you about something. Is it convenient for you to have a meeting with me? I'm at the gate of your school now. Don't worry, I don't want to hurt you. We can talk right here," he said on the phone with a very good attitude. He didn't sound arrogant at all. He didn't want Ji Yuning to think he was a strange bad guy, so he mentioned Mo Qilin. Because Mo Qilin knew Ji Yuning, and Ji Yuning would be relaxed if he had a relationship with Mo Qilin. Mo Qilin Sr. was precisely Yun Hongqing. He didn't propose to have the talk at a place with few people. They could do that right outside the school, so Ji Yuning would be safe. Because Ji Yuning knew Yun Hongqing was a good man and she also wanted to figure out why he came, she agreed. "Sure, I'm on my way out of the school. I'll be at the gate in a minute." Yun Hongqing was slightly surprised by Ji Yuning's quick answer, but he was glad that Ji Yuning agreed. "Sure, I'm over 60 years old, and I'm in a gray suit standing under a big tree at the right side of the gate," said Yun Hongqing in order to help her find him. After a minute, Ji Yuning walked out of the gate and saw Yun Hongqing standing under the big tree, then she walked over. Chapter 2233. Not an ancient pharmacist. Yun Hongqing stood there alone without anyone by his side. As soon as he saw Ji Yuning, he recognized her, although it was their first meeting. Before he came to see her, Yun Hongqing had seen many photos of Ji Yuning. He had a good memory, so he could recognize her by a single glance. "Hi, Elder Yun, nice to meet you. I'm Ji Yuning." Ji Yuning greeted him of her own accord after she walked there. She was much younger than him, so she couldn't forget her manners. "Nice to meet you, Miss Ji Yu. You're prettier than your photos." Yun Hongqing complimented sincerely, because Ji Yuning was indeed very special. "Thank you so much for your compliment. Elder Yun, what can I do for you?" "Well, Miss Ji Yu, let me be honest with you. The thing is that Jing Yunfei told me he learned the address of a master from you. He went to ask the master for magical pills, but because he didn't satisfy the master's needs, he failed to get the magical pills. Miss Ji Yu, can you tell me where the master is right now?" "I would like to see her," said Yun Hongqing. He didn't want Ji Yuning to think that he was going to pay the master back for Jing Yunfei, so he explained. "Of course, I won't make things difficult for her. I just want to talk about something serious with her." Jing Yunfei told him the address, and he had visited there, but didn't see anyone, so he had to see Ji Yuning now and ask her whether she could tell him where the master was right now. Hearing that, Ji Yuning figured out Yun Hongqing's purpose. She believed that Yun Hongqing didn't mean to cause any trouble, and Yun Hongqing, or Tiandaozong, might plan to draw the master over to their side. Elder Yun, I'm afraid I can't tell you right now. I need to ask for the master's opinions first. If you don't mind, can I reply to you after I ask her? Ji Yuning said. Although she couldn't let Yun Hongqing meet Jing Yuniao, she wouldn't directly turn him down at this moment. No problem. Yun Hongqing understood it and agreed. After that, Ji Yuning walked aside to make a call. She called Tang Aining's number, but obviously couldn't get through to her. After a while, Ji Yuning walked back and pretended to be sorry. I'm sorry, I can't get through to her. Elder Yun, can you give me your number? I'll reply to you once I have an answer from her. Sure, thanks. Although Ji Yuning couldn't get through to the master now and Yun Hongqing was quite disappointed, he could do nothing about it and had to listen to Ji Yuning. Since he wanted to see the master, he had to be patient. After that, Yun Hongqing gave Ji Yuning his phone number and left. Ji Yuning also walked away and went back to the Siheiwan. Now both Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yuniao were in the Siheiwan. Leng Xiaoting wanted to pick Ji Yuning up at the school, but he didn't go there in case the cultivators who were spying on her found out that he was also a cultivator. Jing Yuniao told Leng Xiaoting what had happened last night. After knowing what Ji Yuning had done for Jing Yuniao, Leng Xiaoting was very grateful and felt quite touched. He didn't take it for granted just because Ji Yuning was his fiancée. It wasn't her duty and none of them ought to do anything for each other. So since Ji Yuning was willing to do that for them, they should be grateful. After Ji Yuning arrived at the Siheiwan, she told them about her meeting with Yun Hongqing. It seems they take me as an ancient pharmacist, and want to draw me to their side. Once Jing Yuniao heard that, she figured out their purpose. In fact, ever since they began to spy on Ji Yuning, they believed that there must be a master behind her. It was highly likely for it to be an ancient pharmacist. Although Ji Yuning told them that it was actually Shengguan Yang, they believed that there was also an ancient pharmacist. There are few ancient pharmacists now. Cultivators need more than just magical power. Magical pills are very helpful for the cultivation. Luckily, the wife of my teacher was an ancient pharmacist, and she gave me all of her magical pills. Or I wouldn't have so many magical pills with me, said Shengguan Yang. Shengguan Yang was at a very high level, but he couldn't make magical pills. It required talent to make magical pills and it was much more difficult than cultivating. Therefore, ancient pharmacists enjoyed a very high status in the cultivation world, and no cultivators were willing to offend them. That was the reason why Jing Yarong told Jing Yunfei to submit to the humiliation. Well, I promised to give Elder Yun a reply, so I need to let him know the result. Mother, do you think you'll make it clear by yourself and tell him that you're not an ancient pharmacist, or should I tell him the master isn't willing to see him? Ji Yuning asked Jing Yuniao. Since Elder Yun showed up, I think it's better for me to give him an answer on my own, said Jing Yuniao. Because Yun Hongqing had a good reputation and Jing Yuniao respected him, she felt it was better to give him a reply. Sure. Ji Yuning agreed it was better for Jing Yuniao to do that on her own. After all, Yun Hongqing deserved their respect. Ji Yuning then called Yun Hongqing and told him that she had successfully found the master. The master wasn't in the capital now, so they could only talk on the phone. She had given the master his number, and the master would call him in a while. Although Yun Hongqing was very disappointed that he couldn't meet the master face to face, it wasn't bad if he could talk to her on the phone. A long while after Ji Yuning finished the call with Yun Hongqing, she gave Jing Yuniao the phone she used as Tang Aining. Jing Yuniao called Yun Hongqing afterwards. Once the call was picked up, Jing Yuniao honestly said that she knew why he wanted to see her, but that she actually wasn't an ancient pharmacist. She only happened to have some magical pills with her and it was just a misunderstanding. Knowing that, Yun Hongqing was greatly surprised and disappointed. They had believed that she was an ancient pharmacist the entire time, but it turned out that she wasn't. However, even if she wasn't an ancient pharmacist, she was a master, so Tiandaozong still wanted her to join them. Yun Hongqing asked Jing Yuniao whether she was a cultivator in the outside world, or the cultivation world. He had to know more about her before drawing her to their side. Jing Yuniao gave him a brief answer. She said she used to be a member of the cultivation world, but left there about 20 years ago. She had been cultivating at the Kunlun mountain. Yun Hongqing didn't know every cultivator in the cultivation world, so he didn't know that she was Jing Yuniao. Not every cultivator had to cultivate in the cultivation world, so he didn't doubt her words. Chapter 2234. Fine, you can follow me, may I know your name? Yun Hongqing asked. Sorry, I can't tell you. We'll meet one day if we're meant to see each other, said Jing Yuniao. Sure, if you want to go back to the cultivation world, please feel free to let me know whenever you need help, said Yun Hongqing. He was showing his kindness to Jing Yuniao. Great, I will go to see you, Elder Yun, if I need any help. Jing Yuniao didn't reject his kindness. She perhaps might really need his help one day in the future. Hearing the way she called him, Yun Hongqing was slightly surprised. He didn't tell her that he was an elder of Tiandaozong, and he only gave her his name. Obviously, she knew him, but Yun Hongqing didn't bother to ask further about it and their conversation ended. Oh, when I was in City CA a few days ago, I ran into a humanoid tree vine. Once I cut it off, it could recover in 3 seconds. It can also turn into many vines. It told me it can achieve a human form after cultivating for a longer time, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Sheng Guanyang and the others were surprised. It's rare to see a humanoid monster, said Sheng Guanyang. Although he had seen many monsters and ghosts before, it was rare to see a humanoid plant. There were more humanoid animals actually. Why? Because plants didn't have senses and initiative. They could only grow in a fixed place before they became humanoid. Only when they grew in places with magical power could they absorb it and gain a consciousness before starting to cultivate. Therefore, they were only normal plants in places without magical power. Animals had senses and could walk around. It was easier for them to find places with magical power, so they were more likely to cultivate. Compared to plants, it was easier for animals to become humanoid, but the process was very hard. Nowadays, even cultivators could hardly find magical power, let alone animals. Yeah, I've never seen humanoid plants before. I've only seen humanoid animals, said Jing Yuniao. Although she had heard of the humanoid snow lotus at the Kunlun mountain, she hadn't witnessed it. I plan to plant the tree vine here so that it can cultivate with the magical power. When it has a human form, I can take it with me as a useful helper, said Ji Yuning. Good idea. Do it now. I also want to see what it is like, said Sheng Guanyang standing up. He was very curious about the tree vine. Jing Yuniao and Leng Xiaoting were also curious about it. This was their first time that they had ever seen a humanoid plant. Sure, Ji Yuning answered, and they walked to the backyard together. They would plant the tree vine in the backyard. It was quieter in the backyard, since it was only cleaned sometimes, and no one would go inside except for Sheng Guanyang. Lao Zhang and Stone usually walked in and out of the front yard, so it might cause trouble if the tree vine did something and was noticed by them. In the backyard, Ji Yuning let the tree vine out. Because it already had senses, they didn't need to dig a hole for it. Once it was released, it would get into the soil by itself. The second the tree vine was out, it felt a thick magical power and exclaimed, "Wow, the magical power here is so thick." As soon as it finished, the tree vine sensed the air of cultivators at high levels. It was scared and jumped far away. "Senior cultivators?" asked the tree vine in an affirmative tone. "Well, it seems this tree vine has lived for at least 1,000 years. Sheng Guanyang said, smoothing his beard. However, that didn't mean it was at a high level even though it had lived for a very long time. After all, it was just a plant and just had senses. It didn't have a human shape yet. Not every humanoid plant and animal was a monster, and not every monster was evil. My owner, can I cultivate here?" The tree vine turned to look at Ji Yuning. In fact, it didn't have eyes, so it could only locate her position with its consciousness. When it focused on Ji Yuning, it was looking at her. Moreover, the tree vine was fawning over Ji Yuning. It tried to please her. Ji Yuning hadn't allowed it to follow her yet, but the tree vine already took her as its owner. The tree vine simply wanted to stay here to cultivate by flattering Ji Yuning. Ha ha, when did I become your owner? Ji Yuning was amused. She understood what the tree vine was thinking, and she joked about it on purpose. From now on, you're my owner. My owner, actually I'm not weak. I know you're very strong, but there are always stronger people in this world. With me by your side, I can be very helpful if you encounter people stronger than you in the future. The tree vine did its best to sell itself. It tried to convince Ji Yuning to keep it as her assistant. The tree vine didn't think it was shameful to listen to a human. After all it wanted now was magical power. It could soon achieve a human shape with the help of the magical power, and it would be able to look around this beautiful world. If it didn't have magical power, it couldn't imagine what would happen to it. It didn't want to die. In addition, it wouldn't do it any harm if Ji Yuning became its owner and it could stay here to cultivate the thick magical power. There was no reason for it to miss this great chance. Now you take me as your owner, but will you betray me when you meet someone who is stronger than me in the future? Asked Ji Yuning. She felt it was possible given the current behavior of the tree vine. Of course not. The tree vine promised at once, sounding quite sincere. In case Ji Yuning didn't believe it, it made a further explanation. Since you're my owner now, you have my loyalty. You can kill me if I betray you one day. In order to win Ji Yuning's trust, it said that she could kill it if it betrayed her. Great. You can follow me now. Ji Yuning stopped joking with it. Actually, ever since she brought it back, she had the idea of keeping it as a helper. She also had thought about its loyalty and she wasn't worried about it. No one would trust other people unconditionally at the very beginning. It took time to build trust. Chapter 22:35. Plant yourself now. However, Ji Yuning still needed to warn it. I mean it. If you dare to betray me one day, I'll surely kill you. I know, said the tree vine. It was very excited that Ji Yuning was willing to accept it. Shang Guanyang and the others didn't stop Ji Yuning from keeping the tree vine, because they felt it was a good idea. All right, plant yourself now, said Ji Yuning. No problem. The tree vine immediately planted itself and became a ball of vines with a diameter of about 1 meter. Although the tree vine could hold back its vines and make itself less noticeable, it needed to spread them all about to absorb magical power. Only in that way could it become stronger. You can stay and cultivate here. I'll be gone for a while. If any outsiders come in, don't move around or turn into other shapes. If your secret is exposed, I'll abandon you, said Ji Yuning. Although people rarely came here, she had to remind it to be careful to prevent any accidents from happening. Sure, my owner. The tree vine agreed at once. After the tree vine was settled, it was time for a meal, so they went to the dining hall. After having the meal, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to have a walk in the backyard. When they were out of other people's sight, Leng Xiaoting hugged Ji Yuning and seriously said to her, Ningning, thank you. For what? Ji Yuning was confused. She never asked for anything in return when she did something for Leng Xiaoting. Thank you so much for helping my mother pay her enemies back, said Leng Xiaoting. Okay, I accept your thanks, said Ji Yuning. She actually wanted to tell him it wasn't necessary, but she knew Leng Xiaoting wouldn't feel relaxed until he thanked her. In order to set his mind at rest, she didn't stop him. In fact, if Leng Xiaoting did anything for her, she would thank him too. It was just manners. She wouldn't take it for granted just because they were very close. As soon as Ji Yuning finished speaking, Leng Xiaoting shut her mouth with a kiss. He hadn't seen her for a long time and missed her badly. He couldn't wait to have sex with her, but they couldn't do that in this situation. Ji Yuning also missed him, so she would hardly push Leng Xiaoting away and she kissed him passionately. Because both of them had burning desire, they soon lost control of themselves. Leng Xiaoting kind of lost his reason after he was aroused and he reached out his hand into Ji Yuning's clothes. He was about to undress her. All of a sudden, Ji Yuning came back to her senses and immediately pushed him away. Leng Xiaoting got his reason back after he was pushed away, but he felt tortured by the burning desire. Without hesitation, he directly pulled Ji Yuning outside. Where are you going? Ji Yuning was scared. She thought Lang Xiaoting lost control of himself and wanted to go to have sex with her in the Sihewan. It was embarrassing. Let's go home, Lang Xiaoting said in a hoarse voice. They were going to their own house. Ji Yuning understood and felt amused, but she didn't turn him down. Lang Xiaoting rushed to take Ji Yuning away, but he still forced himself to calm down. After excusing themselves from Sheng Guanyang and Jing Yunyao, they immediately left. He didn't tell them why, but Sheng Guanyang and Jing Yunyao could clearly see it. Lang Xiaoting simply wanted to spend some time alone with Ji Yuning. They hadn't seen each other in days, so they had to miss each other badly. Therefore, Sheng Guanyang and Jing Yunyao understood their feelings. Once they were out of the Sihewan, Lang Xiaoting drove as fast as he could on the road to their home. Unfortunately, they ran into a cultivator halfway home when they were stopped by the red traffic lights. They couldn't avoid it, so they attracted the cultivator's attention. In such a situation, Lang Xiaoting stopped thinking about sex, since they had to get away from the cultivator right away. Although there were many cultivators visiting the capital city very often and the cultivator might not bother to pay much attention to them, they still needed to avoid the cultivator if it was possible. Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to look ahead and saw Baili Zongyang. She was relieved. If it was Baili Zongyang, they would be fine. It's Baili Zongyang. He already knows that I'm a cultivator. Even if he sees you, it won't be a problem. I think we need to talk with him face to face since he's already aware of it, said Ji Yuning. Although she could completely stop Lang Xiaoting from meeting Baili Zongyang, she thought it would be better to let Baili Zongyang know that Lang Xiaoting was also a cultivator. Otherwise Baili Zongyang might blurt it out if he met Lang Xiaoting in the future and it would cause Lang Xiaoting trouble. That wasn't what Ji Yuning wanted, so it was better to let Baili Zongyang know now so that Baili Zongyang could keep it a secret. Sure, said Lang Xiaoting. He wasn't surprised that Baili Zongyang already knew that Ji Yuning was a cultivator. Baili Zongshe already learned about it when they met Miao Jingjing last time, so it could no longer be a secret from Baili Zongyang. Cultivators were frequent visitors in the capital and Baili Zongyang often met them. Normally, he wouldn't bother to check on them, but lots of things had happened recently, so Baili Zongyang wanted to know who they were since they met. Therefore, once the traffic lights turned green, Baili Zongyang chased after the heir of cultivators. Baili Zongyang's level wasn't as high as Lang Xiaoting's, but he wasn't much worse than him and there was only a short distance between them, so he soon sensed him. Ji Yuning had Baili Zongyang's number, so she called him. Baili Zongyang was surprised to see Ji Yuning's call, because Ji Yuning had never called him before. They seldom had interaction even when they met. Baili Zongyang picked up her call. He didn't connect her call with the fact that he sensed the air of cultivators. Mr. Baili, I'm in the black Hummer in front of you now. I know you're following us. If you have time, would you mind having a cup of tea? Said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Baili Zongyang realized that the cultivator must be with Ji Yuning. The cultivator wasn't much stronger than him, so he bet the cultivator must be senior to Ji Yuning. Chapter 2236, Be honest with Baili Zongyang. Sure, I'm free now, said Baili Zongyang. He also wanted to see who Ji Yuning's senior was. Because Ji Yuning was also Qing He, he believed her senior Qing Feng could also have another identity. Please follow us ahead. We'll stop at a suitable place, said Ji Yuning. No problem, said Baili Zongyang. After that, Baili Zongyang followed Lang Xiaoting's car. About 5 minutes later, Lang Xiaoting's car stopped outside a tea house. Baili Zongyang also stopped in front of it. When he got out of his car, Baili Zongyang saw Lang Xiaoting and was amazed by him. Lang Xiaoting was so young and handsome. It seems he should be about 27 years old, but he was already at the peak of the golden core stage. However, it wasn't strange, because he was Shengguan Yang's disciple. Please, Mr. Baili. Ji Yuning invited him to go in. After that, they went in, not saying anything yet, because it wasn't appropriate. They ordered a business private room, which was specially designed for business meals or meetings. It had good insulation, so nobody could hear them. They were going to have a private talk, so a business private room was the best choice. After the waiter served tea to them, Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning, and Baili Zongyang were left in the private room. Mr. Baili, please let me introduce you. This is my fiancé, Leng Xiaoting. He's also my senior, Qing Feng, Ji Yuning said to Baili Zongyang. Hearing that, Baili Zongyang showed obvious surprise and asked, Leng Xiaoting, are you Lord Leng of the Leng family? The youngest major general. Although he asked that question, he already had the answer in his mind. He knew how unbelievably outstanding Leng Xiaoting was. Miss Ji Yu, why are you telling me this? Aren't you afraid that I'll tell other people? Baili Zongyang asked. He was really confused about why Ji Yuning told him. After all, Leng Xiaoting was from a special family. I believe you won't tell other people, and I told you now for a reason. I'm afraid you two will meet in the future. If you don't know his family background, it might cause him trouble if you tell others that he's a cultivator. Since we met, I think it's necessary for me to be honest with you, said Ji Yuning. It was true. If he met Leng Xiaoting one day and didn't know that Leng Xiaoting was from the Leng family, he would indeed tell his family that he found a cultivator outside the cultivation world. In that case, if the Baili family wanted to draw Leng Xiaoting to their side, other major families in the cultivation world would take action to stop it from happening. More of them would learn about Leng Xiaoting and it could cause him trouble. Miss Ji Yu, since you don't want other people to know, I'll surely keep it a secret, said Baili Zongyang. He always kept his promises, so he wouldn't tell anyone else. It anyway wouldn't do him any good and could drag him into trouble, because their master was Shengguan Yang. In addition, Ji Yuning had saved Baili Zongxie a few times, so the Baili family actually owed her. They wouldn't return kindness with ingratitude. Most importantly, it was a good thing for the Baili family to form a good relationship with Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Great. Ji Yuning nodded. She trusted Baili Zongyang. After that, they chatted with each other for a short while. Although Baili Zongyang talked with Ji Yuning most of the time, he also asked Leng Xiaoting something once in a while. As long as Leng Xiaoting knew the answers, he wouldn't hesitate to share his knowledge. Baili Zongyang mainly asked about cultivation and he knew what he could ask about and what he couldn't, so they had a harmonious talk. Leng Xiaoting also asked him about the cultivation world, and Baili Zongyang shared what he knew with Leng Xiaoting. Oh, I heard Hong Yifeng has been missing for a long time. Everyone thinks he might have encountered serious trouble, said Baili Zongyang casually. Hearing that, Ji Yuning stayed calm even though she knew Hong Yifeng was definitely dead. Perhaps he was killed by his enemies. I've seen him twice, but I think that he isn't a good guy, said Ji Yuning calmly. Hong Yifeng indeed isn't a good guy. If he really ran into his enemies, it wouldn't be a big deal. I heard there are people with superpower in foreign countries as well. They have even visited our country recently. I'm worried that Hong Yifeng might have encountered them and been harmed. Not long ago, Yin Shixin was killed. No one can find the murderer, so it's highly possible that it were those people. I don't know whether they've heard of us. I'm worried something unpleasant might happen in the future, said Baili Zongyang. Because he didn't know what exact abilities those people had, he was anxious. When Baili Zongyang mentioned Yin Shixin's death, Ji Yuning didn't panic, even though it had a close connection to her. Since Baili Zongyang brought up those people with superpowers from foreign countries, Ji Yuning thought it was necessary to tell him what she knew. Anyway, if those people really intruded, they needed help from the cultivation world. I know something about them. Let's begin from Country R. There are ninjas and mutants in Country R. The so-called ninjas are special killers and spies who have been given special, ninjutsu training, by a special organization. If the ninja is at a high level, he could be invisible in the dark, but he couldn't do that in a bright place. In other words, the assassinations carried out by ninjas are usually at night. Mutants are a result of long-term injections of certain drugs and the blood of a certain murderous animal, who then slowly mutate in a special radiation environment for a long time. After the mutation is successful, the subject takes on the appearance of the animal in question. Mutants possess superhuman strength, but also have self-healing ability. Pustules form on the skin due to radiation that turns into a horny layer of skin after recovery, which greatly increases its defensibility. They can recover 10 times faster than an average human no matter how badly injured they are. However, the radiation destroys their brain, so they have no sense of pain and have a low IQ. They are fearless and will do anything ordered by their masters, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Baili Zongyang was astonished. As a cultivator, he knew monsters and ghosts really existed, but it was the first time he had heard about mutants. Besides, they were made by humans. Chapter 2237, Zhou leaves the hospital. How do you know that? Baili Zongyang asked. Although he understood that Ji Yuning knew that for a reason, he wanted to figure out how she managed to know so much about those people with superpower. I met them, and I had a fight with them, but they weren't at a very high level, so I wasn't injured. I don't know how strong they can get, said Ji Yuning. She didn't take ninjas and mutants lightly just because she had killed several of them. She knew those she had met weren't very strong. I encountered a mutant this time when I carried out the task. In fact, the mutant is our target. He's strong and it's indeed difficult to deal with him, said Leng Xiaoting. Precisely because it was hard to deal with the mutant, it took him half a month this time. Are you all right? Ji Yuning asked with concern. Although Leng Xiaoting was safe and sitting next to her right now, she still cared about him. Leng Xiaoting felt touched. I'm fine. My teammates were slightly injured, but they recovered. Because they weren't seriously injured, they made a full recovery after taking the power crystals given by Ji Yuning. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting didn't call Ji Yuning to cure them in person. As long as they weren't seriously injured, Leng Xiaoting wouldn't bother Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning wouldn't mind it, but he couldn't take it for granted. It seems to be a real problem. Baili Zongyang frowned. Leng Xiaoting was better than him, but even Leng Xiaoting found those people were difficult to deal with, so they could be really strong. Because of that, Baili Zongyang thought Yin Shixin's death and Hong Yifeng's disappearance might have something to do with mutants. Given Ji Yuning's description, ninjas were barely comparable to mutants, so Yin Shixin and Hong Yifeng should be able to defeat them. Oh, what else do you know? Baili Zongyang asked Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning continued, vampires are from country M. They are neither human nor ghosts. They rely on sucking blood for their strength. Most of the time, they look no different than humans and resemble evil cultivators. They fear sunlight, so they are usually active at night. If they want to come out during the day, they need full protection. Even though they are extraordinarily strong, I think they are a lot weaker than cultivators in comparison, but we must take them seriously. All of these have visited our country, and I've met them. I don't know whether there are more beings with special skills, said Ji Yuning. They came to our country for nothing good, said Baili Zongyang. Although he was a cultivator and he actually didn't have an identity in the mortal world, he loved their country. If foreigners dared to intrude in their country, he would stand out. Right, they came for cultivators. Although countries in this world seem to be kind to one another on the surface, they never stop competing against each other. They don't want such powerful people to exist in our country, since it would be a great threat to them. They only know we can fly, and no more details, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Baili Zongyang was mad. Since they were the target, they must fight back. Whenever you meet ninjas, mutants, or vampires, kill them if you can. Never let them know you're a cultivator, or they'll report it to their leaders. It can cause more trouble, said Ji Yuning. Sure, I know, said Baili Zongyang. He realized it was a serious problem. Oh, please also report it to Tiandaozong and the major families in the cultivation world. They need to know and be prepared. If they ask you how you learned about that, you can tell them you heard it from Shangguan. Yang's 2 disciples, said Ji Yuning. No problem. Baili Zongyang had the same idea. He was about to ask Ji Yuning whether he could report it to Tiandaozong, but Ji Yuning told him to do that first. After chatting for a while, they left. Yun Hongqing went back to the cultivation world after hearing Jing Yunyao's answer and reported it to Bai Lingtian. Everyone was disappointed that she wasn't an ancient pharmacist, but they could do nothing about it. Anyway, even if she wasn't an ancient pharmacist, she was a senior cultivator, so Tiandaozong would still treat her with respect. Once Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were back in Mid-Level's mansion, they had passionate sex. The next day, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting booked a flight to Cityao for the next afternoon. The gambling competition would begin at 2 p.m. the day after tomorrow, and it would last for 3 days. So Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting would be gone for 5 days at least. Leng Xiaoting had been gone for half a month and they hadn't visited the Leng family for so long. Therefore, they were going to go see Master Leng at the Leng family's house that afternoon. In the morning, Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning went to the company. At noon, after having lunch, Leng Xiaoting asked, "Zhou Xing will leave the hospital today. I'm going to visit him in a while. Will you go with me?" "Why not?" Ji Yuning agreed. Although she only had met Zhou Xing once and he couldn't see her, she had saved his life after all and he was Leng Xiaoting's comrade. Ji Yuning felt she should go to see him. So after they finished lunch, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to see Zhou Xing at the military general hospital. It had been a week, and Zhou Xing was much better, so he could leave the hospital now. However, because he was seriously injured, he still needed some time to make a full recovery. For now, he could walk freely, but couldn't use much strength to work or exercise. In fact, even if he was much better now, he wasn't as healthy as before. It actually wasn't easy for him to get that much better. Therefore, Zhou Xing couldn't train and fight along with them any longer. In other words, he had to leave the team. Zhou Xing was injured when he carried out the task, so Leng Xiaoting had to take care of him. In fact, once he learned what had happened to Zhou Xing, he had made a plan for him. First, Zhou Xing would receive compensation and could decide whether to go home and do a regular job or to join xianxia. If he went home and found a job on his own, Leng Xiaoting would give him some money in addition to the national compensation. If he chose to work in Leng Xiaoting's company, Leng Xiaoting wouldn't give him more money. Chapter 2238, Zhou Xing's choice. Zhou Xing was an orphan. He didn't have a family and only had comrades in the team, so he listened to Leng Xiaoting and went to work in xianxia. Soldiers trained by the Red Flame were physically strong and had other skills, so Leng Xiaoting would arrange a suitable job for Zhou Xing. It wouldn't be tiring, but wouldn't be easy either. Zhou Xing needed to be qualified to do the job Leng Xiaoting offered him. As for the salary, it wasn't low in xianxia. After a while, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting arrived at Zhou Xing's ward in the military general hospital. At this time, there were about 5 people in Zhou Xing's ward. In addition to Chen Xuan, Chen Meng, and other comrades who were taking care of Zhou Xing, there were a few new faces. They came to pick Zhou Xing up after Zhou Xing left the hospital. In fact, many of their comrades wanted to come, but there were too many of them and they needed to train, so only a few of them came. "Hi, boss, Miss Ji Yu." As soon as Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting showed up, Chen Meng greeted them first. "Hi, boss, Miss Ji Yu." Chen Xuan and the others also greeted them. Although Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting weren't married yet, they already took them as a couple. All of them were aware of Leng Xiaoting's attitude towards women, and that Ji Yuning was the only girl who was so close to him. It meant he took her seriously. Ji Yuning was only his girlfriend now, but they would get married in a year or 2. The others hadn't seen Ji Yuning before, but they had all heard about her. After Chen Xuan greeted them, they also greeted, "Hi, boss, Miss Ji Yu." They knew it was Ji Yuning who had saved Zhou Xing's life, so they all admired her. They were also aware that Ji Yuning was only 19 and was very pretty, but they were still amazed when they saw her in reality. "Miss Ji Yu, thank you so much for saving me. If it hadn't been for you, I would have lost my life." Zhou Xing saluted to Ji Yuning at once and thanked her respectfully. Although he was a soldier and carried out tasks very often, it was still a very dangerous job. He was mentally prepared to lose his life, but it didn't mean he wasn't afraid of death. Therefore, he felt very lucky when he was rescued. However, in retrospect, he was still scared. Zhou Xing had already packed his stuff up. They only waited here because Leng Xiaoting was coming. So now that Leng Xiaoting was there, they should leave. When they walked out, they saw the deputy dean in the hall. Because of what had happened between them, the deputy dean was a little embarrassed to see Ji Yuning. He didn't say anything and directly walked in another direction. Ji Yuning didn't care about that. The deputy dean avoided meeting Ji Yuning's eyes not only because he was embarrassed, but also because he learned that Zhou Xing was Leng Xiaoting's comrade afterwards. It scared him. He hadn't met Leng Xiaoting before, but he knew Leng Xiaoting was a very important figure. He originally thought Zhou Xing was a poor soldier, but unexpectedly Zhou Xing had a close relationship with Leng Xiaoting. If he had known that before, he wouldn't have been so arrogant. Although it wasn't wrong to have stopped Ji Yuning from healing Zhou Xing, his attitude was unacceptable. Zhou Xing had a single apartment in the capital, so he went directly there. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning didn't go with him, neither did Chen Meng. Chen Xuan and the others sent him home. Zhou Xing would go to work after he had made a full recovery. He had retirement fees and compensation of 1,000,000 yuan, so there would be no problem even if he didn't go to work during this time. 1,000,000 yuan was a lot for ordinary people. After they left, Ji Yuning called Jing Yuniao and asked her where she was now. She would go to pick her up and they could go to visit the Leng family together. Even if it was hours away from dinner, they could spend more time with Master Leng if they went there earlier. Before they went to visit the Leng family, Leng Xiaoting called Master Leng and asked him whether he was home. Although Master Leng stayed at home most of the time, he often gathered together with Master Shu, Zhang Zongyu and his other old friends. He was old and didn't work any longer, so he felt bored once he had nothing to do. It was a good thing that he still had old friends to meet. Now Master Leng was at home, so Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to the Leng family's house after picking up Jing Yuniao at the Flowers and Plants Trading Center. Leng Yuanjun, Leng Yuanqin, and their wives were at work. Leng Xiaoxi was busy with her internship, so she rarely came home either, and Leng Xiaoxu needed to go to classes, so he was also absent. Only Leng Xiaojia stayed at home with Master Leng. Normally, Leng Xiaojia stayed in her room and seldom came out, even if there was only Master Leng in the house. Leng Xiaojia was much gloomier now. She was quiet and refused to talk to other people. In the beginning, Master Leng would try to persuade her to spend more time outside. She said yes every time, but never changed. Knowing it was useless, Master Leng gradually stopped trying to change her. After what Leng Xiaojia had done to Ji Yuning, he was completely disappointed in her. However, she was his granddaughter after all, so he still hoped that she could live a good life. Ji Yuning didn't pay Leng Xiaojia back, but Master Leng couldn't get over it. He still felt guilty for what Ji Yuning had been through, but he wouldn't show it on his face. Leng Xiaojia gazed out of the window all the time, so she saw Leng Xiaoting's car once it came inside. She was upset, then turned around to sleep. She was reluctant to see Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning. She hated them, and felt guilty too. Although Leng Xiaojia had paid someone else to attack Ji Yuning, she had lost her reason back then, and didn't dare to do that again. In fact, every time she thought about that now, she felt horrified and regretted doing it. She had failed to harm Ji Yuning and was punished severely. She now clearly knew she would be punished even more seriously if she had really caused Ji Yuning to die. Leng Xiaoting wouldn't let her go and would surely put her in jail. She absolutely couldn't stand life in prison. Moreover, she would be tortured by nightmares. She wasn't mentally strong after all, and wouldn't be able to live a peaceful life after killing someone. After Leng Xiaoting and the others came, Master Leng smiled the entire time. It was obvious that he was really happy. Chapter 2239, Zan Ziyan, Ningning, thank you so much for saving Xiaoting's uncle. Master Leng thanked her. Although he had done that on the phone, he felt it was necessary to thank her again face to face. It's my pleasure, Grandpa. Xiaoting's uncle is also my uncle, said Ji Yuning. What happened? Leng Xiaoting asked. Ji Yuning hadn't told him about it yet. She didn't do that on purpose, but simply forgot to tell him. Therefore, she told Leng Xiaoting what had happened in City C. When she said she had foreknowledge of the accident that happened to Song Wenxuan, she put it as a premonition. Because Master Leng was here, she couldn't be too honest. Leng Xiaoting understood Ji Yuning was implying her foreknowledge. Thank you, Ningning. Leng Xiaoting also thanked Ji Yuning after hearing the story. Come on, you don't need to say that. We're a family, right? If you keep on thanking me, I'll feel like an outsider, said Ji Yuning and acted angry. She was indeed a little displeased when they kept on thanking her. It made her feel as if she was an outsider. All right, we won't say that again, Master Leng immediately said. It was necessary to thank Ji Yuning, but they didn't want her to think that they saw her as an outsider. Master Leng knew that Ji Yuning was very tolerant, but they should care about her feelings since she was unhappy about it. After that, they talked about something else. All of a sudden, they mentioned the scandal about the Yuan family. Master Leng was clearly aware of those rich heirs' bad deeds, so he wasn't surprised at all. However, he was curious to know whom Yuan Yiyang had offended. All the bad deeds he had done were made public. Master Leng actually approved of that, because only a few people dared to challenge the powerful now. They could be easily paid back. I wonder whether the Yuan family has found out who made all these things public. If the person isn't a criminal, I hope he or she will be safe, said Master Leng. He felt that brave people should be protected, or no one would have the courage to do good things. However, there was a condition that the person was a good guy. If the person was a criminal, he or she shouldn't be forgiven and would only get a lighter sentence. Don't worry, they can't find out who did it, said Ji Yuning with certainty. Master Leng was very smart. Upon hearing Ji Yuning's reply, he realized something wasn't right. Does it have something to do with you? He asked. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so sure that the Yuan family couldn't find out who did it. Ji Yuning didn't bother to keep it a secret, so she said, right, I paid someone to do that, because one of the victims turned to me for help. Although I wasn't involved, I thought I should do something. Master Leng was surprised after making sure it was done by Ji Yuning. It's the right thing to do. We're not going to save the whole world, but we must keep a sense of justice. We can help the good fight back against the bad if it's possible, but you must be careful. Don't cause yourself trouble when you're helping others, said Master Leng. He also had a sense of justice, but wouldn't put himself in danger just to help other people. He wouldn't do bad deeds anyway. I know, said Ji Yuning obediently. She had the same idea, and wouldn't risk her safety for people who didn't deserve her kindness and help. Master Leng nodded in satisfaction. He supported her when she did good things, but he was more worried about her safety. Therefore, he reminded her to be careful and to not do bad things. Oh, one of my old comrades will come later, said Master Leng, then turned to ask Leng Xiaoting, do you remember Zan Daosong, Grandpa Zan? Yes, of course, said Leng Xiaoting, realizing that Master Leng's old comrade who would come later was Zan Daosong. Zan Daosong was Master Leng's comrade and they had fought together on the battlefield. Both of them had saved each other's life. Zan Daosong went to City F in the south, so they rarely met each other again, but they kept in touch and occasionally had a meeting. In the previous years, both of them weren't very old and they could meet once a year. However, they were aging and couldn't travel very often, so they couldn't see each other often now. So it had been 3.5 years since they had last met. Zan Daosong has a granddaughter named Zan Ziyan. She's 25 this year and just came home. She's single now, so I have the idea of setting her up with Xiaoming. If they have a good impression of each other, they can spend more time together, said Master Leng. Master Leng was a little worried because Leng Xiaoming was still single. Leng Xiaoming was a year younger than Leng Xiaoting, and was only 26 years old. He wasn't old, but he wasn't young either. He wasn't urging him to get married soon, but they would be more relieved if he at least had a girlfriend. Sure, said Leng Xiaoting in a flat voice. He didn't have any opinions about that. It wasn't his business after all and he didn't care much about Leng Xiaoming. At 5 p.m., Zan Daosong came and Master Leng went to welcome him in person. Because Master Leng went to welcome the guests, Leng Xiaoting and the others couldn't stay sitting. Without delay, they went out too. However, right at this moment, Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting, and Jing Yunyao were greatly surprised and exchanged glances. There was a monster. Right, they sensed a monster. Zan Daosong's car entered the Leng family's house at this time. The three of them stayed calm and didn't avoid the monster. They weren't afraid of being discovered either. No matter who the monster was, they decided to meet it. If it meant to harm the Leng family, they would get rid of it as soon as possible. Even if the monster wasn't harmful, they would still remove it if it had done bad things before. If it hadn't done bad things before, they might allow it to stay. However, they clearly felt the monster coming, so it couldn't be at a high level. After Master Leng and the others walked out of the gate, Zan Daosong's car was about to arrive. Chapter 2240, Zan Ziyan is a monster. Zan Daosong came with Zan Ziyan and 2 bodyguards. Because Zan Daosong was an important figure, he left home with bodyguards. The Zan family was the top 1 family in City F, so they had a lot of enemies. Most importantly, Zan Daosong was old now and he needed other people to protect him. Actually, Zan Daosong came to the capital with 6 bodyguards in all, but he only brought 2 with him when he came to visit the Leng family. The monster should be in his car, but Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning, and Jing Yuniao weren't sure who it was until they got out of the car. Ji Yuning didn't bother to use her jade eyes to see who it was. They were getting out of the car right away, so it wasn't necessary. The car reached the front gate and stopped. The chauffeur and bodyguards got out first, then they went to open the car doors for Zan Daosong and Zan Ziyan on the rear seats. When the 2 bodyguards got out of the car, Ji Yuning was sure the monster wasn't in them. In that case, the monster must be either Zan Daosong or Zan Ziyan. Although Ji Yuning didn't see them yet, she felt the monster could be Zan Ziyan. And she was right. Once Zan Daosong and Zan Ziyan got out of the car, Ji Yuning was certain that Zan Ziyan was really the monster. Zan Ziyan was very beautiful. Even if she wore simple clothes with light makeup, her eyes were unusually attractive. She looked like that perhaps because she was a monster, but they didn't know what monster she was. When Ji Yuning and the others were looking at Zan Ziyan's sight was on them too. She instantly panicked a little. She could feel that Jing Yuniao and Leng Xiaoting were cultivators at a high level and she was stressed. Obviously, they knew she was a monster, so she didn't know what to do now and how to face them. Master Leng had no idea about that and he beamed once he saw Zan Daosong. Daosong, been a long time. He walked ahead to welcome his old friend. Leng, if I don't come to see you, will you come to see me? Zan Daosong complained. Of course. I just plan to wait till the young have time. I'm old now. It's not convenient for me to go out alone. My family doesn't want me to go too far alone, said Master Leng. It wasn't a perfunctory answer, it was the truth. He was indeed too old to go far from home by himself. Although he was much stronger after taking Ji Yuning's power crystals, he was an old man. He wasn't comparable to men in their 50s and easily got tired. I understand. Zan Daosong felt for Leng Xiaoting, because he had the same problem. If he didn't have a sick relative in the capital, he wouldn't have come either. Zan Daosong visited the capital this time mainly because one of his relatives was seriously sick. Letting Zan Ziyan meet Leng Xiaoming wasn't his primary purpose. However, even if it wasn't his primary purpose, he still attached great importance to this meeting. It would be best if Zan Ziyan and Leng Xiaoming had a good impression of each other. Unfortunately, Leng Xiaoming wasn't in the capital. Anyway, since he was already in the capital, he should come to see Master Leng even though Leng Xiaoming was absent. Ziyan, this is Grandpa Leng. Zan Daosong reminded Zan Ziyan to do the greetings when he saw an absent look on her face. Hearing that, Zan Ziyan came back to her senses at once. Nice to meet you, Grandpa Leng, she said obediently. Although Zan Ziyan was nervous because of Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yuniao's existence, she still composed herself and didn't forget her manners. Great, it's been years, and Ziyan is a grown-up and beautiful girl now, said Master Leng with a kind smile. Zan Ziyan was indeed very adorable. Thank you so much for your compliment, Grandpa Leng, said Zan Ziyan politely. Nice to see you, Grandpa Zan. Leng Xiaoting greeted Zan Daosong. Oh, Xiaoting is even more handsome than before. I haven't seen you for many years, said Zan Daosong. He seemed very satisfied with Leng Xiaoting. In fact, he liked Leng Xiaoting more than Leng Xiaoming, because Leng Xiaoting was more outstanding. However, because of his tragic childhood, Leng Xiaoting was comparatively cold and more difficult to get along with. And now Leng Xiaoting already had a fiancé, so he couldn't introduce his granddaughter to him. Zan Ziyan actually preferred Leng Xiaoming, because Leng Xiaoming was milder and easier to get along with. She came here this time specially for Leng Xiaoming. Although Leng Xiaoming was absent, it wasn't a bad thing to see Master Leng and the Leng family first. She could leave a good impression on them. As Zan Daosong complimented Leng Xiaoting, he moved his sight to Ji Yuning, who stood next to Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning put on a slight smile and greeted him first. Nice to see you, Grandpa Zan. I'm Xiaoting's fiancé. My name is Ji Yuning. Oh, you're Ji Yuning. Wonderful, I've heard a lot about you from Leng. You have great achievements at such a young age. You're a rare talent, Zan Daosong said. He appreciated Ji Yuning very much. He had also heard about her family background, so he agreed that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were a perfect couple. Thanks, Grandpa Zan, said Ji Yuning politely. Uncle Zan, nice to see you. Jing Yuniao said to Zan Daosong. Zan Daosong wasn't a stranger to Jing Yuniao. When Zan Daosong saw Jing Yuniao, he only felt she looked very familiar, but couldn't remember who she was. He felt he had met her a long time ago. This lady looks very familiar. Is she? Zan Daosong turned to stare at Master Leng. This is my eldest son's wife, Xiaoting's mother, said Master Leng. Since they already met, he didn't bother to keep it a secret. Hearing that, Zan Daosong remembered who she was, but he was shocked too. She's Yuniao, but wasn't Yuniao dead? Zan Daosong didn't finish, because Yuniao was right in front of him now. It wasn't appropriate for him to say that aloud. However, he was full of doubt and curiosity, because he remembered that Yuniao had an accident 15 years ago, but how she seemed fine before him. Besides, Yuniao looked much younger than her age. She didn't seem to be a woman who was about 50, she looked 40 at most. He knew some women took good care of themselves, so they looked much younger than their real ages. Those famous people also looked much younger than their real ages, so he felt it wasn't too strange. Chapter 2241, You Know It Too. Zan Ziyan was aware of the Leng family's family affairs, so she knew Jing Yuniao was Leng Xiaoting's mother, and she was also surprised. However, because she found out that Jing Yuniao was a cultivator now, she understood how she was able to come back after disappearing for so many years. It was hard for a cultivator to die, unless she ran into a strong enemy. It's a long story. Why don't we go inside first? It's cold out here, said Master Leng. He had no intention of avoiding this topic, but it was very cold outside, so they should go in the house. After that, they went into the house together. Zan Ziyan was scared of Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yuniao, so she kept a distance away from them in case they hurt her. Since they met, she knew it was impossible for her to leave here without issue, and she tried to figure out a way to deal with this problem. Jing Yuniao and Leng Xiaoting stopped staring at her as if they had no idea about the fact that she actually was a monster. Before they were clear about her purpose, they couldn't do anything. Even if they planned to do anything, they had to avoid the two old men. They wondered whether Zan Daosong knew his granddaughter was actually a monster. In the living room, Master Leng told Zan Daosong what Jing Yuniao had been through. He also said that Yuniao lost her memories in the accident, so she didn't come home during the past years and everyone thought she was dead. They didn't know who had died with Leng Yuanan. Either way, it's a good thing that Yuniao is fine and back home now, Zan Daosong sighed. He felt really sorry that Leng Yuanan was really dead, but it was good news that Yuniao survived. Right, Master Leng said. He never thought about which one of them should come back alive, if only either Leng Yuanan or Yuniao could survive. Whoever could come back home alive, it was the result and he would accept it. He didn't expect Leng Yuanan instead of Jing Yuniao to come home just because Leng Yuanan was his son. Afterwards, they changed the topic. Because it was still early for the meal, Ji Yuning invited Zan Ziyan to have a walk outside. Miss Zan, why don't we have a walk outside for a while? No matter what her purpose was, Ji Yuning felt it was necessary for them to make it clear right now. She and Leng Xiaoting would go to City Ao tomorrow, so they didn't have much time. Sure, Zhan Ziyan agreed. Although she didn't know why Ji Yuning did that, she was unwilling to stay here any longer. It was too stressful. Even if she didn't know why Ji Yuning invited her to have a walk outside, she didn't think Ji Yuning had found out the fact that she was a monster. She couldn't feel the air of cultivation from Ji Yuning's body, so she believed that Ji Yuning wasn't a cultivator. If Ji Yuning wasn't a cultivator, Ji Yuning wouldn't be able to know she was a monster. In addition, after she entered this house, Ji Yuning didn't talk with Leng Xiaoting or Jing Yunyo alone, so she felt that Ji Yuning should be unaware of it. After that, Zhan Ziyan walked out with Ji Yuning. It was December and the plum blossoms were in full bloom. There was a cluster of plum trees planted on the side of the yard, which looked pretty beautiful, so Ji Yuning took Zhan Ziyan over. Most importantly, no one was there, which was convenient for them to have a talk. I heard Grandpa Leng wants to set you up with Leng Xiaoming. He hopes you can be a couple. Miss Zhan, what do you think about that? Ji Yuning didn't want to point out that she was a monster right now. I don't know. Since Grandpa Leng has that idea, we can have a meeting first, said Zhan Ziyan. She had a good impression of Leng Xiaoming, but didn't tell Ji Yuning, because she had the manners of a girl. What if Leng Xiaoming likes you, but you don't like him? What will you do if Grandpa Leng and Grandpa Zhan want you to be together with him? Ji Yuning asked. To be honest with you, I actually have a good impression of Xiaoming, but we aren't familiar although we know each other. Therefore, it's hard to say I like him. If he also has a good impression of me, I'll be willing to try. If he doesn't like me, I won't bother him, said Zhan Ziyan. In fact, she wasn't worried about whether Leng Xiaoming would like her. She was a monster after all, and she knew how to charm a man. She was only worried that Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyo might stand in her way. Although she had no intention of harming Leng Xiaoming and the Leng family, she was a monster after all. Monsters weren't allowed to be together with humans, but she still wanted to be together with Leng Xiaoming, because, anyway, Ji Yuning was a mortal, while Leng Xiaoting was a cultivator, but they were together now. Therefore, Zhan Ziyan thought that they shouldn't stop her as long as she proved that she was harmless. Ji Yuning understood that Zhan Ziyan liked Leng Xiaoming and came here for him. What if it isn't suitable for you to be together? Ji Yuning asked. Hearing that, Zhan Ziyan was struck dumb for a second and became alert. She hadn't spent any time with Leng Xiaoming yet, so why did Ji Yuning ask her that question? Did Ji Yuning know something? Or was there another reason? No matter what, Zhan Ziyan should be careful, so she asked, has Xiaoming already found his love? I don't know, but I don't think you two should be together. You and him are not from the same world after all, said Ji Yuning, staring straight at Zhan Ziyan. Zhan Ziyan felt scared and avoided meeting her eyes. Ji Yuning said that she and Leng Xiaoming weren't from the same world. Ji Yuning knew. Ji Yuning knew the secret too. Even though Ji Yuning might know the secret as well, Zhan Ziyan still refused to admit it. Miss Ji Yu, I don't understand what you are talking about. She played dumb. Ji Yuning smiled and said, great, then I won't beat around the bush. Miss Zhan, actually Xiaoting's mother, and I all know what you really are. Do you think we'll let you join the Leng family? Do you know it too? Zhan Ziyan was greatly surprised. She knew Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyo could see that she was actually a monster, but she didn't expect Ji Yuning to know too. After all, Ji Yuning was a mortal. Chapter 2242. No need to marry, right, because I'm also a cultivator like them. I just hide the air of cultivation well, so you can't sense it, said Ji Yuning. Then she deliberately released the air of cultivation to let Zhan Ziyan sense it before hiding it away. Zhan Ziyan was taken aback. To her astonishment, Ji Yuning was also a cultivator and could hide it as she liked. In that case, she must be at a very high level. She originally thought that Ji Yuning was a mortal and could be together with Leng Xiaoting, so it wouldn't be a problem if she wanted to be together with Leng Xiaoming. However, Ji Yuning was also a cultivator. Tell me, what do you want to do? Ji Yuning asked. She now looked cold and wasn't as friendly as before. Zhan Ziyan took a deep breath. Since Ji Yuning already knew she was a monster, it would only cause her trouble if she refused to admit it. Well, I just want to be together with Leng Xiaoming, said Zhan Ziyan sincerely. It was her real thought. Why? Although you two know each other, you aren't familiar, so you can't do that just because you like him, said Ji Yuning. She didn't believe that Zhan Ziyan did it just because she liked Leng Xiaoming. Ji Yuning didn't deny that Zhan Ziyan might really like Leng Xiaoming, so she wanted to be together with him. After all, Ji Yuning wasn't sure whether they were really unfamiliar with each other. Sometimes, people liked each other precisely because they were unfamiliar and had a good impression of one another. If they got too familiar with each other, they would somehow hate one another. Different people had different opinions, so Ji Yuning wouldn't force other people to agree with her. You're right. I actually have no special affection for him, but I do want to be together with him. After we're together, I'll treat him as best as I can. I won't betray him. If you want a reason, I just want to return his favor, said Zhan Ziyan. It was true that Zhan Ziyan badly wanted to be together with Leng Xiaoming simply to return his favor. Left with no choice, Zhan Ziyan had to tell Ji Yuning her story. I am Zhan Ziyan, but not really Zhan Ziyan. To be specific, this body is Zhan Ziyan's, but the soul isn't. I used to be a monster fox living at the Heavenly Mountain for 500 years. About 3 years ago, Zhan Ziyan went to have an adventure at the mountain covered by snow, but she accidentally fell down the cliff. I was cultivating back then, and she hit me. I was about to have a human shape at that time. Because at the early stage of a monster becoming a human, there is only a strand of invisible soul. The soul needs to absorb magical power and cultivate for a long time to become a concrete entity. When Zhan Ziyan hit me, my soul entered her body and I became her afterwards. It's the story between me and Zhan Ziyan. The story between Leng Xiaoming and me also happened at the Heavenly Mountain. 5 years ago, I didn't have a human shape yet. I was attacked by a mortal while cultivating. Leng Xiaoming showed up and saved me. I thought it would be the end of us, but I met Zhan Ziyan. Because I have her memories, I know Grandpa Zhan and Grandpa Leng are good old friends. I know Leng Xiaoming too, but we are just not familiar. Ever since then, I have had the idea of returning Leng Xiaoming's favor by marrying him, said Zhan Ziyan. Not every monster was evil, and there were kind monsters too. Zhan Ziyan was grateful to Leng Xiaoming for saving her life, which proved that she had a sense of gratitude. Ji Yuning was quite surprised that the monster fox's soul could possess Zhan Ziyan's body, which was basically the same as her soul in Ji Yuning's body. There are many ways to return one's favor. You don't have to marry him. It's not allowed, so you're not returning his favor, you're harming him, said Ji Yuning. She didn't approve of that, because it wouldn't have a happy ending. If it happened to other people, she wouldn't care, but the Leng family was involved this time. She must do something. Hearing that, Zhan Ziyan seemed upset. She understood it as well, but she still wanted to return Leng Xiaoming's favor. She still wanted to marry him. However, she was unwilling to hurt him. Well, we won't interfere in Leng Xiaoming's personal affairs. We just hope you won't harm the Leng family or any member of it. Leng Xiaoming is a grown man. He can make decisions on his own. If he can accept you after he knows that you're actually a monster, we won't stop him. You'll bear the result on your own no matter what it is, said Ji Yuning. She had this talk with Zhan Ziyan not for Leng Xiaoming, but for Master Leng and the Leng family. As long as the people she cared about in the Leng family could be safe, she didn't care what Zhan Ziyan did. She only needed to make sure of Zhan Ziyan's purpose and see whether it was harmful for the Leng family. Zhan Ziyan hadn't done anything unacceptable before, so Ji Yuning didn't bother to get rid of her. For now, Ji Yuning only sensed slight evil from Zhan Ziyan, which meant she hadn't done any killings. As a result, Ji Yuning could believe that she wasn't an evil monster for the time being. Ji Yuning needed a further investigation to make sure of it. Zhan Ziyan was relieved. She knew it was hard for Leng Xiaoming to accept the fact that she was a monster, but the Leng family wouldn't separate them as long as Leng Xiaoming accepted her. There was hope. Since there was hope, she would try. You can't use magical skills on him. You must allow him to be truly willing to accept you, said Ji Yuning. Of course, said Zan Ziyan. Even if it was difficult, she had a chance. Oh, don't do anything you shouldn't do, or, Ji Yuning said, but didn't finish. This wasn't a warning. She just kindly reminded Zan Ziyan to behave herself. Zan Ziyan understood what Ji Yuning was implying, so she said at once, I know. I'll never hurt ordinary people, but I won't hesitate to fight back if I'm in danger. I can only promise that I won't kill. Chapter 2243, He's my fiancé. She didn't have bad ideas, but wasn't naively kind either. It was impossible for her to grin and bear it. Great, as long as you know what you should do and shouldn't. Ji Yuning shared the same value as Zan Ziyan. After that, they stopped talking and went back to the house. When it was 6 p.m., the other members of the Leng family all came back one after another. Although Master Leng and Master Zan wanted to set Zan Ziyan and Leng Xiaoming up, they didn't make it public in front of other people. They were unwilling to embarrass Zan Ziyan, so they took it as a regular meeting. Leng Xiaojia didn't come down until it was time for dinner. She greeted Zan Daosong, then refused to talk to anyone else. Zan Ziyan left a good impression on the Leng family. Zhang Shuyuan also appreciated Zan Ziyan very much, but she didn't want to talk much when Jing Yunyao was present, otherwise she would ask Zan Ziyan whether she had a boyfriend. Zhang Shuyuan would like to introduce Leng Xiaoming to Zan Ziyan. She didn't want to do that in front of Jing Yunyao, because it would be embarrassing. Her son was so outstanding and must be popular among girls. There was no need for her to be worried. Her son was only single for now because he hadn't met a girl he liked yet. After having dinner, they rested for a while, then Zan Daosong and Zan Ziyan left. When they were gone, Master Leng told Leng Yuanqin and Zhang Shuyuan that he had the idea of setting Leng Xiaoming and Zan Ziyan up to see whether they could be a match. Hearing that, Zhang Shuyuan said, I think Zan Ziyan is a good girl. It's not a bad thing if they can have a meeting. Yeah, Zan Ziyan will be in the capital for a while. Ask Xiaoming when he is free. Tell him to come home, said Master Leng. Sure, said Zhang Shuyuan, then she excused herself and went back to her room. She was reluctant to face Jing Yunyao. Everyone knew the reason, so they said nothing. Actually, Zhang Shuyuan always wanted to leave, but Zan Daosong and Zan Ziyan hadn't gone yet, so she had to stay. Leng Xiaojia had already gone back to her room. Back in the room, Zhang Shuyuan called Leng Xiaoming and told him about it. Leng Xiaoming hated blind dates, but he knew Zan Daosong was his grandfather's good old friend, so he agreed to come home in 2 days. However, he was unhappy about the meeting. He didn't have a bad impression of Zan Ziyan, but he had no affection for her either. For the sake of Zan Daosong and his own grandfather, he had to see her. Ji Yuning and the others also left at 9 p.m. On their way out, Ji Yuning told Jing Yunyao and Leng Xiaoting about her talk with Zan Ziyan. They didn't think her behavior was wrong. Ji Yuning guessed correctly. Both Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao only cared about Master Leng and Leng Yuanzhen's family. They had no interest in Leng Yuanqin's family, as long as Leng Yuanqin's family didn't affect the Leng family and Master Leng. Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao were also surprised that the monster fox's soul could possess Zan Ziyan's body. This was the first time that they had ever heard about that. Only Shengguan Yang was aware of Ji Yuning's reincarnation. If what she said is true, she shouldn't have any bad thoughts of harming the Leng family. She only wants to be together with Leng Xiaoming. In that case, we won't interfere, but we can't fully trust her yet. We need to pay more attention to her to see what she's going to do, said Jing Yunyao. Although Zan Ziyan said she had no intention of harming the Leng family, it was only her words. They weren't familiar with her, so they wouldn't trust her right away. Yes, I had the same idea, so I'll arrange for someone to spy on her as long as she comes to the capital. Because Zan Ziyan is a monster, she can easily notice if someone is following her, so I'll tell my subordinate to watch her through surveillance cameras, said Ji Yu Ning. She decided to let K do it. Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao agreed with Ji Yu Ning. Since Ji Yu Ning had a way to deal with it, they would leave it to her. They believed in Ji Yu Ning's abilities. Ji Yu Ning and Leng Xiaoting drove Jing Yunyao back to Mountain River Garden, then went to their own house. That night, they had a long, passionate sex as usual. The next morning, Ji Yuning received a call from Yi Chaoshang. Yi Chaoshang needed to make sure whether Ji Yuning would come. If she came, he would book a room for her and send people to pick her up at the airport. In fact, he had already booked a room for Ji Yuning at a hotel. Even if Ji Yuning didn't come, he had to be prepared, or it would be too late to make the arrangement right now. Because a lot of people visited Cityao these days, many hotels were occupied. The Yi family's hotel was also occupied without available rooms. He wouldn't book a room for Ji Yuning at a common hotel. Ji Yuning was an important guest after all. Therefore, he only needed to make sure when Ji Yuning would arrive and he would send people to pick her up at the airport. Ji Yuning then told Yi Chaoshang when she and Leng Xiaoting would leave for Cityao. At 2 p.m., Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting took a flight to Cityao. Ji Yuning disguised herself as Tang Aining, while Leng Xiaoting used the identity of Wei Yong in City Wei, Country Y. He also slightly changed his appearance. In Yi Chaoshang's eyes, Ji Yuning had always been Tang Aining. It took about 3 hours and 50 minutes to get to Cityao from the capital by plane, so Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting arrived at the airport of Cityao at about 6 p.m. after they set off at 2:10 p.m. It was 20 minutes later when they walked out of the exit. Yi Jiasheng, the Yi family's second son, came to pick up Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Yi Chaoshang sent Yi Jiasheng over because Ji Yuning was very important and Yi Jiasheng had met Ji Yuning before. They weren't strangers, so it was more convenient. "Hi, Miss Tang." Yi Jiasheng greeted Ji Yuning. "Hi, Mr. Yi." Ji Yuning greeted him too. "May I know your name, sir?" Yi Jiasheng turned to Leng Xiaoting afterwards. Because Leng Xiaoting had a different appearance this time, Yi Jiasheng couldn't recognize him. "This is my fiancé, Wei Yong," said Ji Yuning. Yi Jiasheng was struck dumb. When Ji Yuning came last time, there was a man who was her boyfriend, but now she had a fiancé after a few months. Most importantly, her fiancé was another man. Chapter 2244, Go chase him if you want to. A lot of things could happen within a few months. Perhaps Ji Yuning broke up with her boyfriend and fell in love with another man, then got engaged. It was hard to explain a romantic relationship clearly, and love actually had nothing to do with timing. Although Ji Yuning came with a new man who wasn't as handsome as the last one, the two men had the same air. Yi Jiasheng couldn't gossip more about Ji Yuning's personal affairs, so he politely greeted Leng Xiaoting. "Nice to see you, Mr. Wei." "Nice to see you, Mr. Yi," said Leng Xiaoting. "Miss Tang, Mr. Wei, I'm sorry, my father is occupied today, so I'll be the host. We can have a meal first at the hotel, and my father will come to see you tomorrow morning," said Yi Jiasheng apologetically. Yi Chaoshang didn't put on airs and wasn't absent on purpose, he was really occupied. This gambling competition was held by Yi Chaoshang, so many people were attracted, including his close friends, so he had to treat them in person. Ji Yuning understood, so she didn't mind at all. "I know. Let's go to the hotel now." After that, they got in a car and left together. At the hotel, Yi Jiasheng didn't leave until Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting finished the meal. He told them to call him whenever they had any needs. Because it was still early, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't want to stay in the hotel all the time, so they went out to have a walk. Unfortunately, once they were out, they encountered trouble. In the hall, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting ran into Ji Manline, who had chased Yi Jiasheng for a long time but was attracted to Leng Xiaoting later when Leng Xiaoting showed up. Ji Manline's friends came here today, so she booked a room for her friends at the Yi family's hotel. She booked the room earlier on, or there wouldn't be rooms available right now. Ji Manline remembered Ji Yuning, so she was unhappy to see Ji Yuning. However, when she remembered the man by Ji Yuning's side, she became excited. She thought she could see that man again, and quickly turned to see the person next to Ji Yuning. Sadly, it wasn't the man she wanted to see next to Ji Yuning. In an instant, Ji Manline showed obvious disappointment, but after thinking it over twice, she felt it might not be a bad thing. It was possible that Tang Aining broke up with that man and had a new man by her side. If that was the case, it was what she wanted. Although she had been scared by Leng Xiaoting before, she couldn't forget him. He was so handsome and charming after all. However, she thought it was impossible for them to be together, so she started to chase Yi Jiasheng again. Yi Jiasheng still ignored her as always, but even if Yi Jiasheng ignored her, Ji Manline wouldn't give up. At least she wouldn't give him up before she met a man who was better than him, or Yi Jiasheng got married and it was over. If Yi Jiasheng only had a girlfriend, she wouldn't hesitate to separate them. Now Tang Aining wasn't with that man and Ji Manline wanted to know more about that man, so she let go of her bias and hatred for Tang Aining temporarily and walked to them. "Hi, Miss Tang, is this gentleman your boyfriend?" Ji Manline asked politely, because she was afraid that Tang Aining would refuse to talk to her if she had a bad attitude. Although Ji Manline felt this new man next to Tang Aining was good-looking too, she still felt that Leng Xiaoting was more handsome than all the other men in the world. As a result, she had no interest in this new good-looking man. Ji Yuning understood what Ji Manline was thinking, but she didn't bother to be mad at her. Instead, she was up to some mischief. "Yes, how about that man who came to Cityao with you last time?" Ji Manline asked in a hurry. She couldn't wait to know more about that man. "No idea," said Ji Yuning. "What? No idea? How is it possible?" Ji Manline exclaimed. She couldn't stay calm any longer when Ji Yuning gave her that answer. She didn't think Ji Yuning was being honest. She felt Ji Yuning simply refused to tell her. Ji Manline's exclamation attracted a lot of attention from people around them, but Ji Manline didn't seem embarrassed at all. "How could I know? I've already cut off my relationship with him. I have a new fiancé now," said Ji Yuning and rolled her eyes. Ji Manline nodded and asked again, "Can you tell me his phone number?" "He has a new number and isn't using his old number any longer." "And I don't know his new number," said Ji Yuning. "Liar." Ji Manline didn't believe it. "Believe it or not," said Ji Yuning. Ji Manline was furious, but curbed her anger. "Can you tell me his old number? Even if he isn't using it, I still want to know." She refused to believe that Leng Xiaoting had really changed his phone number. Even if he had, she would still try to call him and make sure of it. "Why should I tell you?" Ji Yuning asked. "I know you're lying to my face." "He didn't change his number," said Ji Manline angrily. Then she criticized Ji Yuning and pointed at her. "Since you're no longer in a romantic relationship with him, why are you still stopping me from chasing him?" "It's unreasonable. I won't stop you. Go chase him if you want to. It's none of my business." Ji Yuning felt amused by Ji Manline's words. Did she stop her? She just didn't tell her Leng Xiaoting's number. It meant nothing. "If you don't tell me his number, how can I go chase him?" "I don't know where he is," said Ji Manline in anger and took it for granted, as if it was Ji Yuning's duty to tell her that man's number. "You don't even know who he is. Why do you still want to chase him? Don't you have any principles?" Ji Yuning shook her head. Ji Manline didn't have any dignity. "It has nothing to do with you." Ji Manline was ablaze in fury. Onlookers figured out what had happened right now, and began to disdain Ji Manline. How come she planned to chase a strange man? It was ridiculous. "It has nothing to do with me, so stop asking me about him, alright?" Ji Yuning said, then walked away with Leng Xiaoting, leaving Ji Manline behind. She felt she might be affected by Ji Manline if she continued to argue with her. Ji Manline had a totally different mind from normal people. Chapter 2245, Kill him if he refuses to tell, you can't go. Ji Manline stopped Ji Yuning at once. If Ji Yuning left, she wouldn't be able to find that man's number. "Security guards, please help me take this lady away. She's standing in our way," shouted Ji Yuning. When they were arguing, the security guards already came, but they didn't stand out right away because it wasn't serious. Now Ji Yuning shouted for them, so they needed to pull Ji Manline away. Yi Jiasheng had ordered them to satisfy their needs whenever they needed anything. "Miss Ji, please don't bother our guests, or we'll throw you out," said a security guard seriously. He was unwilling to mess with Ji Manline, but he had to obey Yi Jiasheng's order. Ji Manline was mad, but she knew they weren't joking and she didn't realize so many people were watching her until now. In order not to embarrass herself, Ji Manline had to give in right now. She decided to chase them after they were out. However, right at this moment, Ji Manline's friend walked out after changing clothes, and they were going to have fun in a bar later. Ji Manline was mad, but had to let Ji Yuning go, because Ji Yuning obviously came here to take part in the gambling competition. They would stay in Cityao for a few days, so she could see them again. However, right after Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left the hotel, they noticed that someone was following them. They felt it wasn't Ji Manline, but a man who was good at kung fu. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting guessed it might have something to do with tomorrow's gambling competition. Ji Yuning had defeated many skilled gamblers last time, so she became their target. No matter what the man's purpose was, they let him follow them and did nothing yet. They wanted to know what the man wanted to do. There was a large park near the hotel, so Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting walked towards it. There weren't many people in the park right now, but there were a few, so the man couldn't take action right away. Since Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting wanted to know what he planned to do, they had to give him the chance to take action. Therefore, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting walked away from the crowd. Because Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting seemed to be a couple, it wasn't strange that they walked away from the crowd. They might want to have a date in a quieter place. As a result, the man didn't realize that he was already exposed. When there was no one around them, the man didn't stop them, but took out a gun to point at Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't see him, but they carefully listened to what he was doing. Once the man pointed a gun at Ji Yuning, they knew it was dangerous. Without delay, they turned to look behind them and caught the man holding a gun. The next second, the man shot a bullet. Because the gun was equipped with a silencer, the gunshot was very light and could barely be heard. The man was scared when Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting suddenly turned around and saw him, but he already fired the gun, so he thought his job was done. He had to quickly leave after he was exposed. However, something surprising happened at this moment. Ji Yuning dodged the bullet and Leng Xiaoting appeared in front of the man in a second. Shortly after the man made a step, Leng Xiaoting stopped him. Before he could react, he felt someone grab his wrist and break it. In pain, he felt he was also robbed of the gun. Afterwards, his belly was violently hit and the pain caused him to spasm. However, it wasn't finished. His two arms were dislocated and his ankles were broken too. The man felt great pain and thought the person was too cruel. Besides, the person was too strong. He could hardly fight back. Cruel. That man tried to kill Ji Yuning, but Leng Xiaoting couldn't kill him. What was worse, that man aimed to kill Ji Yuning with a bullet. Leng Xiaoting didn't stop until the man couldn't struggle at all. If he could kill, he would definitely kill the man after the man fired the gun at Ji Yuning. "Tell me, who sent you?" Leng Xiaoting asked seriously, and the man was out of breath under the great pressure. However, the man refused to say anything. "Kill him if he refuses to tell." "No one can see us anyway," said Ji Yuning. Then she picked up the gun dumped by the man on the ground and pointed it at him. She wasn't really going to kill him, and simply wanted to scare him. However, because she looked serious, the man was terrified. Even if he didn't believe she would really shoot him, he was worried that she might fire the gun. Besides, given the way Ji Yuning talked and moved, the man was sure that she must have killed before. This time, the man messed with someone he shouldn't offend. Therefore, he immediately said, "I don't know who the hirer is. I received a call and the caller offered me 1,000,000 yuan. The caller wanted me to kill someone and she's the target. As for the money, the caller put it somewhere in the suburb and I'll go pick it up by myself. The caller gave me 500,000 yuan as a deposit. I'll be told the location of the other 500,000 yuan after I finish the task. From the beginning to the end, I've never met the caller, so I don't know who the caller is. I only know that the caller is a man. I've tried to find out who the owner of the phone number is, but it's been registered without an ID card." The man tried to figure out who the caller was in order to know who paid him to kill. If he failed, he could save his life by telling the truth, but he didn't find out who the caller was. Although it was against his work ethic to plan to betray the hirer after he failed to finish the task, his life was more important. He only abided by work ethic when he was safe. No one would be willing to risk his or her life for work ethic. The caller was just a hirer, not his parents. According to the man's answer, it was impossible for Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting to find the hirer. Do many people know your phone number? Ji Yuning asked. Since the man said that he had never met the caller and had found out the caller's number was registered without an ID card, they couldn't conduct an investigation from the ID card, or the phone number. Ji Yuning wasn't fully convinced by his words, but she needed to collect as much information as possible before carrying out an investigation by herself. Chapter 2246. It's really strange, not many, but those who knew I took the task didn't apply for a phone number with an ID card either, so I don't know who they are. They only contact me when they need me, said the man. How did they know your phone number? How did they know you've taken this task? Ji Yuning asked. There must be a reason for that. I know many members in illegal gangs. Perhaps they spread the news, but I don't know which one of them did it. I can't ask them one by one. Anyway, I take tasks when I have confidence to fulfill them, said the man. He was also curious to know who spread the news, but it was impossible for him to ask those gangsters one by one, so he gave up. Since those people shared his phone number without telling him, they didn't want him to know who they were. Anyway, it wasn't a bad thing since he could be paid. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting slightly frowned after hearing that, because it would be difficult for them to conduct an investigation. Did the caller say how to make sure that you've successfully finished the task? Ji Yuning asked. If they couldn't make sure she was really killed, how would the caller tell the man the location of the final payment? In order to make sure she was really killed, the caller must need evidence other than the man's words. Therefore, Ji Yuning wanted to know how they made sure of it to see whether she could have any clues. I'll call him after I finish the task, said the man, but he wondered whether it was enough. The caller must want to make sure the target was really dead, but the caller hadn't told the man how to do that yet, so he had no idea. Because accidents might happen and killers might lie to their hirers if the task failed by making fake evidence, hirers wouldn't tell the way to make sure of the result beforehand. Killers could only receive the next order after the task was done. In that case, killers wouldn't have time to make fake evidence. Call back with his phone then, Ji Yuning said to Leng Xiaoting. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting found the man's phone and asked, "Password?" The man didn't dare to keep it a secret, so he told Leng Xiaoting. After Leng Xiaoting unlocked the phone, he let the man point out the hirer's number and taught the man what to say before calling the hirer back. Before long, the hirer answered the call. Once the call was answered, the man said, "Task is done. Cut her head off. Take a short video and send it to me," said the hirer. Cut her head off. Hearing that, both Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning were mad and the man felt stressed. However, Ji Yuning didn't feel familiar with that voice at all, so she could be sure that the hirer wasn't her enemy in Sidiao. It was only her temporary judgment, because the hirer could be the support behind her enemies. Those gamblers might be mad at her after losing to her last time. At the same time, Ji Yuning also wondered whether the mastermind was from a foreign country and only paid the hirer to carry out the plan. No problem, said the man, and Leng Xiaoting hung up. He stayed alert. We're not in the mainland now, so it's not easy to find out who the person is. Why don't we be more patient? I bet the person will show up at the gambling party. I think I could recognize him once he talks, said Ji Yuning. Given Ji Yuning's and Leng Xiaoting's memory and savvy, they could recognize the hirer when they met again, although they had only heard the voice once. After a pause, Ji Yuning continued, "If we don't meet him, we can conduct an investigation afterwards." Ji Yuning wouldn't let go of the person who tried to kill her, and she would surely fight back according to the situation. They couldn't kill this killer, so they could only disable him. The killer was seriously injured, so Ji Yuning only needed to freeze his wounds by releasing icy magical power. He would be a disabled man from now on. If Ji Yuning wanted to kill, he would be dead already. Therefore, Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting to let the man go. After that, she released icy magical power and made the injuries more painful. What was going on here? Without hesitation, Ji Yuning froze the man's throat too. He couldn't tell other people what he had been through tonight, so she didn't need to warn him. After everything was done, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left. The man felt scared and full of despair. He was scared because the injuries suddenly became extremely painful and he couldn't make any sounds through his throat. It was really strange. He even thought that Ji Yuning might be a monster or ghost or something and cast a spell on him. The man was terrified. Although he refused to believe in monsters and ghosts, he didn't know how to explain what he had been through tonight. He was in despair because he knew he was disabled. In fact, if he had known the result, he wouldn't have taken the task. Unfortunately, it was too late. There was no one around and no surveillance cameras, so nobody could see what had happened here. The hirer didn't receive the man's reply after a long time, so the hirer felt the man might have lied to him. The man could have failed to finish the task, and only wanted to get the other 500,000 yuan. It was absolutely unacceptable, so the hirer called the man again. His call was answered, but no one said anything on the phone. No matter how many calls the hirer made, he received the same result. This time, the hirer was sure that the man had lied to him. He became mad and subconsciously wanted to pay the man back. However, after thinking about it twice, he gave up because he would be exposed by doing that. If the man really failed, the man could have betrayed him under pressure. Although the hirer believed he would be safe, he had to be very careful. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting might have set a trap, waiting for him to jump in it. The hirer had to swallow his anger for the sake of his safety. He had wasted 500,000 yuan because the killer failed. He was unwilling to accept the result, but he could do nothing about it. Chapter 2247. You have a lot of admirers. Back in the hotel, Ji Yuning took out the phone with Tang Aining's number and called Yi Jiasheng. She told him what she had just been through. This wasn't the mainland and Ji Yuning's hands were tied, so she needed the Yi family's help. Although surveillance cameras didn't catch them when they injured that man, surveillance cameras caught the man when he followed them. Therefore, Ji Yuning needed the Yi family to help her destroy the surveillance videos in case the police found them. Ji Yuning wasn't suspicious of the Yi family for the assassination. Once Yi Jiasheng heard that someone had tried to murder Ji Yuning, he was mad too. It wasn't surprising, but he was still really angry that it happened. It wasn't a secret that Ji Yuning had defeated Yi Chaoshang and many other gamblers, so some people took her as their target. Some wanted to see Ji Yuning's gambling skills, some wanted to defeat her, while some wanted to kill her. They were worried that she might overshadow them once she got fame. However, he didn't know who planned to kill Ji Yuning. Knowing that Ji Yuning was fine, Yi Jiasheng felt relieved and immediately went to destroy the surveillance videos for Ji Yuning. He didn't care about what happened to the man who tried to murder Ji Yuning. Since the man dared to try to murder Ji Yuning, he had to bear the result if he failed. Yi Jiasheng wasn't only going to deal with the surveillance videos, he also needed to get rid of that man. In that case, Ji Yuning would be completely out of trouble. After telling Yi Jiasheng about it, Ji Yuning went to the bathroom. When she was in the bathroom, her own phone rang. It was placed next to Leng Xiaoting on the bed, so he saw the call. The caller was Qi Tianlin, so Leng Xiaoting was a little displeased. He clearly knew that Ji Yuning and Qi Tianlin were just friends, but Qi Tianlin had special feelings for Ji Yuning. As a result, Leng Xiaoting was unhappy about their relationship. Xiaoting, who called me? Ji Yuning asked when she heard the ringtone. Qi Tianlin, said Leng Xiaoting, sounding jealous and unhappy. Ji Yuning could hear it too. She knew that Leng Xiaoting was unhappy with the fact that there were too many men by her sides. He didn't tell her that he was unhappy about it and knew that they were just friends, but some of her male friends indeed admired her from afar. If it happened to Ji Yuning would be displeased too, so she felt she needed to comfort Leng Xiaoting. Answer it for me. Tell him I'm tired and need to sleep. If he asks you who you are, just tell him you're my fiancé, she said. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was no longer upset and jealous. He cheered up instead and immediately picked up the call. Hi, he said politely. In the bathroom, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to see Leng Xiaoting's reaction and was amused. Although Leng Xiaoting seemed a little childish, no one could stay reasonable all the time when in love. Qi Tianlin was surprised when he heard a male voice from the other side of the phone. He even wondered whether he had dialed the wrong number, so he didn't reply right away. He gave a glance at the screen of his phone and was sure that the person he just called was indeed Ji Yuning. He carried his phone with him all the time, so it was impossible that the name was changed. Receiving no response, Leng Xiaoting understood that Qi Tianlin must be surprised when he heard a male voice. Qi Tianlin was displeased, but Leng Xiaoting was satisfied. Ji Yuning is too tired. She's asleep now, Leng Xiaoting said before Qi Tianlin could say anything. Who are you? Qi Tianlin asked in an unkind tone. Ji Yuning was asleep. And there was a man with her. In that case, their relationship couldn't be more obvious. Because Qi Tianlin had affection for Ji Yuning, he was very displeased when he learned that she might already have a boyfriend. I'm her fiancé. Is there a problem? Leng Xiaoting asked provocatively. Fiancé. Ji Yuning already had a fiancé, not a boyfriend. Qi Tianlin was extremely displeased, but didn't lose his temper, because he was just Ji Yuning's friend. If he lost his temper for no reason, it would make him a joke. Therefore, Qi Tianlin curbed his anger and forced himself to sound calm. No, there is no problem at all. I need to talk with Ji Yuning about something. Please tell her to call me back when she wakes up. Sure, said Leng Xiaoting, then hung up. Qi Tianlin sounded calm, but Leng Xiaoting knew that he must be displeased, so he was still very satisfied. After hanging up, Qi Tianlin angrily threw his phone on the table. Luckily, there was a table, or the phone would be smashed to pieces. As they finished the call, Ji Yuning walked out of the bathroom. She smiled at Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting understood that Ji Yuning knew what he was thinking, so he felt a little embarrassed. Come here, he said, pretending to be mad. Ji Yuning walked over and Leng Xiaoting directly pulled her into his arms. You have a lot of admirers. Leng Xiaoting squinted at Ji Yuning, looking dangerous. Ji Yuning was a little guilty, so she avoided meeting his eyes, but she suddenly remembered Ji Manlin and argued. How about you? That woman called Ji Manlin never forgets you. She even wants to chase you. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting put on a resigned smile. Both of them were quite popular, but they were loyal to each other. All right, we should stop arguing about it. Let's do what we should do right now. Leng Xiaoting whispered in Ji Yuning's ears. It was itchy when his warm breath kissed her cheek and she felt aroused too. No, let me go. Ji Yuning deliberately refused and struggled. No way. Do you think you can escape now? Leng Xiaoting smiled and pressed Ji Yuning against the bed right away. Ji Yuning struggled, but she was much weaker than Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting didn't give her any chances to get rid of him and directly kissed her. Chapter 2248. You won't be able to laugh in a while. However, right at this moment, Ji Yuning's phone with Tang Aining's number rang and the caller was Yi Chaoshang. Yi Chaoshang must have heard about what had happened to them. Ji Yuning had to pick it up. Leng Xiaoting was unhappy when he was interrupted, but he didn't stop Ji Yuning from answering the call. He only looked at her unhappily. Ha ha. Ji Yuning snorted with laughter. Leng Xiaoting focused on her and said meaningfully, keep on laughing at me, because you won't be able to laugh in a while. Ji Yuning understood what he was implying, so she stopped at once and went to pick up the call. Without surprise, Yi Chaoshang called her because he heard about what had happened to them tonight. Yi Chaoshang asked Ji Yuning whether she needed them to help her find out who the murderer was. Ji Yuning turned him down for the time being, and told him her idea and plan. Yi Chaoshang agreed with her and told her to let him know whenever she needed them. Ji Yuning was his guest, so he should take responsibility for her safety. After hanging up, Leng Xiaoting threw himself at Ji Yuning and began to fondle her body. Ji Yuning was soon aroused and enjoyed his touching and kissing. Oh, Ji Yuning couldn't help moaning with pleasure during the foreplay, which sounded unbelievably seductive in Leng Xiaoting's ears. Leng Xiaoting couldn't wait and immediately penetrated her. They didn't stop having sex until they were totally out of strength. The next day, Leng Xiaoting ordered breakfast service in the room. They finished breakfast in the room and didn't go out. They just enjoyed their rare private time. Ji Manline, in the dining hall, was irritated and lost patience because she was waiting for them to show up. Although she knew Ji Yuning would go to the Yi family's casino in a while and she would go there too, there would be too many people, including Yi Chaoshang. It wasn't convenient for her to do anything there. At about 9 a.m., Yi Jiasheng called Ji Yuning. He told her that lunch was ready and that Yi Chaoshang would come to have lunch with her. The He family arrived at about 10 a.m., so they would have lunch together. Because City Ji was close to City Ao and it normally took about half an hour on the road, the He family came this morning and would stay in City Ao for the next 3 days. When it was nearly 10 a.m., Ji Yuning received He Xian's call. He Xin told her that she was already in City Ao and would reach the hotel where they stayed in 20 minutes. He Xin came with He Hongji. After Ji Yuning's treatment last time, He Hongji's hearing was much better than before and he had greatly improved his gambling skills. Therefore, he came this time to compete with the foreign skilled gamblers. This decision was made after Yi Chaoshang had a competition against He Hongji once more. He Hongji was barely comparable to Yi Chaoshang in the past, but now it was even. Yi Chaoshang was greatly surprised and asked He Hongji for the reason. He wanted to know why He Hongji's hearing was much better now. He Hongji didn't know the reason clearly, but his hearing was much better after Ji Yuning treated him. Therefore, he explained that Ji Yuning was very good at medicine. Yi Chaoshang nodded. He was an atheist, so he didn't think much about it. After He Xin and He Hongji arrived at the Yi family's hotel, they met Ji Yuning first and exchanged greetings. He Xin and He Hongji's room was right next to Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's room, so they could easily see each other. He Hongji didn't come alone with He Xin. Given their status, they always went out with bodyguards. Therefore, there were 6 bodyguards with them and the bodyguards stayed next to He Hongji's room. It was a presidential suite and there was a living room, so Ji Yuning invited He Hongji and He Xin to come in. Because there were no outsiders, He Xin and He Hongji called Ji Yuning Miss Ji Yu. Only they knew Ji Yuning's real identity. However, when they saw Leng Xiaoting, both He Xin and He Hongji were struck dumb for a second, but they soon realized that Leng Xiaoting had disguised himself as someone else. They couldn't see it from Leng Xiaoting's appearance, but they knew that Ji Yuning showed up as Tang Aining. In that case, it was understandable that Leng Xiaoting also disguised himself as someone else. Miss Ji Yu, is everything alright after you came to City Ao? You have great fame now and many people came here for you, asked He Hongji with concern. Not everyone was friendly, and there were many people who planned to harm Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning didn't bother to lie to He Hongji, so she said, well, I escaped an assassination attempt last night. I survived, but the man was injured. I haven't found out who the mastermind is yet. Hearing that, both He Xin and He Hongji looked mad. They weren't surprised, but were still unhappy about it when it really happened. I knew it would happen. Since you're already here, it's hardly avoidable. I know both of you are good at fighting, but you still need to be careful. He Hongji understood that Ji Yuning wasn't weak, but he still kindly reminded her to be careful. After all, the He family owed Ji Yuning a big favor. Sure, I know, thank you so much for your care, said Ji Yuning. He Xin and He Hongji stayed for about 20 minutes, then went back to their own room. At 11:30 a.m., Yi Jiasheng called them and invited them to have a meal, so they went downstairs together. When Ji Yuning and the others came, Yi Chaoshang and Yi Jiasheng were already in the private room. As the host, they couldn't keep their guests waiting. Yi Chaoshang enjoyed a very high status in City Ao, but he was very easy to get along with in private. Once Ji Yuning and the others came in, Yi Chaoshang stood up from the chair and said, Hi, Hongji, Miss Tang, Mr. Wei, welcome, have a seat. Hi, Chaoshang, it's been a while. He Hongji smiled at him. Nice to see you, Mr. Yi. Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting, and He Xin respectfully greeted him. After that, they sat and began to order. After ordering, they began to chat with each other. Miss Tang, I'm really sorry, I was busy treating other guests yesterday, so I was absent. Please forgive me. Yi Chaoshang apologized to Ji Yuning first. After all, he invited Ji Yuning here and it wasn't polite that he didn't treat her in person, but there was a reason for that. This time, all the most skilled gamblers from Country M, Country Y, Country R, Country H, Country D, and other countries are here. There are about a dozen countries. Some of them came here for you, Miss Tang, so I didn't call you to join us. Chapter 2249, We'll only know after the competition. Thank you so much for your concern. I don't mind at all, said Ji Yuning. Great, but since they came here specially for you, Miss Tang, you must be careful. They came for nothing good after all, said Yi Chaoshang. It could be a dangerous gambling competition. Although he knew Ji Yuning was very skilled at gambling, there were always people who were better at it, so he reminded Ji Yuning to be careful. One could never be too careful after all. In addition, it also relied on one's luck to win money by gambling. Even if one was very skilled at it, without good cards, one still couldn't win. Therefore, Yi Chaoshang believed in Ji Yuning, but didn't fully believe in her. Even though she had confidence in herself too, she wasn't completely confident because she knew luck played a very important role in gambling. Therefore, she had to be careful. After they finished the meal, it was nearly 1 p.m., and they had to go to the casino, so without delay, they set off to the casino together. The gambling competition would begin at 2 p.m., but the casino was already crowded at this time. The casino was always full of people, but today was different. Because not everyone was allowed to come in today, only invited guests and VIP members could step in. It was very large and could accommodate several thousand people, but the situation was different these days. It wasn't easy to manage so many people. In fact, its membership was about 1,000 people. Ji Manline was also there with two of her friends. One was a man, while the other was a woman. Ji Manline was also a member of the Yi family's casino. She wasn't very interested in gambling and seldom gambled, but it was more likely to see Yi Jiasheng at the Yi family's casino. Although the casino was open to everyone normally, regular visitors' activities were restricted. Ji Manline didn't want to be restricted. Ji Manline's friends weren't members, but Ji Manline could easily get 2 membership cards for them. As soon as Ji Manline came, she searched for Ji Yuning and hoped to see her alone. She didn't want to meet the Yi family right now. However, Ji Yuning was still absent, so Ji Manline failed to find her. Manline, who are you looking for? Ji Manline's friend asked her because she looked around once she walked inside. A person, said Ji Manline, but she didn't tell them a name. Those famous skilled gamblers arrived earlier and stayed in the lounge for now. Given their status, they were unwilling to meet the regular gamblers outside. They didn't come out until Yi Chaoshang and the others appeared. Once they walked in, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting carefully observed the people around them. They wanted to see whether they could find the hirer. After the skilled gamblers of different countries showed up, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting observed their reactions too. They were also suspicious of them. There could be a mastermind behind the hirer, and the mastermind could be in those foreign gamblers. When they walked closer, they saw Ji Yuning. Some recognized her, while some didn't. One of them blinked the second he saw Ji Yuning and soon went back to normal. Although he just blinked, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting still caught it. They remained calm on the surface, but stayed alert. Did this man have something to do with the assassination? The man was the best gambler from Country M, and his name was Hunter. Because Yi Chaoshang had introduced all the best gamblers from different countries to them at lunch this morning, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting recognized him by a glance. Although they couldn't make the conclusion that he was the mastermind yet, he aroused their suspicions and they would pay more attention to him. After they walked out, they greeted Yi Chaoshang first politely. Yi Chaoshang had a very high status in gambling internationally, while they were much younger than him although they were the best gamblers in their countries. In fact, they only appeared polite on the surface, but they actually had no respect for him. Instead, they took Yi Chaoshang as their enemy. After all, they weren't from the same country and didn't want other countries to surpass their own countries. Afterwards, they turned to look at Ji Yuning and He Xin, because they weren't sure which one of them was Tang Aining. Although they had seen photos before, they still couldn't recognize Tang Aining because foreigners were basically the same in their eyes. Who's Miss Tang? The best gambler from country R asked first. He spoke heavily accented local language in an unkind tone. "It's me," said Ji Yuning. She sounded confident, but wasn't arrogant. It was hard for other people to ignore her. All the best gamblers had a frown. In their eyes, women shouldn't sit by the same table as men. However, Ji Yuning was very confident and was at ease, which made them feel displeased. "I heard you're excellent at gambling and have an eerie accuracy," said the best gambler from country R. He refused to believe it even if he had heard about that. He didn't think any gambler could be right every time. Besides, she was a young woman. Therefore, he believed it was just an exaggeration. "I can't tell you right now. We'll know after the competition," said Ji Yuning with a vague smile. She didn't admit it right away, but her tone and attitude were full of confidence. Whether she was confident or not, she had to show her confidence at this time. Not everyone believed that she was being confident. Those gamblers who had witnessed Ji Yuning's abilities in City Out trusted Ji Yuning, while those who hadn't met her before thought that she just dodged the question. As a result, they became less afraid of Ji Yuning and began to slight her. In fact, the best gamblers from 5 foreign countries held obvious hostility for Ji Yuning. They were headed by Country R and Country M, then Country H. Chapter 2250. A bigger bet. All of those countries were enemies of Ji Yuning's country, so they always behaved against Ji Yuning's country. Gamblers from the other foreign countries which had a good relationship with Ji Yuning's country, like Country Y, had no hostility for Ji Yuning. Instead, they hoped that she could defeat the best gamblers from Country R, Country M and Country H. As for themselves, they would do their best and wouldn't be unhappy even if they lost. Gamblers from the rest of the foreign countries were mainly onlookers who also wanted to win. Everyone could join the game, as long as you weren't afraid of failure and could pay for the result. Because all the best gamblers were very rich, the bet was a lot of money. It was normally millions of yuan and could even reach 100 million yuan. Therefore, most people came to watch the drama. They didn't dare to gamble with those gamblers, because they obviously couldn't win. This gambling competition wasn't very different from a normal one. The only difference was that the participants were all the best gamblers of different countries and the bet was a lot of money. They could even bet on a part of their body, like an ear, eye, hand, or foot. It was cruel sometimes. Two sides must reach agreement beforehand and sign their signatures to avoid trouble in the future. Anyway, it was hard to say whether they could really avoid trouble. They could do bad deeds secretly after all, and it wasn't easy to be caught without evidence. Therefore, it was a dangerous bet, but it happened every time. After all, it was a competition between countries, so they could be violent sometimes. "All right, I'll see how skilled Miss Tang is," said the gambler from Country R. He was challenging Ji Yuning publicly. Even if Ji Yuning was very good at gambling, he was determined to scare her off. If he seemed worried right now, he would make himself a joke. "No problem, I'll show you what I can do," Ji Yuning replied proudly. It seemed that she was well prepared to win. The best gambler from Country R was unwilling to seem weak, and Ji Yuning certainly wouldn't yield. Looking at the proud Ji Yuning, the gambler from Country R felt annoyed. He felt slighted. No woman had ever dared to slight him before. Watching Ji Yuning, the gamblers from Country M and Country H became unkinder. They felt that she was quite aggressive. The gambler from Country R was mad, but couldn't lose his temper right now. He only gave her a glare and promised to himself that he would make her the biggest loser. Facing his glare, Ji Yuning seemed calm and wasn't affected at all. However, the calmer Ji Yuning seemed to be, the more displeased the gambler from Country R became. Therefore, Ji Yuning was obviously the winner at their first encounter. Right at this moment, Ji Manline saw Ji Yuning, but there were a lot of people around her, including Yi Chaoshang and Yi Jiasheng, so she didn't dare to interrupt. She could only watch from the side. Hunter, the gambler from Country M, couldn't stand it and said acidly, "Miss Tang, since you're so confident, why don't we have a bigger bet when we're gambling against each other in a while?" Facing Ji Yuning, Hunter remained relaxed and didn't seem guilty at all, as if he just blinked by accident when they met. Even if it was just a coincidence, Ji Yuning would still pay special attention to him. Some people who knew Hunter well had a premonition, because they knew Hunter was very violent and cruel. Several gamblers looked at Ji Yuning unkindly, while others were worried about her. There were people who trusted her too. Those who looked at Ji Yuning unkindly were people who couldn't wait to gloat over her failure and the best gamblers from foreign countries. Some local gamblers also waited to see her failure. Not everyone loved his or her country, and selfish people only cared about themselves. They always waited to gloat over other people's bad luck. Yi Chaoshang and the others were worried about Ji Yuning, but they also trusted her. Several gamblers who really admired Ji Yuning and the other gamblers from foreign countries who had a close relationship with Ji Yuning's country supported her. Only a few had those thoughts because not many people knew Hunter very well. Ji Yuning had heard about Hunter from Yi Chaoshang. She knew he was cruel and loved to play tricks, but she wasn't afraid or anxious at all. "Hunter, since you have high expectations for me, I surely won't disappoint you," said Ji Yuning with a vague smile. She was also challenging him. "Do you know me?" Hearing Ji Yuning call his name, Hunter subconsciously asked. After asking that question, he felt it was unnecessary. It wasn't strange that she knew him. He wasn't a nobody after all. In addition, even if Tang Aining didn't know him, Yi Chaoshang should have introduced him to her. "Hunter, you know me, why can't I know you? All the best gamblers from different countries are present here today. It's very normal that we need to know each other beforehand," said Ji Yuning. It sounded normal, but Hunter somehow felt that Ji Yuning was implying something. Especially when he saw her vague smile, he felt she seemed to know something about him. No, it was impossible. Hunter refused to believe that the dirty secret was already exposed. After all, that man wasn't discovered yet. Thinking of that, Hunter calmed himself down. Without surprise, Hunter was the mastermind who planned to kill Tang Aining, but Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting only felt he might be guilty for the time being. Why did Hunter want to kill Ji Yuning? He simply wanted to move her out of his way. Someone told him that Tang Aining was very good at gambling. Although he didn't think she was better than him, he still took her seriously. Unfortunately, Tang Aining was still alive. He was quite disappointed, but could do nothing about it. Right now, he could only defeat her with his abilities. "Great, let's go and see," said Hunter. He also looked very confident in front of Ji Yuning. In the crowd, Ji Manline looked at Ji Yuning and mocked. "Humph, she thinks too highly of herself. She'll only embarrass herself after she loses." Chapter 2251, Not many people can afford it. Ji Manline's voice wasn't loud, so only a few people around her could hear it. Because most people didn't know Tang Aining, they held the same opinion as Ji Manline and agreed with her. Most of the onlookers actually hoped that Ji Yuning could win, because they were from the same country, while TGE other gamblers were from foreign countries. They were still loyal to their own country. Ji Manline, on the other hand, wanted Ji Yuning to lose because she hated Ji Yuning. When it was time, Yi Chaoshang said, "All right, the gambling competition is about to begin. All the participants, please go get some chips. Because you're all the best gamblers from your countries, we won't waste time on small bets. So, every one of us can prepare chips worth 100 million yuan. A single chip will represent 1,000,000 yuan. What do you think?" Hearing that, the onlookers were all amazed. They were betting 100 million yuan from the very beginning. It was a lot of money. Many people lived an ordinary life and they would be very rich with only 10 million yuan. Not many of them had 10 million yuan. The majority only had 1,000,000 yuan in wealth, and some didn't even have that much money. Moreover, a single chip represented 1,000,000 yuan, which meant they could easily lose everything if they lost. Because of that, not many people could afford it. However, 100 million yuan wasn't much for the best gamblers from different countries. After all, they became the best gamblers by winning money from gambling. Therefore, it couldn't be easier for them to win money, and it wasn't uncommon for them to bet 100 million yuan in a game. If they didn't lose, it was fine, but they could also lose hundreds of million yuan within a short time. It was a different game today and all the participants were the best gamblers from different countries. Since they were the best gamblers, they were much better than common gamblers. Therefore, it was difficult to win their money. As the best gamblers, they also stayed alert to each other. Even though they had to be calm on the surface, they weren't so calm in their heart. Only Ji Yuning was calm inside and out. Although she might not win every time against these gamblers, she believed that she wouldn't lose. She could play tricks if it was necessary. In fact, she didn't know how to gamble at all. She relied on her jade eyes to win, so she didn't feel guilty when she played this trick. Anyway, her competitors were all from other countries. All of the gamblers came with 1 or 2 assistants to deal with trivial things for them. For example, when they needed to exchange chips with money, they told their assistants to do that. Leng Xiaoting also helped Ji Yuning with that, so they went to have a seat first. They were playing mahjong today and would decide who was their competitor by draw. They couldn't choose competitors on their own. In addition to about a dozen foreign gamblers, there were about 30 gamblers from Ji Yuning's country, so there were 44 people in all. 4 people sat by a table, and there would be 11 tables. According to the rules, gamblers were out when they lost all of their chips. The game would continue till they had no chip. In other words, gamblers had to lose all 100 million yuan if they didn't have abilities and good luck to win. Once they sat by the table, they either won or lost. Gamblers with no chips would leave the table and gamblers with chips would make up new groups and continued to gamble till there was only 1 table left. At the end of the game, the winners would win all of the losers' money. There were 44 people and 4.4 billion yuan. 3 gamblers would share that amount of money because there would only be 3 people left. However, the 3 of them might have different shares of the money. Ji Yuning sat at a table with 2 local people and a foreigner. This foreign gambler wasn't from country R, country M, or country H, which was a good thing. Ji Yuning didn't want to compete against the gamblers from the above countries yet. It was not only Ji Yuning, the gamblers from country R, country M, and country H were also unwilling to compete against her right now. To be specific, they were unwilling to compete against the other best gamblers at the very beginning of the game, because they were worried that they might be defeated too soon. It would be boring in that case. He Hongji and Yi Chaoshang weren't at the same table as Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning also tried to avoid them. After they seated themselves by the tables, the game began. No other people were allowed to approach the gambling tables, so the onlookers had to watch from far away. Ji Yuning had jade eyes, so she could see the cards of the other 3 gamblers. However, it could only help her to not lose. If the other 3 gamblers were skilled at playing their cards, Ji Yuning wouldn't be able to defeat them. Therefore, she didn't win every round and lost sometimes. All in all, Ji Yuning won most of the time. Other gamblers at other tables couldn't see what was happening, but the audience could, so they were all surprised by the way Ji Yuning won. There were other gamblers who also won many times, but they weren't comparable to Ji Yuning. Seeing that, Ji Manline was unhappy. How come Ji Yuning won so many times? However, she could do nothing about it because Ji Yuning won. There were many chips at Ji Yuning's side, so many people were attracted to her, which aroused the attention of the gamblers at other tables. Gamblers who were far away from her or at her back couldn't see how many chips she had right now, but gamblers who were close to her could see the chips. They were all amazed by the amount of chips she had. She had won so many chips within such a short time. Only Leng Xiaoting stayed calm, because he knew that Ji Yuning would win. Within an hour, Ji Yuning finished the round at her table, because a gambler had already lost all of his chips. They were the first group which finished the game. Ji Yuning won the most chips. At Ji Yuning's table, one lost all his chips, one lost 70 million yuan worth of chips, and Ji Yuning won chips worth 136 million yuan, while the other won chips of 34 million yuan. It made the biggest gap ever. However, it was just the beginning. No one knew who would win in the end. Gamblers at other tables were still in the game, so Ji Yuning and the others went to have a rest for a while. They would have a draw to see who would join in the game again when the other gamblers finished at the other tables. Chapter 2252. Miss Tang is really amazing. After waiting for half an hour, the game at the second table ended. The best gambler from country H and 3 local gamblers were by the second table. The local gamblers lost their chips, and the best gambler from country H won the most chips. It was the best gambler after all. Although other gamblers were skilled too, they were not comparable to the best gamblers. They knew they were gambling with the best gamblers, but they didn't quit. They just took part in the game for fun or for good luck. At the beginning, the best gambler from Country H slighted Ji Yuning a little, but now he stayed alert after witnessing her abilities. He had only won chips of 80 million yuan, which was much less than what Ji Yuning had won. Ji Yuning was chosen by chance to go back to the gambling table, and she was against the best gambler from Country H this time. The best gambler from Country H became more careful when Ji Yuning sat opposite him. After that, more and more gamblers lost and left the gambling tables, and the winners of the first round filled their seats. Although they had witnessed how many chips Ji Yuning had won and knew that she was amazing, they were still surprised to find that she was extremely good at playing the tiles. It seems as if everything was under her control. No matter how good they were at guessing the other gamblers' tiles, they were not comparable to her. They even had the thought that she might be able to see their tiles. The best gambler from Country H and other people shared the same doubt, but none of them believed in superpowers. However, what they refused to believe was actually the truth. Anyway, it was impossible for them to know. "Miss Tang, you're really amazing," said the gambler from Country H. He wasn't complimenting her sincerely, he just tried to feel her out. "Thanks," said Ji Yuning confidently. No one thought she was arrogant now, because they had all witnessed her abilities. The best gambler from Country H was quite upset when he saw Ji Yuning being so confident, but he couldn't find any faults with that. Therefore, he only embarrassed himself by complimenting her. As time went by, more and more gamblers left the tables because they were running out of chips. Without chips, they couldn't stay at the tables. Ji Yuning played 6 rounds before the game was over at her table. This time, she still won the most chips, but she didn't win as many chips because the game ended too soon. Still, she won more chips than the best gambler from Country H. Gradually, there were only 5 tables out of 11 tables left in the hall. About 24 gamblers lost. Among the 24 losers, there were none of the best foreign or local gamblers. 24 gamblers lost chips worth 2.4 billion yuan. Added with the chips that other gamblers had lost, there were chips of about 3 billion yuan. Ji Yuning alone had one half of them, which was about 1.5 billion yuan. The other winners shared the rest. Among the 19 winners, only 8 actually won some chips and most of them lost some chips. Therefore, the 8 gamblers shared the chips worth the other 1.5 billion yuan. However, even the one who won the most chips among them only had 1/3 of Ji Yuning's chips. Therefore, the number of chips that Ji Yuning had won shocked many people. They didn't even know how to express their surprise. "Miss Tang is too unbelievable. Right, she has won so many chips. She must have won them from half of the losers. I believe so. It's incredible. How is it possible? How could she win so many chips?" Ji Manline was angry. She didn't want Ji Yuning to win. Other people around Ji Manline heard her complaint and turned to look at her with displeasure. At this time, someone said, "Miss Ji, I don't know whether there is any grudge between you and Miss Tang. I can see you don't want Miss Tang to win, but it's an international competition. I think we should be supportive of our country's gamblers. Miss Ji, to be honest, your behavior isn't right." It was a young woman. Although she wasn't very pretty, she had a natural air of elegance and nobility, making it obvious that she was from an important family. Hearing that woman's words, everyone looked at Ji Manline with disdain. Ji Manline's behavior was indeed unacceptable in their eyes. After all, she didn't want their own country's gambler to win. There were many gamblers from their country left in the game, and Miss Tang was the most outstanding one. If no accidents happened, Miss Tang might be the final winner. Most of them knew Ji Manline and were unwilling to mess with her, or they would also angrily criticize her. Ji Manline was mad, but didn't know how to retort. She recognized the young woman and knew that she was born in a family of high status. Even Ji Manline had to be careful. Before her. As a result, Ji Manline said nothing and stopped attacking Ji Yuning. All the best gamblers from different countries stayed alert to Ji Yuning. No one dared to slight her again, because Ji Yuning won the most chips among them. At the same time, the best gamblers from Country R, Country M, and Country H became unkinder to Ji Yuning, especially the best gambler from Country H. However, they didn't quit or lose confidence. After all, they were just playing mahjong now, and there would be other forms of gambling afterwards. They refused to believe that Tang Aining could be good at every form of gambling. When there were only 5 tables left, He Hongji sat at the same table as Ji Yuning. After Ji Yuning's treatment, He Hongji was much better than before, so he could play the game for a long time. He didn't win many, but didn't lose many chips either. Yi Chaoshang was very qualified to be the best of the best gamblers, and was in the top 3 winners. The best gambler from Country M ranked second. He dared to challenge Ji Yuning because he had the ability, but Ji Yuning's skills were far beyond their expectation. There was a huge gap between the best gambler from Country M and Ji Yuning. Since Ji Yuning shared the same table with He Hongji, she did her best to help him not lose so soon. Anyway, she had won enough chips, so she secretly helped He Hongji win. At the beginning, the best gambler from Country H and a gambler from City Ao didn't notice what she was doing, but they gradually found out that she was deliberately helping He Hongji. Chapter 2253, Then What Do You Mean? However, they couldn't see any interaction or communication between Ji Yuning and He Hongji. In fact, it was very normal for gamblers to team up in such a competition. It was also allowed, as long as they didn't directly tell their teammates about their tiles or give hints, which broke the rules. They could only be cooperative during the game. Anyway, no one was willing to lose to a team. They might do it themselves, but were unhappy to see other people do the same thing. Because there was no direct communication between Ji Yuning and He Hongji, the best gambler from Country H could do nothing about it. The gambler from City Ao, on the other hand, didn't show much dissatisfaction. After all, they were from the same country. He Hongji understood that Ji Yuning was helping him. He was also curious to know how she managed to do that, but he paid more attention to the game right now. With Ji Yuning's help, He Hongji soon won many chips, while the gambler from City Ao lost all of his chips. The best gambler of Country H also lost some chips in this round. Although he didn't lose all of his own chips, he was still quite displeased. He gave Ji Yuning a meaningful glance and said, "Miss Tang, you didn't play well this time." Because Ji Yuning was helping He Hongji, she indeed paid little attention to her tiles, but she was winning. Mr. Piao, people win and lose in gambling. It's very normal. I can't control it. No matter how good I am at it, I can't win all the time. No one can know the final result till the end, Ji Yuning said with a smile. She didn't feel guilty at all, facing his question. She was helping He Hongji, but it wasn't shameful. You're right, Miss Tang. The best gambler from Country H, Piao Wenkui, had to give in. Ji Yuning's words made sense, but he felt uncomfortable. After a while, another gambler joined them. Afterwards, the gambler lost all of his chips, and was replaced by the best gambler from another country. This gambler took a deep breath when he saw the chips placed in front of Ji Yuning and the other people at the table. Ji Yuning had the most chips, followed by Piao Wenkui, then He Hongji. This gambler had won some chips from the last round. Unfortunately, he began to lose after he came to this table. Piao Wenkui was losing too. Right now, there were only 3 tables left. Among the losers, there were several of the best gamblers from different countries. Although they were the best gamblers of their countries, not all of them had great fame internationally. They could be the best gamblers in their own countries, but they might not be the best globally. Besides, they weren't good at every form of gambling, and it became harder and harder to win as the game went on. 5 gamblers from Ji Yuning's country were still in the game. 7 of the best gamblers from foreign countries stayed, including the best gamblers from Country M, Country R, Country H, Country Y, and Country D. Now the best gambler from Country E came to Ji Yuning's table. Ji Yuning disliked Piao Wenkui, so she also helped the gambler from Country E during the game on the condition that she and He Hongji didn't lose. As a result, Piao Wenkui was alienated and gradually lost more chips. The best gambler from Country E wasn't winning many chips, but he was winning, so only Piao Wenkui was losing. Xiao Wenkui felt that the three of them teamed up against him, but he had no evidence. Even if he had evidence, he could do nothing about it. In the end, Xiao Wenkui lost all of his chips. Because they played for a long time, there were only 2 tables left in the hall after another gambler joined them later. The new gambler at their table was the best gambler from country R, Hidasuke Ida. Given the current situation, Hidasuke Ida stayed alert to Ji Yuning too. Good for you, Mr. Ida, you've won a lot. Looking at him, Ji Yuning put on a vague smile. She didn't seem to be laughing at him, but she was actually making fun of him. He had won a lot. In fact, Hidasuke Ida had won much fewer chips than Ji Yuning. So when Ji Yuning congratulated him, it was quite ironic. What was worse, she had just had an argument against Hidasuke Ida, and they took each other as enemies. Ji Yuning purposely did that, and didn't feel it was wrong. They were enemies, so it was understandable that she played tricks. Being calculating wasn't a bad thing sometimes. It might be very useful in a certain situation. If one was purely innocent, people would think he or she was stupid. In this world, innocent and stupid people were always bullied. Therefore, Hidasuke Ida looked mad in an instant. He never liked Ji Yuning and now directly vented his anger on her. Miss Tang, what do you mean? You have obviously won far more chips than me, but you congratulated me for winning. Are you making fun of me? Ji Yuning gave him a smile. It was her purpose, but she couldn't admit it. Mr. Ida, I didn't mean that. Please don't get me wrong. Then what do you mean? Hidasuke Ida questioned her again. Mr. Ida, if you have to think badly about me, I'm afraid I can't change your opinions. Ji Yuning gave a resigned sigh. However, Hidasuke Ida felt she was just acting and deliberately making fun of him. The other people could also see that, but some of them felt they should be quiet at this moment, while some supported Ji Yuning. The majority of them hated people from country R. Hidasuke Ida was furious, but didn't know what to say. Ji Yuning couldn't care less about his feelings and continued, Mr. Ida, you just said that you want to see what I can do, right? We're gambling against each other now. Please be careful. She obviously took him lightly, but nobody dared to question her abilities. They had witnessed her abilities. Hidasuke Ida had the same opinion and knew that Ji Yuning was quite skilled. However, he was still very displeased. Chapter 2254, the head of the Ji family, xianxia. No matter what, he couldn't seem weak in front of his enemy, so Hidasuke Ida argued at once. Great, Miss Tang, let me see what you can do. After that, they didn't waste more time on talking and began to play the game. This time, Ji Yuning wanted Hidasuke Ida to lose, so she teamed up with He Hongji and the gambler from Country E. She wouldn't help the gambler from Country E to win, but would only make him lose fewer chips. At least, he shouldn't be the first loser. It relied on one's skills and good luck to win. Hidasuke Ida had skills and good luck today. If Ji Yuning didn't help them, He Hongji and the best gambler from Country E would quickly lose. It was Hidasuke Ida's bad luck that he encountered Ji Yuning, who had jade eyes, today and that they were enemies. As a result, Hidasuke Ida began to lose fast. He Hongji and the gambler from Country E lost once in a while, but all in all, they didn't lose much money and He Hongji even won a little. Ji Yuning still won most of the time. As time went by, Hidasuke Ida could barely stay calm. He had won a few times, but lost many more chips. Hidasuke Ida kept glancing at Ji Yuning in annoyance, but he said nothing. Mr. Ida, don't look at me all the time. Please focus on your tiles, said Ji Yuning, giving him a smile. She was reminding Hidasuke Ida to concentrate on the game, but Hidasuke Ida was unhappy with her tone. However, he couldn't argue with her. The audience was mainly talking about Ji Yuning, because she was amazing and had won so many chips. Watching Ji Yuning gambling, Leng Xiaoting didn't forget to carefully listen to the voices around to see whether he could find a familiar one. It had been 4 hours, and Leng Xiaoting found nothing yet. He even thought that the man might be absent. Finally, he heard the familiar voice again. Someone said first, "This woman is winning all the time. She has incredible skills and good luck. I've never seen such a thing before." Another person said, pondering over something. It's really strange that she can win all the time. Is she using a certain magical skill? That voice was what Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were searching for, and Leng Xiaoting instantly recognized it once he heard it again. It was obvious that the man believed in superpower. Actually, the man had been through some strange things that science couldn't explain. He had to solve the problems with the help of a feng shui master in the end. Feng shui masters could use energy forces to harmonize individuals with their surrounding environment. They could also bring good luck to someone through feng shui. Therefore, the man thought that Tang Aining might have paid a feng shui master to bring her good luck. Many citizens in City Ji and City Ao believed in xuanshui and feng shui, but they didn't think monsters, ghosts, cultivators, mutants, or vampires really existed. Once Leng Xiaoting heard the man's voice, he calmly looked over and saw a middle-aged man about 50 years old. He sat in the VIP area where important figures watched the game. Yi Jiasheng actually kept a seat for Leng Xiaoting there, but Leng Xiaoting walked around to search for that man's voice. Unexpectedly, that man was sitting in the VIP area. Even though Leng Xiaoting recognized the man, he did nothing, at least now. He only needed to figure out who that man was. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning were already suspicious of Hunter, the best gambler from Country M, but they had no solid evidence. Even if they made sure of it, they wouldn't let go of the hirer who facilitated the deal. The hirer had ordered Ji Yuning's head cut off and even asked for a video of it. Upon thinking of that, Leng Xiaoting was full of anger. A magical skill. What magical skill? Asked a man curiously next to that middle-aged man. I heard that a feng shui master can bring good luck to someone. I wonder whether Tang Aining has paid a feng shui master to help her win, said the middle-aged man. He only had that idea, but felt it was highly likely, or he wouldn't have said it aloud. He refused to believe a gambler could be so skilled and lucky. Really? Can a feng shui master do that? The man was greatly surprised. He also had a strong belief in feng shui, but felt it wasn't powerful enough to affect one's luck. It's only my suspicion. I'm not sure of it. After all, I know very little about feng shui, but that woman keeps on winning chips as if everything is under her control, said the middle-aged man. Not only the middle-aged man had that idea, other people who also believed in feng shui had the same feeling as well. However, they didn't think a feng shui master could be that powerful, so they were unsure of it. Well, perhaps you're right. The man agreed with the middle-aged man in the end. Many people heard their conversation. Although they had the same suspicion, they didn't take it seriously. There was no grudge between them and Ji Yuning, so they hoped that Ji Yuning could win because they were from the same country. Even if Ji Yuning really paid a feng shui master to bring her good luck, they didn't think it was wrong. At this time, Yi Jiasheng walked in Leng Xiaoting's direction, so Leng Xiaoting stopped him when he was close. He pulled Yi Jiasheng to a quieter place and asked him who the middle-aged man was. Yi Jiasheng had a look, then answered. He's the head of the Ji family, Xianxia. He's also Ji Manline's father. Saying that, Yi Jiasheng realized that something wasn't right, so he asked, is there a problem? Yeah, I just heard his voice. If I guess correctly, he should be the person who hired the killer we ran into last night, said Leng Xiaoting. Knowing that, Yi Jiasheng was mad. To his surprise, the hirer turned out to be Xianxia. In fact, if it was really Xianxia, it wouldn't be surprising, because he knew Xianxia was a snobbish and cruel man. In order to inherit the Ji family's wealth, he had schemed against his own older brother. Such a cold-blooded man had no principles. Precisely because of that, Yi Jiasheng disliked the Ji family, including Ji Manline. Ji Manline was also a selfish and self-centered person. Chapter 2255, Give Up. If the hirer was Xianxia, there must be a grudge between Tang Aining and Xianxia, or someone who was close to Xianxia. If they wanted to kill Tang Aining right now, they had to see her as their enemy. In that case, the mastermind must be one of the participants of today's gambling competition, especially those gamblers from foreign countries. If the mastermind was a foreign gambler, he must have a very close relationship with Xianxia for Xianxia to be willing to hire a killer for him. Given Yi Jiasheng's knowledge, only Hunter had a close relationship with Xianxia. If so, was Hunter the real person who wanted Tang Yining dead? Yi Jiasheng thought it was very possible. As the heir of the Yi family, Yi Jiasheng was very smart and soon figured out the situation. Therefore, he said to Leng Xiaoting, if the hirer is Ji Anchen, there should be a grudge between Miss Tang and Ji Anchen. Or someone ask Ji Anchen to hire a killer and murder Miss Tang. Whoever wants to do that right now has to see Miss Tang as their enemy. I think the mastermind should be among these gamblers. If the mastermind can get Ji Anchen to do that for him, they must have a very close relationship. As far as I know, only Hunter from Country M has a very good relationship with Ji Anchen. Without solid proof, Yi Jiasheng couldn't jump to conclusions that it was the truth. He might be wrong. In fact, when we just came in, we also noticed that the man called Hunter wasn't right. His expression aroused our suspicion, but it didn't mean anything, said Leng Xiaoting. Without evidence, he couldn't draw a conclusion right now. Hearing that, Yi Jiasheng was surprised. He didn't know that Leng Xiaoting was already suspicious of Hunter. Because of that, he thought Hunter was very possibly the mastermind. So what's next? Yi Jiasheng asked. He felt it wasn't appropriate for him to interfere, so he asked for Leng Xiaoting's opinion first. We do nothing for now. I'll talk about it with Ningning after the game is over. We'll see what to do next, said Leng Xiaoting. He needed to talk with Ji Yuning about it before taking action because he respected her. Great, feel free to let me know if you need me. Since Leng Xiaoting needed to talk with Ji Yuning first, he would only help when they needed him. Sure, said Leng Xiaoting. Because they were in City Ao, it was unavoidable for them to turn to the Yi family for help. After that, Leng Xiaoting went back to watching Ji Yuning, while Yi Jiasheng went to deal with his own business. Yi Jiasheng knew that Ji Anchen was the hirer, but he did nothing for the time being. Ji Anchen didn't know that they had remembered his voice and that he easily exposed himself after saying a few words. If he knew that, he would be shocked. At Ji Yuning's table, Hidesuk Ida was losing more and more chips. He lost the chips he had won, then his own chips. The more chips he lost, the more anxious Hidesuk Ida became. However, the more anxious he was, the more difficult it became for him to make good judgments. As time went by, Hidesuk Ida began to lose his temper and threw out his tiles with great strength. It was understandable, so Ji Yuning and the others weren't mad. However, when Hidesuk Ida began to swear, He Hongji couldn't stand it any longer and said, Mr. Ida, there is a lady with us. Please watch your language. It's none of your business. Hidesuk Ida lost control of his anger when He Hongji criticized him and he gave He Hongji a fierce glare. Mr. Ida, calm down. I didn't say anything. I just reminded you to be polite and gentle. He Hongji wasn't angry when Hidesuk Ida glared at him. Instead, he was quite satisfied that Hidesuk Ida was mad. Do you mean I'm not polite? Hidesuk Ida questioned, as if he was a gentleman. In fact, he also knew dirty language was rude, but he was unwilling to be criticized and taught by other people in public. He felt that he lost his face. Mr. Ida, do you think dirty language represents politeness? I see. Uncle He, we don't need to stop Mr. Ida, just let him be himself. I think it might be their country's culture, said Ji Yuning, stopping He Hongji. She was being very ironic. Ji Yuning's voice wasn't low, so many people around them heard her and burst into laughter. Hidesuk Ida swore in anger, but he didn't think it was impolite, which meant their country's culture adored rudeness. Even the best gamblers from other foreign countries began to disdain Hidesuk Ida. Hidesuk Ida hit the table heavily and stood up angrily. He fiercely glared at Ji Yuning, as if he was going to swallow her alive. This woman had humiliated him in public. Hidesuk Ida felt that Ji Yuning had humiliated him, but he forgot that he was very rude in public. It wasn't other people's fault that they made fun of him. Mr. Ida, it's game time. Do you want to give up by standing up? If you quit, we'll take away all of your chips, said Yi Jiasheng, walking over. According to the rules, they couldn't give up in the middle of the game, but if they wanted to quit, their chips would be taken away. No one was willing to lose all their chips. No matter how unlucky they were today, they would rather lose the chips on their own. Mr. Yi, this woman called Miss Tang humiliated me in public. Shouldn't you tell her to behave herself? Hidasuke Ida questioned. It was impossible for him to quit, but it would be embarrassing if he gave in right now. Therefore, he had to defend his pride. However, he ignored the fact that he had embarrassed himself first. Mr. Ida, we're not deaf. We heard your conversation, so I don't think Miss Tang meant to humiliate you. Mr. Ida, it's you who embarrassed other people first, said Yi Jiasheng. He wasn't defending Ji Yuning, and just told the truth. Hidasuke Ida was furious. To his surprise, Yi Jiasheng refused to side with him. In fact, Yi Jiasheng wasn't choosing a side. Although he disliked Hidasuke Ida was his guest, so he was unwilling to argue with him. It was Hidasuke Ida who embarrassed himself this time, so Yi Jiasheng couldn't tolerate it. Chapter 2256. Gloating. Hidasuke Ida was mad, but he had to admit that Yi Jiasheng was right and he couldn't continue to argue. Mr. Ida, it's still game time. If you want to finish the game, please sit down and obey the rules. If not, said Yi Jiasheng. Fine. Before Yi Jiasheng could finish, Hidasuke Ida snorted and sat down, so Yi Jiasheng didn't continue. They dropped that topic, and continued to play mahjong. Hidasuke Ida was impulsive, but wasn't dumb. He knew he was being unreasonable, so he should stop embarrassing himself. However, Hidasuke Ida couldn't continue to play the game calmly and lost more chips. Finally, Hidasuke Ida lost all of his chips. He even wanted to turn the mahjong table upside down, but luckily he curbed his anger. Once Hidasuke Ida lost, a foreign gambler replaced him, but the foreign gambler soon lost as well. There were fewer and fewer gamblers left in the hall. He Hongji also lost when he ranked 7th. Although he lost, he made it to top 7, which was a good result. Ji Yuning had helped him a lot. He Hongji was surprised that he could make it into the top 7, and knew that Ji Yuning had helped him to get that position. Therefore, he was willing to accept the failure, and only felt it was a pity that he didn't make it to the end. Since he came to take part in this game, he certainly aimed to win. There were too many skilled gamblers this time, so he understood it was very hard. Before long, there were only 4 people left. They were Ji Yuning, Yi Chaoshang, Hunter, and the best gambler from Country Y. Among the 4 winners, Ji Yuning ranked first since she had won far more chips than the second winner. Yi Chaoshang ranked 2nd, Hunter ranked 3rd, while the best gambler from Country Y ranked 4th. Ji Yuning had chips worth 3.3 billion yuan now, Yi Chaoshang had chips of 500 million yuan, Hunter had chips of slightly more than 200 million yuan, while the gambler from Country Y lost some chips. He lost chips of 30 million yuan and now had chips of 70 million yuan. Given the chips he had now, he didn't have enough money to lose. Anyway, Ji Yuning could help him and win chips from Hunter. Hunter would leave the table, because Ji Yuning saw him as her enemy. She wouldn't allow him to win. Although she didn't know the best gambler from Country Y had a good relationship with their country, so she was willing to help him and make Hunter lose. Therefore, with Ji Yuning's help, the best gambler from Country Y began to win chips. Yi Chaoshang was skilled at gambling, so he didn't need Ji Yuning's help, but Ji Yuning still did him a favor once in a while in case he lost his position. In that case, Hunter suddenly became the enemy of the 3 of them and lost again and again. He won chips a few times, but lost most of the time. As Hunter lost his chips, the other 3 people got more and more chips. Among them, Ji Yuning had the most chips. Hunter now realized that the 3 of them had teamed up against him. After all, Tang Aining and Yi Chaoshang were from the same country and the gambler from Country Y had a good relationship with their country. On the contrary, Country M actually had conflicts with their country. However, even if he knew they had teamed up, they didn't talk to each other or exchange hints, so he could say nothing about it. As he lost more and more chips, Hunter's mood worsened and he couldn't stay calm or concentrate on the game. As a result, he lost faster. He didn't have a better temper than Hidasuke Ida, but he could control his emotions better. He didn't lose his temper at the scene, but he actually was swearing at Ji Yuning in his heart. If swearing could kill people, Ji Yuning would have been killed countless times. Because Ji Yuning had a pair of jade eyes, she wasn't afraid of losing and proposed to have a bigger bet. As a result, Hunter lost his chips very quickly. He had chips of slightly more than 300 million yuan, but he lost all of them within an hour. Ji Yuning won the first prize in the end. In addition to her own chips of 100 million yuan, she had chips worth 3.41 billion yuan in all. Yi Chaoshang had chips of 580 million yuan, and the best gambler from Country Y had won chips of 110 million yuan in addition to his own 100 million yuan. Thanks to Ji Yuning's help, the best gambler from Country Y won some chips. He wasn't dumb and knew that Ji Yuning was helping him. Although he didn't understand how Ji Yuning managed to do that, he didn't bother to ask further about it. Yi Chaoshang knew that Ji Yuning also helped him. He was very curious about it, but didn't ask any questions. He was aware that Ji Yuning was far stronger than he thought. "Thank you, Hunter, you're very generous tonight," said Ji Yuning to Hunter politely. She was obviously gloating over Hunter's failure. "Miss Tang, you're really skilled, but I'm not very good at mahjong. I can accept failure. Let's see who wins tomorrow." Although Hunter was very displeased, he had to be polite to Ji Yuning on the surface. However, he also made it very clear that he wasn't very good at mahjong to save his face. He had heard Tang Aining was also good at sick bow and 5-card stud, which meant she was very likely to win again tomorrow, but now he couldn't be timid. "All right, I'm looking forward to gambling with you tomorrow, Hunter," said Ji Yuning in a flat voice. She didn't sound worried at all. They would play sick bow and 5-card stud tomorrow, which was to Ji Yuning's advantage. Because the result was out, today's gambling competition was over. It was late now, and was already 7:30 p.m., so Yi Chaoshang arranged for a dinner party right away. After today's gambling competition, they had more confidence in Ji Yuning. They felt she was more likely to win tomorrow. The dinner party was held in the banquet hall in the casino. Only invited guests could join in the dinner party, and those VIP members had to pay for their own dinner. After the game, the casino was back to normal business, so many people stayed. Ji Manline could go to the dinner party along with xianxia, but she was unwilling to leave her friends behind, so she didn't go. She wanted to talk with Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning was always surrounded by many people, so she had to give up for now. Anyway, to her astonishment, Tang Aining easily won over 3 billion yuan. She was quite jealous of her. Chapter 2257, Harmonize herself with the surrounding environment. Although the Ji family had dozens of billions of yuan in assets, it had nothing to do with her. Her older brother would inherit their family's wealth, while she only had about 10 million yuan. Actually, many people were jealous of Ji Yuning for winning money so easily, but they knew that they were barely comparable to her. Before they went to dinner, Yi Chaoshang ordered someone to exchange the chips for money for Ji Yuning and the best gambler from Country Y. They would exchange money for chips again tomorrow. The dinner party was in the form of a buffet. In that way, it was convenient for communication among the guests. Everything was ready, so they could eat right after they came. It was a very exciting game today, and Ji Yuning had many fans. So once she showed up, many guests came to strike up a conversation with her. Although Ji Yuning didn't have much patience, she stayed polite and talked to them as kindly as possible. However, because she looked a little cold, other people didn't dare to waste much of her time. When they walked away gradually, the best gambler from Country Y walked towards Ji Yuning with a cup in his hand. There were too many people just then, so he didn't join in their conversation. "Hi, Miss Tang, my name's Lucas," Lucas kindly said to Ji Yuning. "Nice to see you," Ji Yuning politely replied to him. "Miss Tang, thank you so much today," said Lucas, but he didn't give a reason. He knew Ji Yuning was aware of it. Whatever the reason was, Ji Yuning had helped him, so it was necessary for him to thank her. "It's my pleasure, Mr. Lucas, cheers." Ji Yuning understood why Lucas thanked her. She didn't bother to talk too much about it and directly clinked her glass against his as a reply. After that, they had a drink together and Lucas stopped bothering Ji Yuning, then left. After a while, other gamblers from foreign countries came to say hi to Ji Yuning. They didn't see her as their enemy. Leng Xiaoting was like her bodyguard and quietly followed behind her the entire time. He remained patient, watching her socializing with other people. He only cared about Ji Yuning. There were so many people. Her throat should be dry after talking so long. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting handed a glass of water to Ji Yuning once in a while. He was very considerate. However, it was a little strange in other people's eyes. Because Leng Xiaoting seemed aloof, it was surprising that he could be so thoughtful. Hunter, Hidesuk Ida, and Piao Wenkui stayed far away from Ji Yuning. They weren't afraid of her, but simply didn't want to see her. Once they saw her, they would be in a bad mood. Besides, they had all lost to Ji Yuning today, so it was impossible for them to be in a good mood. Nevertheless, they were at a party now, so they had to suppress their anger. They were reluctant to make themselves a joke. Although they lost to Ji Yuning this time, it wouldn't damage their reputation. There were still a lot of people who tried to strike up a conversation with them, but it was hard to say whether they were sincere. In fact, not many people were sincere at such an event, they were just flattering each other. There were a lot of people at this party and it was a little noisy. Ji Yuning was a bit far from Xianxia, so she couldn't hear his voice and found nothing wrong. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't want to stay here for long, so they left as early as possible. After walking out, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting directly went back to the hotel. In the room, when there were no outsiders, Leng Xiaoting finally had the chance to tell Ji Yuning that he had already found the hirer. In that case, Hunter should be the mastermind, said Ji Yuning in annoyance. It actually wasn't surprising, because she was already suspicious of Hunter. She simply had no evidence to prove it. Although they still didn't have evidence right now, they thought it was very likely that Hunter was the mastermind. However, if they really wanted to punish Hunter and Xianxia, they still needed to collect evidence or get their confession. We can deal with it after the competition is over. I'll seize the chance to anger Hunter at the gambling table these days, said Ji Yuning. As long as she was sure they were guilty, it couldn't be easier for her to pay them back when she had many chances to see them. She didn't need to be violent or attract a lot of attention when she punished them. She only needed to release some icy magical power. Once the dinner party was over, Xianxia left along with Hunter. They didn't go back to the hotel, but instead headed somewhere else. On the way, they had a private talk. That woman called Tang Aining is quite skilled. Do you have confidence to win tomorrow? Xianxia asked. To be honest, I don't have much confidence. Didn't you say she's good at sick bow? Said Hunter worriedly. It's really strange. It seems everything is under her control. I think she might have cheated, said Xianxia. She cheated? Hunter asked with confusion. He had observed Ji Yuning for a while back then and saw nothing abnormal. As a good gambler, Hunter knew all the tricks gamblers might play during gambling, and he could see whether Ji Yuning played a cheap trick by a glance. There are feng shui masters in our country. They can use energy forces to harmonize individuals with their surrounding environment. So I think she might have paid a feng shui master to bring her good luck, said Xianxia. Feng shui masters. Hunter was greatly surprised, because it was beyond his knowledge. Well, it's not easy to do, and it could harm both the feng shui master and the person who wants to have good luck. Normally, people won't do that. In fact, not everyone can successfully have good luck in that way. I'm not a feng shui master, so I don't know much about it, but a friend of mine is quite interested in feng shui. We can go to ask him about it, said Xianxia. This gambling competition actually had nothing to do with him, it simply aroused his curiosity that Tang Aining never lost. He didn't have to know the reason. Because of his good relationship with Hunter, he decided to help him with it. Great, said Hunter. He was really curious about it and wanted to know why. If it's possible, can he bring me good luck too? Hunter lacked confidence, but was reluctant to lose, so he would like to see if he could have good luck. We'll see, said Xianxia. It was only his guess that Tang Aining had paid a feng shui master to bring good luck to her, but he wasn't sure of it. Chapter 2258, Feng Shui master, Zhou Qingji. He had lived a smooth life these years because he had paid a Feng Shui master to bring him good luck, but his good luck was hardly comparable to Tang Aining's. Anyway, it was possible that Tang Aining was just really unbelievably skilled at gambling. Within 40 minutes, Xianxia took Hunter to a house in a suburb. He walked closer and rang the doorbell. After a while, a young man came to open the door and brought them inside. Because Xianxia had already asked the Feng Shui master whether he was home before they came, he didn't bother to do it again now. After the young man brought Xianxia into the house, he directly took them to the study room. Xianxia came late at night because he needed to talk about something important with the Feng Shui master. In the study room, an old man about 70 years old, with gray hair in a gray suit sat there quietly. His face was full of wrinkles. However, he was actually only in his early 50s, but he had the look of a 70-year-old man. As a Feng Shui master, he had changed too many people's fate, so his life was greatly shortened and he looked much older than his real age. "Nice to see you, Master Zhou." Once Xianxia walked into the study room, he greeted the Feng Shui master with a very polite attitude. Master Zhou had helped him a lot after all. "Welcome, Chairman Ji, have a seat please," said Zhou Qingji, then told his nephew to serve them tea. Zhou Qingji's nephew was the young man who opened the door for them. He was about 27 this year, but they seemed to be grandfather and grandson because Zhou Qingji aged fast. Zhou Qingji didn't marry or have any kids, and his brother and sister-in-law had passed away in a car accident many years ago. Therefore, he kept his nephew by his side. Xianxia and Hunter sat down afterwards. Xianxia said, "Master Zhou, I saw something really strange, so I specially came to ask you about it. I want to know why it happened." "What is it?" Zhou Qingji asked. He had been through too many strange things in his life, so he wasn't surprised at all. "The thing is that a woman about 25 years old showed up at the Yi family's casino today. She's amazingly skilled at gambling. She also had unbelievably good luck. She was winning all the time from the beginning to the end of the game. It seemed everything was under her control. She never lost once. This is my friend. He's the best gambler from Country M, but he also lost to that woman. I think it's really strange. I wondered whether she paid a Feng Shui master to bring good luck to her. There will be another gambling game tomorrow. I don't want my friend to lose again. Can you help us with that?" Xianxia said. Hearing that, Zhou Qingji squinted a little. Nobody knew what he was thinking. That woman was winning all the time as if everything was under her control. Did she and Yi Chaoshang play a cheap trick? Zhou Qingji asked. He wasn't denying Xianxia's worry, but simply needed more information. "I observed them carefully, but found nothing wrong," said Hunter. If he could catch them at the scene, he would have done that. He wouldn't yield to injustice just because it was Yi Chaoshang's domain. And in fact, he believed that Yi Chaoshang wouldn't do that. If so, I think it's possible that she has paid a Feng Shui master to bring her good luck, but I need to see her with my own eyes. Or I need her date of birth and horoscope, said Zhou Qingji. He also became curious about that woman. We don't know her date of birth and horoscope. We can only see her at the Yi family's casino if you want to see her with your own eyes, said Xianxia. Great, then I'll go to the Yi family's casino tomorrow, said Zhou Qingji. He wasn't occupied anyway, so he was willing to pay a visit. He was going to see how strange that woman was. Great, thank you so much, Master Zhou. We'll surely cherish your effort, said Xianxia. Although he wasn't sure what Zhou Qingji could do, he wouldn't waste his time since he would go to visit the Yi family's casino. In other words, he would pay Zhou Qingji for the visit. My pleasure, Chairman Ji, said Zhou Qingji. He didn't refuse to accept Xianxia's offer, because it was the service he provided for him. Oh, Master Zhou, can you bring good luck to other people with feng shui? My friend doesn't want to lose again tomorrow, said Xianxia. I've done that for you. You should know it's not easy. I need to see the date of birth and horoscope first to see what I can do. Without careful thinking, it might cause bad luck instead. Even if I can help your friend with his luck, I can't finish the work today. I need to go to his home to do a series of things. Even if I can finish the work today, he might not have good luck tomorrow. I can only help you live a smoother life in the future, not on a particular day. That woman might not rely on a feng shui master's help to win all the time. And well, perhaps my level isn't high enough, so I can't bring good luck to you as quickly. There is another problem. Your friend is a foreigner. His date of birth and horoscope is different from ours. I can't change it at all, said Zhou Qingji. Actually, he was reluctant to change one's fate now, because he had paid a lot for that these years. Now he only wanted to live a peaceful life at an old age. However, what he said was true and honest. Hearing that, both Xianxia and Hunter were quite disappointed, but they could do nothing about it. If that woman called Tang Aining didn't rely on a feng shui master's help to win, how did she manage to win so many chips? Just because she was excellent at gambling. They refused to believe it, but there was no better explanation. All right, it's late now. I'm afraid I can't keep you here any longer. Call me before you set off to the casino tomorrow. I'll go there from my place, said Zhou Qingji and told them to leave. Xianxia and Hunter stood up. They weren't annoyed that Zhou Qingji chased them out. It was indeed late, and they had finished what they wanted to say, so there was no need for them to stay here any longer. Great, see you, said Xianxia and left with Hunter. Because Zhou Qingji was old and wasn't in good health, he told his nephew to walk Xianxia and Hunter out. Chapter 2259, Question Lucas. After they were gone, Zhou Qingji thought again about that woman they told him about. He agreed it was really strange. Anyway, he could only make the conclusion when he saw her in person tomorrow. When Xianxia and Hunter left, Xianxia drove Hunter to the hotel. We can only wait till Master Zhou sees Tang Aining tomorrow. According to what Master Zhou said, she might not rely on a feng shui master's help to win. If she really has turned to a feng shui master for help, we can make it public to ruin her reputation. She won't be able to take part in the game again. If not, you can only rely on yourself to win, said Xianxia. He had done his best and that was all he could do. Unfortunately, the assassination attempt failed, so they had to face her. Can we make Master Zhou blame that woman called Miss Tang for cheating? We can say she has paid a feng shui master to bring her good luck so that she can win, said Hunter. He was very unhappy that Zhou Qingji couldn't bring good luck to him. He still wanted Tang Aining to be in trouble. He clearly knew he couldn't win with his own abilities. Let me give him a call. Xianxia thought it wasn't a bad idea, so he took out his phone at once to call Zhou Qingji. However, Zhou Qingji refused to do that, because it would affect his luck in life. It was actually just a lie. Because Zhou Qingji's relationship with Xianxia wasn't so close, he was unwilling to do bad deeds for him. He still wanted to live a peaceful life at an old age. Zhou Qingji was the feng shui master, so Xianxia believed his words and stopped bothering him. If he offended Zhou Qingji could cause him bad luck, which wasn't what he wanted. After all, Zhou Qingji knew his date of birth and horoscope. Since Zhou Qingji couldn't do that, they had to give it up. All the best gamblers stayed in the same hotel, and Yi Chaoshang let them stay on the same floor. Therefore, when Hunter came back, he met Lucas who just came in from the outside, so he stopped Lucas. Hey, Lucas, did you team up with that woman called Miss Tang against me? Hunter questioned. Although he thought that Tang Aining might have paid a feng shui master to bring herself good luck, he didn't forget that she had helped Lucas a lot during the game. Otherwise Lucas might have lost. He had won more chips than Lucas, but he lost in the end, which made him feel quite embarrassed. No, I didn't. Lucas denied, and it was the truth. Although Tang Aining had helped him, it was also obvious that she saw him as an enemy. You're lying. Hunter refused to believe it. After all, Tang Aining had deliberately helped them win chips, while he always lacked chances. Every time he thought he was about to win, Tang Aining would ruin his plan and make him lose. Believe it or not, Lucas was unwilling to argue with Hunter, so he turned around and left. Hunter, however, was reluctant to accept that. He lost control of his emotions and pulled Lucas back once he saw him walking away. Hunter, what do you want? Lucas got angry in an instant. He seemed gentle and weak, but wasn't easy to bully. He was very good at controlling himself. However, if anyone dared to bully him, he wouldn't hesitate to fight back. Shouted at by Lucas, Hunter realized that he had lost control of himself and immediately let Lucas go. Even if he didn't believe what Lucas said and Lucas had really teamed up with Tang Aining against him, he could do nothing about it. As a result, he had to swallow his anger. Hunter wouldn't apologize to Lucas for the sake of his pride, so he snorted and left first. Lucas was unwilling to cause trouble, so he went back to his room afterwards. The gambling competition began at 9 a.m. the next day. They ordered breakfast service and had breakfast in their rooms and didn't go out until 8 a.m. when Yi Jiasheng came to treat them in person. There was a hotel in the casino, but all kinds of people gathered here. In case they felt uncomfortable, Yi Chaoshang decided to let them stay in a downtown hotel. Ji Manline came to pick up her friend at this time as well, so she saw Ji Yuning and the others walking out. She wouldn't be able to talk to Ji Yuning after they went to the casino, so she ran towards her right away. Once Yi Jiasheng saw her, he looked annoyed. He knew Ji Manline didn't come for him, but Tang Aining, and he knew her purpose. He only felt Ji Manline was a really shameless woman. Before she met Leng Xiaoting, she wouldn't stop bothering him. After Leng Xiaoting showed up, Leng Xiaoting became her new target, then Leng Xiaoting left, so she started to bother him again. As soon as she learned that Tang Aining had broken up with Leng Xiaoting, she kept on bothering Tang Aining for Leng Xiaoting's information. If she weren't a woman, he would have punched her. Tang Aining, we need to talk. Ji Manline stood in front of Ji Yuning and stopped her. She sounded quite domineering. Ji Yuning stared at her disdainfully, and said, I don't think there is anything we can talk about. You, Ji Manline was mad. To her surprise, Tang Aining dared to embarrass her in public. She thought too highly of herself. Why should Ji Yuning care about her feelings? Miss Ji, please move, or I'll call the security guards to remove you. It won't be pleasant, said Yi Jiasheng with a bad attitude. Actually, he never had a good attitude towards Ji Manline. He didn't have a quick temper, but wasn't good-tempered either. If someone annoyed him, he would lose his temper too. Ji Manline was mad, but she knew that Yi Jiasheng meant what he said. Although she always bothered Yi Jiasheng, she was scared of violence. Therefore, she had to leave in case she was embarrassed. After that, Ji Yuning and the others left. Watching them walking away, Ji Manline was full of anger. It wasn't what she wanted. Chapter 2260. Don't allow him to see clearly. When Ji Yuning and the others arrived at the casino, it was already crowded. Ji Anchen and Zhou Qingji were present. As they walked inside, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting noticed Zhou Qingji. It wasn't because he was with Ji Anchen, but because he had a different air from ordinary people. He wasn't a cultivator, but was very close to cultivators. He had a little magical power around his body. Anyway, he wasn't an ordinary man. At the beginning, Ji Yuning didn't care about why this old man was with Ji Anchen, but she felt she might be his target when he started sizing her up. What did this old man do? Why was he sizing her up? Ji Yuning didn't have time to think further about that, and soon heard people talking about that old man. Isn't that Master Zhou standing by Chairman Ji? Master Zhou? What Master Zhou? The famous feng shui master in Cityao. Haven't you heard of him? I have, but he's been absent for a long time. I'm quite surprised. Is he really the famous feng shui master, Master Zhou? I heard Master Zhou is just in his early 50s, but he looks like he is 70. My grandfather told me it costs one's life to be a fortune teller, so Master Zhou looks much older than his real age. It sounds scary. I don't want to be a fortune teller. Even if you want to be a fortune teller, you might not have the abilities. Although it consumes one's life, Master Zhou became rich after being dirt poor. Feng Shui Master. Ji Yuning understood that a Feng Shui master wasn't only good at Feng Shui, he could also read one's face and help people make good choices. Was Ji Anchen suspicious of her, so he turned to a Feng Shui master for help? Did he want the Feng Shui master to read her face? Ji Yuning didn't know this Feng Shui master's level, but the fortune teller, Shang Honghuai, had easily seen her reincarnation by reading her face. She was worried that this Feng Shui master could also see her secrets. Although her soul had totally mixed with her body, the Feng Shui master might see the difference. Besides, she had disguised herself as Tang Aining now, and it would be troublesome if the feng shui master saw through that. Therefore, whenever Zhou Qingji tried to see her face, Ji Yuning calmly avoided his eyes and prevented him from seeing her clearly. As a result, Zhou Qingji couldn't read her face. Actually, the reason that Zhou Qingji looked much older than his real age wasn't because he brought good luck to other people by feng shui. It was a good thing and could help him live longer. Zhou Qingji became much older than his real age exactly because he had done bad deeds. If he was a good feng shui master, he wouldn't have come to see her with Xianxia. Anyway, if this feng shui master didn't mess with her, Ji Yuning wouldn't mind. If he did, she wouldn't hesitate to punish him. Master Zhou, what do you think? Xianxia quietly asked Zhou Qingji. I can't see her face, so I can't tell anything. It's really strange, said Zhou Qingji. He felt that Ji Yuning was a strange woman, but couldn't tell the reason right now. Strange. Why? Xianxia was excited. He guessed correctly that this woman was strange. I don't know for now, said Zhou Qingji. Hearing that, Xianxia was a little disappointed, but Zhou Qingji might need more time. Therefore, Xianxia stayed patient. He stopped bothering Zhou Qingji. Zhou Qingji would let him know once he had the answer. Yi Chaoshang knew Zhou Qingji. Although they weren't familiar, they exchanged greetings when they saw each other. Therefore, Yi Chaoshang went to say hi to Zhou Qingji and also invited him to have a seat in the VIP area. Zhou Qingji accepted it and went to sit. It would take time for him to read that woman's face. They were playing Sickbo this morning. They were chosen by chance to compete with each other. Winners would continue to play the game against one another. This time, each of the gamblers had chips worth 100 million yuan as usual. They didn't need to lose all the chips if they wanted to quit. There would be 10 rounds. The two competitors shook the dice cup once, then guessed the numbers to decide who lost and who won. After 10 rounds, if the gambler still had chips in their hands, but didn't want to continue, he or she could quit. If the gambler lost all of his or her chips before the 10 rounds finished, he or she could quit as well. Therefore, many people took part in today's gambling. Although they were afraid to compete with Ji Yuning, they might not have the chance to compete with her. Some of them, on the contrary, wanted to compete with Ji Yuning, even if they would lose in the end. Ji Yuning was famous in the gambling industry now, so it was lucky if they had a chance to gamble with her. There were 36 gamblers today. 8 quit, because they weren't good at Sickbo. Although they were chosen by chance to compete with each other, Ji Yuning had jade eyes and could choose whoever she wanted to compete with. Therefore, she basically chose to compete with foreign gamblers. She also tried to avoid Lucas. 2 gamblers would be in a group, so the 36 gamblers made 18 groups. Ji Yuning was number 11, and her competitor was a foreign gambler. It wasn't Hunter, Hidesuk Ida, or Piao Wenkui. Because Ji Yuning didn't want to compete with them so quickly, she did her best to avoid them right now. She planned to compete with Hunter in the last round, because Hunter should have won many chips by then, and she would rob him of all his chips. Local gamblers might want to quit after losing once, but foreign gamblers wouldn't. It was a matter pride. If they quit after losing once, they would make themselves a joke in the gambling industry. Therefore, they would rather lose all of their chips than quit halfway. Because it was a competition, participants gathered together at the same table to play the game. It wouldn't take much time to shake the dice cup dozens of times. In group number 1 there were 2 local gamblers. Perhaps in ordinary gamblers' eyes, they were masters, but they were merely at an average level compared with the best gamblers around the world. Before long, 3 groups had finished. In group number 4 were Hidesuk Ida and a local gambler. Hidesuk Ida won in the end with chips worth 40 million yuan. After a while, He Hongji competed with a local gambler and won. After he was cured, he had a better hearing, which was very useful for Sickbo. Chapter 2261, correct 10 times. It relied more on one's luck and skills in mahjong and 5-card stud. He Hongji won chips of about 30 million yuan. Hunter and Lucas played the game before Ji Yuning. Hunter competed with a foreign gambler, while Lucas competed with a local gambler. Both of them were winners in the end. Because Hunter's competitor wasn't weak, he only won chips worth 20 million yuan, while Lucas won chips worth 3.5 million yuan. Because of that, Hunter felt a little jealous. Both Lucas and Hidasuke Ida had more chips than him, and it was embarrassing. However, he had to accept it. When Hunter was in the game, he gave a glance at xianxia once in a while. He wanted to know whether Zhou Qingji had found anything useful, but he couldn't go over and ask them. It upset him. Leng Xiaoting also paid special attention to xianxia and Zhou Qingji. He moved closer to them so that he could hear them once they talked. He also wanted to know whether Zhou Qingji had noticed something different. After sitting for a while, Zhou Qingji still couldn't see Ji Yuning's face, so he felt he should go to another place. When Ji Yuning sat by the gambling table, Zhou Qingji walked over. Because their seats were at the side of the gambling table, he had to go to the front in order to see Ji Yuning's face. Seeing that, Leng Xiaoting frowned, but didn't stop him. If he stopped him right now, they might be suspicious of him. Actually, even if Zhou Qingji saw Ji Yuning's face clearly, he might not be able to see any differences. And even if he saw the differences, Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning wouldn't be afraid. No one would believe him even if he made it public. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting stood there in silence to see what would happen. Next, Ji Yuning understood that if the feng shui master was really skilled, it was impossible for her to avoid him. And if the feng shui master wasn't skilled, he wouldn't be able to see anything from her face even if she didn't avoid him. Anyway, Ji Yuning still did her best to avoid Zhou Qingji's eyes. Therefore, Zhou Qingji couldn't successfully read Ji Yuning's face. Ji Yuning deliberately avoided him and there was a distance between them. The audience area was at least 3 meters away from the gambling table. If he wanted to read her face, he had to be close to her. As a result, Zhou Qingji only felt that Ji Yuning had a strange appearance, but couldn't see her clearly or tell why. Ji Yuning was avoiding Zhou Qingji's eyes, and also carefully observed him. She could see that he had found nothing useful from her face yet. Ji Yuning won at the end of the match with a foreign gambler. Although she set a small bet in order to not arouse people's suspicion, the foreign gambler still lost all of his chips after 10 rounds. Ji Yuning controlled the bet on purpose, otherwise the foreign gambler would have lost all of his chips within 5 rounds. To do that, Ji Yuning only needed to play the game at long odds, and the foreign gambler could lose chips worth dozens of millions of yuan around, and Ji Yuning guessed correctly a few times. Although the foreign gambler had guessed correctly 7 times, the numbers of odds weren't high, so he didn't win many chips. As a result, everyone was amazed by Ji Yuning once more. She was indeed incredible at sick bow. She was correct a total of 10 times, but the odds were different every time. Jesus, it's so impressive. She was correct a total of 10 times. Right, the numbers were so high several times. I'm even starting to think that Miss Tang might be able to see the dice in the dice cup. How could she be so accurate? I have the same idea, but I don't think it's possible. Some people who had great imagination thought that Ji Yuning might be able to see the dice in the dice cup, for her to be so accurate, but no one believed it was true. However, what they thought was impossible was actually the truth. Hearing their discussions, Zhou Qingji felt it was possible. After all, he believed in monsters and ghosts, while ordinary people didn't. Although he hadn't seen ghosts or ghosts with his own eyes before, he had encountered strange and creepy things. As a feng shui master, he had changed people's fate and luck, read people's faces and palms, to help them live a better life. Even if it didn't work every time, it was already beyond ordinary people's knowledge. However, his level wasn't high, so he didn't know that much about feng shui. Therefore, he wasn't sure whether Ji Yuning could really see the dice in the dice cup. After all, it was too unbelievable. At the same time, Zhou Qingji also had an idea that Ji Yuning might be his peer at a higher level. Therefore, she could know the numbers on the dice in the dice cup by calculating. However, Ji Yuning was too young for that, so he wasn't sure of it either. Anyway, Ji Yuning must have abilities that ordinary people don't have, otherwise she wouldn't be correct every time. Either way, Zhou Qingji felt that Ji Yuning wasn't ordinary, but he couldn't see why she was different, which was really confusing. He had to continue to observe her. If Ji Yuning really had special skills, he wouldn't help xianxia deal with her. Instead, he would stay away from her in case he was dragged into trouble. In the past, he wouldn't be so cautious, but now he had paid a lot for what he had done before. He only wanted to live a peaceful life at an old age and was reluctant to have conflicts with anyone. Hunter lost confidence completely. He had promised to have a big bet with Ji Yuning, but now he tried to deny it. Although everyone had witnessed Ji Yuning's abilities yesterday, they had just played mahjong last time. They hadn't witnessed her skills at sick bow and 5-card stud yet, so they stayed doubtful. To their surprise, Ji Yuning was much more skilled than people had said she was. People only said that Tang Aining had eerie accuracy, but didn't say that she was able to win at long odds. If the odds weren't high, it wasn't scary, but it was enough to totally defeat the competitor at high odds. Because Ji Yuning won, she went to rest, and the game continued. When they finished, the winners of each group would choose their competitors again by chance. Yi Chaoshang also won when it was his turn and he won chips worth 60 million yuan. Chapter 2262, lost the most chips this time. Afterwards, all the winners chose their competitors by chance and continued to play the game. This time, Ji Yuning purposely chose Hidesuk Ida. When Hidesuk Ida learned he was about to compete with Ji Yuning, he had a premonition. No need to guess, he was doomed to fail. However, even if he already knew the result, he had to face it. He would do his best and hope that he had good luck. Other gamblers, instead, gloated over his bad luck. Seeing that, Hidesuk Ida felt irritated and gave Ji Yuning gloomy glances once in a while. Ji Yuning had an unkind idea all of a sudden and joked. "Mr. Ida, why are you always looking at me? Did you fall in love with me?" Hidesuk Ida was nearly 40 years old, so Ji Yuning's words were a little inappropriate, but it wasn't really uncommon for an old man to like a much younger girl. However, it was impossible, because Hidesuk Ida couldn't wait to tear her to pieces. "Miss Tang, I think you're a lady. A lady shouldn't say something like that in public," said Hidesuk Ida with displeasure. Although Hidesuk Ida said that, nobody took it seriously. Everyone knew that they were competitors and were simply arguing against each other. "You won't move your eyes away from me. It's hard for me not to misunderstand you. If you don't like me, why are you staring at me all the time?" Ji Yuning argued. Hidesuk Ida was mad. He absolutely hated Ji Yuning, but couldn't publicly say that. Even if everyone knew that he disliked Ji Yuning, it would be rude if he said it aloud. Hidesuk Ida was furious, but didn't know how to argue with her, so he stopped looking at her. When Ji Yuning was arguing with Hidesuk Ida, she also felt a displeased look, which was from Leng Xiaoting. Although Leng Xiaoting understood that Ji Yuning was arguing with Hidesuk Ida, he was still unhappy because she was also flirting with him. Ji Yuning also realized that she shouldn't have done that, so she turned her head away after rubbing her nose in embarrassment. Leng Xiaoting wasn't mad at her. He was just a little unhappy. When he saw Ji Yuning's reaction, he put on a resigned look. Before long, it was Ji Yuning and Hidesuk Ida's turn. Facing Ji Yuning, Hidesuk Ida was very nervous and began to sweat. And once he became nervous, he couldn't play the game calmly. No matter what, he was no match for Ji Yuning. When Ji Yuning was gambling with Hidesuk Ida, she became a lot crueler and set a bigger bet. After all, Hidesuk Ida was a skilled gambler and won a few times, so he had many chips in his hands. If she didn't set a bigger bet, she couldn't rob him of his chips. Hidesuk Ida originally hoped that he could have good luck, but he lost hope after losing a few times in a row. Even if he had won several times, he was losing chips fast. Because Ji Yuning set a bigger bet than him, he lost more chips every time. Here were the rules of their game: 2 dice cups. Gambler A shook his dice cup first, then Gambler B made a guess. After that, Gambler B would shake his dice cup. And Gambler A would have a guess. If the odds were 8-1 at Gambler A's turn, and 18-1 at Gambler B's turn, Gambler B needed to pay 10 times more chips than Gambler A. 10 times were chips of 10 million yuan. Therefore, Ji Yuning could always win many more chips than Hidesuk Ida. As Hidesukida lost more and more chips, he was getting more and more irritated, which badly affected his performance. It hadn't happened to him in many years. He had been practicing his gambling skills over the past years, so he hardly lost. He only lost when he was a beginner, because he had bad skills back then. However, he had never lost so much money before. Even during these years in the competition against some of the best gamblers, he had never lost so much money. They were equally skilled and no one was much better than the others, so he rarely lost a lot of money. Accordingly, this was the first time that Hidesukida had lost so much money. Hidesukida looked very displeased. He really wanted to leave the table, but his reason stopped him. In the end, Hidesukida lost without surprise and lost all of his chips. He even lacked enough money to pay Ji Yuning in the last round. If Hidesukida stopped right now, he wouldn't need to pay so much money. If he continued, he would have to pay the money he lost. Although Hidesukida lost to Ji Yuning, he could have won if he played the game with other gamblers. Therefore, even if Hidesukida lost to Ji Yuning, he refused to give up and decided to continue to play the game with other gamblers. He wanted to save his face. Hidesukida told his assistant to help him exchange money for chips of 100 million yuan, then he went to choose his competitor by chance. Luckily, it wasn't Ji Yuning this time, but a local gambler. Without surprise, he defeated the local gambler. Although he only won chips of 10 million yuan, it was much better than a failure. Hidesukida didn't feel better until now. Those gamblers who still had chips in their hands made different choices. Several quit, while some continued till they lost all their chips. As time went by, only 8 gamblers were left in the competition. They were Ji Yuning, Yi Chaoshang, Hunter, Lucas, He Hongji, Hidesukida, and a foreign gambler. When Piao Wenkui made it to top 10, he met Ji Yuning and lost all of his chips. He didn't exchange for more chips, because he knew that he would compete with Ji Yuning sooner or later and he would lose all of his chips again. Anyway, he had already lost all of his chips and he could quit now. It wasn't embarrassing because he didn't quit halfway. When Ji Yuning competed with Hidesukida again, Hidesukida felt he was about to have a breakdown. He couldn't understand why he was so unlucky today. He became this frightening woman's competitor twice. It seemed it was impossible for him to save face. However, he couldn't quit. Chapter 2263, Deny it. As for the result, he unsurprisingly lost all of his chips again. Hidesukida was so mad that he wanted to kill. Because he was filled with anger, Hidesukida lost control of himself and heavily smashed the dice cup when he stood up. Although it was rude, everyone understood why Hidesukida was so furious. He was the best gambler from his country, but lost all of his chips to Ji Yuning twice. In the game, Hidesukida lost the most chips, so other gamblers understood his feelings. Witnessing what happened to Hidesukida, Hunter knew what result he would have in a while, because he wasn't better than Hidesukida at gambling. Hidesukida didn't continue to exchange for chips to play the game again, because he had already lost 200 million yuan. If he didn't quit right now, he would only lose more money. He wasn't dumb. When it was Hunter's turn to gamble with Ji Yuning, he was in a very bad mood although he knew it was unavoidable. Yi Chaoshang, He Hongji, and Lucas were still in the game. Yi Chaoshang and He Hongji won a few more chips than Hunter. They now didn't match according to the chips they won, but by a draw. Hunter, I remember that you said to have a bigger bet with me today. How big is the bet? Do you want to gamble with me right now or this afternoon? Ji Yuning looked at Hunter with a vague smile. She obviously said that on purpose. Ji Yuning deliberately challenged Hunter. Hunter was doomed to fail if he gambled with Ji Yuning, so if he still dared to have a bigger bet, he would be a stupid idiot. However, many people had heard Hunter's conversation with Ji Yuning, so they all turned to look at them with anticipation. They were looking forward to watching Hunter gamble with Ji Yuning and making fun of Hunter. They weren't from the same country, so they all waited to gloat over the other person's bad luck. Anyway, they knew that Hunter wasn't stupid. It was impossible for him to really have a big bet with Ji Yuning. It couldn't be more obvious that he would lose if he did that. Hunter wasn't an idiot. Hunter also knew that Ji Yuning was deliberately embarrassing him, and he was quite displeased, but he couldn't deny what he had said. However, it was impossible for him to have a big bet with Ji Yuning. "Isn't this bet big enough for you, Miss Tang? You were quite greedy," said Hunter mockingly. He tried to embarrass Ji Yuning and get rid of this topic. However, Ji Yuning wasn't affected at all and was unwilling to change the topic. "Is it big? I don't think so. It's not beyond the limited amount set by the gambling competition. How come I'm greedy? It's my ability no matter how much money I can win. It has nothing to do with greed." Ji Yuning argued and seemed innocent. "Hunter, it's you who said to have a bigger bet. I just bet more money based on our chips." "Well, perhaps I misunderstood you. If you can't afford it, just forget it." They needed to reach an agreement no matter how much money they wanted to bet. If Hunter refused to do that, she couldn't force him, but she would humiliate him instead. Hunter was annoyed when Ji Yuning questioned his ability and disdained him, but he really couldn't afford it, so he had to swallow his anger. However, he still tried to save face in front of other people, so he defended himself. "We're in a game now. I think we should play the game according to its rules. Miss Tang, if you want a bigger bet, we can do it another day." Another day. As long as he was reluctant to do that, he wouldn't play a game with her. He said that simply to stop other people from thinking that he was a coward. Anyway, he would go home after this gambling competition was over. As long as he said that he was busy, he didn't believe that Ji Yuning would force him to stay. However, other people didn't think he was weak after what he said, but they felt he was stupid. Since he knew he was no match for Ji Yuning, why would he still gamble with her? Wasn't he an idiot? Some people were aware that Hunter was just playing dumb and trying to dodge the question. "All right." Ji Yuning shrugged and stopped bothering Hunter, because it wasn't necessary. Anyway, as long as Hunter refused to see her again, she wouldn't be able to gamble with him. She had already humiliated him in public anyway. After that, the game between them began. Ji Yuning had no mercy for Hunter, so she robbed him of his chips in the 8th round. Coldly looking at Ji Yuning, Hunter seemed ready to kill. If he could kill her with a look, Ji Yuning would be dead already. Ji Yuning stayed calm and wasn't affected at all. She put on an evil smile and joked. "Hunter, why are you focusing on me like that?" Upon hearing that, Hunter remembered what Ji Yuning had just said to Hidasuke Ida. Before Ji Yuning could finish, he interrupted. "Miss Tang, I don't have any affection for you. Don't get an inflated image of yourself. Does everyone have to like you just because we gave you a glance?" Ha ha. Ji Yuning laughed, but not at herself. She was laughing at Hunter. "Hunter, please don't get me wrong. I just wanted to say, do you feel reluctant to see the result? Why did you think I thought you might be admiring me from afar? Do you really have special feelings for me? So you denied it before I pointed it out. Ridiculous." Hunter was furious and retorted at once. He actually wanted to embarrass Ji Yuning, but only humiliated himself once more. "Then why did you say I shouldn't think too much of myself? Why did you emphasize that you don't have any affection for me?" Ji Yuning wouldn't stop. "You just said that to Hidasuke Ida, so Hunter explained. He was unwilling to be a joke in other people's eyes. "I was just joking with Hidasuke Ida. I didn't mean it. And you both were staring straight at me. I already have a fiancé. He's over there." Saying that, Ji Yuning pointed at Leng Xiaoting, who was in the audience area, then continued, "My fiancé is young, handsome, and rich, but he's a jealous fiancé. He'll be displeased if you keep on staring at me." Leng Xiaoting originally felt displeased when Ji Yuning joked with Hunter, but she complimented him right afterwards, which cheered him up. He was now filled with pride and satisfaction. There was even a faint smile on his lips. Looking at Ji Yuning, he was full of love for her. Chapter 2264, Don't You Have Any Sense of Humor? Although Leng Xiaoting now had a different appearance and wasn't as handsome as his usual look, he was still very charming. He seemed to be about 30. Compared to Hunter, who was already 40, he was indeed much younger and more attractive. Everyone knew that Ji Yuning was finding fault with Hunter, but they had to admit that her fiancé was indeed very handsome and young. In addition, given his loving eyes at Ji Yuning, it was obvious that her fiancé loved her deeply. A lot of people got envious and felt upset. A young, handsome, and rich man who loved his girl, that was the dream man of countless women. However, in reality, it was really rare. In most cases, the more handsome and rich a man was, the more likely he was disloyal. Because not many people had a good relationship with Hunter, no one stood out for him. Most people just gloated over his misfortune. Hunter felt humiliated and furious. He clenched his fists as his eyes turned red from anger. At this moment, he really wanted to kill Ji Yuning. All right, just a joke. Hunter, don't you have any sense of humor? Ji Yuning was unwilling to cause trouble, so she stopped making fun of Hunter. Hunter, however, felt quite aggrieved when Ji Yuning said it was just a joke. He wanted to continue to argue with her, but didn't know what to say, so he gave up in the end. Right now, everyone had a deeper impression of Ji Yuning's abilities. She was much smarter than they thought. After that, Ji Yuning went to gamble with Xianxia. Although Ji Yuning wouldn't let him win, she was much kinder to him. She didn't place a big bet and only made him lose chips worth tens of millions. All in all, he won some money. After watching Ji Yuning's gambling with Xianxia, everyone figured out that she only made foreign gamblers lose all of their chips. When she met local gamblers, she just won a little money from them. Many local gamblers and the audience approved of her behavior. It even aroused their patriotism and they got quite excited. There were also a lot of foreign gamblers who hated Ji Yuning because she treated them badly. However, they could do nothing about it. In fact, they were also trying to rob her of her chips. They were enemies, so it was very normal that Ji Yuning deliberately made them lose. Anyway, they just felt displeased that they lost so much money. That was human nature. The gambling continued. Finally, there were only 3 gamblers left and the game was over. The 3 gamblers were Ji Yuning, Yi Chaoshang, and Lucas. Because Ji Yuning had won many chips and had no intention of winning their chips, there was no need for them to continue gambling with each other. Lucas had great luck and didn't meet strong competitors, so he won some money. Lucas was skilled at gambling as well, because he was also considered the best gambler in his country. Actually, whenever Lucas gambled with Hunter in the past, Lucas usually lost more money, but now Lucas won a lot, while Hunter lost all of his money. Engulfed in fury, Hunter hated Lucas too. Not every gambler lost all of his or her chips in this gambling competition, so Ji Yuning didn't win as much money as yesterday. In the end, she won about 2 billion yuan. Yi Chaoshang won 400 million yuan, and Lucas won 200 million yuan. Jesus, Miss Tang is unbelievable. Right, I think she casually said big and small as she likes. Could she really see the numbers in the dice cup? I don't think so, but I heard all the best gamblers make the judgment by hearing. By hearing. How? I don't know, but the best gamblers really rely on their hearing to win. Zhou Qingji squinted at Ji Yuning with a thoughtful look. Hearing. It was helpful, but couldn't be so accurate every time. This was the first time that he had ever seen such incredible accuracy in his life. He didn't think hearing could do that. Besides, Zhou Qingji could see that Ji Yuning had strange features this time. She clearly disguised herself as someone else, but he failed to see her real face. It seemed this woman called Tang Aining was indeed strange. When the gambling competition was over in the morning, they went to have a meal and rest. Now, many people saw Ji Yuning as their idol. Luckily, Ji Yuning didn't use her real face, or she would be in trouble. Ji Yuning, or Tang Aining, actually attracted a lot of attention from people in the casino. Videos of her were posted on the internet, and news about her went viral quickly. Lots of internet users noticed her. Although many people disliked gambling, they had to admit that Tang Aining was incredibly good at it. Especially when she robbed the best gamblers from Country M and Country R of their chips, everyone felt pleased, because they hated people from Country M and Country R. Now they were all robbed of money, which was quite pleasant for the internet users from Ji Yuning's country. However, when the news spread abroad in other countries, foreign internet users were also amazed by Ji Yuning's gambling skills, but they soon turned to criticize her. The best gamblers from their countries were embarrassed by her, so they attacked Ji Yuning. It was unreasonable. Miss Tang, you're incredible. On their way to the dining hall, Lucas walked with Ji Yuning and complimented her. He said that sincerely, and it wasn't just a courtesy. Although he was envious of Ji Yuning as well, he had no hatred towards her. Ji Yuning had helped him and he was willing to form a good relationship with her. Thanks. Ji Yuning politely thanked him. Well, Miss Tang, you better be careful. Hunter isn't good-tempered, Lucas said kindly. He didn't know how strong Ji Yuning was, but he was clearly aware of Hunter's character. She had humiliated Hunter today, so it was impossible for Hunter to submit to the humiliation. What he didn't know was that Hunter had actually already tried to murder Ji Yuning, but failed. He could hardly hurt Ji Yuning. Chapter 2265, Do a favor for someone. Thanks, I will. Ji Yuning politely thanked him. Although she already targeted Hunter, Lucas reminded her to be careful out of kindness, so it was necessary for her to thank him. Lucas didn't waste more of Ji Yuning's time. He didn't want to bother her, and they actually weren't familiar, so there wasn't much for them to talk about. It was just that Ji Yuning had helped him, so he showed his kindness to her as well. Once Lucas was gone, more people came to Ji Yuning and complimented her. When Xianxia and Zhou Qingji walked away from the crowd, Xianxia asked, Master Zhou, did you find anything useful? Not yet. I'll go to talk to her in person in a while. Zhou Qingji wasn't honest with Xianxia. Before he made sure of Ji Yuning's background, he was unwilling to offend her. If she had a higher status, he might be in trouble. Therefore, he made up an excuse first. Isn't there anything abnormal about her? That's impossible. She was accurate every time. There must be something we don't know. Xianxia felt that there might not be any problems with Ji Yuning, so Zhou Qingji couldn't see anything abnormal. However, he refused to believe that she could be that good at gambling. It's possible, said Zhou Qingji. If Ji Yuning really had a very high status, he could only say that there was nothing abnormal about her in order to not have a grudge with her. If so, Xianxia and Hunter would be quite disappointed, but it wasn't over yet. They were reluctant to give up, especially Hunter. After all, Hunter had lost a lot of money to Ji Yuning, and he was humiliated in public by her. They didn't have a buffet lunch today, but sat at different tables with familiar faces. Ji Yuning shared the table with Yi Chaoshang, He Hongji, and some others. After having lunch, they went to have a rest in the lounges first. The gambling competition in the afternoon would begin at 2:30 p.m. When they dispersed, Zhou Qingji directly went to Ji Yuning. Hi, Miss Tang. My name's Zhou Qingji. I'm a feng shui professional. Can we have a private talk? Zhou Qingji asked politely. He had no intention of causing Ji Yuning trouble. On the contrary, he seemed very kind. Feng shui professionals enjoyed a high status in City Ao and City Ji, so many people tried to strike up a conversation with Zhou Qingji before and after the meal. Now everyone saw that Zhou Qingji went to talk with Ji Yuning, and were quite envious of her. Sure, since Zhou Qingji came to talk to her in person, Ji Yuning didn't refuse. She wanted to see what Zhou Qingji found out about her and what he wanted to do. Yi Chaoshang and the others said nothing because Ji Yuning agreed. Other people might not know it, but Yi Chaoshang was aware that Zhou Qingji wasn't a nice person. Otherwise he wouldn't keep a distance away from him. Because Zhou Qingji was a feng shui master and had never harmed him, he didn't dare to offend him. If Zhou Qingji deprived him of his good luck by feng shui, it would be terrible. Therefore, Yi Chaoshang kept a regular relationship with Zhou Qingji. Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting, He Hongji, and the others to have a rest, while she left with Zhou Qingji. Because she was afraid that Zhou Qingji might not be willing to be honest if Leng Xiaoting was present, she didn't take him with her. And Zhou Qingji was no match for Ji Yuning, so Leng Xiaoting wasn't worried about Ji Yuning's safety. Ji Yuning and Zhou Qingji then went to the seating area in the casino. They sat away from other people. Ji Yuning asked, Master Zhou, what can I do for you? Miss Tang, I have to say I'm amazed by your gambling skills. You were accurate every time. Zhou Qingji complimented. He didn't mention his purpose right away. In fact, he wasn't being very sincere, and was feeling out Ji Yuning. Master Zhou, thank you so much for your Compliment, but you met me not just to compliment me, right? Ji Yuning said with a smile. She was unwilling to beat around the bush and waste much time on Zhou Qingji. Well, I've never seen anyone who could do that before. Miss Tang, can you tell me how you managed to be so accurate? Zhou Qingji asked. He didn't expect Ji Yuning to tell him the answer, because she wasn't dumb. He simply wanted to observe Ji Yuning's reaction by asking that question, then make a judgment. Master Zhou, do you think I'll tell you? I don't believe anyone who has that skill would be willing to tell other people about it. Ji Yuning snorted. She knew that Zhou Qingji wouldn't believe that she managed to do that because of good hearing. It was known to everyone that gamblers relied on hearing to guess the numbers in sick bow, but if Zhou Qingji was convinced by that reason, he wouldn't have come to see her. She might use this reason to fool other people, but it was useless to Zhou Qingji. Master Zhou, since you're a feng shui master, you must be able to read faces. Can you see anything from my face? Ji Yuning said. They were talking to each other face to face now, so Ji Yuning didn't bother to avoid him. Instead, she let him see her face clearly. Ji Yuning felt Zhou Qingji must have found out something unusual to come to talk to her afterwards. Miss Tang, I can see that you disguised yourself as someone else, said Zhou Qingji with certainty. Ji Yuning was struck dumb for a second, but wasn't very surprised. What else? Ji Yuning asked. She didn't deny it and admitted that she indeed had disguised herself as someone else. Zhou Qingji, however, was a little surprised by her response. Anyway, since Ji Yuning didn't deny it, he continued, Miss Tang, because you've disguised yourself as someone else, I can see anything more from your face. So, Master Zhou, what do you want? Ji Yuning asked. I just feel it's hard for ordinary people to be so accurate every time in gambling. I simply want to figure out the reason, said Zhou Qingji. And then, Ji Yuning asked. I'm only doing a favor for someone. I don't care about what will happen next, said Zhou Qingji. He wanted to know why Ji Yuning could be so accurate, but he was unwilling to be dragged into trouble. Was it possible? Do you mean xianxia? Ji Yuning said. It actually wasn't a question, because she already had the answer. Hearing that, Zhou Qingji was struck dumb for a second. He was surprised that Ji Yuning was so sure the person was xianxia. Was it because he always stood next to xianxia? It didn't seem to be a good reason. Were there any other reasons? Either way, Ji Yuning was aware of it. Yes. Since Ji Yuning already knew, Zhou Qingji didn't bother to deny it. Chapter 2266, That's all I can say, what will happen if you can't get any useful information? Ji Yuning asked. Since Zhou Qingji had this talk with her, Ji Yuning felt that he must be prepared that she wouldn't easily be honest with him. Therefore, he must have other tactics. Miss Tang, aren't you afraid that I'll tell other people that you've disguised yourself as someone else? Zhou Qingji asked in a threatening tone. Ha ha. Ji Yuning snorted with laughter. She knew that Zhou Qingji would threaten her, so she wasn't surprised at all. With a vague smile, Ji Yuning asked, Master Zhou, you've already lost 20 years of life after you've acted against the natural rules. Do you want to lose more years of your life? You, Zhou Qingji rounded his eyes in shock. He couldn't believe his ears. How could she know that? Was she a feng shui master too? You're very surprised that I know, right? Ji Yuning laughed a little. Actually, he was more than surprised. He was scared too. Everyone thought he had lost years of his life because he had consumed himself when he helped other people. However, Ji Yuning knew the real reason. Are you a feng shui professional as well? Zhou Qingji asked and stayed alert, looking at Ji Yuning. No, I'm not, but you can't afford the result if you dare to mess with me. If you don't want to die right now, don't interfere in the grudge between xianxia and me. Ji Yuning suddenly became mad and put great pressure on Zhou Qingji. In an instant, Zhou Qingji felt stressed and out of breath. She must be super strong to be able to put great pressure on other people. Zhou Qingji immediately realized that he shouldn't mess with this woman. Miss Tang, please don't be mad. I actually don't know what the grudge is between you and xianxia. He came to see me just because he's suspicious that you might have paid a feng shui master to bring you good luck so that you can win all the time. Zhou Qingji had to yield before the strong and told the reason. Do you think feng shui professionals can do that? Ji Yuning said disdainfully. She respected feng shui professionals, because they had their own special skills, but even though feng shui professionals had special skills, they couldn't help a gambler be accurate every time in gambling. They could only have some good luck if their competitor wasn't Ji Yuning, who had a pair of jade eyes. Ji Yuning's jade eyes were unbelievably useful. Well, we can't, Miss Tang, said Zhou Qingji at once. He totally gave in before her. From Ji Yuning's tone, Zhou Qingji could hear that she didn't think feng shui professionals were better than her. If he weren't stressed after Ji Yuning said she knew he lost years of his life because he had acted against the natural rules, he would think that Ji Yuning was bragging, but he was convinced now. Master Zhou, I don't want to scare you, but feng shui professionals aren't very important in my eyes. They are too weak compared to me, said Ji Yuning with great pride. Actually, she deliberately said that to scare Zhou Qingji. She knew that Zhou Qingji wasn't a good guy, so she needed to scare him to make him behave. Although she didn't know what bad deeds Zhou Qingji had done, she could see that he was much kinder now. There was no conflict between them, so Ji Yuning didn't bother to punish him for what he had done before. He would be safe as long as he learned to be a good person in the future. In the old days, Zhou Qingji would certainly argue with Ji Yuning if she dared to disdain him. He would also teach her a lesson and show his abilities. However, he was just becoming more scared of Ji Yuning now, because she knew his secret and had put great pressure on him. Ji Yuning didn't finish yet, and she continued, since you're a feng shui professional, you should know this world is more than ordinary people can see and know. There are many strange things and beings, like people with superpowers. Hearing that, Zhou Qingji was shocked again. People with superpower. Was she one of them? Although feng shui professionals were people with superpower, they weren't at a high level. Ji Yuning didn't think feng shui professionals were important, so she must be better than them. Zhou Qingji believed in people with superpower, but he had never met them before, so he didn't pay much attention to them. If he really met them, he wouldn't be able to stay calm. All right, that's all I can say. Master Zhou, if you want to live the rest of your life peacefully, don't behave against the natural rules again. Even if you won't be punished by the gods, you might still be in trouble. Oh, please keep our conversation a secret, and stop interfering in the grudge between Xianxia and me. You know, I don't have a good temper, said Ji Yuning and stood up. She didn't finish the last sentence in order to scare Zhou Qingji so that he would behave himself. When Ji Yuning stood up, Zhou Qingji immediately left his seat. He knew that Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary person, so he didn't dare to sit there when she stood up. Of course, I promise I won't behave against the natural rules again. Miss Tang, please don't worry, I won't tell anyone about our conversation today. I won't help Xianxia anymore, said Zhou Qingji. Now he was completely scared of Ji Yuning, and became very respectful of her. Even when Ji Yuning threatened him, he wasn't mad at all. Although he still didn't know Ji Yuning's real identity, he didn't dare to ask about it. After that, Ji Yuning directly walked away, leaving Zhou Qingji behind. When Ji Yuning was far away, Zhou Qingji was finally relieved and found his palms were already sweaty. He felt very lucky this time. Luckily, he didn't want to cause trouble and carefully thought about the result before taking action. Otherwise, he would be in serious trouble if he offended Miss Tang. Afterwards, Zhou Qingji left too. Before he left, he didn't bother to see Xianxia. He only gave him a call after he was gone. He told him that he still couldn't get any useful information from Tang Aining's face, so he couldn't help him and left earlier. Xianxia was very disappointed, but didn't dare to blame Zhou Qingji for it. If Zhou Qingji couldn't see anything abnormal from Tang Aining, she might not have relied on strange ways to win. However, Xianxia was still not convinced. Chapter 2267. Leng Xiaoming's first love. At noon, Leng Xiaoming came back to the capital, so Master Leng immediately set up a meeting for him with Zan Ziyan. They would meet each other at 2 p.m. in a cafe. Leng Xiaoming arrived at 1:30 p.m. He wasn't very interested, but arrived earlier out of good manners. Before Zan Ziyan showed up, Leng Xiaoming saw a familiar face. It was a young couple, and the woman walked in holding the man's arm. When they walked by Leng Xiaoming's table, they saw each other. As soon as the woman noticed Leng Xiaoming, she let go of the man's arm and felt embarrassed. Because of that, the man was mad at once. Leng Xiaoming remained calm instead. He didn't seem to be affected at all. "Hi, Mr. Chong, Miss Fan," he politely greeted them. This Mr. Chong was Chong Kaixuan, the son of the Chong family's second son. He was at the same age as Leng Xiaoming. They had even gone to the same high school, but separated in universities. They used to have a very bad relationship and always fought. They had grown up now, so they would still exchange greetings out of good manners even if they still disliked each other. Miss Fan was the daughter of a senior official in the government. Her full name was Fan Yayu. She went to the same university as Leng Xiaoming, and she was also his first love. It happened when they were studying in university and it had been 4 years. When Leng Xiaoming met her again, he felt nothing. He didn't love or hate her, and could calmly greet her. However, if it was possible, he was reluctant to see her again. Although he didn't love or hate her now, she had betrayed him after all, so he was unwilling to meet her. How did Fan Yayu betray him? Speaking of that, it was actually against Fan Yayu's own willingness. She was schemed against back then, but it wouldn't have happened if she had behaved herself. That day, Fan Yayu lied to him that she was uncomfortable and went to have fun in a bar with her friends. They struck up a conversation with a few handsome men and they went to drink together. Under the effect of alcohol, they had sex. It didn't go abroad, so not many people knew it, but Leng Xiaoming couldn't accept it and broke up with her. Leng Xiaoming had been together with Fan Yayu for a year back then, but they had never slept together. He treated her very well, so he was a good boyfriend. Leng Xiaoming was also Fan Yayu's first love. She loved him deeply and felt too embarrassed to be his girlfriend after she had sex with another man. However, she couldn't get over Leng Xiaoming, so she had that reaction earlier. Precisely because of that, Chong Kaixuan was displeased. To be specific, he was angry, because Fan Yayu had embarrassed him in front of his enemy. Therefore, Chong Kaixuan gave Fan Yayu a fierce glare. Fan Yayu also understood that she shouldn't have done that, but it already happened. Chong Kaixuan was aware that Leng Xiaoming was Fan Yayu's first love and that they had never slept together. However, he didn't know the real reason why they broke up. Fan Yayu only told him they didn't get along. Chong Kaixuan took Leng Xiaoming as his enemy, but still chased his first love, not to prove he was better than Leng Xiaoming. Instead, he felt displeased once he remembered that Fan Yayu had been together with Leng Xiaoming before, although they had never slept together. He chased Fan Yayu simply because the Chong family wanted to draw the Fan family to its side. He was ordered by his family to chase Fan Yayu. In fact, he only felt displeased because Fan Yayu had been together with Leng Xiaoming before, but he was very satisfied with her. She was pretty, sexy, and his type. He really liked her, but there was no love between them. He didn't love any woman, or like another woman more than Fan Yayu. He felt it was no different no matter who his girlfriend was, so he didn't care about it that much. Moreover, Fan Yayu was a very qualified wife in his eyes. She didn't care how he played around outside, as long as he didn't make it public. Even if Chong Kaixuan was very mad, he was unwilling to make himself a joke before Leng Xiaoming, so he swallowed his anger for the time being. Because Leng Xiaoming greeted them, he had to give a response to show his good manners. Therefore, Chong Kaixuan curbed his anger and said to Leng Xiaoming, "Hi, Mr. Leng." After that, he pulled Fan Yayu and walked away. They had an appointment with their friends and their friends were already waiting for them, or he would choose to leave this cafe. "Kaixuan, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," Fan Yayu apologized once they walked away. Chong Kaixuan understood that Fan Yayu didn't do it on purpose. It was just a conditioned reflex. However, precisely because of that, it proved how much Fan Yayu cared about Leng Xiaoming. She was his woman, but she was still thinking of another man who was even his enemy. It was humiliating to him. They were in public, so he wouldn't argue with Fan Yayu. "Don't humiliate me again," Chong Kaixuan coldly warned her. Of course, Fan Yayu said. Although she had mixed emotions now, she had to stay calm. In fact, Fan Yayu didn't have much affection for Chang Kaishuan because she still liked Leng Xiaoming, and because of that, she couldn't fall in love with another man. She simply didn't hate Chang Kaishuan. Anyway, Chang Kaishuan treated her well and they got along. And it was impossible for her to get together with Leng Xiaoming again, so she was willing to be Chang Kaishuan's girlfriend. After all, their families were already on the same boat. When it was only 10 minutes away from 2 p.m., Zhan Ziyan came. Zhan Ziyan was very happy to see Leng Xiaoming, but she didn't forget her manners. She behaved very confidently. Leng Xiaoming hadn't met Zhan Ziyan many times, and they hadn't seen each other for several years, but he still recognized her at first glance. Besides, when he saw Zhan Ziyan, Leng Xiaoming was struck dumb for a second and was attracted to her. Zhan Ziyan was very beautiful, but Leng Xiaoming had seen countless beautiful women and many of them were prettier than Zhan Ziyan, so he wasn't just amazed by her beauty. Chapter 2268, where childhood friends Zhan Ziyan had a very special air which was quite attractive to him. Leng Xiaoming was distracted for a second, but didn't forget his manners. When Zhan Ziyan came closer, he stood up and politely greeted her. "Hi, Miss Zhan, nice to see you. Have a seat please." Because they only knew each other and weren't familiar, Leng Xiaoming called Zhan Ziyan Miss Zhan instead of Ziyan. "Been a while, Xiaoming." Zhan Ziyan greeted Leng Xiaoming, then sat down elegantly. Although Leng Xiaoming wasn't familiar with Zhan Ziyan, she always called him Xiaoming, and she did the same thing now. Leng Xiaoming accepted it. After that, he beckoned to a waiter and asked Zhan Ziyan, "Miss Zhan, what would you like to drink?" "Thanks." Zhan Ziyan took the menu from the waiter. After reading it, she said to the waiter, "Warm jasmine aloe fruit tea please." "No problem, please wait for a second," said the waiter and left. Although Leng Xiaoming had seen Zhan Ziyan before, this time was different. They were on a blind date now, so Leng Xiaoming felt a little uneasy and didn't know what to say. Most importantly, he didn't hate Zhan Ziyan, or he wouldn't be so careful. However, precisely because he didn't hate her, he was afraid that he might make mistakes. Zhan Ziyan, instead, was quite relaxed. After all, she wasn't the real Zhan Ziyan, but just a monster fox. She didn't have many emotions. "Xiaoming, there's no need to feel embarrassed. Let's take it as a friendly gathering," said Zhan Ziyan. She noticed that Leng Xiaoming was a little nervous. Zhan Ziyan disliked that, and hoped that Leng Xiaoming could relax in front of her. Leng Xiaoming smiled in slight embarrassment and said, "This is my first blind date, so I'm unavoidably a little nervous." "I can understand. Actually, it's also my first blind date. I'm nervous too. I'm just trying to seem calm," said Zhan Ziyan, feeling a little shy. She was actually lying and simply wanted to leave a good impression on Leng Xiaoming. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoming smiled and somehow relaxed a lot. He gradually found topics to chat about with Zhan Ziyan. At the beginning, they chatted casually, and began to enjoy it over time. They had a pleasant talk. Although Leng Xiaoming was a little cold to other people, he was different from Leng Xiaoming, who was hard to get along with. It was easy to get along with Leng Xiaoming, but he preferred to talk to people who had many things in common with him. Although Zhan Ziyan was already dead, the monster fox had her memories, so it knew a lot. Zhan Ziyan was very knowledgeable after all. They didn't have too many things in common, but it was a harmonious meeting and more than half an hour soon passed. At this time, Chang Kaishuan and Fan Yayu walked out with a man and woman. They needed to leave and had to walk by Leng Xiaoming's table. Therefore, when Fan Yayu saw a beautiful woman pleasantly chatting with Leng Xiaoming, she was displeased. She still liked Leng Xiaoming, so she was unhappy to see him with other women, although she didn't have the position to stop it from happening. However, this time, Chang Kaishuan didn't notice Fan Yayu's reaction, because he saw a familiar face. It was Zhan Ziyan. He met Zhan Ziyan abroad about a year and a half ago. Zhan Ziyan studied abroad, while he was traveling. Zhan Ziyan was the best friend of the girlfriend of one of his friends, so they got to know each other at a gathering. He had stayed abroad for a month back then, and had a good impression of Zhan Ziyan. He even had chased her, but Zanzian had no special feelings for him. He didn't know why till now, if he guessed correctly. If Zanzian met Leng Xiaoming before him and was aware of their family background, she should know the different stands of the Leng family and the Chong family. If Zanzian was Leng Xiaoming's friend, she surely wouldn't like him. "Oh, hi, isn't this Zanzian, Miss Zan?" Chong Kaishuan stepped to greet her of his own accord, but his tone was unkind. Zanzian saw Chong Kaishuan, and tried to ignore him. However, he came to greet her first, so she had to give a response. "Hi, Mr. Chong, what a coincidence," Zanzian said. "Are you Xiaoming's girlfriend?" Chong Kaishuan asked. "We're just friends," said Zanzian. Although Fan Yayu knew that it was impossible for her to be together with Leng Xiaoming again during this life, she felt better when she heard that they were just friends. She knew that she shouldn't have that feeling, but she couldn't control her emotions. "Old friends?" Chong Kaishuan asked and squinted. He wanted to find out whether Zanzian rejected him because of Leng Xiaoming. After such a long time, he didn't really care much about the reason why she rejected him, but he still wanted to figure it out if it was possible. "Yes, we're childhood friends. Is there a problem?" Zanzian asked. She knew why Chong Kaishuan asked that question. "Of course not." Chong Kaishuan sneered. With the answer, Chong Kaishuan didn't bother to argue with them. "Well, I should leave you two alone now. Bye-bye." "Bye, Mr. Chong," said Zanzian and ignored Chong Kaishuan. Chong Kaishuan and the others walked out. When Chong Kaishuan was gone, Leng Xiaoming and Zanzian began to talk about him. Zanzian told Leng Xiaoming that she met Chong Kaishuan abroad. "My grandfather has a very close relationship with Grandpa Leng. My family also sides with the Leng family, so I certainly won't accept him," said Zanzian. After staying in the cafe for another half an hour, it was getting dark, so they left. Do you have anything else to deal with after this?" Zanzian asked Leng Xiaoming when they were out of the cafe. "Not at all," said Leng Xiaoming. Chapter 2269, Take It Easy. My grandfather went home yesterday. I don't have any friends in the capital and it's too early to go back to the hotel now. If you're not occupied, can you take me for a tour? I've visited the capital many times, but I've never gone to any famous tourist attractions, said Zanzian. If Leng Xiaoming didn't have anything else to do later, Zanzian would love to spend more private time with him. Although she didn't know whether Leng Xiaoming had a good impression of her, she could feel that he didn't dislike her. Even if he had no special feelings for her right now, she would still try to form a close relationship with him. If he still rejected her, she would give up then. She wanted to spend more time with Leng Xiaoming, but was unwilling to make things difficult for him in case he had a bad impression of her, so she added, "If you don't have time, it's totally okay." Zanzian understood it would take time for her to become Leng Xiaoming's girlfriend. She had to be patient. No matter how Zanzian tried to impress him, she must be smart. Leng Xiaoming thought for a few seconds, then said, "I don't have anything to do now. Where do you want to go? I can take you there." Leng Xiaoming thought for a while, not because he was reluctant to be Zanzian's guide. He had a good impression of her, but felt that they weren't familiar. If he was going to take her for a tour alone, it would be a little embarrassing. However, Zanzian also said that her grandfather went home and that she was left alone in the capital. She didn't have any friends here, so she would be bored. Most importantly, Zanzian obviously stayed in the capital to meet him when he got back, so he didn't have the heart to turn her down. Zanzian felt truly happy when Leng Xiaoming agreed, but she didn't show it on her face. She kept her manners. After that, Leng Xiaoming took Zanzian to the Imperial Garden. They didn't talk much along the road, but they stayed together harmoniously. When they were in the Imperial Garden, they attracted a lot of attention because they were a very beautiful couple. Some people even complimented them for their outstanding appearance and said that they were a great match together. They obviously mistook them for a real couple. Zanzian felt nothing. Instead, she was pleased by such a misunderstanding, but Leng Xiaoming felt slightly uneasy. However, if he deliberately explained that they weren't a couple, it would be a little awkward. After all, passers-by soon left after saying that. They didn't come and ask him whether they were a couple. He would only deny it when other people asked him about that. Seeing that Leng Xiaoming was a little uneasy, Zhan Ziyan apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't know other people would mistake us for a couple. Why don't we stay away from the crowd? It's fine. They don't know us, so they mistook us. It's not a big deal," said Leng Xiaoming. Although he disliked being misunderstood, he wasn't mad. Anyway, they were strangers. Since Leng Xiaoming said that, Zhan Ziyan said nothing further, and they continued to walk around in the park. Because Zhan Ziyan wanted to leave a good impression on Leng Xiaoming, she kept a little distance from him so that they seemed less like a couple. After walking around for 2 hours, it was time for dinner, so Leng Xiaoming invited Zhan Ziyan to have a meal together. Zhan Ziyan agreed. At this time, Ji Yuning finished the day's gambling competition and undoubtedly won again. She alone won 2/3 of the chips. They had played 5-card stud that afternoon. Although everyone had witnessed Ji Yuning win a fortune twice, they were still amazed by her performance that afternoon. She had won in mahjong, sic bo, and 5-card stud. There was no form of gambling she wasn't good at. Other people felt as if she could never lose in the casino. Actually, it wasn't the truth. Ji Yuning wasn't good at every form of gambling. She was only familiar with the most popular forms, and there were many other forms she had never played before. After the gambling competition was over, there was a dinner party. However, all the foreign gamblers were heavily hit by Ji Yuning, so they didn't have much appetite. The gambling competition lasted for 3 days, so tomorrow was the last day. Gamblers could choose their competitors freely. They could challenge any gamblers, but they needed the other gamblers' agreement to play the game. If some gamblers were unwilling to take part in the game, they could watch at the side. Not all of them had to participate in it. They had a choice, and it was just a matter of communication. In the capital, Leng Xiaoming and Zhan Ziyan had dinner together, then Leng Xiaoming drove Zhan Ziyan back to the hotel before going home. Because Leng Xiaoming went out at 1 p.m. and didn't come home till 8 p.m., the Leng family felt that he and Zhan Ziyan could get along very well with each other, otherwise they wouldn't have been on a date for so long. Therefore, once Leng Xiaoming got home, Master Leng and Zhang Shuyuan kept on asking him questions about his impression of Zhan Ziyan and how they got along. Leng Xiaoming was impatient, but still answered all of their questions. He told them that they had sat in a cafe for more than an hour before having a walk in the park for 2 hours. They shared dinner together and he drove her back to the hotel, then came home. Leng Xiaoming wasn't very familiar with Zhan Ziyan, so he didn't have any special feelings for her yet. He had a good impression of Zhan Ziyan, but he knew he couldn't say it aloud, or he would definitely be forced to meet Zhan Ziyan more often. He wouldn't refuse to do that, but simply wanted to let nature take its course. He didn't want other people to interfere in his personal affairs. Therefore, Leng Xiaoming told them not to interfere. He planned to take it easy. He didn't want forced love. The Leng family knew that as well. They couldn't force Leng Xiaoming to marry. Although they had forced Leng Xiaoming to come back to the capital to see Zhan Ziyan, it depended on Leng Xiaoming whether they should take a step further. If they interfered in it, Leng Xiaoming might blame them for it if he didn't have a happy life afterwards. Actually, they set Leng Xiaoming and Zhan Ziyan up for the sake of Zhan Daosong's relationship with Master Leng. They were good friends after all. Since Zhan Daosong proposed to let the 2 kids have a meeting, Leng Xiaoming wouldn't refuse. Anyway, if Zhan Ziyan was too ugly or had a bad temper, the Leng family wouldn't force Leng Xiaoming to see her. They would help him turn the invitation down with the excuse that he already had a girlfriend or a girl he admired. No matter how close Zhan Daosong was to Master Leng, Leng Xiaoming was Master Leng's grandson. Luckily, Zhan Ziyan was a good girl. If she could marry Leng Xiaoming, Master Leng would feel happy for them. Chapter 2270. I didn't admit it. Since Leng Xiaoming said he needed more time, the Leng family stopped asking him. They were afraid that they might ruin the good impression Zhan Ziyan left on Leng Xiaoming. Nevertheless, they still reminded Leng Xiaoming to spend more time with Zhan Ziyan if he had a good impression of her. If Leng Xiaoming had found a girl he liked, they wouldn't urge him to see other girls. Zhan Ziyan gave Zhan Daosong a call when she was back in the hotel and told him what had happened today. Zhan Daosong knew that Zhan Ziyan had affection for Leng Xiaoming, so he set them up, but whether they could be together in the future relied on her. Although Zhan Daosong also hoped that Zhan Ziyan could marry Leng Xiaoming, he told Zhan Ziyan not to force Leng Xiaoming to accept her. He didn't want to damage his good relationship with the Leng family. In addition, a man couldn't be forced to love a woman. Even if they got married, they wouldn't be happy. Zhan Ziyan agreed, because she wasn't a selfish person. She wouldn't ignore other people's feelings just for her own benefits. As long as she had tried, she was willing to give up if she couldn't get what she wanted. After having the call with Zhan Daosong, Zhan Ziyan felt upset, because she was clearly aware that it would be super difficult for her to be together with Leng Xiaoming. She needed him to love her, and she also needed to persuade him to accept the fact that she was actually a monster. If he really fell in love with her, but couldn't accept the fact that she was a monster, what should she do then? She didn't want to hurt him. She didn't want that to happen, but was reluctant to give him up. Was that selfish? At this moment, she somehow hoped that Leng Xiaoming wouldn't fall in love with her, so that she could give him up and leave him. Zhan Ziyan had mixed emotions and didn't know what to do. At the same time, Fan Yayu and Chang Kaishuan went back to Chang Kaishuan's apartment. Chang Kaishuan had curbed his anger for a day, and finally lost control of it. He angrily questioned Fan Yayu. Fan Yayu, do you still keep a place for Leng Xiaoming in your heart? Tell me. He sounded quite dangerous. No, I don't. Fan Yayu denied it at once. Although she lacked confidence when she said that, she clearly knew that she couldn't admit it. It would anger Chang Kaishuan and it was meaningless even if she admitted it. It was impossible for her to be together with Leng Xiaoming again. However, she and Chang Kaishuan had a future ahead, so Fan Yayu had to deny it in order not to annoy Chang Kaishuan. No, your reactions couldn't be more obvious. Do you think I'll believe you? Chang Kaishuan snorted and looked at Fan Yayu disdainfully. Because Chang Kaishuan drank a little, he could barely control his emotions and humiliated Fan Yayu at once. Fan Yayu, you're so cheap. You've broken up for so long. How could you still keep a place for him in your heart? You've humiliated me. Fan Yayu was mad and embarrassed when Chang Kaishuan swore at her, but she didn't dare to argue with him because of her guilty conscience. However, she wouldn't grin and bear it either. Chang Kaishuan, I know it's my fault today. I just haven't seen him for years. I lost my composure when I ran into him. I already got over him. If you don't trust me, there is nothing I can say. I need to go home now, said Fan Yayu, then she turned around and walked away. She knew they would only have a quarrel if she stayed, but she was reluctant to quarrel with him. She wasn't good at arguing. All in all, she really felt a little guilty. Seeing that, Chang Kaishuan caught Fan Yayu and stopped her from leaving. He said mockingly, "What? Did I see through you? Did you panic? Don't you dare to face me." "No, I just don't want to quarrel with you," Fan Yayu retorted, but lacked confidence. "Really? I think you're just guilty. You don't dare to face me." Chang Kaishuan wasn't sure of it, but he could feel it. He didn't care whether Fan Yayu was really guilty or dared not face him. "If you have to think like that, I can't change your opinions. I don't want to quarrel with you. Let me go. Whatever you want to talk about with me, we can do that after you're sober." Fan Yayu struggled. She was a little scared when Chang Kaishuan was drunk and angry. Because drunk people couldn't control their emotions, she was afraid that Chang Kaishuan might hurt her. "Do you think I want to quarrel with you? If you didn't keep a place for Leng Xiaoming in your heart, if you hadn't humiliated me in public, I wouldn't quarrel with you." Chang Kaishuan sneered. He hated quarreling as well. He had been together with Fan Yayu for a year, and they rarely quarreled. Although he didn't have a very bad temper, he wasn't good-tempered either. He simply didn't want to waste time on quarreling since it was meaningless in his eyes. In addition, because Fan Yayu was a very qualified and good girlfriend, she wouldn't cause him any trouble for no reason. There was no reason for them to quarrel. However, he was greatly angered today. If that man wasn't Leng Xiaoming, but someone else he didn't know, he wouldn't be so mad, but it was Leng Xiaoming. What do you want? Fan Yayu asked, giving a resigned sigh. It already happened and she had apologized, but he wouldn't let her go. What else could she do? Tell me, do you still like Leng Xiaoming? Do you still want to be together with him? Chang Kaishuan asked. I told you I don't, but you won't believe me. Do I have to admit it so you can stop asking about that? What will you do if I say yes? Fan Yayu was furious too. Although it was indeed her fault today, Chang Kaishuan's emotional reaction was going too far. She had just subconsciously let go of Chang Kaishuan's arm. She hadn't done anything immoral. Did you admit it? You admitted it, right? Chang Kaishuan thought that Fan Yayu admitted it once he heard her answer. Fan Yayu was mad. She didn't admit it at all, and he misunderstood her again. Fan Yayu, you're so easy and cheap. He already forgot you, but you still have a place for him in your heart. Chang Kaishuan laughed at Fan Yayu. At the same time, he was furious. He didn't expect that Fan Yayu still liked Leng Xiaoming. Chang Kaishuan, I didn't admit it at all. Don't get me wrong, Fan Yayu roared. So what? It's impossible for you to be together with him. I fucked the woman he couldn't get. He's no better than me. Chang Kaishuan sneered. Chapter 2271. Bad luck. Hearing that, Fan Yayu felt humiliated and angrily shouted, Chang Kaishuan, that's too much. Chang Kaishuan was displeased. Looking at Fan Yayu, he coldly said, What? Have you had sex with him? Fan Yayu, did you lie to me? He never thought about it before. Although Fan Yayu wasn't a virgin when they were together, Fan Yayu had more than one ex-boyfriend. However, now he began to doubt it. Had Fan Yayu slept with Leng Xiaoming? He didn't care that Fan Yayu wasn't a virgin, because he had slept with countless women. Moreover, it was really hard to find a virgin in today's society. He only cared whether Fan Yayu had slept with Leng Xiaoming. I haven't. Fan Yayu denied it. She almost had a mental breakdown when Chang Kaishuan bombarded her with questions. Are you very disappointed that you haven't slept with him? Chang Kaishuan asked purposely. No, I'm not. Fan Yayu argued. No, I think you are, but you don't have a chance now, because only I can fuck you now, said Chang Kaishuan frighteningly and pulled Fan Yayu to the bedroom. Let me go. Fan Yayu immediately realized what Chang Kaishuan wanted to do and struggled. Although they already had sex, Chang Kaishuan looked very scary now. She knew that she would be tortured if they had sex right now. Let you go. Why? Do you want to see Leng Xiaoming? No way. You're mine. Chang Kaishuan shouted. Although he didn't love Fan Yayu, he liked her and most importantly she belonged to him. He was highly possessive of her and wouldn't allow other people to steal his woman away. He couldn't stand it if she had a place for another man in her heart. It was a humiliation to him. Fan Yayu couldn't get rid of him, and she was pulled into the bedroom by Chang Kaishuan. Afterwards, Chang Kaishuan heavily pushed her and pressed her against the bed. Fan Yayu struggled fiercely, trying to push him away, which angered Chang Kaishuan. He caught her wrists as his face was distorted in anger. Glaring at her, he clenched his teeth. Fan Yayu, didn't you enjoy it when we had sex before? Now you saw Leng Xiaoming today. You try to get rid of me. How dare you deny it that you don't have a place for Leng Xiaoming in your heart? Do you think I'll believe it? I told you I don't. What exactly do you want me to do? Fan Yayu almost cried in anger, but Chang Kaishuan already lost his reason at this moment. He couldn't care less about her feelings. You're lying to my face. No matter how Fan Yayu explained, Chang Kaishuan felt she was fooling him. Believe it or not, that's all I can say. Fan Yayu honestly didn't know what to say. She finally realized that the more she struggled, the angrier Chang Kaishuan would be. He just believed she was guilty. However, when Fan Yayu stopped struggling, Chang Kaishuan was unhappy again. It made him feel that Fan Yayu gave in to protect Leng Xiaoming. What? You don't want me to continue to talk about him, so you stopped struggling? Chang Kaishuan questioned her in anger. Fan Yayu almost had a mental breakdown. If it was possible, she wished she could beat Chang Kaishuan unconscious, but she didn't dare to do that. Chang Kaishuan didn't bother to waste more time arguing. Without any foreplay, he violently tore their clothes apart and directly penetrated Fan Yayu. Fan Yayu shouted in pain and her forehead was covered in sweat. She knew that she couldn't escape today, so she could only bear it. However, Fan Yayu awkwardly felt it was quite enjoyable and exciting although it was painful, so she began to respond to Chang Kaishuan. Even if Chang Kaishuan was really angry and was venting his anger on her, he gradually yielded to his desire and became gentle. He started kissing and fondling Fan Yayu. They didn't stop until both of them were exhausted, then they slept together. The next day, when they woke up, Chang Kaishuan was sober too. He wasn't so mad at what had happened yesterday, but still felt unhappy about it. Chang Kaishuan understood that Fan Yayu had suffered a lot from his temper and anger last night, so he said nothing about the violent sex after they got up in the morning. Since Chang Kaishuan didn't want to talk about it, Fan Yayu was unwilling to bring it up as well. Let bygones be bygones. If they argued again because of that, she honestly didn't know how to handle it. In City Ao, before 9 a.m., Ji Yuning and the other people arrived at the casino. Gamblers could freely choose their competitors, but only a few of them came to challenge Ji Yuning. She was too good at gambling, so many people were scared of competing against her. There were several gamblers who wanted to gamble with Ji Yuning, but they didn't mean to challenge her. They simply wanted to enjoy the game and didn't care about the result. After this gambling competition, Ji Yuning would be the best of the best gamblers. They might not have more chances to gamble with her in the future. Hunter did his best to avoid Ji Yuning, so he told xianxia to arrange for people to keep on challenging him. If they lost, he would pay the loss for them afterwards. Therefore, Hunter was always busy accepting challenges and it lasted for a long time. Hunter had already booked a plane ticket to go home at 3 p.m. today. He would set off to the airport at 1 p.m., so he could leave after this morning was over. He rushed back home because he didn't want to see Ji Yuning again. He admitted that he was not comparable to her, but it wasn't his fault. Ji Yuning was too incredible at gambling. Although he could be absent and leave this morning, he didn't do that because he was afraid that other people might laugh at him. He didn't want to make himself a joke, so he had to stay no matter how unwilling he was. Hunter stayed away from Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning walked to him. She didn't have to gamble with him and make him lose, but she was determined to embarrass him. In fact, Ji Yuning also planned to teach Hunter a lesson by injuring him. "Hunter, can we have a round?" Ji Yuning walked to Hunter and looked at him with a vague smile. She was challenging him. Hunter understood that Ji Yuning wouldn't let him go. He was obviously gambling with someone else, but she still interrupted him, which filled him with displeasure. "Miss Tang, I'm terribly sorry. I'm already in a game. I don't have time now. Why don't you challenge someone else?" Hunter said. "Oh, I have bad luck today. How many people are waiting to gamble with you, Hunter?" "I think I can wait," said Ji Yuning. She didn't give up just because Hunter said he wasn't free. Chapter 2272. Not enough time. Hunter was displeased and said, "I'm afraid I'm occupied this whole morning. I don't have enough time for you, Miss Tang." "Oh, why don't we gamble this afternoon?" said Ji Yuning. "Sorry, I need to go home to deal with something important this afternoon. I'm going to the airport at 1 p.m., so I'm afraid it's a pity this time," said Hunter. Although Hunter said that, everyone knew he was deliberately avoiding Ji Yuning. In an instant, people looked at him disdainfully and Hunter could feel it. He was very mad, but pretended to know nothing. Even if Ji Yuning knew that Hunter would leave right this afternoon, she wasn't surprised. It wasn't beyond her expectations. Those gamblers who were gambling with him were paid to do so. They simply tried to stop Ji Yuning from gambling with Hunter. "Well, Hunter, it seems you're really popular. There are so many people waiting to gamble with you. I think I only have half of Hunter's challengers." Ji Yuning complimented, but her tone was ironic. In order not to give Ji Yuning any chances, xianxia paid a lot of people to gamble with Hunter. Hunter didn't have any free time, while other gamblers didn't have many challengers. After all, they were all skilled gamblers. Not many people dared to gamble with them. They mainly play the game with each other on the same level. When Ji Yuning said that, everyone suddenly realized it wasn't right. Hunter indeed had many more challengers than other gamblers, but they couldn't figure out the reason. Most people had no idea about that, while some were aware of that. Hunter did it simply to avoid gambling with Tang Aining because Hunter had promised to have a big bet with her, but he had lost twice to her. Therefore, Hunter was scared this time and didn't dare to gamble with her again. Because he was afraid that Tang Aining would come to challenge him, he paid those people to occupy his time so that he didn't have enough time to gamble with Tang Aining. Knowing that, they showed obvious disdain for Hunter. They were surprised that Hunter would be so timid. They could understand it, because no gambler could defeat Tang Aining, and Hunter was merely trying to save his face. However, it didn't mean they would stop disdaining him. After all, they enjoyed making fun of each other. Peers were competitors, and they were from different countries. Hunter was immediately mad. Ji Yuning made it very clear that she knew he had paid those people to occupy his time in order to avoid gambling with her. Once she said it aloud, everyone learned about his purpose, so Hunter felt quite humiliated. He hated Ji Yuning more than ever now. Right, Hunter is so popular. I feel I'm barely comparable to you. At this time, Lucas opened his mouth as well. Although he seemed to be envious of Hunter, his tone showed that he was simply mocking Hunter. Hunter was popular. Absolutely not. He was barely comparable to him. He was actually just gloating over Hunter's failure. Hunter had stopped him and questioned him unkindly the other day, and Lucas didn't forget that. Although he wasn't determined to take revenge, he wouldn't miss any chances to embarrass Hunter. Most importantly, there were old grudges between them in addition to the argument they had last time. Therefore, they weren't bitter enemies, but they didn't have a good relationship. Hunter glared at Lucas, because Luca laughed at him when he was down. It was hateful. However, he didn't know how to argue against that, because his secret was exposed. Everyone now learned why he was busy accepting challenges. It's my own business, not yours. Hunter gritted his teeth. He felt he had the worst luck today. In the past, he was always the idol of other gamblers whenever he showed up at gambling competitions, but this time he was greatly humiliated. We're not interfering. We're complimenting you, said Ji Yuning. She acted innocent, as if Hunter had misunderstood her. However, everyone knew that she did it on purpose, but they had no bad impression of her. It was Hunter's fault after all, while Ji Yuning's abilities had already impressed many people, so they chose to side with her. Miss Tang, I don't know when I've offended you. Why do you have to pick on me again and again? Hunter angrily complained. He didn't think that Ji Yuning knew that he had paid a killer to assassinate her, so he couldn't understand why she couldn't let him go. He had simply said to her that she was very confident and that he wanted to have a big bet when they gambled with each other. It wasn't very offensive. Was she so intolerant? She wouldn't let him go just because he had said something unkind to her. Hunter, you haven't offended me. And I'm not picking on you again and again. Hunter, it's you who said to have a big bet when we gamble with each other, so I'm just reminding you, said Ji Yuning on purpose. I don't want to gamble with you now. So, Hunter said. He didn't want to humiliate himself in public again, so he didn't bother to hide his real thoughts now. Hunter, since you have no intention of gambling with me, I think you better not say it aloud when you aren't prepared. You can't keep your promise. It's just a waste of my time, said Ji Yuning, but she actually wasn't mad. Anyway, everyone was aware that Hunter avoided gambling with Ji Yuning because he was scared of her. Hunter had been greatly humiliated, so Ji Yuning stopped embarrassing him. After all, her real purpose wasn't just to humiliate him. Hunter was mad and was unwilling to accept it, but he could do nothing about it. Anyway, Tang Aining walked away, so he could feel relieved. He gambled with other people simply to avoid gambling with Tang Aining. Since she left now, he wanted to stop acting, so he quit and went to rest in the lounge. Gradually, nobody paid special attention to Hunter. Xianxia witnessed everything. He put on a resigned face, but couldn't help Hunter. It was Hunter who was too self-satisfied, and challenged Tang Aining at their first meeting. Although he also refused to believe Tang Aining could be so good at gambling, he had reminded Hunter to take her seriously. After all, she had defeated many top gamblers in Cityao. Hidesuk Ida was also worried that Ji Yuning might come to gamble with him. Anyway, on the first day, he had challenged her as well, so he stayed far away from her in case she noticed him. Chapter 2273. No mercy for enemies. At the beginning, he was indeed very proud and arrogant, but he gave in after witnessing Ji Yuning's abilities. She had won a fortune 3 times in a row. Although he was reluctant to accept the result, he didn't want to embarrass himself again by acting against her. It wasn't worth it. He had already been greatly humiliated. In fact, except for Lucas, all the other foreign gamblers were humiliated publicly this time. They had lost the most money ever to Ji Yuning. At their first meeting, Hidesuk Ida had challenged Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning never seemed to be interested in gambling with him. Hidesuk Ida wasn't dumb after all, and he wouldn't want to gamble with Ji Yuning. In addition, Ji Yuning didn't care much about his unkind words. Hidesuk Ida had lost a lot of money to her, which was enough to teach him a lesson. She wouldn't let Hunter go simply because he had paid a killer to murder her. She just paid him back. After that, nothing unpleasant happened. The communication game was over at 12 a.m., and they went to have lunch together. Hunter would go to the airport at 1 p.m., so he couldn't enjoy the meal with them. Ji Yuning was looking for chances to approach Hunter when there was nobody around. She didn't want to affect innocent people when she injured Hunter. In the dining hall, Hunter's phone rang, so he walked to a quiet place to answer it. It was a good chance, so Ji Yuning followed him over. Although many people saw Ji Yuning, she was going in the direction of the washroom, so no one thought that she targeted Hunter. Hunter went to have the call in front of the French window. Ji Yuning stood nearby, then released icy magical power to attack his body. Although it might not be a good idea to injure Hunter at Yi Chaoshang's casino, she didn't know when she could have the second chance. Anyway, even if Hunter was injured, doctors wouldn't know what was wrong with his body even with a medical check in the hospital. They would only believe that he had an unknown illness. Moreover, she didn't aim to kill Hunter. She just wanted him to be disabled. Attacked by icy magical power, Hunter stiffened and started to find it hard to move. Once he moved, his limbs hurt and it was difficult for him to speak. After a while, Hunter couldn't move at all, or stand steadily. With a loud sound, he fell to the ground. Because nobody was around, no one saw it, and Ji Yuning seized the chance and left. Before long, someone saw Hunter and went to tell Yi Chaoshang about it. Yi Chaoshang immediately took his people to see him. When other people heard that Hunter collapsed on the ground, they also walked over. At this moment, they didn't gloat over his bad luck. Although they disliked and even hated Hunter, they wouldn't gloat over his misfortune when he was in trouble. After all, they didn't know whether Hunter was seriously injured. After they came, they saw Hunter lying on the ground. Although his eyes were open, his body could barely move. He seemed to be saying something, but his voice was too hoarse to be heard. Because Hunter was injured in the Yi family's casino, Yi Chaoshang was very unhappy. Hunter collapsed in the Yi family's casino, but nobody knew he was attacked by someone else. Everyone believed that he fell by himself, so the Yi family wasn't guilty. Hunter's assistant didn't blame them for it either. Hunter's assistant stayed by his side with great anxiety. Looking at Hunter, he could only hope that Hunter would be fine. Because none of them were doctors, nobody dared to move Hunter in case he was more seriously injured. Yi Jiasheng called an ambulance at once and told them to walk away first so that Hunter could have some fresh air. Without delay, they all walked away and began to talk about it. What happened? Why did Hunter suddenly fall? Who knows? Probably because of hypoglycemia or something. Has he lost too much these 2 days and fall in anger? Many people believed that Hunter collapsed because Ji Yuning had angered him, but they didn't dare to say that in front of Ji Yuning. Therefore, they only dared to discuss it in a quiet voice. In addition, even if Hunter fell because Ji Yuning had angered him, they didn't think it was Ji Yuning's fault. Ji Yuning had won a lot of money from many people after all. Hunter wasn't the only loser. Other gamblers who lost didn't have a heavy fall, but Hunter did. That should be his own problem. At this time, Ji Yuning was already back at Leng Xiaoting's side. Only Leng Xiaoting was aware of the real reason for Hunter's fall. Looking at Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting was full of love for her. Even though it seemed wrong that as a soldier, Leng Xiaoting didn't stop Ji Yuning from injuring other people and even supported her, soldiers were citizens too. Leng Xiaoting had his standards. He wouldn't protect whoever was injured. Bad people like Hunter should be punished. If he hadn't tried to murder Ji Yuning wouldn't have attacked. As a result, Hunter asked for it himself. Precisely because Leng Xiaoting was a soldier, he didn't do it and left it to Ji Yuning. Hey, everyone is saying that Hunter fell because you angered him. He seemed joked when Ji Yuning walked back. Nobody was suspicious of Ji Yuning's absence just now. He seemed joked about it with Ji Yuning because she knew that no one would really blame Ji Yuning for it. Ji Yuning didn't care about that either. If Hunter really collapsed because I angered him, then he's too mentally weak. I've angered many people, but I didn't see anyone else collapse, said Ji Yuning airily with a smile. She didn't think it was wrong to crack a joke right now. Anyway, she had no mercy for her enemies. Hunter had tried to kill her, and she only disabled him. Right, I think Hunter is just in poor health, said He Seen. She didn't really think that Hunter collapsed because Ji Yuning had angered him. Hunter wasn't that weak. Hunter is notorious for his cruelty. He challenged you that day and said to have a big bet. He actually didn't want your money, but a limb. However, he was scared after witnessing your abilities, said He Hongji. He clearly knew Hunter's cruelty, so he hated Hunter very much. It happened before. Several potential gamblers lost to him and he cut off their hands. They couldn't gamble anymore. Chapter 2274, You're the Shameless One. Hunter had their agreement before gambling with them, or the tragedy wouldn't have happened. In order to make sure that the winner wouldn't be blamed for the result and the loser wouldn't regret or deny it, they needed to sign an agreement. Those gamblers agreed to do that because they wanted to do the same thing to Hunter, but some were also provoked by Hunter. Anyway, it was always Hunter who challenged them, so Hunter was crueler compared with them. Unfortunately, he's scared. If he dared to do that with me, I would like to see his reaction if he loses, said Ji Yuning and felt it was quite a shame. Although Ji Yuning didn't approve of betting limbs, she wouldn't refuse if Hunter wanted to do that with her. After all, she wanted to pay Hunter back. If he gambles with you, he'd surely lose. Or he wouldn't have quit. This is the first time that I've seen Hunter quit. It's really rare. He Seen laughed at Hunter. Before long, an ambulance came and Hunter was sent to the hospital. Even if Hunter fell by himself, he fell in the Yi family's casino, and Hunter wasn't a regular gambler. He was the Yi family's guest, so the Yi family arranged for Yi Jiasheng to go to the hospital with him. As Hunter's friend, Xianxia also went there with him. Although everyone was slightly affected by Hunter's sudden fall, they still continued to enjoy the meal. They wouldn't stay hungry just because Hunter fell. After the meal, they went to have a rest in the lounge. And at 2:30 p.m., they went back to the gambling hall. In the hospital, the result of the medical check was soon out, but the doctors failed to find the reason why Hunter's limbs suddenly became stiff and the blood even stopped circulating. The doctors had never seen such symptoms before, so they didn't know how to deal with it. They had to keep Hunter in the hospital for observation before sending him home. As a result, Hunter couldn't leave today. After paying Hunter back, Xianxia was the next target, but Ji Yuning needed to wait till the night. Ji Yuning wasn't sure when she would leave, but she wouldn't go home until tomorrow. In the afternoon, they had the communication game. No gamblers bet their limbs, and they made much smaller bets today. After all, not many people could afford chips which cost 1,000,000 yuan each. No matter how rich they were, they could lose all of their wealth within a very short time. Therefore, those gamblers who challenged other gamblers could set the bet, which could be 10,000 yuan or 100,000 yuan. Gamblers who were challenged could decide whether to accept the challenge or not. At 4 p.m., Zhan Ziyan needed to leave the capital. She wanted to stay, but couldn't think of a good reason. After all, she wasn't very familiar with Leng Xiaoming and couldn't ask him out very often. If she asked him out too often, he might be displeased because they weren't familiar. Besides, Leng Xiaoming would leave tomorrow morning back to work too. Even if she stayed in the capital, she wouldn't be able to see him. Because Zhan Ziyan needed to go back to City H, she needed to tell Leng Xiaoming before leaving. Knowing that Zhan Ziyan was leaving, Leng Xiaoming asked her about the departure time. He planned to drive her to the airport. Leng Xiaoming didn't propose to drive Zhan Ziyan to the airport for a purpose. He was simply a well-educated gentleman with good manners. They only chatted with each other on WeChat for a while after their meeting yesterday. They didn't talk with each other for long, they just kept in touch. In that case, they felt they could be together, but lacked confidence. It was hard to tell the outcome right now. They needed to see what would happen in the future. After all, they weren't very familiar now. After Leng Xiaoming sent Zhan Ziyan to the airport, he didn't leave until she had passed the security check. He felt a little reluctant to see her leave, but he wasn't too affected. After having dinner and going back to the hotel, Ji Yuning was stopped by Ji Manline again at the door. "Miss Tang, please tell me his phone number." Ji Manline begged her. Her attitude was much better this time, because she was unwilling to annoy Ji Yuning. If Ji Yuning was annoyed, it would be impossible for her to get that man's phone number. "Sorry, I can't," said Ji Yuning coldly. "How could you be so selfish?" Ji Manline criticized her at once, as if Ji Yuning had done something to harm her. Selfish. Ji Yuning felt it was ridiculously funny. "Miss Ji, I think you need to think twice. You're the shameless one here. Why do you have to bother me for a strange man's phone number? Do you lack men so much? Isn't there a man who's willing to marry you in Cityao?" Humiliated by Ji Yuning, Ji Manline was angry and her face distorted in anger. "Ji Manline, enough is enough. Stop causing trouble here. If you don't leave right now, I'll have you thrown out." Yi Jiasheng walked out at this moment and threatened her. He couldn't stand Ji Manline's behavior any second longer. Looking at Yi Jiasheng, Ji Manline almost cried from feeling aggrieved. Yi Jiasheng disliked her and Tang Aining refused to give her that man's phone number, so she felt as if she was bullied. Yi Jiasheng and the others ignored Ji Manline, then walked straight into the hotel. This time, Ji Manline didn't dare to stop them. She understood that she could really be thrown out if she dared to stop them here, but she couldn't control herself. She was determined to get that man's phone number. Unfortunately, Tang Aining refused to tell her. After Yi Jiasheng sent them to the floors of their rooms, he was ready to leave, but was stopped by Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning invited him to spend some time in her suite. Yi Jiasheng understood that Ji Yuning wanted to talk about something with him, so he went over. Ji Yuning stayed with Leng Xiaoting, and Leng Xiaoting was present, so Yi Jiasheng wasn't afraid that other people might misunderstand them. Ji Yuning asked Yi Jiasheng for Ji Anshan's home address. Yi Jiasheng realized that she planned to pay Ji Anshan back, but he didn't stop her. It was her own business after all. Therefore, Yi Jiasheng gave Ji Yuning the address of Ji Anshan's home. With Ji Anshan's home address, Ji Yuning didn't set off right away. Although it was already dark, it was still early. It was just 8:30 p.m. and she wasn't sure whether Ji Anshan was home. Therefore, she decided to go a bit later. Chapter 2275, Pay Ji Anshan back. She was afraid that Ji Anshan might be asleep if she went there too late, which would make it inconvenient for her to take action. After all, she just wanted to pay Ji Anshan back and didn't want to hurt other people. If Ji Anshan went to bed, his wife would be lying next to him. In that case, his wife might also be affected. Therefore, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting set off when it was nearly 10 p.m. Leng Xiaoting borrowed a car from the hotel and drove Ji Yuning there. Because they hadn't gone there before, they used the GPS. Anyway, the Ji family lived in the famous wealthy area in Cityao. It was easy to find and wasn't far from the suburbs. Cityao wasn't a big city, and an expensive house occupied a large piece of land, so rich people normally didn't live in the city center. Even though the house was near the suburbs, it was super expensive. It was also located in the famous haunt of rich people in Cityao, so only the super rich could afford a house here. The Ji family had dozens of billions of yuan in wealth, so they could easily buy an expensive house. It only took about a dozen minutes to get to that area from the hotel, so when they arrived, it was only 10 p.m. Although Ji Yuning knew that the Ji family lived here and the number of their house, this block was very strange to Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Therefore, they needed time to search for it. Luckily, Ji Yuning had jade eyes, so it was convenient for her to look for it. Since they were in a block where rich people lived, it was under tight security. Leng Xiaoting's car couldn't get in, so they went to park the car nearby, then walked over. They didn't go in through the gate, but jumped over the wall. The block was very large, so Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had searched for nearly 20 minutes till they finally found the Ji family's house. It was already about 10:30 p.m. now. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting hid outside the house in unobtrusive trees first. After that, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to see the inside of the Ji family's house. Ji Yuning had good luck today. At this time, Xianxia was still up and was dealing with something in the study. It was a good chance for Ji Yuning to take action. In order to not be caught, Leng Xiaoting used his magical energy to damage the surveillance cameras around the house. It couldn't be easier for cultivators in the Golden Core stage. Speaking of the cultivation, Ji Yuning hadn't cultivated for a long time, so her level hadn't improved. Leng Xiaoting was in the same situation. It seemed that they needed to spend more time on cultivation after this was done. After Leng Xiaoting damaged the surveillance cameras around the house, there would be no worries. Without delay, the two of them went to the window of Xianxia's study. When they were sure that there was nobody and the surveillance cameras weren't working, Leng Xiaoting took out his sword. He flew up with Ji Yuning to Xianxia's study. Although there were burglar bars, the window was open, so Ji Yuning could successfully release cold magical power to injure Xianxia. Even if there was a wall in the middle, Ji Yuning could still do that. It only consumed more of her magical power. Xianxia didn't face the window, so he didn't see them standing out, or he would have been scared. After all, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were standing on a sword outside. It was too unbelievable and people had only seen that on TV. At the edge of the window, Ji Yuning released cold magical power to injure Xianxia. As the cold magical power attacked his body, Xianxia felt that something wasn't right, but didn't know what was happening. As his body became stiffer, Xianxia finally realized that his body wasn't in a good condition. He wanted to pick up his phone and call his wife at once. However, when he tried to reach out his hand, he found it very difficult. Although his fingers could touch his phone, he had no strength to pick it. He opened his mouth, trying to shout, but his voice was too hoarse to be heard. His wife was downstairs. Even if his wife was outside the door, his wife might not be able to hear him. An idea dawned on Xianxia. Hunter had gone through the same thing today. What exactly had happened? Why did he suddenly become like this? Xianxia was horrified and felt very uncomfortable. After a while, Ji Yuning stopped and left with Leng Xiaoting. Xianxia was in the same situation as Hunter now. He was half disabled. They could still talk and think in the future, but their bones were frozen. They could only lie in bed or sit in a wheelchair afterwards. They couldn't use their limbs and would have to rely on other people to live. Was that cruel? No, not at all. They had tried to kill Ji Yuning and cut off her head after all. Compared to their evil, Ji Yuning was too kind. Ji Yuning didn't directly kill them simply because she survived. If she was hurt, they would surely pay their lives for that. Even though Leng Xiaoting was a soldier, he would still kill for Ji Yuning. Soldiers only protected people who deserved protection, and they would punish the evil. When Mrs. Ji noticed that something was wrong, it was already about 12 a.m. and she was about to go to sleep. She came to Xianxia's study to ask him whether he needed to go to bed now. Seeing Xianxia laying his head on the table, she thought he was asleep, so she walked to wake him up. However, she suddenly heard Xianxia's hoarse, weak voice. "See, call the hospital." Hearing that, Mrs. Ji was scared. She immediately asked Xianxia what had happened, but Xianxia could barely say anything. In a hurry, Mrs. Ji called the hospital right away. After they arrived at the hospital, the doctor gave him the same medical exam result as Hunter. Xianxia was stiff all over his body, but didn't lose his consciousness, so he was extremely frightened after finding out that he suffered the same thing as Hunter. Because they couldn't find the cause of it, they couldn't treat him. Did he have to be like this for the rest of his life? Xianxia also had a feeling that it wasn't a coincidence. Could it be purposely done by someone and they were targeted? Who could do that? Who had the ability to hurt them without them noticing it? Even the doctors couldn't find out what had happened to them. All of a sudden, Xianxia thought of Zhou Qingji. He didn't think it was done by Zhou Qingji, but felt that Zhou Qingji should know the reason why such a strange thing happened. Therefore, Xianxia told Mrs. Ji to call Zhou Qingji. However, it was too late now and Zhou Qingji must be asleep, so they decided to wait till tomorrow. That night, Xianxia was doomed to sleep badly. Although he was stiff all over his body, it wasn't very painful, his body was just aching in his bones. It was impossible for him to sleep well. Chapter 2276, Visit the He family. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, Mrs. Ji called Zhou Qingji and told him about what had happened to Xianxia. Once Zhou Qingji heard, he knew that it must have been done by Ji Yuning. Although he wasn't clear about what exactly Ji Yuning had done to Xianxia to make Xianxia's body stiff. And even the doctors couldn't discover the reason for it, he was sure it was abnormal. Only people with superpower could do that. In retrospect, Zhou Qingji still felt that he was quite lucky. Luckily, he hadn't offended Ji Yuning, or he might have suffered the same fate. Because Zhou Qingji had promised not to interfere in Ji Yuning's grudge with Xianxia, he wouldn't do anything even though he knew it was done by Ji Yuning. Therefore, he told Mrs. Ji that he wasn't in Cityao right now. He had already left Cityao for the mainland yesterday afternoon and he wouldn't be back until half a month later. Mrs. Ji was very disappointed, but she could do nothing about it. She didn't dare to force Zhou Qingji to come back. Mrs. Ji could only ask him to come visit Xianxia once he was back. Zhou Qingji agreed, but it was another matter whether he would really come and help them. When the dinner party was over, all the guests were supposed to leave. In the morning, Yi Chaoshang specially shared a meal with several of the foreign gamblers. Ji Yuning and He Hongji were also invited. They didn't rush to go home and would leave after having lunch. On their way to the dining hall, Ji Yuning walked along with He Hongji. He Hongji asked her when she would go home. If she had time, they would like to invite her to visit the He family. It wasn't a courtesy, but a sincere invitation. After all, it was rare for Ji Yuning to visit Cityao and Cityao was very close to HK. Since He Hongji sincerely invited Ji Yuning didn't turn him down. Anyway, there was nothing she had to deal with right now and Cityao was indeed very close to HK. There was no reason for her to say no. She could directly fly back to the capital from HK afterwards. Therefore, Ji Yuning accepted his invitation. After having lunch, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left with He Hongji for HK. Back in HK, it was still very early, so He Hongji arranged for Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting to have a rest in the hotel. He would come to pick them up to dine in the He family's place at 4 p.m. Originally, He Hongji planned to invite Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting to stay in the He family's house, but Ji Yuning declined, because she was unwilling to bother them. It wasn't convenient either. He Hongji understood, so he didn't try to persuade her to come. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't feel that they needed a rest, so they went to change their clothes in the room and put back on their real appearances before hanging out. Right now, there were already cosmetics departments of Kuzi in HK, which were set up by Kuzi's business partner, so Ji Yuning decided to have an inspection. She mainly wanted to see how they were managed. She didn't want the reputation of Kuzi to be damaged. HK was known as a shopping paradise, because the goods here were cheaper than those sold at the cosmetics department in the mainland. They were tax-free. Even Kuzi became cheaper here and only cost several hundred yuan. In the shopping malls of HK, the flow of people was almost half or even two-thirds higher than that of the shopping malls in mainland, especially at the luxury department. The saleswomen were always occupied, and there were long lines before the checkout counter. However, not every brand was very popular, so the number of customers differed at different cosmetics departments. Not many people were visiting Kuzi, because it didn't have much fame here yet, but it was gaining popularity. Once consumers used Kuzi products, they would find out that they had great effects, so they were willing to buy them again. They also shared Kuzi with their friends, so Kuzi gradually obtained loyal customers. Its cosmetics department had been set up for only 2 months, so it needed time to promote its sales. When Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting arrived at the Kuzi cosmetics department, they casually walked around. Many people were attracted to this beautiful couple and complimented them. Although there weren't many customers around the Kuzi cosmetics department, there were about 8 of them while there were only 3 saleswomen. As a result, not every customer was served. A saleswoman asked Ji Yuning what she needed and Ji Yuning said she just looked around. Then the saleswoman told Ji Yuning to enjoy herself. If she needed anything, she could call the saleswoman. At one side of the cosmetics department, 2 girls were hesitating to buy Kuzi. They were afraid it might be useless. Kuzi wasn't cheap, and not everyone could afford it. They were unwilling to waste money. If Kuzi wasn't effective, it would be a total waste of their money. After hesitating for a while, the 2 girls gave it up. They felt they needed more time to think about it. Seeing that, Ji Yuning said, "Miss, Kuzi is a very effective skincare brand. You can look at my skin. My skin got much better after I used Kuzi. I'm not wearing any makeup now. If you don't believe it, you can put on a facial mask right now. Remove it in 15 minutes, and half of the acne on your face should disappear. If it doesn't disappear, you can decide not to buy Kuzi then. I'll pay for a facial mask for you." Because the girl had acne on her face, she didn't wear any makeup. It was convenient for her to put on a facial mask. The girl came precisely because she heard that the facial masks of Kuzi had a great effect on acne, but a box of facial masks wasn't cheap, so she hesitated. If it was effective, it would be worth the price. If not, it would be a total waste of money. Ji Yuning talked to the girl because she wanted to seize this chance to promote Kuzi. Other people didn't know that Ji Yuning was the founder of Kuzi, so they, especially the saleswomen at the counter, felt it was strange when she promoted Kuzi. They were surprised that a strange girl would be so willing to promote Kuzi. Anyway, since she said that, she must be a loyal customer of Kuzi, so they were happy to see her promote Kuzi. They didn't stop her. However, they couldn't believe that Ji Yuning really wasn't wearing any makeup. The saleswomen at the Kuzi cosmetics department were greatly surprised too. In fact, they clearly knew that Kuzi was very effective and their skin got much better after they used Kuzi. They didn't have acne and freckles problems now. Even if they went out without any makeup on, they weren't afraid. Chapter 2277, She really wore no makeup. However, Ji Yuning's skin was much better than theirs. Her skin was white, smooth, and flawless. If she didn't say that she wasn't wearing any makeup, everyone would believe that she had put on a delicate look. They had never seen a girl who could be so beautiful without any makeup. It seemed as if she had a natural filter on her face. Actually, Ji Yuning looked very young and should be about 20 years old. It was normal that her skin was in a good condition. Some people were born with flawless skin, so it wasn't uncommon, but Ji Yuning probably had the best skin they had ever seen. "What? You're not wearing any makeup?" Hearing that, many people were amazed. They immediately walked over to observe Ji Yuning, face to see whether it was true. If it was allowed, they would definitely reach out to touch her face. "No way, your skin looks so perfect. Is she maybe wearing very light makeup?" Many girls claim that they don't wear any makeup, but they actually used toning cream. Ji Yuning put on a slight smile, then said confidently, "If you don't believe it, I can wash my face with makeup remover right now, but different people's skin are in different conditions. Some are better, while some are not, so there might be different results after using Kuzi. However, I can be sure that your skin can be greatly improved. You'll be able to go out without any makeup. My skin has always been in good condition, but it used to be a little dark. After using Kuzi, my skin was lightened up and whitened. Well, I live in the capital, so I tried it as soon as it came out. I've used Kuzi for a long time. There was magical power in Kuzi products, so their skin would get better and better over time. Actually, no matter how effective Kuzi was, its effect could only last for a short time. It didn't mean one's skin would be in a good condition forever after using kuzi. If you had food you were allergic to, you could still have bad acne. If you used skincare products which weren't suitable for you, your skin could be damaged. After hearing Ji Yuning's words, those who didn't know much about kuzi got excited. If it really had such a great effect, it would be good news for them. Why do you approve of kuzi so much? Were you hired by them? Someone questioned. Hearing that, many people began to doubt Ji Yuning. They were afraid to be fooled. A saleswoman became anxious. No, we didn't hire any people to promote our products. Saying that, she turned to look at Ji Yuning with doubts. Did this girl come to cause trouble? Although she was doubtful, she wasn't sure of it. Perhaps Ji Yuning really liked kuzi. The saleswoman felt it was inappropriate to criticize Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning smiled at the person who said she was paid to promote kuzi. If you don't believe the great effect of kuzi, you can look it up on the internet. There are many comments left by consumers of kuzi. I also told you that you can try it right here right now. You can witness the effect with your own eyes. Ji Yuning didn't get mad, facing their question. It was very normal to be questioned when they knew little about kuzi. Hearing Ji Yuning's explanation, they were more convinced, but they stayed doubtful before witnessing the effect. Miss, can you do me this favor? I'll settle the bill for you, Ji Yuning asked the girl who had acne. Sure. The girl had the same idea, so she agreed. After that, Ji Yuning turned to the crowd and said, if you think it's not persuasive enough, I need another volunteer. I need someone with skin problems so that we can see the effect. I'll try. Once Ji Yuning finished, a middle-aged woman who had melasma walked out. Although she simply wanted to get a free treatment, Ji Yuning didn't care much about it since she was willing to be a volunteer. After that, Ji Yuning told a saleswoman to get them a box of facial masks. She let Leng Xiaoting pay for it first, then she opened the box and gave the girl and the middle-aged woman a piece. Before they put it on, Ji Yuning took a photo of them without any filters. Afterwards, they put on the masks, and Ji Yuning also started washing her face. She wet the cotton pads with makeup remover, then wiped her face, but her face stayed the same. Ji Yuning then spread the cotton pads to show the crowd. There was no makeup on them, which shocked everyone. No way, she really isn't wearing any makeup. Wow, her skin is flawless. After that, Ji Yuning washed her face with cleanser and her face stayed white, smooth, and flawless. This time, nobody dared to doubt whether Ji Yuning really had no makeup on her face. They became envious of her, and couldn't wait to buy kuzi products. However, they decided to be patient. They were going to see what would happen to the face of the girl and the middle-aged woman. In the meanwhile, many people took out their phones to search the web for news about kuzi. They began to read comments left by people who had used kuzi. Not everyone had wild speculation. When they read the comments on kuzi, they didn't think about whether they were left by the internet water army paid by kuzi. Most people were convinced that kuzi was indeed very effective. Shoppers who walked by the kuzi cosmetics department were attracted to them. Within a short time, more and more people stayed after knowing what they were doing. 15 minutes soon passed. The girl and the middle-aged woman removed the facial mask from their faces. As soon as other people saw their faces, they were all amazed by the effect of the facial mask. As Ji Yuning had said, their faces were in a much better condition now. The girl and the middle-aged woman were excited too after watching the other people's reaction. After that, they went to wash their faces and compared their current faces to the photos they had taken earlier. They could clearly see at least half of the acne and melasma had faded. Wow, the middle-aged woman could barely finish a sentence from the excitement, because the melasma on her face always bothered her. Even her husband lost interest in her because of the melasma. She had tried many ways to get rid of it, but never succeeded. Chapter 2278, Not Jealousy. How long can this effect last? Will it go away in a while? It's not uncommon that many skincare products could have quick effects because they contain too many harmful chemicals, which can cause side effects. Although they were amazed by the unbelievable effect of kuzi, some had questions. It was too unbelievable to be true. Other people had the same worry. No, it won't. Kuzi products are made of natural materials. You can do a test if you want. Ji Yuning said, many women have searched the internet for comments on Kuzi just now. Kuzi has been established for a while. If there are really side effects, there would definitely be negative comments. Kuzi has built its reputation on safety and quality. Ji Yuning had enough confidence to say that, so people were convinced by her. Right, I just read many comments about Kuzi on the internet. They are all positive comments. It's also very popular in the mainland. It's even as popular as intentional brands, said a woman. She was actually quite surprised by that. To her astonishment, Kuzi enjoyed great popularity. I've read comments about it too. It said that sales of Kuzi ranked 10th on the international market and 1st on the domestic market this season. There was also a huge gap between it and the brand ranked 2nd, said another woman. She was surprised by the fast growth of a newly established brand. In fact, with such an unbelievable effect, it was hard for Kuzi not to be popular. Because not everyone read the same result after searching the internet for it, some women were surprised again after hearing their conversation. They had only read comments on the effect of Kuzi, so they didn't know that the young girl standing in front of them actually was the founder of Kuzi. What? Kuzi ranked 10th on the international market and 1st on the domestic market. There was also a huge gap between it and the brand ranked 2nd. Jesus, it's so unbelievable. Right, and it's been established for only a very short time. All of them were amazed. Looking at Ji Yuning, the saleswomen at the Kuzi Cosmetics department somehow felt as if their leader came, because Ji Yuning had a natural air of power. Other people who didn't know Ji Yuning was just a visitor thought she might be the manager or boss of Kuzi. However, they only thought that she might be the manager of this cosmetics department, instead of the brand. After witnessing the unbelievable effect, all the women around immediately told the saleswomen to get them the goods. The saleswomen became busy at once, so they didn't have time to serve Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning didn't stay there any longer, and left with Leng Xiaoting. When other people in the shopping mall saw the panic buying at Kuzi Cosmetics department, they thought that something went wrong. After realizing that they were just shopping for Kuzi, they were amazed. Out of curiosity, more and more people came over. After hearing what had happened, they joined the shopping spree. Because a lot of shoppers went to buy Kuzi, the saleswomen at other cosmetics departments became displeased. Normally, Kuzi wasn't so popular, but it suddenly became so popular today. It seemed those shoppers were bewitched and couldn't stop buying Kuzi. Before long, many of Kuzi products were out of stock. When the manager of Kuzi Cosmetics department received the news through a call from a saleswoman in the shopping mall, the manager was shocked. Many products were out of stock. It was so fast. How could it be possible? Because the manager was so shocked, he couldn't even believe his ears. Given the previous sales of Kuzi, it shouldn't be sold out so quickly. The saleswoman then told the manager what had happened. The manager was surprised and felt very thankful to the girl who had done them a big favor. After a while, the manager went to the cosmetics department and watched the surveillance video. When he saw Ji Yuning, he was taken aback because he recognized her. It was her. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuning came to HK and visited the cosmetics department today. Even if the Kuzi Cosmetics department in HK only had a cooperation with Kuzi in the mainland and wasn't an affiliated company, they shared the reputation of the same brand. Therefore, it was very normal that Ji Yuning came to conduct an inspection. If they, as the business partner, didn't protect the reputation of Kuzi well, Kuzi could end their cooperation. Although Kuzi HK wasn't as popular as Kuzi mainland, it had some fame and their boss approved of it as well. After all, the cosmetics department in HK had been set for only 2 months. It would take time for Kuzi to develop. Unexpectedly, once Ji Yuning showed up here, it became popular. It seemed Ji Yuning became successful not by chance, but by destiny. Manager, who is she? The saleswoman asked curiously. Given the manager's reaction, she realized that the girl must be an important figure. The manager took a deep breath, then said, "She's the founder of Kuzi, Ji Yuning." Hearing that, the saleswoman was shocked. She didn't expect the young girl to be the founder of Kuzi, Ji Yuning, and she failed to recognize her. The saleswoman was aware that the founder of Kuzi was a girl about 20 years old and the girl's name was Ji Yuning. She had also seen her photos, but still failed to recognize her because she didn't have a deep impression of Ji Yuning. It turned out that the young girl she met today was the founder of Kuzi. No wonder she felt Ji Yuning had an air of power. Ji Yuning was indeed their leader. The saleswoman was full of regrets now. If she had recognized Ji Yuning back then, she could have taken pictures with her. It was hard not to admire such a young and successful entrepreneur. It wasn't jealousy, just pure admiration. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to visit other cosmetics departments in other shopping malls, but they didn't do the same thing. What she had done in the first counter would soon spread abroad. The products were out of stock, and the customers would definitely go to buy Kuzi from other cosmetics departments. In that case, its great effect would soon be known to more people. Without surprise, those women who failed to buy Kuzi at the first cosmetics department ran to other counters for it. At the beginning, the saleswomen at other counters were confused. They didn't understand why so many customers came to buy Kuzi today. Did hell freeze over? Chapter 2279, Have no principles. Before long, they figured out what had happened. Those women finally discovered the great effect of Kuzi, so they immediately came to buy it. The saleswomen were very happy to see Kuzi become popular because they could make more commission. The saleswomen at other cosmetics departments were greatly surprised when a lot of shoppers swarmed into Kuzi cosmetics department all of a sudden. Some of them got jealous too. After a while, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went back to the hotel. After having a rest, He Hongji sent some people over to pick up Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. He Saiyang and He Xin came to pick them up. When they saw Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had put back on their real appearances, they felt it was more pleasant. Their real appearances were more attractive after all. In the He family's house, every member treated Ji Yuning politely. Ji Yuning had saved He Saiyang and the whole He family. If it hadn't been for Ji Yuning, the He family could have lost their casino to He Hongyuan and they would have become poor overnight. After having a meal in the He family's house, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left. It was about 9 p.m., so He Saiyang and He Xin drove them back to the hotel. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting would take the flight at 9:50 a.m. tomorrow, so they would go to the airport after having breakfast. He Saiyang said that he would go to pick them up at 8 a.m. tomorrow. It took about 40 minutes to get to the airport from the hotel, so it was very suitable to set off at 8 a.m. Ji Yuning didn't want to bother He Saiyang and actually planned to let the hotel send them, but He Saiyang insisted, so Ji Yuning agreed in the end. The next day, just before 8 a.m., He Saiyang arrived at the hotel. After picking up Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, they went to the airport. After 3.5 hours, the plane landed at the airport in the capital. When they walked out of the exit, it was already 1 p.m. They went to get their car in the parking lot and went straight back to the city center. Afterwards, they went to dine. However, when they were having the meal, it suddenly started snowing outside. Although it wasn't heavy and wasn't that beautiful, Ji Yuning was still stunned. This was the first time that she had felt a snowy winter after her reincarnation. Although she had gone through a winter after her reincarnation, she was in the south back then and it hadn't snowed in the south in many years. She had been to the Kunlun mountain and encountered heavy snow, but it was a different feeling. The Kunlun mountain was a snow mountain landform, and it was covered by snow for 2/3 of the year. What? Do you like snow? Leng Xiaoting asked. Not really. It's just really rare. Ji Yuning came back to her senses. It snows heavily every winter in the capital. The Imperial Garden is very beautiful in the snow with plum blossoms everywhere. Many photographers will go there to take photos every year. If the snow gets heavier, we can visit there when I have time, said Leng Xiaoting. Although he had little interest in the sights, he was more than willing to take Ji Yuning there if Ji Yuning enjoyed the snow. As long as Ji Yuning was happy, he would be satisfied. Sure, Ji Yuning said, but I have a test in a week. If the snow gets heavier these 2 days, we can visit the park together. I'll go back to school after the weekend. I must focus on my studies before the test. I'm a student after all, but I barely go to school classes. Even if I have a photographic memory, I can't get knowledge without learning. Ji Yuning felt a little guilty. She indeed spent little time in school and a semester was already about to pass. Great, I believe that you can do it. Leng Xiaoting stroked Ji Yuning's head and comforted her. As soon as they finished, someone snorted with laughter from the table next to them. Photographic memory. Stop bragging. It was a woman about 40 years old. Although she didn't say that to Ji Yuning, but another woman across from her at the same table, it was obvious that she was mocking Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning slightly raised her eyebrow. She wasn't mad, but was displeased. Leng Xiaoting, however, got angry at once. He couldn't stand the woman's tone when she laughed at Ji Yuning, because Ji Yuning really had a photographic memory. However, even if he was angry, he didn't bother to argue with that woman. However, another woman chimed in. Right, young people nowadays pay very little attention to studying. They fool around every day. They have no principles. Saying that, she gave Ji Yuning a meaningful glance, which implied that she was talking about Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning sat facing them, so the woman could see her face clearly. The moment the woman saw Ji Yuning, she was struck dumb for a second, not because she recognized Ji Yuning, but because she was stunned by Ji Yuning's beauty. Afterwards, the woman said acidly, especially those beautiful girls. They could have a sexual relationship with different men. I heard they're even willing to be any man's mistress just for money. Jealousy abounded in women of all ages. Women who were mean and easily got jealous would always be jealous of beautiful women no matter how old they were. Leng Xiaoting was furious this time, so was Ji Yuning. Even though the woman didn't say that to her face, it was still unacceptable. It was a humiliation to Ji Yuning and she wasn't that tolerant. Leave it to me. Ji Yuning patted Leng Xiaoting's hand to comfort him. No matter what, she couldn't let Leng Xiaoting handle it. He was a man after all, and onlookers might think that they were being unreasonable if he stood out for her. Normally, men were the strong, while women were the weak. If a man argued with a woman, it was always the man's fault. Therefore, Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting to leave it to her and she would deal with it on her own. Leng Xiaoting understood that Ji Yuning could defend herself, so he didn't stop her. He only felt a little uncomfortable since Ji Yuning was humiliated right in front of his face. The next second, Ji Yuning stood up and walked to the next table. Were you talking about me? Ji Yuning looked at the woman who just attacked her. Both her tone and attitude were very calm, showing no anger. Chapter 2280, Apologize and Pay, so what? I was talking about you. So, the woman was surprised that Ji Yuning dared to come to question her. However, she wasn't afraid. Since she dared to say that aloud, she wouldn't hesitate to admit it. So, Ji Yuning sneered. She actually didn't expect that this woman would admit it so quickly. It was a good thing, because Ji Yuning needed a reason to argue with that woman. You have no evidence to prove that. It's slander. You must apologize to me, said Ji Yuning. She sounded a little tough. Apologize? No way, said the woman arrogantly. She couldn't care less about Ji Yuning's anger. Given the woman's look, she obviously married into a rich family. Lin, another woman who sat with this woman and had laughed at Ji Yuning for her photographic memory, tried to stop this woman. Although she had made fun of Ji Yuning just now, she didn't say that Ji Yuning was a bad girl and she felt her friend was too unkind to Ji Yuning. The woman called Lin, however, ignored her. Do you still refuse to apologize? Ji Yuning squinted and looked dangerous. Watching Ji Yuning's expression, Lin felt a little guilty, but didn't give in. She still said arrogantly, am I wrong? Few beautiful girls like you will refuse to sell their bodies for money. You're all bitches who can do anything for, In fact, this woman became so aggressive for a reason. Her husband had kept a beautiful college girl as a mistress before and had spent a lot of money on that girl. Her husband had even traveled around with that girl. The affair was exposed later. Her husband cut off the sexual relationship with the college girl, while she didn't get a divorce for the sake of her children and money. However, she could never get over it, so she got paranoid. Whenever she saw pretty girls, she felt disgusted and assumed that they were all bad girls. Before Lin could finish, she exclaimed, because Ji Yuning couldn't stand it any longer and directly threw the coffee on the table on her face. The coffee was still a little hot. Lin wouldn't be burned, but felt quite uncomfortable due to the high temperature. Lin's exclamation immediately attracted attention from people around them. A waiter came over at once. "Ma'am, may I help?" the waiter asked. Although they argued here and the waiter was very displeased, he still stayed polite. "This bitch poured coffee on my face." Lin angrily criticized Ji Yuning, pointing at her. "Bitch, who are you talking about?" Ji Yuning was mad and played a trick. "I'm talking about you," said Lin. However, once she finished, she realized she was trapped by Ji Yuning. "You," she was furious. Onlookers snorted with laughter. "What are you laughing about? Be quiet." Lin criticized them and gave them a glare. "Miss, is it true? Did you pour coffee on this madam's face?" the waiter asked Ji Yuning. He knew it must be true since Lin looked so angry, but he needed to make sure of it. However, he wasn't unkind to Ji Yuning just because Ji Yuning poured coffee on that woman. He had been a waiter for a long time, and such a thing had happened many times before. Normally, it happened for a reason. That woman called Lin must have done something unacceptable to make the girl pour coffee on her face. "Yes, I did, but she's too evil. She humiliated me first. I told her to apologize, but she refused. She even continued to humiliate me. She said I sold my body for money. I couldn't repeat what she said to my face. I couldn't stand it either, so I took action to stop her," said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, onlookers turned to stare at Lin in anger. They were surprised by her unkindness to a young girl. Some people, however, were confused. Why did Lin attack Ji Yuning all of a sudden? Did she know something? Therefore, a woman asked, why did she suddenly say that? Did she witness anything? The woman looked at Ji Yuning with jealousy as well. In fact, she asked that question on purpose. Once she said that, other people stared at Ji Yuning strangely. There must be a reason for that. Why did Lin criticize Ji Yuning all of a sudden? Lin must have witnessed something. Yes, I caught her doing something bad. Lin actually was a little guilty when other people glared at her, but she immediately chimed in as soon as someone supported her. Ji Yuning felt it was ridiculously amusing. "Oh, what did you catch me doing, ma'am?" Ji Yuning asked, looking dangerous. Facing Ji Yuning's eyes, Lin panicked a little. She blinked, but still insisted. "I caught you going into a hotel with an old man." "Which hotel?" I can't remember, but I saw you." "Ma'am, do beautiful girls have to be poor in your eyes? Do we have to sell our bodies for money just because we're pretty?" Ji Yuning sneered. Hearing that, Lin was taken aback. Did it mean she was rich? Lin wasn't sure of it, so she didn't know how to answer it. "Ma'am, why don't you say something now?" Ji Yuning joked. "I don't care whether you're rich or not. You poured coffee on my face. You must apologize to me and pay for damaging my clothing. This is my new clothing. It cost me 6,000 yuan, said Lin. She obviously wanted to stop talking about her humiliation to Ji Yuning. "Apologize and pay for your clothing." "Ma'am, now you know one should apologize for her bad behavior. Why didn't you apologize to me when you humiliated me earlier?" Ji Yuning mocked. Lin panicked again, but still ignored Ji Yuning's request. "I just caught you doing something bad. Now you made my clothing dirty. You must pay for it." "No way. And I think you don't match Gufen at all. Ma'am, I strongly suggest you not buy it again." Ji Yuning recognized Gufen on her body at a glance. Afterwards, she saw a few shopping bags on the next seat. With a smile, she added, "You don't match Kuzi either. I think you should stop using it." Chapter 2281, That Girl. Ji Yuning's words confused a lot of people. They thought it had nothing to do with what they were arguing about right now. Why did she tell the woman to stop buying the two brands? "It's none of your business what I buy. It has nothing to do with you. Who do you think you are?" Lin didn't understand why Ji Yuning said that and she got mad. "You'll know it in a while, but now, let's talk about your humiliation to me," Since you refused to apologize and I poured coffee on you, it's a draw. I won't blame you for that, but I need to tell you that not all beautiful girls are poor and will sell their bodies for money. Don't think you're doing justice by criticizing other people. You're simply venting your negative emotions on the innocent, said Ji Yuning. She had already poured coffee on Lin, so it didn't matter whether Lin apologized now. Ji Yuning was unwilling to waste more time on her. She couldn't beat Lin anyway. Hearing Ji Yuning's words, other people agreed with her. Not all beautiful girls were poor and would sell their bodies for money. Obviously, Lin was mentally sick and tried to damage Ji Yuning's reputation. As a result, no one defended Lin now. A draw. How is it possible? I just criticized you for a very short while, but my clothing is worth 36,000 yuan. Lin got furious. She didn't think her criticism was a big deal, even if Ji Yuning was innocent. She just criticized her and didn't really injure her, while her clothing was indeed damaged. Do you think my reputation isn't valuable? Do you believe you can humiliate me as you like? Ji Yuning said coldly in anger. I just told the truth, said Lin. This time, Ji Yuning was really angered, and Leng Xiaoting couldn't stand it any longer. He stood up and walked straight over, which put great pressure on everyone. He was so handsome. Many women were stunned by his outstanding appearance. Leng Xiaoting glared at Lin, then coldly said, "You're hardly comparable to her." Leng Xiaoting never bothered to bully other people, but now he couldn't allow this woman to humiliate his girl again and again. Lin was mad when Leng Xiaoting slighted her, but she didn't know what to say when she faced Leng Xiaoting's aggressiveness. Ji Yuning didn't want Leng Xiaoting to argue with Lin, because it wasn't pleasant, so she stopped him by pulling his arm. She shook her head at him and comforted him. Afterwards, she turned to look at Lin and said seriously, I never give in to power, nor bully other people with power. I prefer to stay reasonable, but if you can't be reasonable, I think I shouldn't be polite to you. I'm not afraid of slander, but I hate it. You said I sold my body for money, and even caught me going into a hotel with an old man. Do you have any evidence? If not, I can sue you for slander. Hearing that, Lin got anxious and threatened her at once. Sue me. Do you know who I am? Tell you what, I can easily chase you out of the capital. What? Ji Yuning snorted. She just told Lin she never gave in to power. I told you I never give in to power. Well, since you want to bully me with power, may I know your family background? How can you chase me out of the capital? Lin couldn't care less about Ji Yuning's words, although Ji Yuning confidently said she never yielded to power. Even if Ji Yuning was someone, Lin didn't think Ji Yuning could be more influential than her. Therefore, Lin said arrogantly, my husband is the chairman of the Aben Group. My family is the Zhang family in the capital. I suggest you not mess with us. Ji Yuning had heard of the Aben Group, which was a large business group with over 10 billion yuan in assets. However, it was hardly comparable to the Shengning organization. Although the Shengning organization had only been established for a month and did not seem very influential, Ji Yuning had powerful connections in the capital. Not many corporations dared to take the Shengning organization lightly. The Aben Group. I know of it, but I'm not afraid of it. Oh, did you say you can easily chase me out of the capital? Then I must tell you my name. I'm Ji Yuning. I major in economics in the capital university. I'm a freshman this year, said Ji Yuning. She didn't tell Lin she was the chairman of the Shengning organization, because Lin could easily find it out. As long as Lin wasn't dumb, she should stop causing her trouble. Ji Yuning. It sounds very familiar. When someone heard Ji Yuning's name, she felt it was super familiar. Yes, I feel it's familiar too. Ji Yuning. The capital university. Is she that girl? An idea dawned on someone, but she was very sure of it and felt very excited. Who? Someone asked in a hurry. Ji Yuning's name really sounded very familiar to them. Lin also frowned, because she had heard of Ji Yuning's name before as well. There were many people who shared the same name, so it wasn't a big deal even if she had heard of Ji Yuning's name before. However, Ji Yuning said she was studying in the capital university, so Lin felt the name couldn't be an ordinary girl's name. Did this young girl enjoy a high status? Lin finally thought about what Ji Yuning had said to her just now. Ji Yuning said she never gave in to power. After knowing that Lin's husband was the chairman of the Aben group, she didn't seem scared at all and even told Lin who she was. Thinking of that, Lin got anxious. However, how influential could this girl be? When Lin was confused, someone explained that to everyone. She's the famous national goddess, the youngest, prettiest, most potential, most successful entrepreneur, the chairman of the Shengning organization. Someone said, the youngest, prettiest, most potential, most successful entrepreneur. This was the first time Ji Yuning had ever heard of that title, so she was a little surprised. It must be a new title people gave to her. It was true. Internet users just voted Ji Yuning to be the youngest, prettiest, most potential, most successful entrepreneur, but Ji Yuning didn't pay much attention to the hot topics on the internet recently, so she was unaware of it. Other people, however, were all shocked. It turned out that this girl in front of them was the youngest, prettiest, most potential, most successful entrepreneur, the chairman of the Shengning organization, Ji Yuning. Chapter 2282, A place with thicker magical power. Lin, whose husband was the chairman of the Aben group, was struck dumb. Jesus, she just offended the chairman of the Shengning organization. Shit, she was doomed this time. After people came back to their senses, they all got excited. Although they weren't Ji Yuning's fans, Ji Yuning was too outstanding and it was hard for them not to admire her. Without delay, they took out their phones to take pictures of her. Ji Yuning didn't want to receive so much attention, but she was forced to tell everyone that she was the chairman of the Shengning organization. What did that woman say? She said Miss Ji Yu sold her body for money. It's ridiculous. Miss Gu's business group has dozens of billions of yuan in assets. She's much richer than the Aben group. It's impossible that she'll sell her body for money. Right. So one must be careful with her words. We all know the Shengning organization is super influential in the capital with powerful connections. The Aben group can't afford the result if they mess with the Shengning organization. People kept on talking about it and began to mock Lin. Although they were ordinary people and were much poorer than her, they were willing to defend Ji Yuning and disdained Lin's behavior. Hearing their discussion, Lin wasn't mad, instead she was in complete panic now. Are you really the chairman of the Shengning organization? Lin asked. She actually wasn't questioning it, but she refused to believe it. She wished it wasn't the truth and hoped that Ji Yuning wasn't the chairman of the Shengning organization. So, why do you care about it now? If I'm really the chairman of the Shengning organization, will you stop arguing with me? Ji Yuning mocked. She knew Lin would give up once she found out that she was the chairman of the Shengning organization. Lin didn't dare to mess with her unless she wanted to live a poor life. Ji Yuning didn't give her an affirmative answer, but still admitted it, so Lin was scared at once. She immediately apologized to Ji Yuning. Miss Ji Yu, I'm sorry, I didn't know that you're the chairman of the Shengning organization. I didn't mean to defame you. Please forgive me and let me go this time. I said it's even and I didn't want to argue over that, but you wouldn't stop, said Ji Yuning. If she wanted to punish Lin, she wouldn't have given Lin a chance to leave just then. I'm sorry, I'm terribly wrong, Lin said at once. She only hoped that Ji Yuning could let her go now. She didn't want to drag her family into trouble. If her husband learned that she had angered the chairman of the Shengning organization, her husband would be mad at her. She was also afraid that Ji Yuning might punish the Aben group. If so, I think this drama should be over now. Mrs. Zhang, please bear what I said to you in your mind. Don't attack a young girl just because she's beautiful again. Your unkind words can be really harmful, said Ji Yuning and reminded her once more. Sure, I won't do that again. Mrs. Zhang agreed at once. After Ji Yuning taught her the lesson today, she didn't dare to attack young, beautiful girls again. Let's go now. Ji Yuning was unwilling to stay here any longer, so she pulled Leng Xiaoting and walked away. Nobody dared to stop her. As soon as Ji Yuning left, Mrs. Zhang collapsed on the chair. Although she was relieved now, she was still horrified. People who took photos of Ji Yuning posted them on Weibo or WeChat Moments, but they only said that they had met Ji Yuning by chance. They didn't say what had happened in the restaurant. After walking out of the restaurant, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to the Sihewan. The snow wasn't heavy today, so the ground wasn't covered by snow. If it grew heavier, the ground would be slippery, which would affect transportation. Back in the Sihewan, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting chatted with Sheng Guanyang for a while, then Ji Yuning went to look at the tree vine. Leng Xiaoting didn't go with Ji Yuning, but stayed to play elephant chess with Sheng Guanyang. In the backyard, there were no outsiders, so the tree vine immediately twisted its body and acted cute before Ji Yuning. "My owner, welcome home. I miss you so much. It's been a few days. It seems you indeed have grown bigger." Standing in front of the tree vine, Ji Yuning found it was bigger now. "Yes, because the magical power here is thicker. I grew bigger after absorbing it," said the tree vine happily. It felt quite lucky that it had followed Ji Yuning here and was accepted by her. "In that case, how much time do you think you need to form a human shape?" Ji Yuning asked. "I don't know, because I need a good opportunity," said the tree vine. Saying that, it looked a little upset. It couldn't wait to have a human form and visit the mortals' world. "Well, you need to be patient. Don't worry, you'll have a human shape one day," Ji Yuning said to comfort it. "Sure," said the tree vine. Although it couldn't wait to form a human shape, it understood that it took time and it needed to be patient. "In half a month, I'll bring you to a place where the magical power is thicker," said Ji Yuning. She was talking about the Kunlun sect's place. Because she had some free time now, she needed to cultivate, and the best place for cultivation was the Kunlun sect's place where the magical power was much thicker than in the Sihewan. After all, the magical power at the Kunlun sect's place was generated by nature, while the magical power in Sihewan was simply gathered by an energy collecting formation and from the imperial palace. A place with thicker magical power. Where is it? Once the tree vine heard about it, it got excited. It felt the magical power here was already much thicker than in the river, but unexpectedly there was a place with even thicker magical power. If it could cultivate with thicker magical power, it could form a human shape in the near future. Upon thinking of that, the tree vine was full of excitement. "You'll know it by then," said Ji Yuning. Since Ji Yuning didn't want to tell it right now, the tree vine stopped asking. It was always obedient to its owner. After spending some time with the tree vine, Ji Yuning went back to the living room. In the afternoon, Leng Xiaoting called Jing Yuniao and asked her to dine with them in the Sihewan. Chapter 2283, just an act. When it was almost 6 p.m., Jing Yuniao arrived along with Miao Jingjing. After they came, Leng Xiaoting asked Jing Yuniao how everything was going these days. He was mainly worried that cultivators might visit their flower shop and find them, which could cause trouble. Jing Yuniao said that everything was all right. No cultivators had visited their flower shop recently, because Ji Yuning was the boss of the Pavilion of Magic. All the major families in the cultivation world were aware that plants in the Pavilion of Magic obtained magical power and that Ji Yuning had a relationship with Sheng Guanyang, so they didn't bother to come. Jing Jining told Jing Yuniao about that. Jing Jining had stayed in the cultivation world for a while and just left it the day before yesterday. He went to Province Yun yesterday. He had a company to run after all. Although he didn't need to deal with everything in person, he needed to go to work regularly. Jing Jining also told Jing Yuniao about the recent situation in the cultivation world, especially about the Jing family. Because Jing Yarong went to report it to the head of Tiandaozong that they had run into an ancient pharmacist, Bai Lingtian gave him a recovery magical pill to help Jing Yunfei recover. After taking the recovery magical pill, Jing Yunfei got much better, but couldn't regrow new fingers after they were cut off. Jing Yuniao was the first name that appeared in Jing Jining's mind when he tried to figure out who had injured Jing Yunfei and cut off his fingers. The information he had learned from his father all implied that Jing Yuniao was highly likely to be the culprit. Most importantly, Jing Yunfei got the directions from Ji Yuning before he went to find the master, which proved that Jing Yuniao was very likely to be the person who injured Jing Yunfei. In addition, it was a woman who injured Jing Yunfei, and the woman was at a very high level. She also wasn't a cultivator from the cultivation world. Although there were cultivators in the mortals' world, there weren't many in the capital. When Jing Yunfei met the master, they didn't have a conflict. He only wanted some magical pills, and the master challenged him to have a fight. If he could receive 10 of her moves, she would give him the magical pills he wanted. It was hard for a cultivator to say no to magical pills. Therefore, Jing Yunyo obviously trapped Jing Yunfei into having a fight against her so that she could seize the chance to injure him. Jing Jining didn't think it was wrong. Instead, he believed that Jing Yunfei deserved it. Even if he knew it was Jing Yunyao, Jing Jining still asked her about it when they met. And Jing Yunyao admitted it. There was no need for her to keep it a secret from Jing Jining because he wouldn't betray her. When Jing Yunyao heard that Jing Yunfei had received a recovery magical pill and got much better, she wasn't displeased. It wasn't beyond her expectation anyway. As long as he couldn't grow new fingers, he paid for what he had done. She couldn't kill him, since that was too much. Although when she was bullied by Jing Yunfei, she couldn't wait to kill him back then. She also hated her so-called younger sister, Jing Yunchen, to death, but her anger went away afterwards. She simply wanted to make them pay for it. She never changed her mind. Jing Yunchen was jealous of her beauty and had tried to disfigure her face. Jing Yunchen had successfully scratched her face a little, but luckily no scar was left. After Jing Yunyao made great progress, she won Jing Yarong's special attention and nobody dared to bully her anymore. In fact, they couldn't bully her then. However, after a short while, she left the cultivation world, so she didn't have chances to pay them back. After having dinner, the snow got heavier and the ground was thinly covered by snow. There was snow on the trees, roofs, and everywhere. It was extremely cold, but cultivators could barely feel it. Only Miao Jingjing, who was no longer a cultivator, put on thick clothes. They didn't go back to their own places tonight and stayed in Sihewan. Because it was Friday today, Ji Yuning didn't need to go to school for the next 2 days. Leng Xiaoting also didn't need to carry out any tasks, so he didn't rush to leave. He decided to visit the Imperial Garden with Ji Yuning tomorrow when the snow got heavier before going back to the military base. However, if he received any tasks, he would have to go back right away. Because they stayed in the Sihewan tonight, Ji Yuning couldn't sleep in the same room as Leng Xiaoting. Therefore, they cultivated together. Although they couldn't talk or see each other, they at least could spend some time together. Therefore, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting cultivated till the next morning, then they went back to their own rooms to take a bath and change their clothes before going to have breakfast. Miao Jingjing was no longer a cultivator, but she still had the blood of being cultivator, so she still tried to circulate the blood in her body whenever she had time every day, but she always failed. It wasn't easy to cultivate at all. If one could successfully get into the period of meditation within a year or 2, it was considered rapid progress. After getting into the period of meditation, the future cultivation would be much easier. In the morning, the snow had accumulated a layer as thick as 3 or 4 centimeters, so Leng Xiaoting planned to take Ji Yuning to the Imperial Garden after lunch. Because of Leng Xiaoting, Jing Yunyao didn't rush to go to work in the flower shop today. Lin was in the store anyway, so they didn't need to go to work every day. They normally went to work because they felt bored staying at home. After having lunch, Leng Xiaoting brought Ji Yuning to the Imperial Garden. He asked Jing Yunyao whether she wanted to go with them, but Jing Yunyao didn't want to interrupt their date, so she declined. The Imperial Garden was only a kilometer away from the Sihewan, so Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning didn't drive. They went there on foot. Although it was snowy, there was still a lot of traffic on the road and the snow was quickly melting. In the snow, Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning walked hand in hand. Although they didn't feel cold at all, they were unwilling to attract attention from passers-by, so they put on a long coat, but they only wore a thin shirt inside. Therefore, they didn't look fat, but they still attracted much attention from other people. They were too beautiful to be ignored. However, 2 girls who walked by them judged them. Beautiful people indeed care more about their appearances than health. Nobody will pay attention to us no matter how we dress. We have to take good care of ourselves in such a cold winter. I don't think they're cold at all. Perhaps they aren't cold. No way. It's just an act. Hearing their discussion, Ji Yuning put on a resigned smile. They indeed couldn't feel the cold. It wasn't an act. There were a lot of visitors in the Imperial Garden. Most of them came to appreciate the view and take photos, because this park was famous for its breathtaking views in the snow. Chapter 2284. Meet him by chance. Among the visitors, some girls were taking photos in traditional clothes, which was a beautiful sight in Ji Yuning's opinion. It was their country's precious traditional culture. When Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting walked by several photographers, they were all amazed by this beautiful couple and took several photos of them. Because Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting looked quite charming in the photos, the photographers couldn't help taking more photos of them. Although Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting disliked it, they didn't stop them since the photos were already taken. After that, Ji Yuning had an idea. She took out a piece of paper and a pen, then wrote down her email on it. She gave it to the photographers and asked if they could send the photos to her. The photographers agreed at once. After all, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were their models. It was understandable that they wanted the photos. They were photography lovers, and didn't take photos for money. If they wanted money, they wouldn't randomly take photos of visitors here. Leng Xiaoting actually felt a little displeased when the photographers kept on taking photos of him and Ji Yuning, but he changed his mind after Ji Yuning asked them for the photos. Instead, he looked forward to seeing the photos. He and Ji Yuning hadn't taken many photos together yet. Since you've taken photos of us, why don't you take more? Leng Xiaoting walked up to the photographers. Hearing that, Ji Yuning turned to stare at him in surprise. She didn't know why he was suddenly interested in taking photos. No problem. The photographers were more than willing to do that. It was rare to see such a beautiful couple. Since Leng Xiaoting wanted to take photos, Ji Yuning surely wouldn't be the wet blanket. Afterwards, she and Leng Xiaoting became models for the photographers. Neither of them was good at making poses, but they had an air of natural beauty and confidence, so they were already very attractive by just standing there. With the guidance of the photographers, they looked perfect in the photos. They soon attracted attention from other photographers, but Leng Xiaoting had no intention of staying here and being their models the entire time. As a result, he stopped and left with Ji Yuning. The photographers felt it was a pity that they left so soon, but they didn't stop them. In a few minutes, they had taken dozens of photos, which was enough. Normally, they took photos in a row of a single posture, then picked the best one from them. However, when they checked the photos, they found each of them was very beautiful. It was hard for them to pick the best one. They would send all the photos to Ji Yuning, and they just needed the best ones to post on a photography platform. Although they didn't ask Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting for permission, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't tell them not to post the photos, which meant they perhaps didn't care about it. In fact, the photographers had their own ideas, so they didn't ask Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting for permission. They took photos to post them on the internet. As long as their fans and peers liked their work, they would be happy and keep on making progress. Ji Yuning knew they would post the photos on the internet, but she didn't mind, so she didn't tell them not to do that. If she cared about that, she would have stopped them from taking photos of her and Leng Xiaoting. And if they had no plan to post the photos on the internet, they wouldn't have bothered to take photos of visitors. They had no interest in keeping photos of visitors as their own. Other photographers were quite disappointed when Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting walked away. They felt they missed a great opportunity to take photos of a beautiful couple. Why did you suddenly want to take more photos? Ji Yuning asked Leng Xiaoting after they walked far away. Ji Yuning understood that Leng Xiaoting wanted to have photos with her, but she still wanted to know the reason from his mouth. We rarely take photos together, so I just wanted more photos of us, said Leng Xiaoting. Saying that, he felt a little guilty because he realized that he had spent too little time with Ji Yuning. They didn't have many meaningful moments in their relationship. Unfortunately, both of them were busy dealing with their work, so they couldn't spend much time together. There were many visitors in the Imperial Garden, so it was easy to see familiar faces. After a while, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting caught Chu Peihan and Han Chengelan. At this time, Chu Peihan seemed to be in a bad mood, while Han Chengelan tried to please her. Once Chu Peihan acutely sensed someone was watching her, she turned around and saw Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. She was taken aback. Unexpectedly, she would meet them here. Chu Peihan wasn't embarrassed when Ji Yuning caught her with Han Chengelin. Instead, she felt Ji Yuning was her lifesaver. Without hesitation, she hurriedly walked to Ji Yuning and greeted them loudly. "Hi, Ningning, Xiaoting." Ji Yuning looked at Chu Peihan meaningfully and asked, "Are you?" Looking at the expression on Ji Yuning's face, Chu Peihan understood that she was misunderstood. Before Ji Yuning could finish, she interrupted at once. "I didn't come here with him. I had an appointment with my friend, but my friend was delayed. I was just waiting for my friend, but I met him by chance. He wouldn't let me go. I'm so mad right now." Chu Peihan's friend was Shi Xiaoyu, and it wasn't a coincidence that she met Han Chengelin today. It was a trap set up by Shi Xiaoyu and Han Chengelin. Shi Xiaoyu made an excuse and said that she was delayed. While she was absent, Han Chengelin showed up to meet Chu Peihan by chance. Shi Xiaoyu had already arrived, but now she was playing a mobile game in Han Chengelin's car. Han Chengelin told her not to come until half an hour later. It wasn't free. Shi Xiaoyu always did Han Chengelin a favor in return for something. Han Chengelin needed to send Shi Xiaoyu a present every time she helped him. Shi Xiaoyu was born in a rich family, but her allowance was limited because she was still a student. Sometimes, she lacked money to buy her favorite things, so she turned to making money from Han Chengelin. By chance, Ji Yuning didn't believe it. She could see that Han Chengelin had already fallen in love with Chu Peihan. Whatever, Han Chengelin had no malice towards Chu Peihan, so Ji Yuning didn't bother to judge him. After saying that to Ji Yuning, Chu Peihan turned to Han Chengelin. "Hey, I'll leave with Ningning. You can go now." Chapter 2285, "You have an ambition, come on, can't you see they are on a date? You'll be the third wheel." Han Chengelin rolled his eyes at Chu Peihan. In order to get rid of him, Chu Peihan went to interrupt Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's date. Was he that hateful? He was a handsome young man, couldn't Chu Peihan see that? Actually, precisely because Chu Peihan had a different attitude to him, he was attracted to her. If Chu Peihan easily lost herself in his handsome face and aspired to be his girlfriend, he would stay away from her. When Han Chengelin saw Leng Xiaoting, he was greatly surprised. He knew Leng Xiaoting, but wasn't sure whether Leng Xiaoting knew him. He got to know Leng Xiaoting by coincidence and learned about Leng Xiaoting's family background. Even though he recognized Leng Xiaoting didn't know him, so he said nothing. Otherwise, it would be strange. However, Han Chengelin still didn't forget his manners and gave Leng Xiaoting a friendly nod. Leng Xiaoting stayed cold, but it didn't mean that he was rude to other people, so he also nodded at Han Chengelin in acknowledgement. Strangers who didn't know him might think he was arrogant. Han Chengelin had heard about Leng Xiaoting's character, so he didn't think his expressionless face meant arrogance. And even if Leng Xiaoting was really arrogant, his status allowed him to be. Chu Peihan finally realized that she just bothered Ji Yuning when she tried to get rid of Han Chengelin. "It's fine. He can also join us. It's not a big deal," said Ji Yuning. She was talking about Han Chengelin. Ji Yuning wasn't helping Han Chengelin. She simply felt that it wasn't right to chase Han Chengelin away. She was reluctant to do that, and also wanted to stop Chu Peihan from doing that. She did that mainly because Han Chengelin was kind to Chu Peihan and he wasn't hateful. Ningning. Chu Peihan couldn't believe her ears. How could Ji Yuning say that? However, she didn't think it was a bad idea. In fact, she had already stopped pushing Han Chengelin away, but she just couldn't help arguing with him. Han Chengelin's face lit up when he heard Ji Yuning's reply. He knew that Ji Yuning wasn't really helping him. She simply felt it wasn't right to chase him away. Anyway, it was exactly what he wanted. Since Ji Yuning said that, Chu Peihan didn't insist. Most importantly, she didn't really mean to chase Han Chengelin away. All right. Ji Yuning patted Chu Peihan's hand to comfort her. She could see that Chu Peihan didn't hate Han Chengelin as much as she seemed to. If she really hated Han Chengelin, she would have beaten Han Chengelin up and wouldn't give him the chance to argue with her. Due to Ji Yuning's involvement, Chu Peihan said nothing. She just gave Han Chengelin a glare to show her dissatisfaction. Han Chengelin shrugged. Actually, he had never been so persistent before. When they were walking around, Ji Yuning introduced Leng Xiaoting and Han Chengelin to each other. Because Han Chengelin pretended that he didn't know Leng Xiaoting, he acted as if this was their first meeting when Ji Yuning did the introduction. After that, Chu Peihan and Han Chengelin joined Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting along the way. The four of them were very pretty, so they attracted a lot of attention. Ji Yuning and Han Chengelin had great fame, so they were unavoidably recognized by other people. People who recognized them only greeted them and took some photos of them. However, they didn't stop them and ask to take photos with them. They actually wanted to, but didn't dare to. Leng Xiaoting had an air of authority, so other people didn't dare to approach him. Jesus, I didn't expect to meet Goddess Ji Yu here. I'm so lucky today. Right, the man next to her should be her boyfriend, right? He's so handsome and tall, but looks a little cold. He's simply very proud. I think he should be very gentle to Goddess Ji Yu. Oh, look, it's Han Chengelin. He's very good looking too. I think the other man in their group is more handsome than him. Anyway, I still prefer Han Chengelin. He's my dream guy. Is he Goddess Gu's friend? It's not surprising. Although Han Chengelin is just a star and isn't very popular yet, his family is very rich. I've heard of it. Is his family the famous Han family? Hearing their discussion, Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning felt nothing, while Han Chengelin was a little awkward. He admitted that he wasn't as handsome as Leng Xiaoting, but it was embarrassing when other people made that judgment publicly. Oh, I'm surprised by your family background, Chu Peihan said to Han Chengelin in astonishment. Even though Han Chengelin's family was very rich, she didn't change her attitude towards him. Leng Xiaoting's family was much more influential than Han Chengelin's, so Chu Peihan stayed calm. However, hearing Chu Peihan's words, Han Chengelin was displeased. It's not important. It's my parents' wealth, not mine. I'll build a career by myself. He never wanted to rely on his family to become successful. He hoped that he could gain success on his own. Great, you have an ambition. Chu Peihan approved of Han Chengelin's ambition, so she complimented him. When Chu Peihan complimented him, Han Chengelin felt quite pleased. Anyway, he was indeed very ambitious. After graduating from university, he stopped asking his parents for money. He began to spend his own money which he earned by himself. Although he had a lot of help due to his family background, he had the ability and he won approval from the audience through his own abilities instead of his family background. People didn't stop talking about them. As that girl Han Chengelin's girlfriend. They were talking about Chu Peihan. Because Ji Yuning walked with Leng Xiaoting, while Chu Peihan walked with Han Chengelin, they looked like two couples. Chu Peihan wanted to talk with Ji Yuning, but Leng Xiaoting was by Ji Yuning's side. So she felt a little timid and didn't dare to bother Ji Yuning. She had to walk with Han Chengelin. Upon hearing that, Han Chengelin put on a vague smile, but Chu Peihan frowned. I don't think so. Han Chengelin just started a career, he can't have a girlfriend. Right, I agree with you. After they were gone, Chu Peihan complained. Do a girl and boy have to be a couple when they walk together? Chapter 2286, Just a misunderstanding. It's just a misunderstanding. It's not a big deal, said Han Chengelin airily. He could accept it when other people mistook him and Chu Peihan for a couple, but he wouldn't accept it if other people mistook him and another girl for a couple. Hearing that, Ji Yuning understood Han Chengelin's intention, but Chu Peihan seemed to know nothing about it. I don't want your female fans to attack me for that, said Chu Peihan with displeasure. Upon thinking of the trouble Han Chengelin's fans had caused her, Chu Peihan wanted to vent her anger on Han Chengelin. Aren't you good at fighting? You can easily beat them up, Han Chengelin said. He didn't want his female fans to bother Chu Peihan, but he couldn't stop them either. Luckily, Chu Peihan wasn't weak at all, so he wasn't worried. He didn't think it was a bad thing if Chu Peihan used violence. Do you think I have so much free time to deal with your annoying fans? Chu Peihan rolled her eyes at Han Chengelin and said impatiently, you can just stay away from me so that other people won't mistake us for a couple. Come on, we're friends. Don't be so cruel, said Han Chengelin and acted aggrieved. Chu Peihan didn't know what to say, so she directly shut her mouth. After Chu Peihan walked around in the Imperial Garden for half an hour, Shi Xiaoyu called her and asked her where she was. Chu Peihan then told Shi Xiaoyu their location. Before long, Shi Xiaoyu came. When Shi Xiaoyu saw Ji Yuning, she was struck dumb for a second. She didn't expect to see Ji Yuning here, and the next second, she was stunned by Leng Xiaoting. Shi Xiaoyu didn't know Leng Xiaoting, but she assumed that he should be Ji Yuning's boyfriend because they stood very close to each other. Therefore, although Shi Xiaoyu was attracted to Leng Xiaoting's handsome face, she didn't dare to pay much attention to him in case Ji Yuning was mad. Besides, he looked cold and seemed unwilling to talk to strangers, so she didn't dare to move closer to him. Anyway, she believed he couldn't be an ordinary man. Since he was Ji Yuning's boyfriend, he must enjoy a high status as well. What family was he born in? Shi Xiaoyu was very curious about it, but lacked courage to ask about it. Because Shi Xiaoyu came, Chu Peihan completely stopped talking to Han Chengelin now. She held Shi Xiaoyu's arm and they seemed to be best friends. They chatted and laughed and only paid attention to Han Chengelin when they needed someone to take photos of them. Han Chengelin was very dissatisfied with that. Actually, Shi Xiaoyu shouldn't be here, but now he was the odd one out. However, he couldn't chase Shi Xiaoyu away. If he dared to do that, he would be chased away instead. Anyway, Han Chengelin had to accept the reality that he was left alone. After walking around for a while, Han Chengelin invited them for afternoon tea. He was worried that Chu Peihan would kick him away once Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were gone. Wherever Ji Yuning was or went, Chu Peihan would certainly follow behind, so if he invited them to share afternoon tea, Chu Peihan wouldn't tell him to leave. Ji Yuning didn't bother to guess Han Chengelin's intention. Since he kindly invited them, she agreed happily because they were going to pick a nice place to have a rest as well. Han Chengelin felt relieved when Ji Yuning agreed. He was really worried that they might turn him down. They didn't walk far away and went to a nearby cafe. When the five of them were together, the three girls talked most of the time. Leng Xiaoting and Han Chengelin almost stayed quiet the entire time. Leng Xiaoting was used to it and didn't feel uneasy at all, while Han Chengelin wasn't used to it at all. He did his best, trying to join the girls' conversation. Han Chengelin could be quiet, but he disliked it, because he felt it was impolite not to talk with Leng Xiaoting. However, facing powerful Leng Xiaoting, he was a little timid and didn't know what to say. After having afternoon tea, it was about 5 p.m. and it was time to have dinner. They were out anyway, so they decided to have dinner together. Han Chengelin naturally wouldn't reject it, because Chu Peihan would go too. He actually had the idea of inviting them to share a meal together, but Ji Yuning did it before him, so he agreed with alacrity. After that, they went to have dinner together. At this time, photos of Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting at the Imperial Garden went viral right after they were posted on the internet for half an hour. The photos went viral not only because of Ji Yuning, but also because of Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning was very famous, while Leng Xiaoting was extraordinarily handsome. Most importantly, he looked very close to Ji Yuning. Although it didn't say that they were a couple in the post, internet users believe the man in the photos was Ji Yuning's boyfriend. They didn't make intimate postures, but their eyes were full of love for each other when they looked at one another. Jesus, is that Goddess Gu's boyfriend? He's so handsome. He must be Goddess Gu's boyfriend. Look at his loving eyes at her. I read from a post before that Goddess Gu already has a fiancé. I think the man should be her fiancé. They're a really beautiful couple. What a perfect couple. I wonder what Goddess Gu's boyfriend does. How about his family background? It's obvious that he isn't an ordinary man. Or he wouldn't become Goddess Gu's boyfriend. Right, I agree that Goddess Gu's boyfriend must be from an extraordinary family. The photographers were all amazed when their photos became so popular within a very short time. After reading the comments, they were shocked. To their astonishment, the girl in their photos turned out to be the chairman of the Shengning organization. It was unbelievable. If they had known her status, they wouldn't have dared to take photos of her. It also proved that Ji Yuning didn't put on any airs, and she was very friendly. It was really rare nowadays, because people of high status today always thought they were better than other people. Therefore, they had a very good impression of Ji Yuning. Before they posted the photos on the internet, they had sent them to Ji Yuning's email box. Ji Yuning was with her friends, so she didn't see it right away. She had no idea that she and Leng Xiaoting were popular on the internet. Even if she knew, she wouldn't be surprised, because she was already used to it. Chapter 2287. No intention of attacking you. Not only photos of Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went viral on the internet. Han Chenggelen also attracted a lot of attention, because photos of their gathering were also posted on the internet and quickly went abroad. Although he wasn't as popular as Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, many internet users still noticed him and began to talk about him. All the internet users were asking who the girl with Han Chenggelen was. Was she Han Chenggelen's girlfriend? Normally, when a male star had a girlfriend, he could lose a lot of fans because he was already the Mr. Right in many girls' eyes. They wouldn't want him to be occupied in reality. Therefore, many stars chose to keep their romantic relationship a secret. They weren't sure whether Chu Peihen was Han Chenggelen's girlfriend, but many people believed so. Otherwise, they wouldn't have hung out together. That was how gossip came into being. Before the truth came out, rumors were everywhere. After that, Han Chenggelen's crazy fans began to attack Chu Peihen and kept on saying that she didn't deserve him. They weren't aware of Chu Peihen's family background yet, but they were familiar with all the famous stars. Chu Peihen's face was strange and new in their eyes, so they assumed that she was trying to ride on Han Chenggelen's coattails. Some people, however, didn't dare to attack Chu Peihen. They didn't know who Chu Peihen was, but they recognized Ji Yuning. Since Chu Peihen was with Ji Yuning, she must be Ji Yuning's friend. Given Ji Yuning's status, Chu Peihen couldn't be poor. Before long, information about Chu Peihen was exposed. She was a freshman in the Capital Film Academy, and she was from City F, a third-tier city. In that case, Chu Peihen and Han Chenggelen were studying in the same school, but it couldn't prove that they weren't a couple. However, it was highly likely that they were a couple. Chu Peihen was also Ji Yu Guangmiao's student, a friend of Ji Yuning who was the chairman of the Shengning group. Given the above information, it was already enough to prove that Chu Peihen wasn't an ordinary person, but she was still amid a lot of criticisms. Some internet users wouldn't stop attacking Chu Peihen just because she was Ji Yu Guangmiao's student and Ji Yuning's friend. In fact, even celebrities with powerful backgrounds would still be criticized, let alone Chu Peihen. Normally, those internet users wouldn't be punished according to the law as long as they didn't cause serious results. Stars needed publicity, and they could get public attention by being criticized, so they wouldn't care much about it. In the entertainment industry, they had to learn to bear the cyber violence. If the internet users knew the real support behind Chu Peihen's back, they wouldn't dare to criticize her so harshly. Instead, they would be scared of her, because Chu Peihen had the support of the Qing gang. Even senior officials in the government were slightly afraid of the Qing gang, so ordinary people would naturally be frightened. After all, the illegal gangs wouldn't obey the law and were very cruel. If ordinary people dared to mess with the illegal gangs, they could die at any time. Internet users wouldn't know that for the time being, because Chu Peihen had no intention of making her relationship with the Qing gang public. Chu Xuanfang had the same idea, because it might cause Chu Peihen a lot of trouble. Even Situ Yi and he were targeted once in a while. If they hadn't been strong enough, they would have been killed long ago. On the internet, many people criticized Chu Peihen for being calculating and seducing Han Chenggelen. They believed that she didn't deserve him at all. Although they weren't very clear about Han Chenggelen's family background, it was said that he was from a very influential family, so they all believed it. Chu Peihen and the others were unaware of that right now, and they were still enjoying the meal. After having dinner, they went back to their own places. Because they had dinner not far away from the Imperial Garden, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting walked back to the Sihewan later. On the other hand, Chu Peihen and Shi Xiaoyu needed to go back to school, and Han Chenggelen had a car, so he would drive them to school. Han Chenggelen was more than willing to do that. On their way back to school, they took out their phones to surf the internet. Before long, Shi Xiaoyu read the strong criticisms of Chu Peihan. Shi Xiaoyu was addicted to Weibo. She almost spent all of her free time on it. Shit, Peihan, you're under attack on Weibo now. Once Shi Xiaoyu saw the criticisms of Chu Peihan, she exclaimed and let Chu Peihan look at her phone. When Han Chengelin heard it, he was displeased at once. He immediately realized that he might be the reason why Chu Peihan was under attack on Weibo now. When they visited the Imperial Garden today, some people had taken photos of them and his fans must have seen the photos on Weibo. I knew I would be in trouble whenever I'm with Han Chengelin. Chu Peihan complained. She wasn't that angry, but was still displeased. She wasn't mad at the unkind internet users, but Han Chengelin. Han Chengelin felt very guilty since Chu Peihan was strongly criticized because of him. Right when he was about to apologize to her, Chu Peihan continued. How come I seduced Han Chengelin? It's impossible. I'll never ever seduce him. Even if I'm going to seduce a man, I'll only seduce my dream man. How could they say I don't deserve Han Chengelin at all? He's merely, Chu Peihan was going to say that Han Chengelin wasn't charming at all in her eyes, but she soon realized that he was in the car now, so she stopped abruptly. She was displeased, but it wasn't right to attack him when he was present. Moreover, those were the internet users' remarks, not Han Chengelin's words. Han Chengelin didn't care even if Chu Peihan was going to swear at him. After all, his fans had caused her trouble, and he was responsible for it. However, Chu Peihan loudly said that she would never seduce him. Even if she was going to seduce a man, she would only seduce her dream man. It was quite upsetting. When Shi Xiaoyu heard that, she was also unhappy. She felt it was too much. Han Chengelin was the eldest son and the heir of the Han family. Not many young men could be comparable to him, but Chu Peihan cruelly slighted him. Chu Peihan was attacked on the internet because of Han Chengelin, but she shouldn't attack him like that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to attack you. I was just saying that I'll only seduce a man I like even if I'm going to seduce someone. We don't get along at all. It's impossible that I'll seduce you. Chu Peihan explained at once. She also realized that what she just said went too far. Hearing Chu Peihan's explanation, Shi Xiaoyu felt much better. In fact, she could understand Chu Peihan's feelings. No one could stay calm when he or she was amid strong criticisms. However, did she really dislike Han Chengelin? Shi Xiaoyu had a good impression of Chu Peihan. If she could be together with Han Chengelin, she would feel happy for them, but she couldn't force Chu Peihan to accept Han Chengelin. Chapter 2288. Not need to clarify if Chu Peihan really hated Han Chengelin. Shi Xiaoyu thought that Han Chengelin should stop bothering her. However, she felt embarrassed to talk to Han Chengelin about that. Although she was involved in their relationship, she couldn't interfere in their personal affair. Han Chengelin could make decisions on his own, and didn't want other people to interfere in his business. Do you really hate me? Han Chengelin asked without any emotions in his voice. He asked because he knew that Chu Peihan didn't hate him as much as she seemed to on the surface. Han Chengelin was very sensitive, so he could feel that Chu Peihan had changed her attitude towards him. At the beginning, she really hated him, but she had changed her opinion of him afterwards, although she still disliked talking with him. In the past, when she was mad, she would directly punch him. Now she wouldn't do that. Accordingly, even if he wasn't sure whether Chu Peihan liked him, he was certain that she at least didn't hate him. Hearing that, Chu Peihan panicked a little and said, "Not really. I just get angry when your fans attack me for no reason. There is nothing between us. I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Han Chengelin apologized. Chu Peihan was under attack because of him, so he had to apologize. "I'll clarify it on Weibo later." He would clarify it. Hearing that, Chu Peihan felt slightly upset, but she didn't know why. "Well, it's not a big deal. Just as you said, it's just a misunderstanding. If you specially clarify it on Weibo, it'll only arouse more criticisms of me. I don't think it's necessary. People will lose interest in a few days," said Chu Peihan. She said that not only because she was a little upset about Han Chengelin's decision, but also because she was realistic. It was true that it might not do Chu Peihan any good if Han Chengelin posted a clarification on Weibo. It would only make people think that he was trying to defend Chu Peihan, and his crazy fans would attack Chu Peihan more fiercely. Or people might think that Han Chengulan hated Chu Peihan very much, so he eagerly denied the rumor about them. In that case, his fans would still continue to swear at Chu Peihan for bothering Han Chengulan. As a result, it was better not to clarify it. They could just leave the fans to guess their relationship. Han Chengulan wasn't a big star in the entertainment industry, so he actually didn't have much publicity. There was entertainment news every day, so people would soon lose interest in the rumor about them. Han Chengulan put on a satisfied smile when Chu Peihan said he didn't need to clarify their relationship. Even if Chu Peihan didn't want him to do that because of a realistic reason, he was still happy to know that she was willing to stay in an ambiguous relationship with him. "Sure, then I won't clarify it," said Han Chengulan in a loving tone. Chu Peihan, however, didn't sense the affection for her in his tone. Afterwards, Chu Peihan stopped paying attention to the criticisms on the internet and changed the topic. Although Han Chengulan didn't mind that she had scolded him right in front of his face, Chu Peihan felt a little ashamed. After all, he was tolerant, but she shouldn't take it for granted. Back in the Sihewan, Ji Yuning remembered the photos they had taken in the park, so she took out her phone. There were several new messages. Photos of Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were already sent to her email box, and the photographers all expressed their admiration to her after hearing about her achievements. They also apologized for posting their photos on the internet. They asked Ji Yuning if she was unhappy about it and said that they could remove the photos at once. Ji Yuning didn't care about that, or she wouldn't have allowed them to take photos of them. In order to set their mind at ease, she replied to them and told them that she didn't mind. Anyway, she had no intention of keeping her relationship with Leng Xiaoting a secret from the public, she simply didn't purposely make it public. There was nothing for her to be angry about. Now the photos were everywhere. It was too late for them to delete the photos. The photographers felt relieved when Ji Yuning didn't blame them for that. Before long, Rong Zechen, Yuan Yilin and the others saw photos of Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. They were all shocked. They only thought that Ji Yuning had met Master Leng before, but unexpectedly Ji Yuning was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend. It was too shocking. They couldn't believe that Ji Yuning's fiancé was Leng Xiaoting. Right, they were already engaged. They knew Ji Yuning already had a fiancé, but didn't know who the man was till now. How did Ji Yuning manage to get together with Leng Xiaoting? They were from different cities, and there was a huge gap between their status. Although Ji Yuning was very outstanding, her success was hardly comparable to the Leng family's influence. Anyway, they were together now and Master Leng really approved of Ji Yuning. After knowing that Ji Yuning's fiancé was Leng Xiaoting, Rong Zechen felt a lot more relaxed. He was always in a bad mood after being rejected by Ji Yuning. Even though Ji Yuning was outstanding and had expansive connections, she wasn't comparable to the Yuan family. Therefore, he felt it was Ji Yuning's honor that he chose her. She shouldn't have rejected him. However, now he changed his opinion, because Ji Yuning's fiancé's family was even more influential than his family. It was understandable why she rejected him. She had a better choice after all. Compared with Leng Xiaoting, Rong Zechen was the worst choice. Among the young generation of the four major families, he respected Leng Xiaoting the most. Leng Xiaoting became a major general at a very young age. He was also the youngest major general ever since their country was established. Rong Zechen's older brother was in the army as well, so he clearly knew it was a very difficult road. One's family background wasn't everything and it depended on their own abilities to get a promotion. Although they had many advantages due to their family background, they had to rely on themselves to do tasks. Even Rong Zechen's older brother respected Leng Xiaoting very much, otherwise his older brother wouldn't try to catch up with Leng Xiaoting. The Leng family also extended its influence because of Leng Xiaoting. Chapter 2289, Leader Qi, Anything Up? However, even if he felt very relieved after knowing that Ji Yuning's fiancé was Leng Xiaoting, he was still reluctant to accept the reality. He felt Ji Yuning wasn't born in a powerful family and was from a small city. How could she manage to win Leng Xiaoting's heart? Why was it her? Was it just because she was pretty and outstanding? He didn't think that was important for a major family of power. They actually cared more about a girl's family background. As long as a girl was born in a powerful family, she would be chosen by other major families even if she was a good-for-nothing. He had chased Ji Yuning before, but his family would have stopped them from being together if Ji Yuning accepted him. He knew his family would oppose it, but still decided to chase Ji Yuning because he never thought about their future. He simply liked her. He would think about their future after they got together. Anyway, his affection for Ji Yuning wasn't deep enough yet, so he didn't bother to think about their future. If he really loved Ji Yuning, he would try to fight against his family's disapproval afterwards. As long as he insisted, his family would give in one day. In fact, given his thoughts, Rong Zechen wasn't a reliable man. Perhaps he was too young to think about his future. Rong Zechen still couldn't understand why Leng Xiaoting chose Ji Yuning because he didn't have a full understanding of Ji Yuning's abilities. Although Ji Yuning wasn't born in a powerful family, her own abilities weren't worse than those major families of power. Moreover, it was just the beginning, and Ji Yuning had great potential. Yuan Yilin always admired Leng Xiaoting, because he was the most attractive man in high society. He was handsome, clever, and impressive. Even though he was a little cold to other people, he was much better than those playboys. Therefore, she actually admired Leng Xiaoting from afar, but she didn't dare to chase him due to their family's relationship. Even if she chased him, they couldn't be together. And even if they were together, she would become an enemy of her family. Given the Yuan family's ambition, it wouldn't yield to the Leng family, while the Leng family wouldn't tolerate the Yuan family just because she married into the Leng family. As a result, the four major families didn't have marriage alliances, unless one of them was willing to give in. It was impossible. Now, after knowing that Leng Xiaoting's fiancé was Ji Yuning, Yuan Yilin grew more jealous of Ji Yuning. However, she could do nothing about it. She couldn't go to attack Ji Yuning just because of that. She wasn't dumb. She would only dig her own grave if she dared to attack Ji Yuning. After that, Rong Zechen and Yuan Yilin told their families that Ji Yuning was Leng Xiaoting's fiancé. Their families already had a deep impression of Ji Yuning because she became very successful at a young age and had expansive connections. However, they still didn't think that Ji Yuning was very important. They just avoided having conflicts with her. However, now that they learned that she was Leng Xiaoting's fiancé, they were shocked. They had heard that Leng Xiaoting already had a fiancé, but they weren't sure who it was. Given the Leng family's status, Leng Xiaoting's wife must be from a family with a high status as well, but to their surprise, it turned out to be Ji Yuning. This girl was really someone. She managed to marry into the Leng family. Although they weren't married yet, they would get married sooner or later if nothing bad happened. Qi Tianlin had been paying attention to the news about Ji Yuning. Although he didn't do that himself, he arranged for someone to do it. He would be informed if there was anything new about Ji Yuning. Therefore, Qi Tianlin soon heard about Ji Yuning's engagement with Leng Xiaoting. He was aware that Ji Yuning already had a fiancé. When he called her last time, it was her fiancé who answered his call. He had told the man to let Ji Yuning call him back after she woke up, but he didn't receive a call, so he believed that the man didn't tell Ji Yuning about it. He was busy afterwards, so he gradually forgot that, but to his astonishment, Ji Yuning's fiancé was Leng Xiaoting. Upon thinking of Leng Xiaoting, Qi Tianlin was furious because they were bitter enemies. Although Qi Tianlin hated Leng Xiaoting, he was very impressed by Leng Xiaoting's abilities. And now he was jealous of him because he was Ji Yuning's fiancé. Qi Tianlin was sure that Leng Xiaoting was Ji Yuning's fiancé, but he still gave Ji Yuning a call. He hoped to hear a negative answer from her mouth. At this time, it was late. And was about 11 p.m., so Ji Yuning was already in her room. "Leader Qi, anything up?" Ji Yuning asked. "Is Leng Xiaoting your fiancé?" Qi Tianlin asked straightforwardly, but it sounded as if he was questioning her. "Yes," said Ji Yuning. She knew that Qi Tianlin read the news about them on the internet. However, he was questioning her. Why was he mad at her? It had nothing to do with him that Leng Xiaoting was her fiancé. Once Ji Yuning finished, Chi Tianlin hung up on her. There was only a busy signal on the phone. Ji Yuning rolled her eyes. She didn't mind and ended the call. After making sure of Leng Xiaoting's relationship with Ji Yuning, Chi Tianlin was in a terrible mood. He opened a bottle of red wine and tried to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Because of his status and position, Chi Tianlin rarely drank. Even if he drank, he only drank a little. Alcohol might be harmful in his work. Boss, seeing that, Yu Hao tried to stop him. However, before he could finish, Chi Tianlin gave him a cold glance and he had to shut up. Get out, said Chi Tianlin coldly. Yu Hao gave a sigh. There was nothing he could do, so he could only walk out. In fact, he told Chi Tianlin about the real relationship between Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning, but he didn't expect his leader to be so emotional. It seemed that his leader really loved Ji Yuning, but unfortunately Ji Yuning was already engaged. Anyway, he believed Chi Tianlin could control himself and wouldn't get drunk. Chi Tianlin wouldn't get drunk and stopped after having a glass of wine. He thought it wasn't necessary to get drunk since he had serious business to deal with. All in all, Chi Tianlin never lost his reason. In fact, a romantic relationship wasn't important for him and he shouldn't fall in love due to his position as the leader of an illegal gang. However, he had fallen in love with Ji Yuning and couldn't stay calm right now. Chapter 2290. Not a big deal. At noon the next day, Chu Peihan and Shi Xiaoyu were dining outside when Chu Peihan received a call from her roommate, Yu Xiaochen. In their dorm room, only Yu Xiaochen got along well with her, so they exchanged their phone numbers. Kay Lily and her lackeys always stayed away from Chu Peihan after knowing about Chu Peihan's relationship with Ji Yuning. Peihan, I was stopped by a few girls. They refuse to let me go. They want to see you. If you don't come, they'll beat me, said Yu Xiaochen in a trembling voice. Hearing that, Chu Peihan instantly got angry. She immediately figured out that some people wanted to cause trouble for her, but couldn't find her, so they caught Yu Xiaochen and made Yu Xiaochen call her. Chu Peihan also guessed that the group of people might want to cause her trouble because of Han Chengelin. That was the only reason she could think of. After all, the rumor about her and Han Chengelin was everywhere now. Sure, I'll be right there, said Chu Peihan. Since she was their target, she would surely go to see them, or Yu Xiaochen might get hurt because of her. They said you can only come alone, said Yu Xiaochen. No problem, said Chu Peihan. She wasn't afraid to go there alone. All right, enjoy the meal. I need to leave now. Chu Peihan said to Shi Xiaoyu right after hanging up the call. What's wrong? Did something happen? Do you need me to go with you? Shi Xiaoyu asked with concern. It's not a big deal. I can handle it. You know I'm not weak. No one can bully me. Chu Peihan comforted Shi Xiaoyu and gave her a relaxed smile. She was mad because those people used Yu Xiaochen to threaten her. She didn't want her friend to be injured because of her. If those people directly accosted her, she would be interested in having a fight with them. She disliked trouble, but she wouldn't hide from it. When she couldn't avoid trouble, she would choose to face it. Right, but are you sure that you don't need me? Shi Xiaoyu understood that Chu Peihan was a strong girl, but she was still worried about her. After all, it was rare to see Chu Peihan being so unhappy. Even if she couldn't help Chu Peihan with anything, she would feel relieved if she went there with her. No need, have a nap in the dormitory after you finish the meal. I'll be back in a while, said Chu Peihan, then she left without delay. Shi Xiaoyu gave a resigned nod. She didn't have to go with Chu Peihan. Since Chu Peihan stopped her, she didn't insist. Along the way, Chu Peihan received many curious looks from passers-by. She also heard discussions about her. People were talking about her and Ji Yuning or Han Chengelin. When Chu Peihan arrived at the small woods, she saw 4 girls from a distance. Yu Xiaochen was there, while one of the other 3 girls sat and the other 2 stood by the side. Sitting there, the girl had a baseball cap and a mask. It was obvious that she didn't want to be recognized. She was playing on her phone with a lowered head, and the 2 girls stood there staring straight at Yu Xiaochen. It seemed they were afraid that Yu Xiaochen might run away. Yu Xiaochen was trembling. She didn't dare to meet their eyes. Once Chu Peihan walked near, one of the girls saw her and told the other girls. They immediately turned to look at Chu Peihan. Seeing that Chu Peihan came, Yu Xiaochen felt relieved. She knew Chu Peihan was very strong, so she believed that she would be safe as long as Chu Peihan was here. She also believed that Chu Peihan would be fine. Although Yu Xiaochen was dragged into trouble because of Chu Peihan, she didn't blame Chu Peihan for it. After getting along with Chu Peihan for a semester, she knew Chu Peihan was very easygoing and Chu Peihan had helped her a lot. Even though she was dragged into trouble, it wasn't Chu Peihan's fault. It was those bad people's fault. They had all seen Chu Peihan's photos, so they recognized her as soon as they saw her. "I'm your target. Let my friend go now," said Chu Peihan, walking nearer. "You can go now." Those girls kept their promise. Once Chu Peihan came, they let Yu Xiaochen leave. Hearing that, Yu Xiaochen quickly ran to Chu Peihan, but she didn't leave right away. "Peihan, I can wait for you." Although Yu Xiaochen was terribly scared and wanted to leave, she was unwilling to leave Chu Peihan behind. "Go sit on the bench over there if you want to wait for me." Chu Peihan could see Yu Xiaochen's determination, so she didn't force her to leave. Anyway, she could protect Yu Xiaochen. Sure, Yu Xiaochen understood that she might be a burden on Chu Peihan if she stayed when they began to fight. Therefore, she walked to the bench which was about 5 meters away. The moment Yu Xiaochen walked away, the girl who sat there finally stood up. She walked to Chu Peihan and looked down her nose at her. "What's your relationship with Han Chenggelen?" she questioned her angrily. Because Chu Peihan had guessed that they came because of Han Chenggelen, she wasn't surprised at all when the girl mentioned him. However, she was very displeased with the girl's tone. Who did the girl think she was? Did it have anything to do with her what her relationship with Han Chenggelen was? Therefore, arms crossed on chest, Chu Peihan stared at the girl disdainfully. "It's none of your business." The girl was surprised by Chu Peihan's arrogance and got angry. "I'm Han Chenggelen's fiancé. It is my business," she said coldly. After that, she gave Chu Peihan a provocative look. Han Chenggelen's fiancé. Hearing that, Chu Peihan was unhappy, but she didn't know why and composed herself. "So, it has nothing to do with me," said Chu Peihan as if she couldn't care less about it. Seeing Chu Peihan being so calm in the face of her question, the girl slightly frowned. She began to wonder whether she was wrong and there might be nothing between them. Otherwise, Chu Peihan wouldn't be so calm when she heard that Han Chenggelen was her fiancé. However, the girl refused to believe that Chu Peihan had no special relationship with Han Chenggelen. Was it possible that Chu Peihan wanted to ride on Han Chenggelen's coattails? Thinking of that, the girl said, "Do you want to be the other woman in our engagement?" Chapter 2291. No need to explain it to you. Hearing that, Chu Peihan was mad and looked angry. She coldly said, "Miss, please mind your language. I have a very quick temper. If you dare to humiliate me again, you'll get a punch from me." The girl was furious about being threatened by Chu Peihan, but she wasn't afraid of her. There were 3 of them, while Chu Peihan was alone, so they weren't afraid. After all, they knew very little about Chu Peihan and had no idea about her abilities, so they believed that they could defeat her. If they knew how strong Chu Peihan was, they wouldn't have let Yu Xiaochen go. Instead, they would have held Yu Xiaochen hostage to set a drag on Chu Peihan. "How dare you threaten me?" the girl said angrily. Chu Peihan was merely a nobody in her eyes, so she couldn't believe that Chu Peihan dared to threaten her. Although Chu Peihan was Ji Yuning's friend, they were just friends. It didn't mean that Chu Peihan also enjoyed a high status. If Ji Yuning was here, the girl might hesitate. The girl didn't hesitate to injure Chu Peihan just because Chu Peihan was Ji Yuning's friend, otherwise she wouldn't have come to see Chu Peihan today. "You humiliated me first. Do I have to please you after being humiliated by you?" Chu Peihan sneered and mocked. "Tell me, what's your relationship with Han Chenggelen?" the girl asked again. "We're just normal friends," said Chu Peihan. Since the girl said she was Han Chenggelen's fiancé, she was unwilling to be mistaken for the other woman in their engagement. Chu Peihan stopped arguing with the girl. "Will normal friends go to visit the park together?" The girl didn't believe it. Although she didn't think friends shouldn't visit the park together, she was mad upon thinking of the rumors about them. Miss, since you've seen the photos on the internet, you should know there were more than 2 of us in the park, right? Chu Peihan felt amused yet angry. If she had been alone with Han Chengelin, it was understandable if the girl was mad at her, but they hadn't been alone together. The girl didn't know what to say all of a sudden. Another girl opened her mouth at this time. There were more than 2 of you in the park, but it isn't enough to prove that you're just friends. And it was a couple who was with you. Were you 2 the third wheel? Right, explain that to us, said the girl at once. Do you want to force me to say there is something happening between me and Han Chengelin? Chu Peihan began to lose her patience. She said that she and Han Chengelin were just friends, but they wouldn't believe it. Did they have to force her to say that she and Han Chengelin were dating? If there is nothing special between you 2, why didn't you deny the rumor? Said the girl. Precisely because of that, she wasn't convinced by Chu Peihan's answer. There were few actresses who had rumors with Han Chengelin before, but he always denied them. This time, however, he didn't do that. Didn't that mean that their relationship wasn't normal? I'm running out of patience now. I don't think I need to give further explanations. I'll just call Han Chengelin right now. He'll tell you whether we're just friends, said Chu Peihan. She then took out her phone and called Han Chengelin. Chu Peihan didn't think it would do her any good if Han Chengelin denied the rumor, because it would only arouse more criticisms of her. No, you can't. The girl was in a complete panic and ran over at once to grab the phone away from Chu Peihan, but Chu Peihan got rid of her. Why not? Chu Peihan observed the girl. She could see that the girl was scared. It seemed the girl didn't want Han Chengelin to know that she came to see Chu Peihan. You just can't, said the girl. She was afraid that Han Chengelin would be mad if he knew that she came to see Chu Peihan, so she specially put on a facial mask to stop Chu Peihan from remembering her face. What are you afraid of? Since you're Han Chengelin's fiancé, why don't you have a talk with him? Why did you come to see me instead? If he already has a fiancé, he should avoid having rumors with other women. Isn't it his fault that he's still having rumors with other women? Why do you blame me for his mistakes? Chu Peihan questioned the girl. She doubted whether the girl was really Han Chengelin's fiancé. The girl panicked and didn't know what to say all of a sudden. She didn't dare to ask Han Chengelin about that, and she had no idea what position she had to do that, because Chu Peihan witnessed her panic, so she thought the girl might not be Han Chengelin's fiancé. Are you really Han Chengelin's fiancé? Chu Peihan asked, staring straight at her. The girl panicked again and hurriedly replied. Of course I'm his fiancé. However, when she said that, she lacked confidence. This time, Chu Peihan was sure that the girl wasn't Han Chengelin's fiancé. If she wasn't his fiancé, what would their relationship be? Chu Peihan didn't know that, but she could see that they had a special relationship. Anyway, it had nothing to do with her. All right, if so, I can't accept the humiliation. Since it's related to Han Chengelin, I need to call him and make everything clear right now, said Chu Peihan and appeared to call Han Chengelin again. Seeing that, the girl rushed forward once more, trying to grab Chu Peihan's phone away. She looked determined to stop Chu Peihan from calling Han Chengelin. Unfortunately, Chu Peihan got rid of her again. Without delay, the girl shouted to her 2 friends, "What are you doing? Come and help me." Once the 2 girls heard that, they ran to Chu Peihan. Yu Shaochen witnessed that from where she sat. She subconsciously stood up from the bench, but didn't run over. She knew how strong Chu Peihan was and believed that Chu Peihan could handle it. She simply cared about Chu Peihan's safety. Chu Peihan sneered. Do you think you can hurt me? In a few seconds, she beat them all down on the ground. However, because they were girls and Chu Peihan didn't really mean to injure them, she was very gentle and didn't wound them. She only beat them till they were on the ground. She just wanted them to know that they were no match for her. If they stopped attacking her, she wouldn't beat them again, but if they didn't leave, she wouldn't be gentle to them anymore. Chapter 2292, She's Violent. The girls were all surprised after they were knocked to the ground. To their surprise, Chu Peihan was very strong and agile. Was she a kung fu lover? I'm very good at kung fu. I can easily beat up a dozen men. You're merely a bunch of weak girls. I could see that you just wanted to grab my phone. If you had tried to hurt me, I would have beaten you black and blue. If you're smart, you better leave right now, or I won't be gentle to you again. Chu Peihan warned. You can't tell Han Chengalin that I came to see you today, said the girl with a facial mask. She lost to Chu Peihan, but she still tried to bargain with her. Her pride was really ridiculous. Be honest with me. Are you really Han Chengalin's fiancé? Chu Peihan asked. She asked that question for no specific reason. She just wanted to make sure of it. Hearing that, the girl blinked and Chu Peihan had an answer. Why do you want to know that? Are you dating Han Chengalin? The girl bit her lips and looked displeased. If you don't tell me, I'll directly ask Han Chengalin, said Chu Peihan and took out her phone again. Wait. The girl stopped her at once. Chu Peihan stopped and looked at her, waiting for her reply. The girl hesitated for a second, then said, I'm not Chengalin's fiancé, but we're childhood sweethearts. Both of our families want us to be together, so I'll marry him sooner or later. In the end, the girl even emphasized the close bond between them. Don't worry, Han Chengalin and I are just friends. I won't tell him that you came to see me today, but please go to talk to him about whatever happens in the future. Don't come to cause me trouble again, or I won't be so gentle next time. Chu Peihan threatened. The girl said nothing. She only looked at Chu Peihan with displeasure. She wouldn't be in a good mood after being threatened. After witnessing Chu Peihan's abilities, they didn't dare to stop her. In fact, their whole bodies were in pain now, so they could do nothing. Chu Peihan told the girl that Han Chengalin and she were just friends. She also agreed that she wouldn't tell Han Chengalin that she had come to see her, but if they caused her more trouble, Chu Peihan would definitely tell Han Chengalin about it. The girl didn't want Han Chengalin to hate her more because of that. Han Chengalin already hated her because she had chased away other girls who tried to form a relationship with him. She just couldn't stand it when other girls wouldn't stay away from Han Chengalin. She couldn't help teaching them a lesson and telling them not to bother Han Chengalin again. Han Chengalin was her man, and no one could steal him away from her. The girl didn't reply to Chu Peihan, but Chu Peihan didn't mind. She simply turned around and directly walked away. She went to Yu Xiaochen and pulled her to leave. Yuni, are you all right? Once Chu Peihan was gone, the girl's two friends went to help her get back to her feet. The girl's name was Lu Yuni. Can't you feel it? I'm in great pain all over. Lu Yuni was mad. She could barely walk steadily. Chu Peihan's so violent. Girl A complained. She said she was gentle to us today. If we had tried to injure her, we might have been wounded now. It would be very embarrassing, said Girl B. She believed that Chu Peihan wasn't lying. Well, we didn't collect enough information about her. If we had known she's so good at fighting, we would have brought 2 bodyguards and we wouldn't have been afraid of her. Didn't she say she can beat up a dozen men by herself? I don't think 2 bodyguards are enough, and if we bring too many bodyguards with us, we might be caught by the school, said Girl A. All right, enough. Let's go to the hospital now. Lu Yuni was displeased when they complimented Chu Peihan, so she snapped at them angrily. Although she had to admit that Chu Peihan was excellent, Chu Peihan was from a small city, so she didn't think Chu Peihan's family could be as influential as hers. At most, Chu Peihan only had Ji Yuning, who was very outstanding, as a best friend, and a greatly respected teacher, Ji Yu Guangmiao. Without them, Chu Peihan was merely a nobody. Lu Yuni was furious. The 2 girls shut their mouths at once. They were in pain all over, but they still tolerated the pain and helped Lu Yuni leave. At this time, Chu Peihan apologized to Yu Xiaochen after they walked away. Xiaochen, I'm sorry for the trouble. Yu Xiaochen felt flattered and immediately replied. Don't say that. It's not your fault. It's their fault. Yu Xiaochen was born in an ordinary family, so she abased herself a little in front of kids from rich families. Chu Peihan apologized to her because she was innocent, but she somehow felt flattered. Well, you were threatened by them because of me, said Chu Peihan in a resigned tone. She knew Yu Xiaochen's feelings very well, and she had actually encouraged Yu Xiaochen to build confidence many times. Otherwise, she could be easily bullied in the workplace. Yu Xiaochen had changed slightly, but the change wasn't big. It took time to change one's character after all. Chu Peihan promised Lu Yunyi that she wouldn't tell Han Chengelin about their meeting today, so she said nothing. She didn't tell Shi Xiaoyu either, and also reminded Yu Shaochen to keep it a secret. Shi Xiaoyu didn't bother to ask Chu Peihan what she left to do. Since Chu Peihan didn't tell her, it meant she shouldn't know. In the afternoon, Leng Xiaoting left the capital and went back to the military base, while Ji Yuning also went back to school. Many of Ji Yuning's schoolmates saw her photos with Leng Xiaoting, and said that her fiancé was very handsome. Other than the kids from the 4 major families, most people didn't recognize Leng Xiaoting. They were guessing who he was. Some people thought that Leng Xiaoting must be from a powerful family, otherwise he didn't deserve Ji Yuning and Ji Yuning wouldn't choose him. Some people, however, felt that Leng Xiaoting might be from an ordinary family. Ji Yuning chose him because he was very handsome and she could ignore his family background. It was a material society and everyone cared more about one's family background and money than a romantic relationship. Chapter 2293, Trapped by Master Leng. Song Miaoge and the others snorted when they heard the discussion about Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. If those people learned about Leng Xiaoting's family background, they would be scared. Song Miaoge and the others didn't think Ji Yuning accepted Leng Xiaoting for his family background. They had asked Ji Yuning about how she met Leng Xiaoting and became his girlfriend. Ji Yuning told them she didn't know Leng Xiaoting's real identity when she got together with him. She only knew that he was a soldier, an extraordinary soldier. She also felt he was handsome and outstanding. She was completely attracted to him. Back then, she hadn't started up a business yet, and was still only preparing to do that. Therefore, they fell in love with each other because both of them were impressive and charming. Song Miaoge and the others believed Ji Yuning's words. They didn't think Ji Yuning would lie to them. When Ji Yuning arrived at the school, the class was 20 minutes from being over, so she told Song Miaoge and the others that she would go to the canteen to wait for them. Afterwards, Ji Yuning ambled to the canteen. Because many students were having classes, there were only a few students wandering around on campus. Nobody paid special attention to Ji Yuning. However, halfway to the canteen, Ji Yuning met the principal of the capital university, Kai Qinghua. Kai Qinghua came with the dean of School of Economics and several leaders of the university. Ji Yuning had to walk by them if she continued to walk forward, so she had to greet them even if she wasn't sure whether they knew her. Ji Yuning was unaware of Kai Qinghua's relationship with Master Leng. "Hi, nice to see you all." Ji Yuning greeted them confidently and politely. "Nice to see you too, Ji Yuning." The several leaders of the university were familiar with Ji Yuning, so they didn't put on any airs and replied to her kindly. Although Ji Yuning was just a student, she wasn't a normal student. She actually enjoyed a higher status than them. Even though they were the leaders of the university, they still treated Ji Yuning the way they treated other people on the same level as them. "Are you Ji Yuning?" Kai Qinghua asked, looking at Ji Yuning. Although he hadn't seen Ji Yuning before in reality, he had seen Ji Yuning's photos, so he recognized her. However, he still wanted to make sure of it. "Yes, I am," said Ji Yuning. Can I ask you about something?" Kai Qinghua said, but he didn't avoid the other people. "Did you plan to apply for the capital university before you knew your scores, or after that?" Ji Yuning didn't know why Kai Qinghua asked that question, but she decided to be honest. "I was determined to apply for the capital university even before I wrote the National College entrance examination." Knowing that, Kai Qinghua seemed surprised and he continued, "Would you give up the capital university for any reasons?" Hearing that, the other people were confused. What did the principal want to do? Ji Yuning was also confused, but she still said, "Not unless I was rejected, because the capital university was always my target." Kai Qinghua instantly got mad. Then he said angrily, "Very well, Leng lied to me and told me to send him a painting, or he wouldn't allow you to study in the capital university." Ji Yuning was taken aback, but roughly figured out what had happened. If she guessed correctly, Master Leng must have been attracted to a painting of Kai Qinghua's. He threatened Kai Qinghua to send the painting to him because he had a close relationship with Ji Yuning. If Kai Qinghua didn't agree, he would tell Ji Yuning to study in another university. Kai Qinghua didn't want to lose such an excellent student as Ji Yuning, so he yielded. Kai Qinghua was trapped by Master Leng. It turned out Kai Qinghua was easily fooled. Perhaps he didn't think too much at that moment. Other people also understood what Kai Qinghua was talking about, and were surprised too. When Kai Qinghua said Leng, they knew he was talking about Leng Weihua. It wasn't a secret that Kai Qinghua and Leng Weihua were good friends. They also knew that Ji Yuning had a relationship with Leng Weihua, but it seemed Ji Yuning's relationship with Leng Weihua was much closer than they thought. Were they close relatives? If not, Master Leng wouldn't have been able to threaten Kai Qinghua by telling Ji Yuning not to study in the capital university. They were confused, but said nothing at this time. Ji Yuning rubbed her nose with slight embarrassment. She revealed the trap set by Master Leng by accident. Kai Qinghua would surely go to argue with Master Leng over that. However, it was too late to do anything right now. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I've gotta go, said Ji Yuning. Sure. Kai Qinghua appeared to be in a bad mood after knowing the truth. He wasn't mad at Ji Yuning, but Master Leng. With the permission, Ji Yuning immediately left. Mr. Kai, is Ji Yuning a relative of the Leng family? Once Ji Yuning was gone, the dean asked. Ji Yuning is the Leng family's future granddaughter-in-law, said Kai Qinghua meaningfully. Hearing that, everyone was astonished. They thought that Ji Yuning might be the Leng family's relative, but unexpectedly she was the Leng family's future granddaughter-in-law. Which heir of the Leng family will she marry? Asked the dean. He knew there were 3 heirs to the Leng family. The eldest one was Leng Xiaoting, who served in the military. He didn't know Leng Xiaoting's rank, but it shouldn't be low. The second heir was Leng Xiaoming, who was involved in politics. He was also young and successful. The third heir was still studying in school. She's the fiancée of the eldest heir of the Leng family. All right, keep it a secret among us. Don't tell other people, said Kai Qinghua. Although it wasn't a secret, not everyone was aware of it, so he didn't want other people to hear it from him. It would make him seem gossipy. Sure, Mr. Kai, said other people. They agreed and promised that they wouldn't tell other people. Anyway, after this they thought more highly of Ji Yuning. They admitted that Ji Yuning was very successful at such a young age, but they still felt it was Ji Yuning's honor that she could marry into the Leng family. However, it was their personal affair, so they couldn't judge. After that, Kai Qinghua took out his phone at once to call Master Leng. Chapter 2294, Chu Peihen 2294, Chu Peihen is innocent. Once his call was answered, Kai Qinghua angrily shouted, Leng, how dare you trap me? Aren't you ashamed? Master Leng was struck dumb for a second when Kai Qinghua shouted at him. What are you talking about? He asked. He already forgot that he had trapped Kai Qinghua. You told me Ji Yuning is your granddaughter-in-law and you threatened me into sending you the painting. If I didn't do that, you wouldn't allow Ji Yuning to study in the capital university. I just met Ji Yuning and I asked her whether she would give up the capital university for any reasons. She told me she wouldn't. The capital university was her only target. Even if I didn't give you the painting, she would still study in the capital university. I don't think you could stop her, said Kai Qinghua. Kai Qinghua didn't realize that he was easily fooled until now. He couldn't even help but disdain himself. Well, Master Leng made a few coughs, but didn't deny it. Yes, it's true, but it's too late for you to find out the truth now. Saying that, Master Leng sounded very proud. Kai Qinghua was angered by Master Leng's honesty. All right, let me buy you a meal another day to make it up for you, but I won't return the painting to you, said Master Leng. Great, I'll choose the place. I promise I'll make you pay a lot for the meal, said Kai Qinghua. He understood that he couldn't get the painting back now, and he had no intention of getting it back. He simply called Leng Weihua to complain about it. Since Master Leng wanted to buy him a meal, Kai Qinghua wouldn't reject. After Ji Yuning arrived at the canteen, she ordered a few dishes. After a few minutes, the class was over. Baili Zhongshe showed up first. As soon as she saw Ji Yuning, she joked. I thought you won't come until the exam day. Ji Yuning smiled and said, even if I have a photographic memory, I won't be able to understand the questions if I don't learn at all. I'm going to study very hard in the following days. I'll leave again after the exam is over. It's not a problem at all. I believe you can acquire the knowledge of the whole semester within several days, said Bailey Zhongshe. She never questioned Ji Yuning's abilities. Actually, Ji Yuning wasn't absent from classes all the time. She went to the school once in a while, and could quickly catch up on all the knowledge. Even Bailey Zhongshe was amazed by her efficiency, but she soon got used to it. Therefore, she believed it wouldn't be a problem for Ji Yuning to master the knowledge. Ji Yuning smiled, but said nothing because what Bailey Zhongshe said was the truth. It was indeed very easy for her, but she still needed to spend some time on studying. After a while, Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai came. Once they saw Ji Yuning, Song Miaoge gossiped. Ji Yuning, I read the rumor about Chu Peihan and Han Chengelin. Are they really a couple? When they met last time, she could see that Han Chengelin treated Chu Peihan differently, but she didn't think further about that back then. However, she got curious about it now after hearing the rumor about them. No, they're just friends. They met by chance that day, so they walked around together. Famous people can easily get into rumors as long as a man walks together with a woman, said Ji Yuning in a resigned tone. If it was possible, Ji Yuning didn't want the rumor to go around. It wasn't uncommon in the entertainment industry, and some stars even deliberately made rumors for publicity. If no one admitted or clarified it, people would lose interest in it and it wouldn't affect their work. Artists with fame might not care about that, but it wasn't good news for new faces. For a new face, the audience's first impression of him or her was very important. How the audience got to know him or her the first time would deem him or her to be a certain kind of person. Therefore, if people got to know Chu Peihan from her rumor with Han Chengelin, many people would believe that she got famous on Han Chengelin's coattails. Although Han Chengelin wasn't one of the A-list, he enjoyed a lot of fame now and had dozens of millions of followers on Weibo. Chu Peihan didn't target fame or wealth after joining the entertainment industry, but she had to be careful with her reputation and image. If she left a bad first impression on the audience would ignore her abilities no matter how she performed in the future. Many artists in the entertainment industry had that problem. They were talented and skilled, but had to give in to unspoken rules or publicity stunts or even scandals. Even though they became popular afterwards, their career would still be affected by their unpleasant history. You're right. Well, it's really difficult to survive in the entertainment industry. Chu Peihan hasn't made her debut yet, but she's already amid criticism now. Song Miaoge felt sympathy for Chu Peihan. Chu Peihan was innocent, but she was dragged into rumors with Han Chengelin and was strongly criticized by his fans. Han Chengelin's fans even said that she didn't deserve him. She knew that Han Chengelin was born in a rich family, but she thought love was much more important than money. Did people nowadays become so unrealistic? Since they aren't a couple, why didn't they clarify it? Chu Peihan won't be criticized then, said Zhang Zikai. All of a sudden, she had a bad impression of Han Chengelin now. Chu Peihan was innocent, but he said nothing and left her to be targeted by his fans. Right. Song Miaoge agreed. Bailey Zhongshe, however, felt they chose not to clarify it for a reason, but she didn't know what the reason could be. She knew very little about the entertainment industry. There are too many crazy fans and haters on the internet now, so it might not be a good choice to clarify it. It might arouse more criticism of Chu Peihan. People will lose interest in it within a week and it'll be gone, said Ji Yuning. Chu Peihan had said the same thing to her, so Ji Yuning agreed that a clarification wasn't necessary. After hearing Ji Yuning's explanation, they gave a nod. They actually didn't know much about the entertainment industry and they also felt it was very complicated. Besides, cyber violence was really scary. Well, I just feel that Chu Peihan is so pitiful, said Zhang Zikai and gave a resigned sigh. Chapter 2295, Miao Jingjing is missing, right? Song Miaoge and Bailey Zhongshe agreed. They also sympathized with Chu Peihan. Chu Peihan was totally innocent. It's fine. She's mentally strong and won't be affected by it. If anything goes wrong, as her friend, I'll stand up for her. Seeing that they cared about Chu Peihan, Ji Yuning felt touched and comforted them. Hearing that, they were very relieved. With Ji Yuning's help, Chu Peihan would be fine. Lu Yuni and the others went to have a medical check in the hospital. Their bodies were fine, but were still painful for the time being. Lu Yuni hated Chu Peihan, but gave up the idea of causing her trouble again. Chu Peihan had already told her that they weren't dating and that she wouldn't tell Han Chengelin about their meeting. In that case, it was better for her to avoid unnecessary trouble. Since Lu Yuni decided to give it up, her two friends said nothing. They were scared of Chu Peihan too. After Zhan Ziyan went back to City H, Leng Xiaoming didn't lose touch with her. After all, he felt interested in her and felt they could learn more about each other. However, Leng Xiaoming was busy at work, so they didn't contact each other much. They mainly chatted on WeChat once in a while during the day. And at night, they would chat for a while longer. Zhan Ziyan understood that Leng Xiaoming didn't reject her, but it would still take time for him to accept her. Love was generated over time if they got along with each other. They knew very little about one another right now, so they couldn't get together so soon. If Leng Xiaoming asked her to be his girlfriend right now, she would be displeased. It wasn't reliable to quickly get together before knowing each other better. In the following days, Ji Yuning went to class regularly. After 3 days, people lost interest in the rumor about Chu Peihan and Han Chengelin and it was quickly replaced by other hot topics. In the meanwhile, Chu Peihan was accosted by several other girls, but they were Han Chengelin's crazy fans this time. Chu Peihan heavily beat them, and they went to criticize Chu Peihan on the internet, but it didn't attract much attention. After all, Chu Peihan didn't have much fame now. She might gain some fame after. Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower, was finished and aired. Speaking of Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower, the shooting was about to begin in a week, when Chu Peihan had the winter vacation. Because it was snowy these days, it wasn't the right time for shooting. Although the rumor about Chu Peihan and Han Chengelin gradually lost people's attention, the topic of Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoming was still hot on Weibo. However, there were fewer people talking about them now. During these days, Ji Yuning had met Rong Zechen and Yuan Yilin, but she treated them as if they were strangers. She didn't even bother to give them a glance and directly walked by them. When Ji Yuning was free, she called Ji Yuman, Tang Haifeng and her other family members. Because Ji Yuman was pregnant, she couldn't have a long chat so they hung up after a few minutes. Ji Yuman had been pregnant for about 9 months and the estimated due date was about 10 days later. By then, Ji Yuning should be on winter vacation. Therefore, she would go straight back to City B once the semester was over. She had to be there when Ji Yuman gave birth to the baby. Ji Yuning originally planned to go to class regularly and leave after the exam was over, but something happened the next day and she had to leave the school. Miao Jingjing was missing. That morning, Jing Yuniao went to Xiaoyao Mountain Villa, so she didn't go to work in the Pavilion of Magic with Miao Jingjing. However, Miao Jingjing was also absent. Lin had a sudden stomach ache, so she called Miao Jingjing and wanted to ask them when they could come. However, she failed to get through to Miao Jingjing, then called Jing Yuniao instead. Jing Yuniao then learned that Miao Jingjing was missing. They believed that Miao Jingjing was missing, because it had been an hour since Lin called Jing Yuniao after Miao Jingjing went to work. Normally, Miao Jingjing would arrive at the shop within half an hour. Besides, they had called Miao Jingjing many times, but no one answered, so they determined that Miao Jingjing was missing. It was possible that Miao Jingjing was missing, because she might have been taken away by cultivators who knew her. Mortals couldn't abduct her. Although Miao Jingjing was no longer a cultivator, she was very strong compared to mortals. Jing Yuniao immediately shared the news with Ji Yuning. She knew that a skilled hacker was working for Ji Yuning. The hacker might be able to help them. Ji Yuning didn't know where to look for Miao Jingjing, so she went to meet Jing Yuniao at the flower trading center. Before long, Kay had the result, but it wasn't satisfying. Miao Jingjing took a taxi to the flower trading center, so she was also here. However, right after she got out of the car at the gate, she suddenly disappeared and the surveillance cameras were broken. They could get nothing from them. In that case, it could have been done by cultivators, because only cultivators had the ability to break the surveillance cameras so quickly. Who kidnapped Miao Jingjing? As soon as Ji Yuning heard the result from K, she called Jing Yuniao. I told my subordinate to check the surveillance videos. Miao Jingjing reached the gate, but the surveillance cameras were suddenly broken. I believe it must have been done by cultivators, said Ji Yuning. Although they already guessed that it might have been done by cultivators when they heard Miao Jingjing was missing, they needed to make sure of it. I'll go to the gate to see whether I can find any clues, said Jing Yuniao. Since Miao Jingjing disappeared at the gate of the flower trading center, that would be the only place they could find any clues. Once Jing Yuniao arrived at the flower trading center, she sensed the remaining trace of air of an evil cultivator. If it had something to do with Miao Jingjing's missing, the abductor must be a cultivator and should be an evil cultivator. Miao Jingjing used to be an evil cultivator as well, so it might be her enemy. With that clue, Jing Yuniao called Ji Yuning right away and told her what she had found. I sensed a trace of the air of an evil cultivator. So I bet it has to be an evil cultivator, said Jing Yuniao. Although she wasn't 100% certain of it, it should be close to the mark. An evil cultivator. It should be Miao Jingjing's enemy. Ji Yuning frowned when she heard that. She also believed that it must be an evil cultivator who had a grudge against Miao Jingjing. Chapter 2296. It's none of your business. Evil cultivators often fought against each other for resources, but Miao Jingjing was working for Ji Yuning now, so Ji Yuning was naturally worried about her. Miao Jingjing was no longer a cultivator, and she might be in danger if her enemy caught her. Evil cultivators wouldn't obey the law after all. In case the air of the evil cultivator completely fades away and we won't be able to find the evil cultivator, I'll chase after them right now. Call me after you arrive at the flower trading center. I'll tell you where I am then and you can come over, said Jing Yuniao. Because Ji Yuning was coming from the Haicheng district, it was far away. Even if Ji Yuning drove very fast, she wouldn't arrive until an hour later. It was snowing heavily, so the traffic on the road was much slower and Ji Yuning's speed was limited too. At this moment, she still needed about 20 minutes to get here, and Jing Yuniao didn't have time to wait for Ji Yuning's arrival before searching for Miao Jingjing. No problem, said Ji Yuning, then hung up. She focused on driving and tried to reach the flower trading center as soon as possible. Jing Yuniao immediately used her senses to track where the air of the evil cultivator went. As long as it still existed, Jing Yuniao could feel it. Therefore, after a short while, Jing Yuniao made sure of the direction and chased after them. 15 minutes later, Ji Yuning finally arrived at the flower trading center, then she called Jing Yuniao. At this time, Jing Yuniao was still following the air of the evil cultivator ahead. She hadn't met the evil cultivator yet. Once Ji Yuning heard which direction they went, she drove over. Following the air of the evil cultivator, Jing Yuniao drove to a remote place. About an hour later, she arrived in the wilderness. There was no one around and it was only a weedy road. Because the ground was covered by snow, Jing Yuniao could clearly see the tracks left by a car. She thought it must be the car driven by the evil cultivator. However, that was just a guess since the tracks might have been left by other cars. Although this was a wilderness, there was a road, so there might be a village ahead. However, she could feel that the evil cultivator went along this road given the air she sensed. After driving on the narrow road for about a dozen minutes, Jing Yuniao saw a few houses in front. A van was stopped next to one of the houses. Jing Yuniao wasn't sure whether the person living inside was the evil cultivator, but she didn't continue to drive in case she was discovered. After getting out of the car, Jing Yuniao was ready to walk over. However, before she reached the house, she heard a car approaching from behind. Even if the car didn't appear in Jing Yuniao's view yet, she knew that it was Ji Yuning. Therefore, she didn't leave and stood there waiting for Ji Yuning. Before long, the car drove into Jing Yuniao's view, and it was indeed Ji Yuning's car. Ji Yuning stopped her car behind Jing Yuniao's, then got out of it. "How is it going?" she asked, walking towards Jing Yuniao. There are a few houses ahead. I don't know whether they're occupied. They are far away, so I can't sense the air of the evil cultivator from here. In case the evil cultivator is in the house, and to prevent them from being alerted, which will put Miao Jingjing in danger, I stopped the car here, said Jing Yuniao, showing obvious worries. I'll go with you. There was indeed a distance, so Ji Yuning couldn't feel the air of the evil cultivator either, but she could use her jade eyes to see inside the house. Without delay, Ji Yuning did that. With the help of her jade eyes, she could clearly see the inside of any objects and places from a distance. After Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to see the inside of the houses, she found two people in one of them. One of them was a woman in a black coat, while the other was Miao Jingjing. Miao Jingjing was lying on the ground. Her face was scratched several times with blood on the corner of her mouth, and she was struggling. The woman in the black coat was looking down her nose at Miao Jingjing. She seemed very pleased and proud. Even though Ji Yuning understood that Miao Jingjing might be in great danger after being caught by the evil cultivator, she was still angry when she saw her miserable look. Ji Yuning withdrew her sight and told Jing Yuniao what she saw. They didn't know how long Miao Jingjing could survive, so they immediately rushed over. There was a distance of about 200 meters, so Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao arrived in a couple of seconds. As Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao approached, the evil cultivator sensed them. However, she was enjoying the feeling of successful revenge, and didn't react quickly. When she came back to her senses, Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao had already knocked the door open and appeared in front of her. The evil cultivator didn't know them, but could feel their high cultivation levels. She was surprised and tried to grab Miao Jingjing and hold her hostage. She wasn't sure whether she could defeat Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao. Although she wasn't certain whether they came for Miao Jingjing or her, as long as Miao Jingjing was in her hands, she would be safe. Unfortunately, Jing Yuniao moved faster than her. Before she could grab Miao Jingjing, Jing Yuniao stopped her and they started fighting. Ji Yuning didn't join them, and instead ran to check on Miao Jingjing's condition. After all, the evil cultivator was no match for Jing Yuniao. Miao Jingjing had already fainted, and her injuries were very serious. She was dying, but luckily she was still alive. It wasn't too late. Ji Yuning laid her hand on Miao Jingjing's lower abdomen, then put magical power into her body. The evil cultivator wasn't at a high level, while Jing Yuniao was a senior cultivator in the Yuanying period, so it couldn't be easier for her to defeat the evil cultivator. After the very first move, the evil cultivator realized that she could barely fight back. Within 10 moves, she had completely lost to Jing Yuniao. Looking at Jing Yuniao, the evil cultivator was astonished. To her surprise, Jing Yuniao was very strong and defeated her within a short time. What's the grudge between you and Miao Jingjing? Why did you have to injure her so seriously? Jing Yuniao asked. Since the evil cultivator abducted Miao Jingjing, there must have been a grudge between them, but she didn't know what it was yet. Although the evil cultivator had the idea that Jing Yuniao might have come for Miao Jingjing, she was still a little surprised when it was verified. She couldn't believe that Miao Jingjing knew a senior cultivator. She had no idea how Miao Jingjing lost all of her abilities as a cultivator, but it seemed to have something to do with Jing Yuniao. It's none of your business, said the evil cultivator. Even if she was already caught by Jing Yuniao and she was scared, she wouldn't give in because of her pride. Chapter 2297, Why did you bother to try? Great, if so, I won't ask you any more questions. We can talk about it after she wakes up. Jing Yuniao stopped questioning the evil cultivator. It was her grudge against Miao Jingjing, so Jing Yuniao couldn't ask too much about it. She could wake up. Upon thinking that Miao Jingjing was saved, the evil cultivator was mad. It wasn't easy for her to find and catch Miao Jingjing. She was about to kill Miao Jingjing, but then Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao appeared all of a sudden. Miao Jingjing was saved, while she was caught. However, she was reluctant to accept that. Even if she knew it was nearly impossible for her to run away from Jing Yuniao, she refused to give in. Therefore, she never stopped thinking about how to escape. When the evil cultivator noticed that Ji Yuning was putting magical power into Miao Jingjing's body, she was shocked. The magical power was so pure and thick. Who was this girl? Why couldn't she sense any air of cultivation from this girl? How could the girl release such pure and thick magical power? If she could get the pure and thick magical power, she could greatly improve her abilities. The evil cultivator looked greedy, but was disappointed too, because she would probably not survive. She didn't have the chance to get the magical power. Because Miao Jingjing was too seriously injured, Ji Yuning had to put a large amount of magical power into her body to save her life. After a total of 5 minutes, Miao Jingjing was finally out of danger and her face became less pale. Within the 5 minutes, the evil cultivator had tried countless times to run away. Although Jing Yunniao didn't focus on her, once she moved a little, it would attract Jing Yunniao's attention. As a result, she couldn't escape. Jing Yunniao wasn't worried that the evil cultivator would run away. The evil cultivator was no match for her and she could easily bring the evil cultivator back even if the evil cultivator ran far away. Besides, the evil cultivator was badly injured now and had become much weaker. You better not try to run away, because it's impossible. Jing Yunniao warned the evil cultivator, coldly staring at her. The evil cultivator clenched her teeth. She was aware of that, but couldn't accept that fact, so she still tried to escape. However, she failed yet again. What exactly do you want to do to me? The evil cultivator asked. She knew that she couldn't survive whether or not she had injured Miao Jingjing today, because she ran into a good cultivator, but it was difficult for her to give up her life. You should know that you can't survive after running into me today whether you had injured Miao Jingjing or not. Not to mention that you actually injured her, said Jing Yunniao. She didn't tell the evil cultivator what she planned to do, but both of them knew that there wouldn't be a good result. Anyway, the evil cultivator would be severely punished. Hearing her reply, the evil cultivator didn't know what to say. Should she beg her? The evil cultivator didn't think it would work, because Jing Yunniao made it very clear that she wouldn't allow her to escape. It would be useless even if she begged her. Ji Yuning continued to put magical power into Miao Jingjing's body, but she soon noticed that Miao Jingjing was absorbing her magical power. Ji Yuning frowned. Why was it happening? Was it because an idea dawned on Ji Yuning? Was Miao Jingjing becoming a cultivator again? If so, Ji Yuning wouldn't mind helping her. Therefore, Ji Yuning didn't stop putting magical power into Miao Jingjing's body because Miao Jingjing was absorbing her magical power. Seeing Ji Yuning putting magical power into Miao Jingjing's body for a long time, Jing Yunniao thought that it might be hard to cure Miao Jingjing and felt slightly worried about Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning's face was becoming pale. Ningning, are you all right? Jing Yunniao asked with concern. I'm fine, said Ji Yuning. Because Miao Jingjing hadn't successfully become a cultivator yet and Ji Yuning wasn't sure whether she could succeed, she couldn't tell Jing Yunniao right now. After a while, the magical power suddenly began to circulate in Miao Jingjing's body. Jing Yunniao and the evil cultivator also noticed that, and were amazed. The evil cultivator couldn't accept it. Miao Jingjing wasn't only rescued, but also began to cultivate again. How could she be so lucky? Ji Yuning immediately stopped releasing magical power and helped Miao Jingjing sit cross-legged. Mother, would you please help her with the circulation? She said to Jing Yunniao. The magical power was circulating in Miao Jingjing's body, but she wasn't awake yet, so she couldn't move the magical power around on her own and the magical power might hurt her instead. She needed someone to help her control the magical power in her body. Ji Yuning was at a lower level and was a little weak now after using so much magical power, so it would be better if Jing Yunniao could do that. Sure. Jing Yunniao went to sit down behind Miao Jingjing at once to help her circulate the magical power in her body. Seeing that, the evil cultivator thought she could seize this chance and run away. Without hesitation, she stood up. Although Ji Yuning had put a large amount of magical power into Miao Jingjing's body and was a little weak now, it still couldn't be easier for her to defeat an injured evil cultivator. Therefore, Ji Yuning immediately went to stop the evil cultivator the moment she stood up. Jing Yunniao knew what they were doing and believed that Ji Yuning could control the evil cultivator, so she wasn't distracted. The evil cultivator was badly injured, but she could still move and fight. She was only weakened. Therefore, in the current situation, even Chu Peihan might not be able to defeat the evil cultivator. Ji Yuning, however, could easily beat her up. Within 5 moves, the evil cultivator was knocked to the ground. The evil cultivator was astonished. To her surprise, Ji Yuning was very strong and she had actually taken Ji Yuning too lightly. She knew that Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary person, because Ji Yuning had pure and thick magical power, but it didn't mean that every cultivator would be very strong because of that. As a result, she took Ji Yuning lightly. "Do you think I'm easy to deal with?" Ji Yuning sneered. Obviously, the evil cultivator took her very lightly to try to escape when Jing Yunyao was helping Miao Jingjing. The evil cultivator didn't know what to say. "You can't survive today. Why did you bother to try?" Ji Yuning asked the evil cultivator meaningfully. "I don't want to be tortured by you," the evil cultivator argued. "Then try to escape," Ji Yuning said meaningfully. She didn't think the evil cultivator could do that. The evil cultivator was enraged. She had tried, but failed. After a few minutes, the magical power in Miao Jingjing's body was stabilized, and she gradually woke up. Chapter 2298, Why Didn't You Kill Yourself? Although Miao Jingjing regained consciousness, she wasn't completely conscious yet. She didn't know that Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao came and even rescued her. Therefore, as soon as she woke up, she subconsciously thought that she might have been killed. She encountered a bitter enemy after all. It was impossible for her to survive. However, she suddenly found magical power in her body. Obviously, someone helped her circulate it. Abruptly, Miao Jingjing opened her eyes and saw Ji Yuning in front of her as well as the evil cultivator who injured her. Instantly Miao Jingjing realized what was happening. She was rescued by Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao. It was Jing Yunyao who was helping her circulate the magical power inside her body. Miao Jingjing felt relieved. Because Jing Yunyao was circulating the magical power in her body, Miao Jingjing ignored the gathered magical power stored in her lower abdomen. Seeing that Miao Jingjing had woken up, Jing Yunyao stopped. "How do you feel now?" Jing Yunyao asked and helped Miao Jingjing get back to her feet. "I'm much better now," said Miao Jingjing. Although her life was out of danger, she still needed some time to heal because she was badly injured. She could stand and walk, but would have to rest once in a while. After getting up, Miao Jingjing thanked Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao. "Thank you so much. Without them, she would have been killed." Thanking them was barely enough to return their favor, but Miao Jingjing honestly didn't know what else she could say right now. "All right, let's deal with this evil cultivator first," said Jing Yunyao. She already saw Miao Jingjing as a close friend, so she didn't care whether Miao Jingjing thanked her or not. Once they mentioned the evil cultivator, Miao Jingjing suddenly looked very mad. She turned to glare at the evil cultivator. The evil cultivator immediately fought back and glared at Miao Jingjing too. "Bai Qian, how could you be so ungrateful? I really regret saving you back then. And I've let you go several times afterwards," said Miao Jingjing, clenching her teeth. Bai Qian became an evil cultivator before Miao Jingjing. Before Bai Qian became an evil cultivator, she had suffered an assassination attempt. Miao Jingjing had rescued her and was seriously injured because of that. She didn't recover even after resting for a few months. After Bai Qian became an evil cultivator, Miao Jingjing met her again. She was supposed to kill Bai Qian, but she didn't. Even if Bai Qian found her again and again in order to kill her, Miao Jingjing still let her go. She and Bai Qian used to be very close. "So what? Miao Jingjing, I met Dongyang before you. If it hadn't been for you, Dongyang would have become my man. You stole him away from me. I hate you," Bai Qian angrily said. Hearing that, Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao figured out the grudge between them. They had to admit that it was very dramatic. They became bitter enemies because of a man. It was a typical drama, and often happened. In this world, every man and woman has a desire for love. Some people were lucky in love, while some weren't. Some were emotional, while some were reasonable. Emotional people might hurt themselves, or people they loved are those who their love loved if they couldn't get the love they wanted. Bai Qian was obviously such an emotional and cruel person. Because she couldn't get the man she loved, she became an evil cultivator and tried to kill the woman the man loved. Miao Jingjing found it ridiculously funny. You can't force a man to love you. And it has nothing to do with who appeared first and who showed up later. There was no chemistry between you and Dongyang. You were just friends. You can't say that I stole him from you. If he loved you, he would have been together with you. I wouldn't have the chance to become his girlfriend. Bai Qian met Lin Dongyang first and Miao Jingjing met Lin Dongyang a year later. However, Bai Qian and Lin Dongyang were just friends, so it wasn't true that she stole Lin Dongyang from Bai Qian. If Lin Dongyang loved Bai Qian, he would have done something within that year. In fact, shortly after she met Lin Dongyang fell in love with her. I don't care. If it hadn't been for you, I would have been able to be together with Dongyang. Bai Zhen shouted, although she lacked confidence. She knew what Miao Jingjing said was the truth, but she refused to accept it. If you have to say so, I don't think we should continue to argue. Miao Jingjing was in no mood to argue with Bai Qian. She knew Bai Qian loved Lin Dongyang deeply and hated her to death. Otherwise, Bai Qian wouldn't have become an evil cultivator just because Miao Jingjing married Lin Dongyang 10 years ago. After 10 years, Bai Qian still couldn't get over it. Therefore, the angry Miao Jingjing calmed down a little. Bai Qian, however, was annoyed by Miao Jingjing's calm attitude. Since you love Lin Dongyang so much, why didn't you kill yourself when he died? You don't love him at all. Poor Lin Dongyang. He chose a cold-blooded bitch like you. Bai Qian was mentally sick, so she didn't care what she said. As soon as Bai Qian mentioned Lin Dongyang's death, Miao Jingjing became angry. She coldly looked at Bai Qian and said, I didn't kill myself after he died because I needed to take revenge. She wouldn't allow anyone to doubt her love for Lin Dongyang, because she disliked that feeling. Take revenge. Funny. Keep on lying. You don't love Lin Dongyang. You just want to enjoy. Bai Qian understood that Miao Jingjing told the truth, but she still deliberately questioned her. Miao Jingjing was furious, but she soon calmed down. She realized that it was meaningless to continue to argue with Bai Qian, so she said, You're so unreasonable. I don't think we should talk any longer. It's meaningless. Afterwards, she ignored Bai Qian and turned to Jing Yunyao. Yunyao, please help me with this. She needed Jing Yunyao to help her get rid of Bai Qian. Whether or not Bai Qian had almost killed Miao Jingjing, she shouldn't live past today because she was an evil cultivator. No, Bai Qian understood that she couldn't survive once she was caught, but she couldn't accept it when she realized that she was about to disappear from this world. Chapter 2299, It's too risky this time. Nobody could accept it when he or she was deprived of life. Bai Qian was full of anger and reluctance. Therefore, even if she knew it was impossible for her to run away, she still immediately turned around and rushed forward. At the same time, Jing Yunyao went to catch her. Ji Yuning was closest to Bai Qian, but she did nothing. She was already a cultivator and it wouldn't bring her any bad luck if she killed an evil cultivator, but she was a mortal to the outside world, so it wasn't appropriate for her to catch Bai Qian now. It was better if Jing Yunyao did it. Due to the huge gap between their abilities, Bai Qian couldn't fight back and was easily caught by Jing Yunyao. Bai Qian was caught, but she didn't beg Jing Yunyao for mercy. It was useless anyway, so she didn't bother to do that and was unwilling to give up her dignity. However, it was hard for her to accept this result. Before long, Bai Qian died in Jing Yunyao's hands. Her lower abdomen energy center and tendons were broken, making it impossible for her to resurrect again, because if a cultivator wasn't completely dead, he or she could come back to life again if a master rescued him or her. After all, cultivators were different from mortals. Even if they were killed, they could still recover as long as their energy center wasn't broken. Only when their lower abdomen energy center and tendons were broken, would they no longer be able to resurrect again. Watching Bai Qian die, neither Ji Yuning nor Miao Jingjing had sympathy for her. If she was a mortal, they wouldn't have killed her. Unfortunately, she wasn't. She was an evil cultivator who couldn't be allowed to exist. Bai Qian was already dead, but they wouldn't leave her body out in the wilderness. They decided to dig a grave and bury her. However, before they did that, Miao Jingjing suddenly realized that she had become a cultivator again. It was very surprising. Well, it seems to be a blessing in disguise. I somehow got a second chance to cultivate. Right, but it's too risky this time. If we were a while later, you might, Jing Yunniao said. Although it was good that Miao Jingjing had a second chance to cultivate, she was still scared in retrospect. Most importantly, Miao Jingjing was immortal before they came. Once she was killed, she wouldn't be able to resurrect again. You're right. Upon thinking of that, Miao Jingjing was also horrified. She gave a glance full of mixed emotions at Bai Qian, who was on the ground, but Bai Qian was already dead, so Miao Jingjing's anger slowly faded away. After it was done, they left. Because Miao Jingjing was seriously injured, she needed a long time to recover and could only stay in the Siheiwan. There was magical power in the Siheiwan, which was very helpful for her recovery. Shang Guanyang didn't know that Miao Jingjing had been abducted until they were back in the Siheiwan. He was very generous and gave Miao Jingjing a recovery magical pill. Magical pills were only useful for cultivators. Because Miao Jingjing had a second chance to cultivate again, she could take the recovery magical pill. After taking the recovery magical pill, Miao Jingjing was much better, but she still needed a few days to make a full recovery. Miao Jingjing could only rest now. She barely had strength to cultivate, so she had to wait till she had mostly recovered. After accommodating Miao Jingjing, Ji Yuning had to go back to school. It was 5 p.m. now, and it would be about 6 p.m. when she arrived at school. She could share dinner with Song Miaoge and her other friends then. The next 2 days, she lived a peaceful life. After that, they had the exam. After 2 days of recovery, Miao Jingjing was much better and could move freely now. Jing Yunniao went to work in the flower shop for a while every day, but Lin managed it most of the time. With the help of her jade eyes, Ji Yuning could finish every exam perfectly, and she always handed the papers in before all of the other students did. She didn't mean to show off, but she felt bored sitting in the classroom after finishing the papers. She would rather go get some fresh air after handing in the exam papers. Everyone was aware that Ji Yuning was a straight A student. Even if she was absent from classes for days, she could quickly catch up on the knowledge. It seemed very easy for her to master the knowledge. Even in the 2 days before the exam, Ji Yuning's classmates had a better understanding of the knowledge after her explanations. However, they were all amazed when Ji Yuning handed exam papers so early. They gradually got used to it, but they were still very surprised by Ji Yuning's efficiency. The exams lasted for 3 days. Chu Peihan had invited them to have a gathering after it was over before they went home. Song Miaoge also proposed to gather together. Ji Yuning didn't want any of her friends to be disappointed, so she asked them to have a large gathering together. They weren't strangers, so it wasn't a bad idea. Therefore, once the exam was over, they went to the appointed restaurant. Halfway on the way, Ji Yuning met Ni Chenyang. Ni Chenyang was aware that Ji Yuning was Leng Xiaoting's fiancé. He was very surprised when he heard about that, but he didn't think it was Ji Yuning's honor that she could marry into the Leng family. Instead, he had a very good impression of Ji Yuning. Since Ji Yuning was accepted by the Leng family, she must be more outstanding than he believed. He knew little about the Leng family, so he didn't know that the Leng family didn't care much about one's family background. "Hi, everyone," Ni Chenyang greeted them. Ni Chenyang didn't change his attitude towards Ji Yuning because she was Leng Xiaoting's fiancé. Actually, Ni Chenyang had been very nice to Ji Yuning from the beginning. "Hi, Senior Ni." Ji Yuning and the others greeted him. "Are you going out for a gathering?" asked Ni Chenyang. "Oh, I'm going to have a gathering with a few of my schoolmates as well. If you don't mind, why don't you join us? It'll be more fun if we have a larger gathering," said Ni Chenyang. It wasn't a courtesy, but a sincere invitation. "Senior Ni, thank you so much for your kindness, but we're going to meet up with our other friends. Maybe we can gather together another day." Ji Yuning declined. Sure. Since she said that, Ni Chenyang didn't insist. Afterwards, they walked out of the school. After recovering for 5 days, Miao Jingjing had mostly recovered. She could move around, cultivate, and go to the flower shop. Lin didn't know that Miao Jingjing had been injured. Jing Yuniao only told her that Miao Jingjing needed to leave for a few days. After a week, people lost interest in the rumor about Chu Peihan and Han Chengelin, and only a few were still talking about it. Chapter 2300, What Will Make You Leave Leng Xiaoting? People also lost interest in Ji Yuning's relationship with Leng Xiaoting, and only a few internet users were still talking about it. After all, not everyone heard about it from the very beginning, and some people got interested in it a few days later. The Xie family learned about it later than other people. The Xie family was Xie Yi's family. They rarely paid attention to entertainment news, so they didn't find out about it earlier on. Xie Yi was aware of it, so it wasn't a secret to her. And her parents learned about that from her younger brother, Xie Yilin. Xie Yilin was on vacation and just came home from a foreign country. He felt bored at home and surfed on Weibo, then saw photos of Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. He didn't know that Leng Xiaoting already had a girlfriend and immediately told his parents. The Xie family knew that Xie Yi admired Leng Xiaoting from afar and also hoped that they could get together, but Leng Xiaoting wasn't easy to get along with, and it would be difficult for Xie Yi to become his girlfriend. However, they felt Xie Yi had the chance as long as Leng Xiaoting was available. Unfortunately, they suddenly heard that Leng Xiaoting already had a girlfriend. Xie Yi's parents were shocked and couldn't accept it. Leng Xiaoting was cold to other people, but was very smart, so his cold character wasn't a big problem. He was handsome, impressive, and was born in a powerful family, so Xie Yi's parents were very satisfied with him. Given their understanding of Ji Yuning, they didn't think Ji Yuning deserved Leng Xiaoting, although Ji Yuning was an outstanding girl. In their eyes, Ji Yuning was just a parvenu. Even if Ji Yuning was rich, they didn't think she could enjoy a high status like them, so they believed that Ji Yuning didn't deserve Leng Xiaoting. They didn't know that it wasn't actually a secret to Xie Yi, and Xie Yi had already given up on Leng Xiaoting. In order to not upset her, they didn't share the news with Xie Yi. Xie Yilin was very protective of Xie Yi. He felt his older sister was unfairly treated. Xie Yi had tried so hard to win Leng Xiaoting's heart, but got nothing in the end. Xie Yilin was mad at that result. Therefore, he decided to go meet Ji Yuning. He chose to see Ji Yuning instead of Leng Xiaoting because he was scared of Leng Xiaoting. It was a very selfish idea that Xie Yilin had. Leng Xiaoting ended up with Ji Yuning because of his own preference. Other people couldn't interfere in his personal affairs. Moreover, although Xie Yi tried to win Leng Xiaoting's heart, it wasn't Leng Xiaoting's fault that he rejected her. Xie Yilin went straight to the gate of the capital university to wait for Ji Yuning. He wasn't sure whether he could see Ji Yuning here, because there were many gates into the capital university and Ji Yuning might not leave the school right after having the exam, but he felt Ji Yuning was more likely to leave once she finished the exam. He guessed correctly, so he saw Ji Yuning as soon as she walked out. In order to recognize Ji Yuning at first glance, Xie Yilin had looked at Ji Yuning's photos for a long time. Xie Yilin was able to recognize Ji Yuning at a glance mainly because Ji Yuning was too outstanding to be ignored in the crowd. She was like a big star and could easily be noticed. In addition, Xie Yilin was familiar with Ni Chenyang and Song Miaoge, so he saw them first before noticing Ji Yuning. After knowing Ji Yuning's background, Xie Yilin wasn't surprised that Ji Yuning was walking with Song Miaoge and Ni Chenyang. Upon seeing Ji Yuning, Xie Yilin directly walked over. He couldn't care less that there were other people by her side. "Hi, Yilin." When Xie Yilin walked over, Ni Chenyang and Song Miaoge greeted him. They were also curious to know what he was going to do. They were acquaintances, but didn't spend much time together, so they didn't think that Xie Yilin came to see them. Could it be just a coincidence? "Hi, Chenyang, Miaoge." Xie Yilin greeted them too, then his sight fell on Ji Yuning. "Miss Ji Yu, can we have a private talk?" "It won't be long," he asked. Hearing that, they realized that Xie Yilin came to see Ji Yuning. They weren't surprised that Xie Yilin recognized Ji Yuning, because Ji Yuning was quite famous now. Xie Yilin talked nicely to Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning still felt that he wasn't kind to her. He was just acting nice. "Sure." Ji Yuning wanted to know why he wanted to have a private talk with her, but she agreed. Ni Chenyang and Song Miaoge had a good impression of Xie Yilin, so they weren't worried about Ji Yuning's safety. In fact, Xie Yilin wasn't a bad man, but he was too protective of people he cared about. Once he lost control of his emotions, he would lose his reason. It wouldn't cause serious problems. All in all, he wasn't a bad person. Ji Yuning told Ni Chenyang to leave before them, then she walked aside with Xie Yilin. Ni Chenyang felt he should leave and walked away. Once they walked aside, Xie Yilin asked straightforwardly, "What's your relationship with Leng Xiaoting?" When there was no one around, Xie Yilin immediately became cold to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning was struck dumb for a second. She didn't expect Xie Yilin to ask her about Leng Xiaoting. "We're engaged," said Ji Yuning. Xie Yilin thought that they were just boyfriend and girlfriend, but they were already engaged. "So, is there any problem with that?" Ji Yuning asked in a flat voice. Xie Yilin came back to his senses and became colder to Ji Yuning. "Did you become his girlfriend because you love him or because of his family background? Does it matter?" Ji Yuning asked Xie Yilin. Xie Yilin frowned and said, "What will make you leave Leng Xiaoting?" "Leave? Why should I leave Leng Xiaoting?" Ji Yuning asked as her voice became colder. She also coldly stared at Xie Yilin. Before Xie Yilin answered, Ji Yuning sneered. "Do you like Leng Xiaoting? Are you trying to steal him away from me?" Ji Yuning admitted that she purposely said that to embarrass Xie Yilin because she was really mad at this time. She didn't know much about Xie Yilin nor his relationship with Leng Xiaoting, but no matter what, she didn't think he could force her to leave Leng Xiaoting. Chapter 2301, I didn't steal him, nonsense. Xie Yilin was shocked by Ji Yuning's words and snapped at her loudly in humiliation. His shout attracted a lot of attention from passers-by, so Xie Yilin felt very embarrassed. Luckily, they weren't on a main road, or there would be more onlookers, which would be more embarrassing. Ji Yuning didn't feel embarrassed, because she was much more mature. When they talked with each other, Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai couldn't hear them, but they heard Xie Yilin's angry shout. Baili Zhongshe, on the other hand, could hear their conversation from the beginning to the end, so she felt amused when Ji Yuning deliberately embarrassed Xie Yilin. She understood that Ji Yuning was just joking, and she didn't think Xie Yilin really liked Leng Xiaoting. "That man obviously came to argue with Ji Yuning," said Baili Zhongshe. However, Xie Yilin wouldn't succeed. Baili Zhongshe wasn't worried about that at all. Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai agreed with her. Although they didn't know what grudge Xie Yilin had against Ji Yuning, they hated those who came to argue with Ji Yuning. Therefore, Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai began to look at Xie Yilin unkindly. "Since it's not you who admires him from afar, why do you want me to leave him? There must be a reason, right?" Ji Yuning asked lazily, arms crossed over her chest. "Because you don't deserve him," said Xie Yilin. He stared at Ji Yuning disdainfully. "Oh, if I don't deserve him, who deserves him?" asked Ji Yuning. "My older sister," said Xie Yilin. "Who's your older sister?" Ji Yuning was displeased. "Did another woman fall in love with Leng Xiaoting? You don't need to know that. My older sister grew up with Xiaoting. She has tried very hard to win his heart. You can't steal him away from my older sister," Xie Yilin angrily criticized. "Fit." Ji Yuning snorted with laughter. There were always dramatic love stories. She just learned about Miao Jingjing's dramatic love story a few days ago, and now it happened to her. "Are you a college student?" asked Ji Yuning. Xie Yilin was struck dumb by Ji Yuning's sudden question, but he still replied. "Yeah, since you're a college student, why are you still so childish?" Ji Yuning laughed at him. "What? How dare you say that?" Xie Yilin lost his temper. More passers-by turned to look at him this time. "Fit." Baili Zhongshe and the other girls snorted with laughter again. Several onlookers also tutted, which angered Xie Yilin. He then blamed Ji Yuning for it. If it hadn't been for her, he wouldn't have been embarrassed in public twice. Therefore, Xie Yilin glared at Ji Yuning. Right when he was about to criticize Ji Yuning opened her mouth first. "If you're not childish, you should know you can't force a man to love a certain woman. If Leng Xiaoting liked your older sister, he would have chosen her. You said your older sister has tried very hard to win his heart. That's what your older sister has done, but it doesn't mean that Leng Xiaoting has to accept her. Leng Xiaoting can choose on his own. Do you want to force him to make the choice? Do you think you can do that? You can put yourself in his shoes. If you don't like a girl who admires you, but the girl blames you for not accepting her and even goes to hurt the one you love, what will you think? You said I stole Leng Xiaoting, but it was Leng Xiaoting who pursued me. I didn't steal him away. And, it's not up to you whether I deserve Leng Xiaoting or not. Love is unconditional. Only snobbish people care more about one's family background than affection. The Leng family already accepted me. Who do you think you are? If you are unsatisfied, go to argue with the Leng family or Leng Xiaoting about it. Stop blaming me for it. Ji Yuning defended herself. Xie Yilin didn't know what to say all of a sudden. He had to admit that Ji Yuning was right and he actually agreed with her. Xie Yi admired Leng Xiaoting and tried very hard to win his heart, but it didn't mean Leng Xiaoting had to accept her. Xie Yilin personally wouldn't accept a girl he disliked. And if the girl dared to hurt the one he loved because of that, he would be mad too. It was also true that love was unconditional and money wasn't everything. Moreover, the Leng family already accepted Ji Yuning, and his opinion wasn't important at all. He definitely didn't dare to argue with Leng Xiaoting or the Leng family. Seeing that Xie Yilin remained silent, Ji Yuning understood that he was convinced. In that case, he wasn't a selfish man. He just couldn't accept the fact and needed help to understand it. And because Xie Yilin figured it out, he finally realized that it was impulsive to have come to argue with Ji Yuning. He was worried that Ji Yuning might tell Leng Xiaoting and the Leng family about what he had done today, and his family might be affected. What else do you want to say? If there is anything, I'm willing to talk. If not, I need to leave now. My friends are waiting for me, said Ji Yuning. Xie Yilin didn't answer right away, and hesitated. Although he didn't know what he could say at this moment, he was still reluctant to accept the result. After all, he cared about his older sister. His older sister liked Leng Xiaoting so much, but Leng Xiaoting already had a fiancé. It was hard for him to accept it. Anything else? Ji Yuning asked when Xie Yilin hesitated to say anything. Xie Yilin took a deep breath and said, not at all. He wanted to say something, but didn't know what he could say. Xie Yi had known Leng Xiaoting for so long. If they could be together, they would have gotten together long ago. Xie Yi failed to win Leng Xiaoting's heart because Leng Xiaoting didn't have special feelings for her. It wasn't Ji Yuning's fault. Therefore, he couldn't blame Ji Yuning for it. In fact, Ji Yuning didn't know who his older sister was at all. Actually, Ji Yuning knew Xie Yi, but didn't know that Xie Yi was his older sister. Chapter 2302. I knew it long ago. Although they had the same surname of Xie, there were too many people who had the surname Xie. Ji Yuning didn't connect him with Xie Yi just because they shared the same surname. Great, I need to go now, said Ji Yuning, then turned around and walked away. Wait a second. Xie Yilin stopped her at once. Ji Yuning stopped and asked, what? Please don't tell Xiaoting and the Leng family that I came to see you today, said Xie Yilin, feeling a little embarrassed. He didn't think too much when he came here, but now he regretted doing that. Sure, said Ji Yuning. Even if Xie Yilin didn't say that, Ji Yuning had no intention of telling Leng Xiaoting and the Leng family about it. After all, Xie Yilin wasn't dumb, and he stopped arguing with her once he was convinced. Hearing Ji Yuning's reply, Xie Yilin felt relieved. Ji Yuning, why did Xie Yilin come to argue with you? When Ji Yuning went back to Song Miaoge and her other friends, Song Miaoge asked her about that. Well, he just asked me some questions, said Ji Yuning. All right. Because Ji Yuning didn't tell them the details, they didn't ask further about it. Baili Zhongshe had heard their whole conversation, but wouldn't tell them. Oh, since you know him, you must know who his older sister is, right? Ji Yuning asked Song Miaoge. She was curious to know who Xie Yilin's older sister was. Of course, Xie Yilin's older sister is Xie Yi. She's a very outstanding woman as well. She was promoted to lieutenant at a very young age, said Song Miaoge. Song Miaoge admired Xie Yi to some extent, because she used to dream about joining the army and having her own career like Xie Yi. However, her family didn't allow her to do that, so she had to give it up. Oh, it's her. Ji Yuning nodded. Because Ji Yuning didn't know that Xie Yi had already given up on Leng Xiaoting, she wasn't sure whether Xie Yilan came to argue with her today because Xie Yi told him to do so or because it was Xie Yilan's own idea. Anyway, it didn't cause a serious problem, so Ji Yuning didn't bother to punish them or tell Leng Xiaoting about it. Do you know Xie Yi too? Song Miaoge asked. I've met her, but we're not familiar, said Ji Yuning. Song Miaoge opened her mouth and wanted to ask Ji Yuning about something, but didn't do it in the end because she didn't want to embarrass Ji Yuning. Song Miaoge actually wanted to know whether Xie Yilan coming to see her today had something to do with Xie Yi, but it should be the case. Otherwise, Ji Yuning wouldn't have asked her about Xie Yilan's older sister. After Ji Yuning was gone, Xie Yilan went back to his car and called Xie Yi. Although he was worried that Xie Yi might be very sad if she learned that Leng Xiaoting already had a fiancé, he thought it was better for her to know now. Otherwise, she wouldn't ever get over it. It was better to deal with painful things quickly. After finding out that Leng Xiaoting was already engaged, she could give up on him and turn to other men. At this moment, Xie Yi had just finished training and went back to her dorm room. She decided to take a shower and go for a meal afterwards, but her phone rang all of a sudden. Seeing that it was her younger brother, she put on an unusually gentle smile. What's up? She picked it up. Yi, Xie Yilan decided to tell her the bad news, but felt reluctant to break her heart. What happened? Just tell me. Xie Yi lost her patience. As a soldier, she was always decisive and hated mumbling. Precisely because of that, she gave Leng Xiaoting up once she learned that he was already engaged, but it took time for her to get over him. She was decisive, but she wasn't indifferent. If she was indifferent, she wouldn't have fallen in love with Leng Xiaoting. After all, it was very difficult for a person who was indifferent to fall in love. Xie Yilan understood his older sister's character very well, so he stopped hesitating and said, Yi, I heard that Leng Xiaoting is already engaged. Hearing that, Xie Yi was struck dumb for a second, but then replied in a flat voice, Oh, I know. What? You know? Xie Yilan was astonished. I knew a long time ago, and I already gave him up. You don't need to be worried about me. Don't go to see Gu Ning because of it. Xie Yi also knew her younger brother's character very well. Although Xie Yilan wasn't a bad man, he was very protective of her. Once he lost control of his emotions, he could be unreasonable, so she was worried that he might go to argue with Ji Yuning. Xie Yilan felt a little guilty, because he had already argued with Ji Yuning, but he wouldn't admit it. Therefore, he only gave a light response and agreed. However, he didn't believe that Xie Yi really got over it, so he asked with concern, Did you really get over it? Yes. All right, I need to take a shower and go eat now. I'll go back home tomorrow morning. Xie Yi was unwilling to talk about it with Xie Yilan. She already gave Leng Xiaoting up, but she still couldn't forget him. She would still be affected when she talked about Leng Xiaoting. Fine. Since Xie Yi didn't want to talk about it, Xie Yilan stopped asking her. It would only upset her if he continued on that topic. After hanging up, Xie Yi had an absent look for a few minutes before coming back to her senses and going to take a shower. Ji Yuning didn't spend much time arguing with Xie Yilan, but when they arrived at the restaurant, Chu Peihan and the others were there too. They were all at the same age and Ji Yuning's friends, and they had met a few times before, so they weren't strangers. After a short while, they started joking with each other. Oh, what do you plan to do during the vacation? Song Miaoge asked them. I'll go back to my hometown. I won't come again until the next semester begins, said Baili Zhongshe. We'll go home too, and we'll meet again after the vacation is over, said Chu Peihan. The shooting of Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower would begin after the New Year festival was over, and the new semester would begin too by then. She would come to the capital at that time, otherwise it would be very boring. She could at least meet with Su Anya, Hao Ran, and her other friends at home. I'll stay in the capital. I won't go anywhere, said Zhang Zikai. I'll go back to City B in a few days. If there is nothing to deal with in the capital, I'll spend the New Year festival in City B, said Ji Yuning. Her home was in City B after all, not in City F. Where her parents were, was where her home was. Oh, you're always so busy. Her friends were amazed by Ji Yuning's busy schedule. At such a young age, she had to manage so many things. Although Ji Yuning was very outstanding, it didn't mean her work was easy. Chapter 2303, What Do You Think You Are? After dinner, they went to have fun in a bar, and ended up going home at 11 p.m. Ji Yuning went back to Century City this time. She wanted to go to stay in the Sihewan, because Jing Yuniao and Miao Jingjing were staying there recently, but it was very late. She was alone and didn't want to go to Mountain River Garden, so she directly took Baili Zongshe back to Century City. Back in Century City, Zi Beiying and the others were still awake, and were having a barbecue. Seeing that Ji Yuning was back, Zi Beiying was slightly surprised and invited Ji Yuning to enjoy the barbecue with them. Ji Yuning was hungry, so she joined them. Ji Yuning, drink with me. They don't drink and it's boring to drink alone, said Zi Beiying. She felt she had to drink when she was having a barbecue. Mengda and Nan were bodyguards, so they couldn't drink when they were on duty in case something happened. Although accidents weren't likely to happen, they could never be too careful, so they always obeyed the rules. If they were in the Zi family's house, they didn't need to be worried. Actually, they often drank with Zi Beiying when they were free. They could actually drink a lot. In order to avoid causing any trouble if they had to drink by accident, they were trained to drink. When they were becoming bodyguards. Sure, Ji Yuning accepted Zi Beiying's invitation. They didn't drink much, and only got a little drunk. The next day, it was a good day, so Ji Yuning went to run after she got up. Zi Beiying joined her. After running, they went to have breakfast. Ji Yuning actually wanted to rest for a while before going to the Sihewan, but Zi Beiying invited her to hang out together. It was rare for her to see Ji Yuning, and Ji Yuning was on vacation now. Although she had other friends like Sha Maichi and Shu Qinyan, in the capital as well, they needed to work and weren't free. So Zi Beiying had to spend most of her time with Mengda and Nan, and because Mengda and Nan had been by her side for years, she felt a little bored being with them now. Ji Yuning wasn't in a rush to go to the Sihewan, and she indeed hadn't had fun with Zi Beiying for a long time, so she agreed. Walking around in a shopping mall, it was easy to run into familiar faces. Shortly after Ji Yuning and Zi Beiying walked into the shopping mall, they met someone familiar. It was someone Zi Beiying knew, but it was a stranger to Ji Yuning. It was a man about 27 years old. He was handsome, but looked a little haggard. There was a woman next to him. She was beautiful, but seemed to be a hooker. That was the first impression Ji Yuning and Zi Beiying had of her, but they wouldn't say it aloud. If they judged the woman from her appearance, it would be offensive. However, when Zi Beiying saw the man, she was mad and showed an obvious hatred. She was obviously reluctant to see him. As soon as the man saw Zi Beiying, he panicked a little and got rid of the woman's arm, as if he didn't want Zi Beiying to misunderstand them. He didn't want to cause any misunderstandings. Therefore, right after he got rid of the woman's arm, he walked to Zi Beiying and said, "Hi, Beiying, what a coincidence. This is my cousin. My mom asked me to shop with her." As he was talking with Zi Beiying, he sized up Ji Yuning and was stunned by her beauty. In fact, he was leering at Ji Yuning, which was quite disgusting. "Oh," said Zi Beiying. She wasn't interested at all. Without delay, she pulled Ji Yuning and wanted to leave. The man, however, thought that Zi Beiying was mad and stopped her at once. "Beiying, I wasn't lying," he explained. "Mr. Liu, I don't care whether you are lying or not. I'm going to shop with my friend. Please move out of my way," said Zi Beiying coldly, curbing her anger. This man was a friend of Sha Meiqi's friend, and they had gathered together several times before, so Zi Beiying didn't want to embarrass him. "Beiying, you know Lu Jinglang was displeased with Zi Beiying's cold attitude towards him. He felt that he had been very sincere and chased Zi Beiying for a long time, but Zi Beiying still gave him a cold shoulder. Before Lu Jinglang could finish, Beiying interrupted. Mr. Lu, it's totally up to you how you want to treat me, but you can't ask me to treat you in a certain way. You're just a friend of my friend. Please don't make me hate you. Hearing that, Lu Jinglang became angrier. When he was about to say something, the woman next to him opened her mouth first. Come on, it's your honor that Lu likes you. How dare you say that to Lu? Who do you think you are? The woman angrily criticized Beiying. She actually dreamed about becoming Lu Jinglang's girlfriend, but she failed. However, it wasn't a bad thing that she could get some money from Lu Jinglang by being his sex partner. Beiying, on the other hand, rejected Lu Jinglang when he chased her. It was completely insane in the woman's eyes. Who do you think you are? You have no position to judge me. I indeed dislike him, and to be honest with you, my boyfriend is much better than him. Beiying turned to glare at the woman. The woman was annoying and tried to humiliate her, so Beiying wouldn't tolerate it. The woman was scared and didn't know what to say all of a sudden. Lu Jingling knew that Beiying already had a boyfriend, but he didn't know who the man was. In fact, he didn't care whether she had a boyfriend or not. He would pursue the woman he liked whether the woman had a boyfriend or not. He only stayed away from married women. Actually, he would only have sex with them. If his friends learned that he got together with a married woman, he would become a joke and he was reluctant to embarrass himself. However, if he could steal a girl away from another man, he would be very proud, because it proved that he was very charming. Nowadays, almost everyone had dated and slept with a few men or women before. Lu Jingling couldn't care less about it, since he had slept with countless women. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.